We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. 10 years ago, the town's most eligible bachelor, George Kuga, married socially prominent Elizabeth Elliott. The lavish wedding kept the society columns all over the country in copy for weeks. The New Yorker said,
"The bride and groom were dressed to the nth degree of smartness. Best man was a polo pony."
The Hearst papers said,
"The bride and groom were dressed handsomely, an attractive comment from guest Douglas MacArthur."
And the Reader's Digest said,
"The bride and groom were dressed."
Well, after the honeymoon, George sold his polo pony, bought a stylish suburban home, took the first job that came along, 5th vice president of a bank. And now the Kugats are just George and Liz, two people who live together and like it. George says,
"When I married Liz, she didn't know a thing about keeping house. She couldn't cook, she couldn't sew, she couldn't clean. But later she overcame this lack of domesticity in a most ingenious manner."
Liz says,
"I got a maid."
And now, let's take a peek at the Kugats. It's early morning, and there's husband George at the breakfast table. But where's wife, Liz? Oh, there she is, upstairs in the bedroom with Katie, the maid. Well, this is certainly unusual. Liz is getting into a formal evening gown. Let me check again. It's only 5 minutes after 9. Well, surely there's a reason for wearing an evening gown at this early hour.
Oh, just a little more, Katie. Can you get the zipper up now? Yes, ma'am. Oh, the zipper's up. Oh, how does it look, Katie? Would you consider it too slinky?
Well, there's hardly enough of it to tell. If you'll pardon me, Mrs. Kugat, I've seen more cloth on a Roquefort cheese.
It isn't as skimpy as all that. Now, where's my corsage?
Oh, here it is, ma'am.
I'll just pin it on here. No, maybe here. Oh,
Well, what's wrong, Mrs. Kugat?
there's no place to pin it.
I'll get you a gown that has a little more to it, Mrs. Kugat. But then,
Then what, Kitty?
you are having your portrait painted today, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, then maybe you'd better wear the gown you have on.
Why?
Well, as long as you're paying for a portrait, you might as well have as much of you in the picture as possible.
No, Katie, we might move to Boston someday, and I wouldn't want my portrait banned.
Oh, here's a more sensible gown, ma'am. Have you told Mr. Kugat about the painter coming today?
Not yet, Katie. I'll tell him at breakfast. Now hurry and get me out of this tight thing. I feel like a 10-inch weenie in a 5-inch roll. Good morning, George, darling.
Good morning, Liz. You're looking very...
George, what's wrong?
That evening gown.
Well, you've seen me wearing an evening gown before.
Well, I've seen you wearing galoshes, too, but not at breakfast.
Of course not. It never rains under the table. Darling, the reason I'm wearing this gown is because I'm going to have my portrait painted. The artist is coming this morning.
Having your portrait painted?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world for?
Well, Alice Sturm had herself sketched, so...
Alice Sturm, I might have known. The old story of keeping up with the Joneses.
It's nothing like that, George. This is entirely different. This is keeping up with the Sturmses.
Darling, when Alice Sturm gave a party for an opera star, we had to give one for the Hall Johnson Choir. When Alice goes to Catalina, we have to go to Hawaii. Believe me, the day Alice Sturm has quintuplets, I want to be in Mexico.
You do? Well, what about me?
And just where is this masterpiece going to be painted?
Right here, and by a very good artist, too. His name is Damon Welch. He'll be here in a little while.
I get a kick out of those artist characters. I can hardly wait to see him. He'll probably be wearing a pink beret and have a rose clinched between his teeth. Long artistic fingers hanging down and sticking in the tops of his shoes.
No. I heard Damon Welch is different from other artists, George. They say he's very big and strong and muscular, like, who's that rugged, tall actor in the movies? You know, the one with the big arms and broad shoulders?
Marjorie Main.
No, Victor Mature.
Oh, well, don't be silly, Liz. Artists are all the same. They wear berets, live in attics, and smell of spiders.
Hello, George, Liz.
Oh, it's Corey. Come on up, Corey.
Cartwright here, bachelor deluxe, damsel delight, the kind of man you'd like to marry your sister.
If you hated your sister.
How are you this morning, party boy?
No party last night, George, but did I meet a beautiful creature? She had a smile like Lana Turner, a voice like Dinah Shore, and she kissed like Paulette Goddard.
What do? Date her or buy tickets to her?
Don't speak lightly of this woman, Liz, for I think that at last Corey Cartwright is in love.
You, Corey?
Yes, George. I feel that this is the real thing. I think I shall marry this girl.
Corey, that's wonderful. What's her name? Where does she live?
Darn, I knew I forgot something. Hey, Liz, I just noticed you're wearing an evening gown.
Yes, do you like it?
It's nice, but isn't this awfully late to be getting home?
Oh.
Liz is having her portrait painted, Corey. Some artist named Damon Welch is coming over this morning.
Damon Welch.
You've heard of him, Corey?
Heard of him? That's all Alice Sturm talks about since he sketched her. I hear he has big blue eyes, curly hair, muscles galore, a tan complexion, and stands about 12 feet tall.
Really now, Corey, 12 feet tall.
Maybe it is a slight exaggeration, but I understand that before he painted portraits, he used to paint rooftops. Without a ladder.
Well, anybody could do that if they had a long brush.
Or a short house.
Well, what do I care what he's like? Excuse me, I have to make a phone call.
Who are you calling this early, darling?
The time operator. My watch has been acting up again.
Well, maybe Corey has the right time.
No, I left my watch home on my other wrist.
At the tone, the time will be 9:42
9:42. Have to be getting down to the bank.
Right with you, George. I have a luncheon date with a girl who was a gorgeous blonde yesterday, and I'm anxious to find out what she is today.
Kiss me goodbye, George. Your kisses give me strength for the day.
When Corey Cartwright kisses them, they stay charged up for a month.
Bye, darling.
Bye-bye, Liz.
Bye.
Are you really going to the bank today, George, or are you just faking?
Huh? What are you talking about?
With that Damon Welch coming to your house today, I figured maybe you're going to sneak out and hide in the garage.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about it. Doesn't worry me in the least.
It would if you heard what Howie Sturm calls that artist.
Why, what does he call him?
A weasel with an easel.
Come on, get in the car, Corey.
Hey, don't start the motor yet, George. The artist just pulled up in your driveway. Maybe we can get a look at him.
Good. I'm still betting he has a rose between his teeth.
He's getting out of his car. Holy mackerel, George. He looks like the Empire State Building with a turtleneck sweater.
Oh, he's not so much. I bet he pads that sweater with cotton.
If he does, he must have the whole plantation and Uncle Tom's cabin under there. Look at those shoulders, George, and that chest.
Corey, it doesn't take much to have broad shoulders and a big chest. All you need are muscles. Let's go.
Did you see that thick neck, George? Those pretty blue eyes?
Well, so what? My neck isn't as thick, maybe, but I have a nice neck. And look at my Adam's apple, Corey. Oh, that guy didn't have anywhere near the Adam's apple I have.
Oh, if there's anything that'll keep a home together, it's a big Adam's apple.
as far as his blue eyes are concerned, my eyes are blue, too. Look at my eyes, Corey. See the pretty blue?
Kind of hard to see the blue right now, George. Your face is so green.
All right, woman, face to the left. I cannot paint your portrait unless you cooperate.
Mr. Welch, I've told you a dozen times my name is Elizabeth Kuga, not woman.
Very well, Mrs. Kuga. Now be quiet, woman.
Well, one consolation, at least you know what I am.
Your dress gives you away. I don't like your nose. I shall not paint it that way.
But I like my nose. It's a good nose. Don't change it. I've had it so long now, it seems like almost a part of me.
Be still, woman.
You're very rough, Mr. Welch.
Woman, you're looking at a man who's painted the forests of Oregon and at the same time worked as a lumberjack. Sawing, climbing, cutting, and chopping. One day, the man next to me was crushed by a falling redwood. I've seen many rough things. This is a man's world. That's why I'm rough.
Did it kill him, the man the tree fell on?
To coin a quaint old phrase, he was a real gone lumberjack.
You know, Mr. Welch, you and my husband have a lot in common. He lives a rugged life, too.
What does your husband do?
He's a banker.
Oh. Oh, that is rugged.
It's plenty rugged. He goes to work every morning at 10 and doesn't get home until after 3.
Just what's rugged about that?
He has an uncomfortable office.
Liz, are you here?
Oh, you're home early, darling.
Hi, honey. How's the portrait coming? All finished, huh?
Oh, no, Damon will be back tomorrow.
Damon? You call him Damon?
Yes, now. He was terribly cold at first, but he warmed up.
How warm did he get?
Oh, George, I've just got to tell you all about him. You wouldn't believe that just an artist could have lived so much.
Too bad he lived so long.
What'd you say, dear?
Yeah, I said too bad he had to run along.
You know, men certainly are misleading. Take Damon, for instance. There he is, an artist, but he's worked in the Oregon forest, and believe it or not, he's chopped down giant redwood trees.
Well, I cut down the tree in the yard, the one that made the lawn so unsightly.
That wasn't a tree, dear. That was a laundry pole.
Well, it was a tree once.
Did you notice Damon when you were leaving this morning? He came in right after you'd left with Corey.
Yes, I think I did. He was struggling to get his car door open. Didn't seem to have much strength. A tall, unhealthy-looking chap, as I recall. A padded sweater.
Damon? Oh, George, I don't think so. He's huge with big muscles and a terrific tan.
Yes, Liz, but I'm sure that under that tan there's a naturally pale face.
George, what are you looking for?
Oh, nothing. Oh, say, look at this. My old photograph album. Look here. This picture of me at the beach. You noticed the muscles?
Oh, yes. That was the day you and Jimmy Paterno and Holly Sturm and the whole gang made the human pyramid.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of strength to support all those men.
Yes, it does. Look at my muscles.
Oh, there you are, right on top.
Oh, it takes a lot of strength to stay on top. There was quite a breeze that day.
Here's the picture I like. You and me in a rowboat at Simmons Park. Look, your sleeves are rolled up. Say, your arms were pretty big.
Of course. Of course.
I can't remember why I was rowing.
Well, I was saving my strength for the potato race. Are you sure you love me, Liz?
Oh, silly. Of course I love you. Why shouldn't I love you? Kiss me.
Feel those strong arms around you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm plenty strong, Liz. Way back in kindergarten, I used to beat up all the little kids.
I'll just bet you still could. Kiss me again, sweetheart.
Liz, are you positive you love me? I'm the only one? Nobody else?
Oh, don't talk such nonsense. Just hug me tighter. Make believe I'm a tube of toothpaste and pop my cap off.
Oh, that's swell. I feel great now.
Oh, George, I was thinking today, you don't have any hobbies. I believe I know of an interesting one for you.
No hobbies. I have my bird collection. 6 starlings and a dicky bird. What did you have in mind?
Why don't you take up painting as a hobby?
Painting. Oh, Liz, I'm going to bed.
Going to bed? Don't you want your dinner?
I won't need any dinner. I'll just go upstairs, pull the covers over my head, and eat my heart out.
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of my favorite husband, George Kuga, and his favorite wife, Liz, who, like most married couples, alternate in making each other first happy and then miserable. Well, at the moment, Liz is in the middle of having her portrait painted by the handsome and virile artist, Damon Welch. This makes Liz quite happy, and George quite miserable. Now George thinks this is quite wrong, and chances are he's quite right. And so he's decided it's quite time he did something about it. It's the next morning. Quite.
George, darling, you aren't eating your breakfast.
Oh, I'm not very hungry, Liz. Didn't sleep last night. I'm going to stay home today.
Stay home? George, are you ill?
Yeah, that's it. I'm sick. Awfully sick.
What's wrong?
Oh, I don't know, Liz. Maybe it's painter's colic.
Painter's colic?
That is, the inside of my mouth feels like a brush.
I'd better call Dr. Buell.
What do I want with a doctor?
Well, you just said you were sick.
Oh, yeah. Call the doctor.
Oh, it's Damon. Katie!
I saw him coming, Mrs. Kuga. Oh, good morning, Mr. Wells.
Good morning, woman. Step aside and let genius enter.
I wish he'd slammed the door on his genius.
Good morning, woman.
Good morning, Damon. This is my husband, George.
You may just call me man.
George isn't feeling well, Damon. I'm going to call the doctor.
What's wrong with him? He looks well enough. Trouble with you, Kugat, is that soft, decadent living has finally caught up with you. You should get out of doors, do some exercises. Run the mile, do some chin-ups, push-ups, chop some wood, mow the lawn, pull some weights.
Tote that barge, lift that bale.
Oh. Liz, call the doctor now. I'm worn out.
All right, George. Let me have a look down your throat.
Certainly, Dr. Buell.
Dark down there. Don't swallow, George. This is my best flashlight. There's nothing wrong there. Exactly what seems to be the trouble, George?
Well, Doctor, I feel kind of things. First, it starts, then it stops, then it goes again, then it backs up, and then it twists completely around. What does it sound like to you?
A woman driver. Come on now, George. Tell me, what's wrong?
Well, Doctor, you see, Liz is having her portrait painted by some artist who has muscles so big they get up and walk around, and I just...
Oh, I believe I can diagnose your case now, George. Acute jealousy-itis.
Is that anything like borderline anemia?
Jealousy-itis is serious only if it isn't checked early. Fortunately, I believe I have with me the very thing you need to snap you out of it. Miss McCarthy, I just happen to have my nurse with me.
Nurse? I don't need a nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Marianne, this is Mr. Kugat, our newest patient.
I tell you, I don't need it. Oh, how do you do? Forgive me for not standing up in bed, but I only have on the pajama tops.
The patient's ill enough to require a nurse, Doctor?
Well, he said he wasn't. What about it, George?
Oh, I ain't long for this world.
Sit still, woman. I cannot paint your portrait unless you relax. I don't make moving pictures, you know.
Well, when are you going to paint in my hair? You still have me bald-headed. I don't like myself bald-headed. I look like my mother was frightened by Guy Kibbe.
I'll paint in your hair when I see fit, woman, and not a second sooner. Until that time, you'll remain an egghead and like it.
Damon, do you ever smile?
I laugh sometimes. My sense of humor is a bit unusual, however, not on the beaten path.
Well, what's funny to you?
Well, I laughed heartily when my friend Chadwick fell from the roof of the school in Paris.
Did Chadwick see the humor in it?
Oh, he screamed. Yes, I'll never forget it. Fractured half the bones in his body.
Yes, he must have been all broken up.
Miss McCarthy, did you hear that? My wife and the painter were laughing down there in the study. What could they have been laughing at?
Do you have a steamboat in the house, Mr. Kuga?
Steamboat? Well, of course not.
Well, then they couldn't be laughing at Fulton.
Oh, I'm serious, Miss McCarthy. I don't like them to be laughing. I'm going downstairs. Hello?
Hello, darling. What are you doing out of bed?
I heard some laughing. What was all the laughing about?
Oh, Damon was telling jokes.
Oh, how nice. Mind if I stay a while?
I know one person who objects. I cannot paint with an audience.
What a horrible painting.
George.
No, let him criticize. All genius must be criticized. But I still do not want him around. Out. Take your linted bathrobe with you.
Well, as long as you're busy, I'll go back upstairs.
Goodbye, darling.
Well, goodbye.
Yes, goodbye. Nice trip. Be sure and write us.
Oh, Damon, you know something? I think my husband came downstairs because he's jealous.
Jealous? Jealousy is stupidity. Yes, I guess he could be jealous.
Well, I'm glad he's jealous. Oh, it makes me feel that I'm wanted.
You are. I want you to sit still. You never get jealous of Mr. Kuga, do you? I mean, the fact that he's upstairs right now with that attractive nurse. That doesn't faze you in the least.
Of course not. Good old faithful George. What was that?
What?
Damon, that was George and that nurse.
Oh, so? You aren't worried about good old faithful George, are you?
Certainly not. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
I got to see a man about a nurse. Hello. May I come in?
Yes, Mrs. Kuga, but you mustn't stay long. I have a naughty boy on my hands, and I don't want him to get excited.
That's why I came up. How are you, George?
Oh, it's awful. I just had a relapse. I accidentally plugged my electric heating pad into the radio, and H.V. Kaltenborn got in bed with me.
He's delirious.
Yes. You better go, Mrs. Kuga.
Yes, I'll, goodbye, George. Miss McCarthy, wouldn't you like to come downstairs and boil a few thermometers or something?
I'll be right here with Mr. Kuga.
Well, bye, George.
He's gone now, Mr. Kuga. Why were you playing sick?
Because I wanted sympathy. Lots of sympathy. You know something, McCarthy? I think Liz came up only because she was jealous. She must have heard us laughing. You know what that means?
My capacity of a registered nurse, I'd say she has clean ears.
It means she loves me and worries about me. She's jealous.
Then you need have no further worry over the painter.
None whatever. He'll be laughing again soon, but I won't worry about it. I wonder why they aren't laughing. McCarthy, they're not laughing.
Doesn't that please you, Mr. Kuga?
No, they should be laughing.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going down there and find out why they're so darn quiet. Where is he? I'll break him in half.
He's gone, George.
Gone. He's not here anymore?
I had to get rid of him, darling.
Why did you have to get rid of him?
Because I knew that if he left, you'd stop playing sick, and then Miss McCarthy could get the heck out of here.
Oh. Were you a little, jealous of Miss McCarthy?
Of course not, but I know you were jealous of Damon.
That's ridiculous.
George,
Yes, Liz.
who do we think we're kidding?
So he left, huh, George?
Yes, Corey. He left.
And George was really very nice to him.
How lucky you were, George. Suppose, instead of going quietly, the man with the big muscles had gotten tough with you.
Oh, Corey, you're just trying to stir me up.
No, seriously. What would you have done if the painter had wanted to fight? Oh, I'm sorry, George. I shouldn't embarrass you this way in front of Liz.
If Damon had wanted to fight, George would have fought, wouldn't you, darling? Wouldn't you, George?
Why, certainly. If I had his phone number, I'd call him up right now and tell him a thing or two.
Oh, I have his phone number, dear. Here.
Oh, well, thanks.
When Damon answers the phone, I'll catch you, George.
Hello, Damon. This is George Kuga. I've changed my mind about being nice to you. If you want to fight, just come over here whenever you feel like getting knocked for a loop. You got anything to say to that?
At the tone, the time will be 9:27 and 1/4.
Well,
George Cougar, kiss me. Kiss me this very instant.
Why right now?
Because you've got your dander up, and you're just dandy with your dander up.
In just a moment, Lucille Ball and Richard Denning will be back with us. Here's a friendly suggestion that may mean a lot to your own happiness. Why don't you call your family together one evening soon and say, is there anything else any of us can do in cooperation with others for the good of our community? You may find that somebody will come forward with the news of a community project that you haven't heard of. Maybe it has to do with Scouts or 4-H clubs or Red Cross. Well, there'll be an opportunity for service, something you'll like to grab hold of. For you know that what you're doing is more than helping make your life and your families and your neighbors better. By positive action toward improving the place where you live, you help preserve something we prize highly. That's freedom. You show that you agree with the statement that freedom is everybody's job.
George, are you asleep?
No, darling. I'm not asleep.
Do you love me, baby?
Yes, I love you.
How much?
Lots.
Well, in terms of pounds, how much do you love me? 3 pounds, 6 pounds, 7 pounds?
12 tons.
Oh, I love you 100 tons.
You have a bigger truck.
George, no matter what happens, will you still love me, even when I'm old?
I'll still love you when you're old.
Will you take me out?
Yes, dear. I'll wheel you around the block every day.
George, something strange happened to Katie tonight.
Really? What was that?
Well, tonight around 9:27, Katie picked up the phone extension in the kitchen and heard a man shouting at the time operator. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
we present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. 10 years ago, the town's most eligible bachelor, George Kuga, married socially prominent Elizabeth Elliott. The lavish wedding kept the society columns all over the country in copy for weeks. The New Yorker said,
The bride and groom were dressed to the nth degree of smartness. Best man was a polo pony.
The Hearst papers said,
The bride and groom were dressed handsomely, an attractive comment from guest Douglas MacArthur.
And the Reader's Digest said,
The bride and groom were dressed.
Well, after the honeymoon, George sold his polo pony, bought a stylish suburban home, took the first job that came along, 5th vice president of a bank. And now the Kugats are just George and Liz, two people who live together and like it. George says,
When I married Liz, she didn't know a thing about keeping house. She couldn't cook, she couldn't sew, she couldn't clean. But later she overcame this lack of domesticity in a most ingenious manner.
Liz says,
I got a maid.
And now, let's take a peek at the Kugats. It's early morning, and there's husband George at the breakfast table. But where's wife, Liz? Oh, there she is upstairs in the bedroom with Katie, the maid. Well, this is certainly unusual. Liz is getting into a formal evening gown. Let me check again. It's only 5 minutes after 9. Well, surely there's a reason for wearing an evening gown at this early hour.
Oh, just a little more, Katie. Can you get the zipper up now?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
The zipper's up.
oh, how does it look, Katie? Would you consider it too slinky?
Well, there's hardly enough of it to tell. If you'll pardon me, Mrs. Kugat, I've seen more cloth on a Roquefort cheese.
It isn't as skimpy as all that. Now, where's my corsage?
Oh, here it is, ma'am.
I'll just pin it on here. No, maybe here. Oh,
Well, what's wrong, Mrs. Kugat?
there's no place to pin it.
I'll get you a gown that has a little more to it, Mrs. Kugat. But then,
Then what, Kitty?
you are having your portrait painted today, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, then maybe you'd better wear the gown you have on.
Why?
Well, as long as you're paying for a portrait, you might as well have as much of you in the picture as possible.
No, Katie, we might move to Boston someday, and I wouldn't want my portrait banned.
Oh, here's a more sensible gown, ma'am. Have you told Mr. Kugat about the painter coming today?
Not yet, Katie. I'll tell him at breakfast. Now hurry and get me out of this tight thing. I feel like a 10-inch weenie in a 5-inch roll. Good morning, George, darling.
Good morning, Liz. You're looking very...
George, what's wrong?
That evening gown.
Well, you've seen me wearing an evening gown before.
Well, I've seen you wearing galoshes, too, but not at breakfast.
Of course not. It never rains under the table. Darling, the reason I'm wearing this gown is because I'm going to have my portrait painted. The artist is coming this morning.
Having your portrait painted?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world for?
Well, Alice Sturm had herself sketched, so...
Alice Sturm, I might have known. The old story of keeping up with the Joneses.
It's nothing like that, George. This is entirely different. This is keeping up with the Sturmses.
Darling, when Alice Sturm gave a party for an opera star, we had to give one for the Hall Johnson Choir. When Alice goes to Catalina, we have to go to Hawaii. Believe me, the day Alice Sturm has quintuplets, I want to be in Mexico.
You do? Well, what about me?
And just where is this masterpiece going to be painted?
Right here, and by a very good artist, too. His name is Damon Welch. He'll be here in a little while.
I get a kick out of those artist characters. I can hardly wait to see him. He'll probably be wearing a pink beret and have a rose clinched between his teeth. Long artistic fingers hanging down and sticking in the tops of his shoes.
No. I heard Damon Welch is different from other artists, George. They say he's very big and strong and muscular, like, who's that rugged, tall actor in the movies? You know, the one with the big arms and broad shoulders?
Marjorie Main.
Victor Mature.
Oh, well, don't be silly, Liz. Artists are all the same. They wear berets, live in attics, and smell of spiders.
Hello, George, Liz.
Oh, it's Corey. Come on up, Corey.
Cartwright here, Bachelor Deluxe, Damsel Delight, the kind of man you'd like to marry your sister.
If you hated your sister.
How are you this morning, party boy?
No party last night, George, but did I meet a beautiful creature? She had a smile like Lana Turner, a voice like Dinah Shore, and she kissed like Paulette Goddard.
What do? Date her or buy tickets to her?
Don't speak lightly of this woman, Liz, for I think that at last Corey Cartwright is in love.
You, Corey?
Yes, George. I feel that this is the real thing. I think I shall marry this girl.
Corey, that's wonderful. What's her name? Where does she live?
Darn, I knew I forgot something. Hey, Liz, I just noticed you're wearing an evening gown.
Yes, do you like it?
It's nice, but isn't this awfully late to be getting home?
Oh.
Liz is having her portrait painted, Corey. Some artist named Damon Welch is coming over this morning.
Damon Welch.
You've heard of him, Corey?
Heard of him? That's all Alice Sturm talks about since he sketched her. I hear he has big blue eyes, curly hair, muscles galore, a tan complexion, and stands about 12 feet tall.
Really now, Corey, 12 feet tall.
Maybe it is a slight exaggeration, but I understand that before he painted portraits, he used to paint rooftops. Without a ladder.
Well, anybody could do that if they had a long brush.
Or a short house.
Well, what do I care what he's like? Excuse me, I have to make a phone call.
Who are you calling this early, darling?
The time operator. My watch has been acting up again.
Well, maybe Corey has the right time.
No, I left my watch home on my other wrist.
At the tone, the time will be 9:42 and 1/4.
9:42. Have to be getting down to the bank.
Right with you, George. I have a luncheon date with a girl who was a gorgeous blonde yesterday, and I'm anxious to find out what she is today.
Kiss me goodbye, George. Your kisses give me strength for the day.
When Corey Cartwright kisses them, they stay charged up for a month.
Bye, darling.
Bye-bye, Liz.
Bye.
Are you really going to the bank today, George, or are you just faking?
Huh? What are you talking about?
With that Damon Welch coming to your house today, I figured maybe you're going to sneak out and hide in the garage.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about it. Doesn't worry me in the least.
It would if you heard what Howie Sturm calls that artist.
Why, what does he call him?
A weasel with an easel.
Come on, get in the car, Corey.
Hey, don't start the motor yet, George. The artist just pulled up in your driveway. Maybe we can get a look at it.
Good. I'm still betting he has a rose between his teeth.
He's getting out of his car. Holy mackerel, George. He looks like the Empire State Building with a turtleneck sweater.
Oh, he's not so much. I bet he pads that sweater with cotton.
If he does, he must have the whole plantation and Uncle Tom's cabin under there. Look at those shoulders, George, and that chest.
Corey, it doesn't take much to have broad shoulders and a big chest. All you need are muscles. Let's go.
Did you see that thick neck, George? Those pretty blue eyes?
Well, so what? My neck isn't as thick, maybe, but I have a nice neck. And look at my Adam's apple, Corey. Oh, that guy didn't have anywhere near the Adam's apple I have.
Oh, if there's anything that'll keep a home together, it's a big Adam's apple.
And as far as his blue eyes are concerned, my eyes are blue, too. Look at my eyes, Corey. See the pretty blue?
It's kind of hard to see the blue right now, George. Your face is so green.
All right, woman, face to the left. I cannot paint your portrait unless you cooperate.
Mr. Welch, I've told you a dozen times my name is Elizabeth Kuga, not woman.
Very well, Mrs. Kuga. Now be quiet, woman.
Well, one consolation, at least you know what I am.
Your dress gives you away. I don't like your nose. I shall not paint it that way.
But I like my nose. It's a good nose. Don't change it. I've had it so long now it seems like almost a part of me.
Be still, woman.
You're very rough, Mr. Welch.
Woman, you're looking at a man who's painted the forests of Oregon and at the same time worked as a lumberjack. Sawing, climbing, cutting, and chopping. One day, the man next to me was crushed by a falling redwood. I've seen many rough things. This is a man's world. That's why I'm rough.
Did it kill him, the man the tree fell on?
To coin a quaint old phrase, he was a real gone lumberjack.
You know, Mr. Welch, you and my husband have a lot in common. He lives a rugged life, too.
What does your husband do?
He's a banker.
Oh, that is rugged.
It's plenty rugged. He goes to work every morning at 10 and doesn't get home until after 3.
Just what's rugged about that?
He has an uncomfortable office.
Liz, are you here?
Oh, you're home early, darling.
Hi, honey. How's the portrait coming? All finished, huh?
Oh, no, Damon will be back tomorrow.
Damon? You call him Damon?
Yes, now. He was terribly cold at first, but he warmed up.
How warm did he get?
Oh, George, I've just got to tell you all about him. You wouldn't believe that just an artist could have lived so much.
Too bad he lived so long.
What'd you say, dear?
I said too bad he had to run along.
You know, men certainly are misleading. Take Damon, for instance. There he is, an artist, but he's worked in the Oregon forest, and believe it or not, he's chopped down giant redwood trees.
Well, I cut down the tree in the yard, the one that made the lawn so unsightly.
That wasn't a tree, dear. That was a laundry pole.
Well, it was a tree once.
Did you notice Damon when you were leaving this morning? He came in right after you'd left with Corey.
Yes, I think I did. He was struggling to get his car door open. Didn't seem to have much strength. A tall, unhealthy-looking chap, as I recall. A padded sweater.
Damon? Oh, George, I don't think so. He's huge with big muscles and a terrific tan.
Yes, Liz, but I'm sure that under that tan there's a naturally pale face.
George, what are you looking for?
Oh, nothing. Oh, say, look at this. My old photograph album. Look here. This picture of me at the beach. You notice the muscles?
Oh, yes. That was the day you and Jimmy Paterno and Howie Sturm and the whole gang made the human pyramid.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of strength to support all those men.
Yes, it does. Look at my muscles.
Oh, there you are, right on top.
Oh, it takes a lot of strength to stay on top. There was quite a breeze that day.
Here's the picture I like. You and me in a rowboat at Simmons Park. Look, your sleeves are rolled up. Say, your arms were pretty big.
Of course. Of course.
I can't remember why I was rowing.
Well, I was saving my strength for the potato race. Are you sure you love me, Liz?
Oh, silly. Of course I love you. Why shouldn't I love you? Kiss me.
Feel those strong arms around you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm plenty strong, Liz. Way back in kindergarten, I used to beat up all the little kids.
I'll just bet you still could. Kiss me again, sweetheart.
Liz, are you positive you love me? I'm the only one, nobody else?
Oh, don't talk such nonsense. Just hug me tighter. Make believe I'm a tube of toothpaste and pop my cap off.
Oh, that's swell. I feel great now.
Oh, George, you know, I was thinking today, you don't have any hobbies. I believe I know of an interesting one for you.
No hobbies? I have my bird collection. 6 starlings and a dicky bird. What did you have in mind?
Why don't you take up painting as a hobby?
Painting? Oh, Liz, I'm going to bed.
Going to bed? Don't you want your dinner?
I won't need any dinner. I'll just go upstairs, pull the covers over my head, and eat my heart out.
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of my favorite husband, George Kuga, and his favorite wife, Liz, who, like most married couples, alternate in making each other first happy and then miserable. Well, at the moment, Liz is in the middle of having her portrait painted by the handsome and virile artist, Damon Welch. This makes Liz quite happy, and George quite miserable. Now George thinks this is quite wrong, and chances are he's quite right. And so he's decided it's quite time he did something about it. It's the next morning. Quite.
George, darling, you aren't eating your breakfast.
Oh, I'm not very hungry, Liz. Didn't sleep last night. I'm going to stay home today.
Stay home? George, are you ill?
Yeah, that's it. I'm sick. Awfully sick.
What's wrong?
Oh, I don't know, Liz. Maybe it's painter's colic.
Painter's colic?
That is, the inside of my mouth feels like a brush.
I'd better call Dr. Buell.
What do I want with a doctor?
Well, you just said you were sick.
Oh, yeah. Call a doctor.
Oh, it's Damon. Katie!
I saw him coming, Mrs. Kuga. Oh, good morning, Mr. Wells.
Good morning, woman. Step aside and let genius enter.
I wish he'd slammed the door on his genius.
Good morning, woman.
Good morning, Damon. This is my husband, George.
You may just call me man.
George isn't feeling well, Damon. I'm going to call the doctor.
What's wrong with him? He looks well enough. Trouble with you, Kugat, is that soft, decadent living has finally caught up with you. You should get out of doors, do some exercises. Run the mile, do some chin-ups, push-ups, chop some wood, mow the lawn, pull some weights.
Tote that barge, lift that bale.
Oh. Liz, call the doctor now. I'm worn out.
All right, George. Let me have a look down your throat.
Certainly, Dr. Buell.
Dark down there. Don't swallow, George. This is my best flashlight. There's nothing wrong there. Exactly what seems to be the trouble, George?
Well, Doctor, I feel kind of things. First, it starts, then it stops, then it goes again, then it backs up, and then it twists completely around. What does it sound like to you?
A woman driver. Come on now, George. Tell me, what's wrong?
Well, Doctor, you see, Liz is having her portrait painted by some artist who has muscles so big they get up and walk around, and I just...
Oh, I believe I can diagnose your case now, George. Acute jealousy-itis.
Is that anything like borderline anemia?
Jealousy-itis is serious only if it isn't checked early. Fortunately, I believe I have with me the very thing you need to snap you out of it. Miss McCarthy, I just happen to have my nurse with me.
Nurse? I don't need a nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Marianne, this is Mr. Kugat, our newest patient.
I tell you, I don't need it. Oh, how do you do? Forgive me for not standing up in bed, but I only have on the pajama tops.
Patient ill enough to require a nurse, Doctor?
Well, he said he wasn't. What about it, George?
Oh, I ain't long for this world.
Sit still, woman. I cannot paint your portrait unless you relax. I don't make moving pictures, you know.
Well, when are you going to paint in my hair? You still have me bald-headed. I don't like myself bald-headed. I look like my mother was frightened by Guy Kibbe.
I'll paint in your hair when I see fit, woman, and not a second sooner. Until that time, you'll remain an egghead and like it.
Damon, do you ever smile?
I laugh sometimes. My sense of humor is a bit unusual, however, not on the beaten path.
Well, what's funny to you?
Well, I laughed heartily when my friend Chadwick fell from the roof of the school in Paris.
Did Chadwick see the humor in it?
Oh, he screamed. Yes, I'll never forget it. Fractured half the bones in his body.
Yes, he must have been all broken up.
Miss McCarthy, did you hear that? My wife and the painter were laughing down there in the study. What could they have been laughing at?
Do you have a steamboat in the house, Mr. Kuga?
A steamboat? Well, of course not.
Well, then they couldn't be laughing at Fulton.
Oh, I'm serious, Miss McCarthy. I don't like them to be laughing. I'm going downstairs. Hello?
Hello, darling. What are you doing out of bed?
I heard some laughing. What was all the laughing about?
Oh, Damon was telling jokes.
Oh, how nice. Mind if I stay a while?
I know one person who objects. I cannot paint with an audience.
What a horrible painting.
George.
No, let him criticize. All genius must be criticized. But I still do not want him around. Out. Take your linted bathrobe with you.
Well, as long as you're busy, I'll go back upstairs.
Goodbye, darling.
Well, goodbye.
Yes, goodbye. Nice trip. Be sure and write us.
Oh, Damon, you know something? I think my husband came downstairs because he's jealous.
Jealous? Jealousy is stupidity. Yes, I guess he could be jealous.
Well, I'm glad he's jealous. Oh, it makes me feel that I'm wanted.
You are. I want you to sit still. You never get jealous of Mr. Kuga, do you? I mean, the fact that he's upstairs right now with that attractive nurse. That doesn't faze you in the least.
Of course not. Good old faithful George. What was that?
What?
Damon, that was George and that nurse.
Oh, so? You aren't worried about good old faithful George, are you?
Certainly not. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
I got to see a man about a nurse. Hello. May I come in?
Yes, Mrs. Kuga, but you mustn't stay long. I have a naughty boy on my hands, and I don't want him to get excited.
That's why I came up. How are you, George?
Oh, it's awful. I just had a relapse. I accidentally plugged my electric heating pad into the radio, and H.V. Kaltenborn got in bed with me.
He's delirious.
Yes. You better go, Mrs. Kuga.
Yes, Goodbye, George. Miss McCarthy, wouldn't you like to come downstairs and boil a few thermometers or something?
I'll be right here with Mr. Kuga.
Well, bye, George.
He's gone now, Mr. Kuga. Why were you playing sick?
Because I wanted sympathy. Lots of sympathy. You know something, McCarthy? I think Liz came up only because she was jealous. She must have heard us laughing. You know what that means?
My capacity of a registered nurse, I'd say she has clean ears.
It means she loves me and worries about me. She's jealous.
Then you need have no further worry over the painter.
None whatever. He'll be laughing again soon, but I won't worry about it. I wonder why they aren't laughing. McCarthy, they're not laughing.
Doesn't that please you, Mr. Kuga?
No, they should be laughing.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going down there and find out why they're so darn quiet. Where is he? I'll break him in half.
He's gone, George.
Gone? He's not here anymore?
I had to get rid of him, darling.
Why did you have to get rid of him?
Because I knew that if he left, you'd stop playing sick, and then Miss McCarthy could get the heck out of here.
Oh. Were you a little, jealous of Miss McCarthy?
Of course not, but I know you were jealous of Damon.
That's ridiculous.
George.
Yes, Liz.
Who do we think we're kidding?
So he left, huh, George?
Yes, Corey. He left.
And George was really very nice to him.
How lucky you were, George. Suppose, instead of going quietly, the man with the big muscles had gotten tough with you.
Oh, Corey, you're just trying to stir me up.
No, seriously. What would you have done if the painter had wanted to fight? Oh, I'm sorry, George. I shouldn't embarrass you this way in front of Liz.
If Damon had wanted to fight, George would have fought, wouldn't you, darling? Wouldn't you, George?
Why, certainly. If I had his phone number, I'd call him up right now and tell him a thing or two.
Oh, I have his phone number, dear. Here.
Oh, thanks.
When Damon answers the phone, I'll catch you, George.
Hello, Damon. This is George Kuga. I've changed my mind about being nice to you. If you want to fight, just come over here whenever you feel like getting knocked for a loop. You got anything to say to that?
At the tone, the time will be 9:27 1/4.
Well!
George Kugat, kiss me. Kiss me this very instant.
Why right now?
Because you've got your dander up, and you're just dandy with your dander up.
In just a moment, Lucille Ball and Richard Denning will be back with us. Here's a friendly suggestion that may mean a lot to your own happiness. Why don't you call your family together one evening soon and say, is there anything else any of us can do in cooperation with others for the good of our community? You may find that somebody will come forward with the news of a community project that you haven't heard of. Maybe it has to do with Scouts or 4-H clubs or Red Cross. Well, there'll be an opportunity for service, something you'll like to grab hold of. For you know that what you're doing is more than helping make your life and your families and your neighbors better. By positive action toward improving the place where you live, you help preserve something we prize highly. That's freedom. You show that you agree with the statement that freedom is everybody's job.
George, are you asleep?
No, darling. I'm not asleep.
Do you love me, baby?
Yes, I love you.
How much?
Lots.
Well, in terms of pounds, how much do you love me? 3 pounds, 6 pounds, 7 pounds?
12 tons.
Oh, I love you 100 tons.
You have a bigger truck.
George, no matter what happens, will you still love me, even when I'm old?
I'll still love you when you're old.
Will you take me out?
Yes, dear. I'll wheel you around the block every day.
George, something strange happened to Katie tonight.
Really? What was that?
Well, tonight around 9:27, Katie picked up the phone extension in the kitchen and heard a man shouting at the time operator. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. 10 years ago, the town's most eligible bachelor, George Kuga, married socially prominent Elizabeth Elliott. The lavish wedding kept the society columns all over the country in copy for weeks. The New Yorker said,
The bride and groom were dressed to the nth degree of smartness. Best man was a polo pony.
The Hearst papers said,
The bride and groom were dressed handsomely, an attractive comment from guest Douglas MacArthur.
And the Reader's Digest said,
The bride and groom were dressed.
Well, after the honeymoon, George sold his polo pony, bought a stylish suburban home, took the first job that came along, 5th vice president of a bank. And now the Kugats are just George and Liz, two people who live together and like it. George says,
When I married Liz, she didn't know a thing about keeping house. She couldn't cook, she couldn't sew, she couldn't clean. But later she overcame this lack of domesticity in a most ingenious manner.
Liz says,
I got a maid.
And now, let's take a peek at the Kugats. It's early morning, and there's husband George at the breakfast table. But where's wife, Liz? Oh, there she is, upstairs in the bedroom with Katie, the maid. Well, this is certainly unusual. Liz is getting into a formal evening gown. Let me check again. It's only 5 minutes after 9. Well, surely there's a reason for wearing an evening gown at this early hour.
Oh, just a little more, Katie. Can you get the zipper up now?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
The zipper's up.
oh, how does it look, Katie? Would you consider it too slinky?
Well, there's hardly enough of it to tell. If you'll pardon me, Mrs. Kugat, I've seen more cloth on a rope for cheese.
It isn't as skimpy as all that. Now, where's my corsage?
Oh, here it is, ma'am.
I'll just pin it on here. No, maybe here.
Oh, what's wrong, Mrs. Kugat?
There's no place to pin it.
I'll get you a gown that has a little more to it, Mrs. Kugat. But then...
Then what, Kitty?
You are having your portrait painted today, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, then maybe you'd better...
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kugat, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Ten years ago, polo-playing George Kugat married debutante Elizabeth Elliott. It was a beautiful wedding, and of course, every wedding has its pranksters. Friends of the bride and groom who do cute little things to launch the marriage with a laugh.
Hey, Corey, I tied the just married sign in the tin cans on back of the car.
Oh, fine, Norman. I drained the gas tank to kind of slow him up a little. What did you do, Ed?
I've taken off the wheels.
Good. Now help me lift the hood, you guys.
What are you going to do, Corey?
They won't need it. Let's take out the motor.
Well, it was all in the spirit of fun, and no one really got mad. George didn't.
Oh, I got a big kick out of it. I laughed and slapped Corey on the back with a jack handle.
And Liz thought it was a lot of fun.
Oh, it was jolly. We had a lovely honeymoon right in front of the house.
Well, that was 10 years ago. Now the Kugats are just George and Liz, still happy, two people who live together and like it. There's the suburban home of the Kugats, that big brick one with the two chimneys silhouetted against the afternoon sky. Wonder what's going on inside. Don't see George around anywhere. Oh, he's probably still at the bank. But Liz is home. There she is in the kitchen with Katie, the maid. What's this? Liz Kugat wearing an apron and cooking.
Careful taking it out of the oven, Katie.
Oh, I'm being careful, Mrs. Kugat.
Oh, I'm so proud, Katie. It's a beautiful cake, and I made it all by myself.
Oh, it is beautiful, Mrs. Kugat. But look at the lump in the middle.
Yes. Katie, you don't suppose...
Well, what, Mrs. Kugat?
I haven't seen the cat for the past hour.
It couldn't be the cat, ma'am. It doesn't have a tail.
Maybe the shortening wasn't short enough.
Well, the lump seems to be going down. I think it's settling.
Katie, I think we had a blowout.
Oh, it just dropped a little. Nothing a new cake won't fix.
Oh, Katie, now what am I going to contribute to the charity bazaar tonight? Look at that cake.
Well, maybe you can make it into something useful, ma'am, like a lampshade.
Oh, dear, not only my cake is a failure, but my fudge, too. Have you ever seen such fudge, Katie?
Oh, too bad we didn't know how it was going to turn out. We could have patched that crack in the driveway.
Well, when I go to the bazaar tonight, I'm determined to take something I made all by myself. Now, what can I make that's sure to turn out all right? I know.
What, Mrs. Kuga?
I'll buy something at the store.
You always go to so much trouble for these charity bazaars, Mrs. Kuga. What do they do with the money they take in?
Well, the money from this particular bazaar is going to the old folks' home.
Oh, the old folks' home. Well, that's nice. What are you going to buy them?
Well, we've been talking about a dance floor. But that didn't seem practical. We'll probably just give them the money.
Oh, that's a much better plan.
Yes, and they can go out and dance. Hello, George.
Liz, what are you doing down here at the bank?
Oh, George, something terrible has happened.
Oh, now take it easy, darling. Here, sit down. Now, what's the trouble?
My cake dropped.
Oh, is anyone killed?
George Kugat, this is no laughing matter. I've had nothing but bad luck today. I baked a cake for the bazaar and it fell. I made fudge and it turned to concrete. I went shopping, I bought a couple of nice cakes and a lot of candy, and now I'm right back where I started.
Why? What happened?
I left everything on the bus.
Darling, you're such a scatterbrain. Sometimes I think you'd forget your head if it weren't fastened on.
Well, that would be one way to lose weight. I couldn't eat between meals.
And your hats would sit a lot lower, too.
Oh, George, what am I going to do? I want to contribute something to the bazaar.
Honey, why don't you go home and have Katie bake a cake and make some candy and everything will be fine.
Well, there's one thing about my cooking. It's always good when Katie does it. Oh, George, why am I such a misfit in the kitchen? Why can't I cook?
Oh, Liz, don't talk like that. I think you cook very well. You make delicious peanut butter sandwiches.
Thank you. And I'm pretty good at slicing watermelon, too.
Well, you'd better run along, darling. I've got to finish checking this money.
All right, dear. Uh-oh. I think you've got a counterfeit bill in there, George.
A counterfeit bill? Which one?
The one right there with Monopoly written across it.
Go home.
How many cakes shall I bake, Mrs. Kugat?
2 cakes, Katie, and a couple of pounds of candy.
All right, ma'am, but we could have saved a lot of time if I'd done it in the first place.
I know. I just wanted to try my hand.
Well, it seems to me, Mrs. Kugat, that every time you try your hand, you put your foot in it.
Hello?
Hello? Liz?
Yes, this is she.
This is Mrs. Medwick, dear.
Oh.
Chairwoman of the bazaar.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Medwick.
But I'm just calling to ask a great favor of you. I need a girl to run a booth for me tonight.
Run a booth? Oh, Mrs. Medwick, I'd be more than happy to run a booth for you. I haven't had much success with my baking or candy making today, and if you'd put me in charge of a booth, I'd feel I was doing my part.
Splendid, dear. We'll have plenty of cakes and oodles of candy anyway. And this particular booth requires a special product.
Which booth will I be in?
The kissing booth.
Oh.
You'll sell them for 50 cents each.
Oh, well, I don't know, Mrs. Medwick. I'm terrific in the house, but I haven't had much experience outside.
Now, Liz, you said you wanted to help, and we do need you. It won't be a bit difficult. Oh, we'll be more than pleased if you take in, say, $200.
$200? That's 400 kisses.
Now, Liz, think of the old folks.
400 kisses, and I'll be one of the old folks.
Anything for charity, Liz. Oh, And now maybe you can recommend a good man for the booth.
A man for the booth?
Yes. We decided to have a man in the kissing booth, too. For us girls, you know.
Oh, yes. Well, Corey Cartwright. He's the one for that job. He's a bachelor, and I read in the paper he's very good at kissing.
In the paper about Corey?
Mm-hmm.
Really? A scandal of some kind, dear?
No, he took a half-page ad. You can probably reach him through my husband. George will know where he is.
Thank you, Liz, dear. I'll call George right away. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Medwick. Katie, you won't have to bother with the cakes or candy. Mrs. Medwick has assigned me to the kissing booth tonight.
Oh? Well, you look worried, ma'am.
I am. I don't know how Mr. Kugat's going to take the news.
Well, there's nothing wrong with working in the booth, Mrs. Kugat. I did it once at our high school carnival.
Was it a kissing booth?
Not exactly, ma'am. They threw baseballs at me.
Well, the kissing booth is different. They throw lips at you. I'm afraid Mr. Kugat will fly into a jealous rage when he hears about it.
Mr. Kugat in a rage? Oh, that doesn't sound like the mister at all. He's kind and gentle. Remember the mouse traps he bought? The kind that don't kill the mice, just make a noise like a cat to scare them.
You don't know Mr. Kugat like I do, Katie. Before we were married, our friend Jimmy Paterno just tried to hold my hand one day, and George just lost his temper completely, stamped his foot on the ground, put his hands in his pockets, and said, "All right for you."
I've heard stronger words than that on Guy Lombardo records.
Come on, George. What's up? You've had a smug sneer on your face ever since I picked you up at the bank.
Well, Corey, I've been waiting to tell you about the charity bazaar tonight. Mrs. Medwick called me this afternoon, and I'm going to be in the kissing booth.
You're going to be in the kissing booth?
Yes. She said she had you in mind, but I didn't know where you were when she called, so to ensure having someone, she gave the job to me.
What do you mean you didn't know where I was? I told you if anybody wanted me, I'd be down at the YWCA, sitting on the steps.
Oh, that's right, you did. Must have slipped my mind.
Slipped your mind, my eye. You deliberately did me out of my job.
Your job?
Yes. With you, it's just a novelty, George. With me, it's my life's work.
Corey, you may be pretty good at kissing, but face the facts. Sometimes the carpenter can do the electrician's work.
Don't be ridiculous, George. You don't have anywhere near the voltage in your buzzer that I have.
Mr. Cartwright, dear friend. True, I am now a dignified, respectable banker. But allow your memory to take you back to our wild school days. I was the boy they nicknamed Devil Breath.
George, that title had nothing to do with your ability. You got it the night you kissed Myra Ponce and me down at the beach. She was smoking a cigarette, and you'd been siphoning gas.
Yeah, I can still hear Myra saying, "Do it again," as we rode away in the ambulance.
You just aren't built for this kind of work, George. Your lips are too thin.
Well, your lips are too fat.
Those are my shock absorbers for kissing on bumpy roads.
Corey, you're just burned up because I got the job.
All right, George. Just forget about it. It's all right with me if you want to break up your home. Or have you told Liz?
No, I haven't told Liz yet, but I will as soon as I get home. And Liz won't mind. It's for charity.
Okay, George. I hear it's nice this time of year in Reno.
Oh, you always try to stir me up, but I'm not the least bit worried about Liz. Why, Liz and I don't know the meaning of jealousy.
Okay, George. Be gay, be happy. There's so little time left.
Oh, Corey, you can't worry me. I know Liz won't get sore. Why should she? It's for charity. Oh, Corey, you can't worry me. Light my cigar for me, will you? I can't take my eyes off the road.
Sure, I'll light your cigar, George. You sure you aren't just a little worried?
No, not the least bit.
Then take that fountain pen out of your mouth.
Oh, waiting for me, honey?
Yes, George, there's something I want to talk to you about. Sit down.
All right, dear. What's on your mind?
The charity bazaar tonight.
Oh, yes, the charity bazaar.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you don't want to go, Liz, it's perfectly all right. I could just go over with Corey.
Oh, no, I'm going, George, but I thought perhaps you'd like to stay home because those bazaars bore you so much.
Well, I won't be bored tonight.
Oh?
Well, in fact, I'm going to have a booth.
Oh, well, that's fine. So am I.
Oh, you are? Which booth will you be in?
Oh, just one of the booths, one of the wooden ones with a little awning.
Oh, those are nice booths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which booth will you be in?
Oh, one of the wooden ones with a little awning. Those are the booths, aren't they?
Yes, they are. What will you be selling?
Things.
What kind of things?
Oh, things. With the tin foil and ribbons. Well, you know, things. What are you selling?
Stuff.
Stuff? What kind of stuff?
Things.
Oh, they're nice.
Yes. Charity bazaars are fun, aren't they? Everyone doing something for charity. Selling taffy and hot dogs and operating dart games and the kissing booth and...
Yes, I think it's wonderful the way people give up their time to sell popcorn and bake cakes and knit socks and work in the kissing booth.
I wonder who's going to be in the kissing booth tonight. What noble, generous woman, for the sake of her community, has donated her time and lipstick to help this worthy cause.
I understand a man's going to be in the kissing booth, too.
Oh?
Some staunch citizen, a charitable soul who will suffer through it to help others.
George, I'm going to be in the kissing booth.
You are?
Now control yourself, George.
Liz, I'm going to be in the kissing booth, too. I was afraid of you being angry.
Darling, this is wonderful. We'll be together. Oh, you were afraid to tell me for fear I'd be jealous, and I was afraid to tell you for the same reason. But there's no need for it.
No, none at all, because neither of us is jealous. We won't care who kisses who, will we? It's all for charity.
All for charity. I don't care how many old ladies you kiss.
What about the young ladies?
Oh, there probably won't be any young ones, just old ones.
Oh. Well, I imagine there'll be quite a few old men there, too. You can kiss all the old men you like.
All for charity. We aren't jealous, are we, George?
Of course not. All for charity.
George.
Yes, Liz?
Kiss me.
Now?
Right now. Charity begins at home.
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, of George and Liz, who tonight find themselves partners in a kissing booth at the Charity Bazaar. George will delight the ladies, and Liz will delight the men. Both have assured each other that there will be no jealousy. There they are, standing in the kissing booth, waiting for customers. Uh-oh, here comes one. Oh, no, that's their friend, Corey Cartwright.
George, Liz, what are you doing in there?
I'm in the business, too, Corey.
Oh. Well, haven't they overlooked something, George?
Overlooked what, Corey?
Well, I see the sign, kisses 50 cents. Naturally, that means Liz. Where's the nickel sign for you?
My kisses are the same price.
Would you like to be my first customer, Corey?
Oh, Liz, I couldn't kiss you. It wouldn't be fair to George.
Well, you can buy one from him, too, if you like.
Well, it isn't that, Liz. You like George now, but if I kissed you, well, grape juice is all right until you've tasted champagne.
Then I can't sell you a kiss?
No, Liz, let's not make old George unhappy now. Dad's getting along.
Corey, I am not getting old. You can count my gray hairs on one hand.
Oh, really, dear? Let me see. Which hand are they on?
George, what are you staring at? Oh, a customer for Liz. You aren't getting burned up, are you, George?
No, don't be silly, Corey.
I'll just step to one side. Hello.
Hello.
I was talking to the girl, if you don't mind. The sign says for 50 cents I can kiss you. Is that right?
That's right.
Any limit on the number of kisses I can buy?
Not that I know of.
Well. Now, are we going to have fun or are we going to have fun?
Well, I hope no one's waiting up for you.
Shall we proceed?
Well, it's getting late. Guess we'd better close up.
Close up? Wait a minute. I got $8 I want to spend.
Well, go spend your $8 on Coca-Cola.
I would, only my swimming pool's full of water right now.
What's the matter, George? Jealous?
Certainly not, Corey.
Don't feel slighted, Georgie. I'll give you something to keep your little hands busy. Here, you can hold my hot dog.
George Kuga, you should be ashamed of yourself. After all, it's for charity.
Mm-hmm. Look what's coming over here.
Well, kiss is 50 cents. Oh, do I get to kiss you, you great, big, beautiful man?
No, you have to kiss the fellow in the booth.
Corey, she was talking to me.
I'm running a special today, miss. The first one's free, and the next two are for nothing.
This is my customer, Corey. How many would you like, miss? They're just chock full of goodness.
I'll take a lot of them. I'm such a charitable person.
We're just closing.
Liz. Liz, you should be ashamed of yourself. After all, it's for charity.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, fella. Shall we get started on my $8, lady?
We're just closing.
I don't understand this. I came over here to do something for charity.
Join the Salvation Army.
Say, miss, as one would-be customer to the other, may I make a suggestion?
What?
I'll give you 50 cents and you kiss me, then you give me 50 cents and I kiss you. We ain't gonna get nowhere here.
Well, it's been 2 hours, and I see the kissing booth is still going strong. How much have you taken in, Liz?
Not a dime. Every time a man comes up, George interferes. He got violent with the last one.
Violent? Liz, what do you mean violent? I accidentally knocked his ice cream cone out of his hand.
Right into his face.
How much money have you taken in, George?
Nothing. Every time a woman comes up, Liz asks me if my upper plate's staying in all right.
Oh, are you still having trouble with that?
Corey, you know I don't wear one.
Oh, of course. It's the lower, of course. I'm only kidding, but I do bear tidings from Mrs. Medwick. You being a banker, she wants you to come over and help her tally some receipts.
But I can't leave Liz. I mean the booth. The booth needs me.
Come along, George. The booth could lose just as much money without you.
Well, all right. I'll be right back, Liz.
All right, George.
Hello there.
Hello.
I frightened you. Oh, I'm sorry. It really isn't my fault. This is the only face I've got.
Well, there's nothing wrong with your face.
No, I have nice features. They're just thrown together hideously.
I don't believe I've ever met you before.
Oh, my name's Leonard Estabrook.
Oh, are you any relation to Helen Estabrook?
Well, I'm her husband.
Why are you whispering?
We were married secretly, and she doesn't want anyone to know yet.
How long have you been married?
27 years. I've been circling you all evening trying to get up courage to come over and talk to you. I circle everybody. And you know what?
What?
I get awfully dizzy.
Well, then why do you circle people?
I like to get dizzy. I don't drink. Getting dizzy is my only vice. Do you have any vices?
I eat crackers in bed.
That's a strange way to get dizzy. Are you really selling kisses for 50 cents?
Well, that's the general idea.
If I gave you 50 cents, would you kiss me?
Well, yes.
Oh, goodness.
What's wrong, Mr. Estabrook?
All I have with me is a penny. Could you give me a penny's worth?
The rules, Mr. Estabrook, 50 cents. Besides, my husband's very jealous. He hasn't allowed me to kiss anybody all evening.
Oh, you're married.
Yes.
I don't blame your husband for being jealous. You're very beautiful. I wish I were as beautiful as you. But then I guess it wouldn't help.
It wouldn't?
No. I don't have the figure to go with it. My legs are skinny, but you can't tell it to look at me because I disguised them.
Well, how do you disguise them?
I wear trousers. Well, if you won't give me a kiss for a penny, I guess I'll just have to scrape up the difference. I wish I could look on the ground and find a 49-cent piece.
I'm back, Liz. How was business while I was gone?
Take a look in the cash drawer.
The cash drawer? Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, 5. Liz, $5.
Mm-hmm. I'd have made more, only 2 of them were twins, and they sneaked one in on me.
They all kissed you on the cheek, of course.
I don't know. I had my eyes closed.
George, old boy, Corey Cartwright comes with joyous news.
Oh, what could be good news?
Well, after you left, I had a little talk with Mrs. Medwick, and it's all fixed up.
Oh, you mean Liz and I can leave?
Nearly correct, old boy. You can leave. You've been transferred to the saltwater taffy booth.
Yeah, but what about Liz?
Oh, I'll be all right, George. You go ahead and sell the saltwater taffy. You look kind of pale. The sea air will be good for you.
Mrs. Medwick? Oh, Mrs. Medwick.
George, why aren't you in the taffy booth?
Oh, I'm afraid it's too much work for me to handle alone. I'm going to need some help. I'm just swamped.
Swamped? I don't see a soul in front of the booth.
Well, business is so good, I had to turn them away. Oh, they're really buying that taffy. Eating it up like candy.
I don't know who I can get to help you, George.
How about Liz? Yes, Liz. Why didn't I think of her before? Oh, she's marvelous at selling candy. Very experienced at it, too.
She is?
Oh, of course. Have you ever heard of Martha Washington chocolates?
Oh, yes.
Well, Liz eats them all the time. Taffy. Get your saltwater taffy. Nice, sticky, gooey, lumpy saltwater taffy.
Hello, George.
Well, Liz, what are you doing here?
Mrs. Medwick told me to come over. Said you were rushed and needed help.
Oh, indeed I do.
Well, where are all the customers?
Oh, they're around. Oh, here comes one now.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Estabrook.
I have 26 cents now. I found a quarter.
You did? Where?
In an old pair of pants on an old man.
Well, now you're only short 24 cents.
Yes, and I'm going to get it. Don't leave till I get back.
Where are you going?
Chicago. I know a man there who has 24 cents. You wait for me.
So that's Helen Estabrook's husband. They say he isn't quite all there.
Oh, he's all there, George. There's just something wrong with what's there.
Well, Liz, here we are together in a booth again.
Only this time it's a candy booth.
Yes. Fate certainly does work in wondrous ways.
Yes, fate certainly does. Of course, your little talk with Mrs. Medwick helped some.
Oh, how'd you know?
I went over to ask for the same thing, and you'd just left.
You were going to ask to come over here with me?
Yes. I love you, George. Wherever you go, I want to go, too.
You know, Liz, there's not too much difference between this candy booth and the kissing booth.
No. I guess it's all in the way you use it.
George? Liz? Hey, George, Liz! What's the matter with you guys? This is the kissing booth over here.
George.
Yes, Liz.
Are you asleep, Tutti Frutti?
Tutti Frutti? When did you give me that name?
Just now. Don't you think it's cute?
Beautiful. I'll have my business cards reprinted tomorrow. Tutti Frutti Kuga, the sweetest banker in town.
I'm glad you like my little pet names, George. Tutti Frutti
What do you want? Turnip blossom.
Do you love me more than anything else in the whole world?
Yes, darling. I love you more than anything else in the whole world.
If I were in the path of an oncoming truck, would you dash out and save me?
How big a truck?
George.
I'd save you, honey.
George.
George is asleep.
What?
I'm his friend, Tutti Frutti.
Oh. Did you see the devil's food cake I made this morning?
Yeah, I saw it, Liz.
What'd you think of it?
It looked like the devil.
Oh, I meant to tell you something. Remember tonight at the bazaar when you came back to the kissing booth and saw $5 in the drawer?
I'd rather not discuss it.
I didn't kiss anybody. That was my money. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lucille Ball. Yes, it's the Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers this morning, they're just ready to have breakfast.
Good morning, George.
Hey, what are you so gay about?
Because we're going to the Starlight Roof with the Rickies tonight. I've always wanted to go there.
Uh-oh. Was that tonight?
Yes, and I'm going to wear my brand new dress and a pair of... What do you mean? Was that tonight?
No, we can't go, Liz. Mr. Atterbury's coming over with Mr. Forsythe.
Oh, George, can't you put them off? Tell them you broke your leg or something.
Oh, sure. They wouldn't suspect anything when I walked into the bank in the morning.
Well, after we come home from the Starlight Roof, we can break your leg.
I'm sorry, honey. Mr. Forsythe is too important. He was just elected to the board of directors. You'll just have to call the Rickies and tell them we can't make it.
No.
Liz?
Baby, won't you think of me
Look.
once...
Pouting won't get you anyplace. So just slide that lower lip back about a foot.
Baby, won't you think of me once in a while?
Now, why don't you think of me once in a while? You know, all business isn't done in offices, Liz. There are more important things for women to do than taking care of the house and cooking and looking after children.
There are?
Well, I should say so. Hey, wait a minute. You have a maid to take care of the house, you don't know how to cook, and we don't have any children. Hey, what do you do all day anyway?
What do I do all day? Well, I like that. I spend the whole afternoon. Most of my time is taken up by... I'm going to call the Rickies.
That's better. And see how nice you can be to Mr. Forsythe this evening.
Oh, is he bringing his horsey wife and that jerky son of his along?
His wife's out of town. I don't know about his jerky son. Now, stop that, Liz. You'll get me in trouble.
Well, he's sure to bring along some of those stale stories of his.
Yeah, and that's another thing. He fancies himself quite a storyteller, so laugh it up.
I'll laugh at everything but that story about the dog and cat. You know, the cat can't sing a note, the dog's a ventriloquist.
Yeah, Liz, he always tells that one. You have to give him some reaction.
I'll give him a reaction, all right, but it might not be the one you expect.
I'd better test you. Now, let's pretend I'm Mr. Forsythe.
Okay.
Have you heard the one about the dog who played the guitar and the cat who sang Listen to the Mockingbird?
Yes.
Liz.
1,000 times.
Liz.
It wasn't funny in the first place.
Now, stop it.
You tell it lousy.
Now, that's enough.
Where's your horsey wife and your jerky son?
Now, cut it out, Liz. I want to hear you laugh tonight.
Well, then you better sit close and tickle me.
Good dinner, Liz, girl. Oh, yes, indeed. It's a wonderful dinner, Mrs. Cooper. Certainly was wonderful.
Well, thank you, Mr. Forsythe.
Yeah, well, hey, I just happened to think of a very funny story.
Well, here we go.
Oh, this one is a Jim Dandy. It's a real pipperoo. Say, have you heard the one about...
No, I haven't heard that
how
one.
does it go? But,
No, really, we haven't heard it. Go ahead.
But I haven't told you what it's about yet.
It doesn't matter. They haven't heard it.
They might have.
Want to bet? Is it about the dog who played the guitar and the cat who sang?
Yes.
They haven't heard it. Go ahead.
Well, it seems there was this dog. Oh, you see, and he played the guitar while a little cat sang,
Listen to the Mockingbird.
Yeah. You're sure you haven't heard this one?
No, and I'm dying to see how it comes out.
Oh, I can't stand it. Well, his booking agency took him down to a theater manager. He was amazed, and he said, "That's amazing. Now, here's where it gets really good." The agent said, "Look, before you hire them, I think there's something you ought to know." There's something in my throat. Have a glass of water, please. Miss Cooper? Liz!
Huh? Oh, that's very funny. The cat can't sing and know the dog's a ventriloquist. It's a funny idea, isn't it, George?
Liz. Mr. Forsythe didn't finish the story. He asked for a glass of water.
Ooh.
You've ruined his story.
Oh, was that really the answer? It was just a wild guess.
No, that wasn't the answer.
It wasn't?
What? No. You see, the theater owner wanted to hire just the cat. But the agent said he can't work alone. Here's the twist. See, the dog makes all his arrangements.
Oh, that's rich. Tell me, Mr. Forsythe, how's your family? Your cute little wife and your adorable son.
Oh, they're fine, Mrs. Cooper, although my son, Wally, is really having a very trying time right now.
Oh, what's wrong with the boy?
His first big formal dance is next week, you see, and it seems everybody in his crowd knows how to samba, but poor old Wally doesn't.
Oh, for goodness sake. Children worry about the silliest things, don't they? Doing the samba is so easy.
Do you know how to do the samba?
Oh, Liz is a wonderful samba dancer.
Oh, yes, I love to samba.
Well, Mrs. Cooper would be asking too much for you to teach Wally how to samba in time for the dance.
Well,
Oh, she'd love to.
She'll do it. No, wait. Let's keep sanity. Now, let's let Mrs. Cooper decide. After all, she's the one who has to do the teaching.
Well, Liz?
Well, Liz?
Gladly, she said, with the cold muzzle of a revolver at each temple.
Excellent. I'll send him over the very first thing in the morning.
Good.
Mrs. Cooper, what are you doing dancing around the living room?
Oh, haven't you heard, Katie? I'm opening up a dance studio.
Huh?
Yes, all you need is 6 lessons with Liz Lazonga. My slogan is learn to samba with a red-hot number.
Now, what are you talking about?
I'm giving a samba lesson this morning to the son of the new board member at the bank.
Oh, really? What's the boy like?
Well, all I know is he's painfully shy. Never takes his eyes off the ground.
No.
Yeah, the first time I saw him, I thought he was looking for cigarette butts. Oh, that must be Wally. I'll get it.
Well, good luck, Mrs. Cooper.
Oh, hello. How are you, Wally? You remember me. I'm Liz Cooper. Won't you come in? Let's go in the living room, shall we? Won't you sit down? Picked up any good cigarette butts lately? Wally, say something.
I think I'm going to faint.
Now, Wally, your father said you wanted to learn to samba. Samba. We might as well begin. Suppose you watch me now. Now, this is a basic step. Now, watch my hips, see? Do you think you can do that? Well, why don't you say something?
I'm watching your hips.
Wally, look, the step is very simple. And this time, look at my feet. Da-da-da-da. Wally, you're still watching my hips.
I like them. They're different.
Different from what?
My hips.
Look, Wally, you saw how it goes. Why don't you see if you can do it?
Well, I'll try.
Good. Now, you try it alone first. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Fine. Only take smaller steps. Don't leap around so much. You'll be dancing with a girl, not an antelope.
This is kind of fun.
Well, it's really an easy step to do. I think maybe you've got it now. Suppose we try it together. I said suppose we dance together.
You mean just the two of us?
Yes, that's the usual number.
Mrs. Cooper, I can't dance with you. You're a woman.
I know. My husband husband likes me this way?
I don't know.
Look, Wally, some people are men and some are women. They're made that way so they can dance together. Really, it's very simple, Wally. Now let's try it.
Okay. Hey, this is all right. Oh, I think I'm catching on. Cooper. Oh, I'm sorry. I stepped on your foot. You don't think it's broken, do you?
Oh, no. My shoe always bends under like this.
Well, if it isn't broken, we might as well go on dancing, huh? I'm beginning to like it.
Me too, Wally. I haven't had so much fun since I stepped on a rusty nail. On with the dance.
Hey, Liz!
I'm here in the bedroom, George.
How'd the lesson go, dear?
Just peachy.
Hey, what are you doing?
Soaking these red blobs that used to be my feet. My legs look like a couple of thermometers.
Then Wally isn't exactly Arthur Murray.
George, Wally dances the samba like a kangaroo with hot coals in its pouch.
I'm sorry the kid gave you such a rough time, honey, but it was worth it. Mr. Forsythe came to my office this afternoon, gave me a cigar, and sat and talked for half an hour. He never done that before.
Well, I'm glad my arches didn't fall in vain.
Oh, he said Wally had a wonderful time and was absolutely thrilled, at learning to samba.
Well, it's nice to know the dancing bear enjoyed himself.
Oh, he did. In fact, the dancing bear is coming over for another lesson tomorrow.
Oh, no. George, I can't do it. My feet are only human, you know.
But, Liz, it may mean a promotion. Oh, say you'll do it. For me, huh?
Well, all right, George. But believe me, these little piggies will never go to market again.
We find Liz in the unaccustomed role of dancing teacher. Right now, she's giving Wally Forsythe his second samba lesson. They're dancing not cheek to cheek, but shin to shin.
Oh, well, Wally, that was fine. You've improved a lot.
Gee, do you really think so, Mrs. Cooper?
I certainly do. We've been dancing for 5 minutes. You've only stepped on my feet 6 times.
It was real true to you to wear Mr. Cooper's old football shoes.
Yeah, you don't get to my toes for 3 inches. Well, shall we try it once more?
Mrs. Cooper, before we try dancing again, I'd like to ask your advice about something.
Well, all right, Wally.
Maybe we'd better sit down.
And shall we sit here on the couch?
Well...
Oh, it's all right, Wally. I'll sit at one end and you can sit at the other.
Well...
We could put a pillow between us to make it proper.
Well...
I'll tell you what. I'll go upstairs and you call me on the downstairs phone.
Oh, no, it's all right, Mrs. Cooper. So we'll sit on the couch.
All right. Now, Wally, what do you want advice about?
Oh, I know it sounds awful silly, but I'm in love.
You are, Wally?
Yeah, with a girl.
Well, you couldn't have made a better choice.
You see, she doesn't know it yet, Mrs. Cooper, and I wanted to ask you, should I tell her or keep it to myself?
Of course you should tell her, Wally.
But, gee, you don't know how bashful I am, Mrs. Cooper. Even in school, when I want to leave the room, I don't hold up my hand. I climb out the window.
Well, Wally, it shouldn't be too difficult. Just take her by the hand and say, I love you.
Okay. Mrs. Cooper?
Yes?
Give me your hand.
What?
Mrs. Cooper, I love you.
Wally, there must be some mistake.
No mistake. I love you, Mrs. Cooper. Or, as I call you in my diary, Dreamboat.
You wrote that in your diary?
Yes, Mrs. Cooper. So when I got home last night, I crossed out nothing much happened today, and I wrote in, wow.
Wally, you must mustn't say things like that. After all...
Oh, I know you're older than I am and you're married, but... Well, I just can't help the way I feel. Frankly, Mrs. Cooper, I think you're just real gone.
Well, anyway, my feet are.
Gee, I hope you aren't mad at what I said, but honestly, you're the swellest person I've ever known. You're the only person who's ever been nice to me.
Oh, now, Wally, surely somebody else is nice to you. What about your father?
He acts like he doesn't even know me.
What makes you say that?
He always refers to me as, what's his name?
Wally, I'm very flattered that you think you're in love with me, but you must remember I'm married to George.
Gee, I forgot all about Mr. Cooper. Oh, you wouldn't mind leaving him, would you?
I wouldn't mind.
I thought not. Well, he's so old. Old? He must be way over 30.
Why, yes. Yes, that's right, Wally. George is old and kind of broken down, and he needs me.
Needs you?
Yes, he needs me to keep fresh batteries in his hearing aid. And I'm the one he calls when his mush is too hot. He's too weak to blow it himself.
I should have known you'd be like this, loyal to the end. But if this is farewell, then could I kiss you goodbye?
Well,
Just one little kiss on the hand?
All right, Wally. What are we waiting for?
Where can I park my gum?
Well, don't bother parking it. We aren't going to be stopped that long.
Okay. Oh, you see, my kiss makes you cry out with passion, doesn't it?
No, your braces scratched me.
Can you believe it, Mr. Atterbury? Tell us more, Liz. What did Wally do then?
Well, then he took me by the hand and said, Mrs. Cooper, I love you.
Why, that little devil.
That's pretty funny. Imagine Wally being in love with you, Liz. Isn't that a scream?
Ha ha.
Oh, now, Liz, you'll have to admit it's pretty hilarious.
Well, I'll admit I'm old enough to be his sister. And I don't see why his being in love with me is so funny. You fell in love with me once, you know.
Well, Liz, honey, I don't see why you're getting sore.
Now, look, you two, it's all over, and Liz did a wonderful job. George, we're in solid with Forsyth, thanks to her.
Oh, it wasn't so much.
Oh, yes, it was. And to show my appreciation, I'm going to take you out on the town tonight, anywhere you want to go.
Oh, could we possibly go to the Starlight Roof?
Why not?
Oh, wonderful.
I have come back. I have to see you again, Mrs. Cooper.
Wally, what are you doing here?
Mr. Cooper, your wife and I love each other madly, and I want you to give her up. After all, you're old. Your hair is streaked with gray. Your face is all lined and saggy. And your stomach is...
I'm Mr. Atterbury. Mr. Cooper.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Cooper, your wife and I love each other. Don't we, Dreamboat?
Wally.
What, Dreamboat? Go away.
No, stay here. Speak up. Blow your whistle, Dreamboat.
George, Mr. Atterbury, please.
I've decided to take you away, Mrs. Cooper. I can't leave you here, a nursemaid to an empty shell of an old man.
Wally.
Sometimes it's merciful to be cruel. Tell your husband what you said about him today.
Liz, what did you say about me?
Well,
Go ahead, don't be afraid. Tell him, Dreamboat.
Wally Forsythe, don't call me Dreamboat.
Anything you say, darling.
And don't call me darling.
Okay, I won't, dear.
And don't call me dear.
Try Mother.
Mr. Cooper, why don't you step out and let your wife find the happiness she deserves? After all, you're an older man. You're more like her father.
The boy's right. Why don't you give her up, Dad?
Liz, what did you tell this kid about me?
Well, it's all very simple, George. I explained to Wally about your age and how you need me. Understand, George? I explained how you're getting on in years, and now, more than ever, you need me.
It isn't fair to hold her. You can get somebody else to blow your mush.
Oh, yes. Oh, she's right, Wally. I need her now more than ever. If Liz left, there'd be nobody here to knit my shawl. And when my rheumatism twists me in knots, who'd untie me?
See, Wally, he needs me. I can't leave him.
But Dreamboat, their mother. I mean, Mrs. Cooper. Well, what about me? Very well. I'll go away. I'm going where there aren't any women.
You're going to join the Foreign Legion?
No, I'm going to join the YMCA. Mrs. Cooper, as long as this is goodbye, may I kiss your hand?
Of course, Wally.
Oh, darn those braces. Farewell.
Oh, wasn't he sweet? George, why don't you ever kiss my hand?
Well, I would, kiddo, but I'm too old to bend over.
Never mind.
Well, now that Liz's grimy amours are out of the way, shall we go to the Starlight Room?
Oh, yes, let's. I better get dressed. Oh, George, we're finally going to the Starlight Room.
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, hello. How are you, sir? Tonight? Well, Oh, yes. Yes, it'll be all right. I'll tell her. Goodbye.
Who was that, George?
Mr. Forsythe. He's on his way over here.
What on earth for?
Well, you did such a good job with Wally. Now, he wants to learn the samba.
Oh, no!
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
We present My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, the record of a happy marriage. Two people who live together and like it. The comfortable front bedroom of the comfortable suburban home of the Kugats doesn't look very comfortable this morning. Articles of clothing are strewn about the floor and across the bed. George hurriedly plows through the debris getting dressed, while Liz tries to cram all of their things into 3 suitcases.
Liz, dear, what's all this stuff you're packing? We're only spending the weekend at your mother's, not the whole summer.
Well, I'm only taking the bare necessities. Slacks, sunsuit, a few dresses, shoes, cosmetics, hose, undies.
Well, what have you packed for me?
Your toothbrush and trunks.
Is that all?
I want you to get a good tan.
Pack some clothes for me, Scatterbrain.
I wish you were driving out to Mother's with me, George.
No, it's impossible, darling. Can't miss my board meeting.
I wonder what the surprise can be that Mother's been telling us about.
I'm afraid to guess. Her last surprise was the wrestler she was sponsoring. Remember him? He called himself the Hawk. Oh, what a wrestler.
Yeah, in his first match, the Hawk flew clear out of the ring.
Well, if she has another wrestler, I'll just throw him out of the house. Woody? Evidently, you've never heard of Gorgeous George.
You are gorgeous, George.
Finish your packing.
Where's my new bathing suit? I can't find it.
Your new bathing suit? Well, maybe a moth had a spare second and ate it.
Here it is, and it isn't that skimpy.
It's shameful.
You're too prudish.
You're too nudish.
You should see Alice Sturm's bathing suit. She got arrested at the beach.
Must be pretty bad.
Oh, it was. But they couldn't prosecute.
Why not?
No evidence. Which nightgown should I take? My canary yellow or my parrot green?
What about your goose chartreuse? Well, gotta run now, honey. See you tonight. Drive carefully.
George Kuga, don't you criticize my driving. I'm a good driver.
Sure, honey. You've never driven up a telephone pole.
Of course not.
Anyway, not to the top.
Ha ha, very funny. I read in a magazine the more accidents were caused by men than by women.
Yeah? When did you read that?
The other day while I was driving downtown.
Liz, darling.
Mother, you look marvelous, so young and healthy.
Oh, it's this country life, dear. I found there's nothing better than fresh milk and clean soil.
Well, it's certainly done a lot for you.
Yes. Makes a wonderful mud pack. Where's George?
Well, he had to attend a board of directors meeting. He'll be up later.
Oh, they're having them during the day now. That's nice. Your father always had to go to the board meetings at night.
At night?
Yes, poor dear. Tell me, are they still holding them at the Whoopee Club?
No, Mother. Now the bubble dancer comes to the bank.
Oh.
Mom, what's this big surprise of yours? I've been wondering about it all the way up here.
Oh, well, see if you can guess.
Well, some of the things you do, Mother, I'm almost afraid to guess.
Oh.
Let's see now. Pole vaulting?
No.
Motorcycle hill climbing?
No.
Skywriting?
Oh, no, you're way off.
Well, I'll have to think of something a little more sensible.
But this is very sensible.
Chickasaw Indian tap dancing.
Oh, Liz, really, a Chickasaw Indian tap dancing. Oh, I wonder if they teach that at Arthur Murray's.
Now, we're not talking about Arthur Murray. What's your surprise?
Well, you'd better sit down.
I don't need to sit down. What is it?
I'm going to get married. I see you decided to sit down.
I always do when my knees buckle.
You seem so surprised, dear. I suppose you thought that I was too old to get a husband.
I thought no such thing. You're very beautiful.
Oh, I do have a few wrinkles, though. Of course, just on the outside.
That's right, Mother. And they're just happy little crow's feet.
Oh, I know you're going to love your new father, Liz.
Well, tell me all about him. Who is he? Where'd you meet him? What's he like?
Well, his name is Daniel Carson, and I met him in Houston. Oh, he's a real Texan, Liz. He's just like Gary Cooper. Not quite that tall, of course, and a little older, and he wears bifocals.
Oh, but he's just like Gary Cooper.
Well, they're both men.
Well, he sounds grand, darling. How'd you meet him?
I was walking past the theater, and as he rushed up to buy his ticket, he knocked me down. He was in quite a hurry. It was a Randolph Scott picture.
He really did sweep you off your feet.
Skinned both my elbows. He apologized, and he asked me to see the picture with him. But, of course,
Young girl couldn't accept an invitation from a man she didn't know.
Of course not.
But I'm not a young girl, so I accept it.
Mother. Do you suppose this man could be after your money? Not that you aren't beautiful.
Oh, no, dear. He's quite wealthy himself. He owns several oil fields. Oh, he has a huge ranch, factories, and... oh, dear.
What's wrong, Mother?
You don't suppose I'm after his money, do you?
Let's see now. You were in Houston last April. Have you been engaged all this time without telling us?
Oh, no, dear. Dan and I have been corresponding, and it just happened. He asked me in his last letter.
What'd he say?
Dan isn't a man of many words, dear. Well, here's his letter. You read it.
My dear Louise, howdy. Love, Dan. P.S. Will you marry me?
Oh, I've read it over and over again. I almost know it by heart. You know, he's coming in on the 5 o'clock train, Liz. And I've made all the arrangements for the church.
Now, just a minute, Mother. Before you go any further, I think we'd better have a little talk.
A talk? Well, what about, dear?
Well, Mother, you're getting married, and I think there are a few things that you should know.
Oh, Liz, dear, Liz. Don't you remember 10 years ago when you were going to get married? Didn't I take you into the parlor for a little talk?
Yes.
Well, I haven't forgotten any of the things you told me. Dear, I thought little Susan Palmer could be the flower girl, and maybe George could be the best man.
Oh.
Why, Liz, dear, what's wrong?
I'm just so happy for you.
Well, then why are you crying?
Well, you cried when I married George.
Well, that was different, dear.
Oh, Mother. My little mother.
Oh, Liz, darling, please don't cry.
Oh, Mother, I can't help it. You'll understand someday when you have one of your own.
Liz.
In here, George.
Oh, hello, honey.
Kiss. Come on, give me a kiss. Kiss. I want a kiss. Give me a kiss. What's the matter?
I never board a train when it's moving.
Well, it's standing in the station now, ready for refiring.
Nut. Okay, conductor?
Steam's way up.
Careful you don't burst your boiler.
When there's any danger, the whistle blows. Kiss me again. Watch out, George.
Can I carry your bags, ma'am?
Oh, George, wait till I tell you about Mother's secret.
Yeah, what is it?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Liz.
George, a secret's only a secret if it's kept a secret. You know about the whispering grass. The grass told it to the trees, and the trees told it to the breeze. You understand, George?
Yes, very clear. Your mother's been out in the grass whispering to trees.
Just forget about it, darling. You'll find out. Better get dressed for dinner.
Won't tell me, huh?
All
right. You have your secrets. I have mine. I just thought of something. Oh, what are you laughing about?
Nothing, but if you're going crazy, I want to go with you.
I'm not going crazy, Liz. I was just thinking about the time I took Myra Ponsonby on the hayride. You've always wanted to hear what happened.
You're not going to get me to tell you Mother's secret that way.
No, of course not. Forget it, dear.
You think you're pretty sly. Who cares what happened when you went on the hayride with Myra? What could happen on a hayride? You're just trying to arouse my curiosity, but it won't work. I've gone on hayrides, lots of hayrides. They were all in the spirit of good fun. We'd go down some dark, lonely country road, stop the wagon. Some of the couples would go blackberry picking. We'd just sit there in the hay and... George, Kuga, what happened on that hayride?
It's a secret. Remember? The grass?
The heck with the grass. What about the hay?
Now, you tell me your secret, and I'll tell you my secret.
All right, Mother's getting married. Now, George, what happened?
I bit the stem off my pipe. Your mother's what?
Getting married. Now, what happened on the hayride?
Oh, Jimmy Paterno dropped his cigar, and we had a weenie bake instead. Now, Liz, now what's this business about your mother getting married?
Well, we're going to meet her fiancé tonight. Mother met him in April. They've been corresponding, and in his last letter, he proposed.
Where'd your mother meet him?
In Houston, in front of a theater.
You mean he picked her up?
He knocked her down first. Now hurry and get dressed, George. We want to look nice when we meet him.
All right, but I wish your mother had consulted me first. I might have refused his proposal.
I should hope so. You're already married. Mother, sit down and relax.
I can't, Liz. Dan will be here any minute.
Now, you've got to calm down, Mrs. Elliott.
Yes.
I remember how nervous I was when Liz and I got married, but I had a simple formula for overcoming it.
What was it?
He fainted.
I didn't faint. I just relaxed. All of a sudden.
I'm so nervous. I haven't been this upset since the day my scales were broken, and I thought I'd gained 200 pounds.
There's your man, Mrs. Elliott.
Now, don't all of you stare at me. I'll let him in.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Dan. Will you come in?
Reckon I will.
Are you embarrassed, Dan?
Nope. Well, reckon I'll be going now.
Dan, you just arrived.
Well, just don't know what to say, Louise. I ain't a man of many words. Had me a long-winded speech wrote down on the back of a cigarette paper. Forgot and smoked it.
Well.
Yeah.
Mother.
Oh, Liz, dear, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we kind of forgot our manners, Louise, standing here chattering like a couple of blue jays.
Yes. Dan, this is my daughter, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mr. Carson.
Even prettier than the picture your mama sent me.
Mother sent you my picture?
Yep. Laying on a blanket, taking your bottle.
Well, I've changed quite a bit since then.
Yeah. You're a lot longer now. Got a little more hair, too.
Well, when I was a baby, I used to wear my hair very close to my head, under the skin.
I'm George Kuga, Liz's husband. How do you do, Mr. Carson?
Well, hiya, George. Say, I like the way you shake hands, real tight, like you mean it.
Oh, you have quite a grip yourself.
Yeah, I hate wishy-washy shakes. Like to feel a friendship there. Ain't never forgot Herb Jackson, the friendliest feller I ever met. Broke 7 bones in my hand.
We'll be having dinner in a moment, Dan. Would you care to go upstairs and wash?
No. Took care of it before I left Houston.
Well, I'd better wash. I've never been to Houston.
I got a little surprise for you, Louise.
Oh, a surprise, Dan. Well, what is it?
Oh, it's coming later. Yeah, I guess I'm ready for Chuck now.
Chuck, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, that's what we call dinner in Texas, Lizzie.
What about late at night when you go down to the icebox and sneak a snack? What do you call that?
Snuff.
Enjoy your dinner, Mr. Carson?
Oh, I reckon it did, George. It's mighty fine grub.
Grub? What's grub?
Chuck.
I'm waiting for that surprise, Dan.
Well, it ought to be here in a little while, Louise.
Mr. Carson, I understand you have some oil property in Texas.
Yeah. It was originally my granddaddy's. He got it from some Indians. Swapped them for it.
Swapped them for oil property? What did he give them? Colored beads, bits of cloth, fire water?
No, $650,000.
Did you ever meet an Indian, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, Lizzie. Sorry I did, too.
Oh, did you have trouble with him?
Kinda.
Did you kill him?
Nope.
Did you hurt him?
Kinda.
With a gun?
Nope. Backed over him in a gas station.
Mr. Carson, I understand along with your oil properties, you have quite a ranch, too.
Oh, yeah. Got me a nice big ranch. Ain't it, Louise?
It's really tremendous.
What do you call your ranch, Mr. Carson?
Dallas.
What about my surprise, Dad?
Well, it ought to be here any minute, Louise. Let's see. Well, this is sure going to be a fine wedding. A pretty bride.
And you'll be a rather handsome groom yourself, Dan.
Well, I went to a lot of trouble for the ceremony. Spent all day yesterday at the chiropractor's having my legs straightened out.
You should have kept your pants on. They're still bow-legged.
Tell me, do you have a horse, Mr. Carson?
Oh, now there's something that I like to talk about. You bet I got me a horse. His name is Shotgun.
Shotgun? Do you feed him or load him?
Oh, he's a good old horse. Had him for 18 years. Showing his age a little. Graying around the tail.
Oh, now that's nice. I think a gray tail makes a horse look distinguished.
As I always say, an old horse is just as good as a new horse.
I've never heard you say that, George.
Well, you've never been around while I was talking to an old horse.
Why don't we all go out on the porch?
Oh, I reckon that's your surprise now, Louise. Excuse me.
Oh, what do you suppose that silly boy's gotten me?
Mother, you're holding that third finger out too conspicuously.
Well, here's your surprise, Louise. Come on in, Slim.
Greetings from Texas, everybody. Gee, ho.
Slim's my old saddle buddy, Louise. He's gonna be our best man.
Oh?
Dan, you old hornswoggle son of a rattlesnake.
Slim, you old saddle-sore mule buster.
You old leather-eating coyote.
You old thieving noose dodger.
You old horn-toad.
You old siffy cat.
You old prairie dog.
You old...
You...
Dan, he's going to be our best man?
Yeah, some surprise, huh, Lou? Slim, this year is Louise.
So that's her. Well, doggone. Twang my banjo, bust my britches, doggone. Gull dern, ding dong darn. Dan.
Slim says he likes your figure, Lou.
Oh, Mother's always had nice gall derns.
Oh. Here's a little gall dern something I brung you, Miss Lou. For when you and old Ding Dong Dan set up gall dern housekeeping. Doggone.
Thank you. Towels. How nice. Aren't they, Liz?
Oh, yes. Look, George. A set. Hers and his'n.
I'll be right back, Liz. I think we're going to need some smelling salts.
I heard that. If you don't like my vapor, just open some windows. Doggone, Dan. Who's the strawberry roll?
Oh, this is my daughter, Lizzie.
God darn it, she's pretty. A ding-dong redhead, too. Makes me want to kick off my boots and jump smack dab barefoot into a doggone tub of sow belly. Bust my britches. Bust my britches.
Bend over.
Doggone, Dan, I just can't wait no longer. I got a gall darn surprise for you outside. Music for your wedding.
Music, Dan?
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, I mean, just a doggone minute.
Oh, Slim, you brought the sons of the singing sagebrush.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take that sunshine away.
Whoa!
Howdy, Clam.
Dan, what did Slim say about music for our wedding?
Oh, I know they ain't the best, Miss Lou, but Spade Cooley weren't available.
Oh, there ain't no finer music in the sons of the singing sagebrush.
Sing some of that there wedding music for 'em, sons.
I'm ahead for the last roundup.
Oh, horse.
Make up your mind.
Gentlemen. Ben. Son.
Mr. Carson, have you ever thought that Mrs. Elliott may have other plans for the music at her wedding?
Lou? Why, Lou is loco about the sons, ain't you, Lou?
Well, Dan, they were all right when we went to the barn dance in San Antone, but I had planned on other music for the wedding, and I more or less thought that George could be the best man.
Oh, I'm being the best man. Who's George?
I'm George.
Now, look at here, George.
Shoot him, Slim.
George is going to be the best man, aren't you, George?
I say I'm going to be the best man. What do you say, George?
Well, Liz, I think Slim really has his heart set on it.
Is this going to be a wedding, or is this going to be a wedding?
That's a very good question.
Well, let me hear some more of that wedding music, son.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I will take our love together to some sky.
Wahoo! Son! Oh, shut up!
Shoot him, Slim! Shotgun sure would love this.
George, where are those smelling salts?
How's your mother, dear?
Doctor says she'll be all right. All she needs is quiet.
Fine. I got a room in town for the surging sons of the screaming sage.
Did they mind leaving?
Yes, I think they were a little hurt. As they walked away, they were singing something called I Don't Think They Like Us Here and I Wish We Were Back in Texas Blues.
Poor mother. The way she tried to smile when Slim brought in that box of dirt so their marriage could be held on Texas soil.
I can see the write-up of the wedding in the paper. To the soft strains of Beat My Desert Doggie 8 to the Bar, Louise Elliott and Daniel Carson were married. On the altar, campfires blazed brightly.
And the highlight of the affair was when the bride threw her bouquet of cactus and pinned 3 flower girls to the parson.
I won't let your mother go through with it, Liz.
Well, Mother confided in me, George. She doesn't want to go through with it.
She doesn't?
No. But unless Mr. Carson leaves, she'll have to marry him.
Oh, fine. Well, what could possibly make Mr. Carson leave? Who is it?
It's me. It's Dan.
Well, speak of the Carson.
Hello, Liz. George.
Why, Mr. Carson, you look so sad.
Well, I can't help it, Lizzie. It's a terrible thing that's happened. Terrible thing.
Oh, Mother's going to be all right, Mr. Carson. Don't worry.
It ain't your mother. Shotgun's down with a hoof and mouth disease.
Shotgun? You're more worried about your horse than Mrs. Elliott?
Well, I reckon I'd be pretty worried about her, too, if she had hoof and mouth disease. Poor old Shotgun. I just got a phone call about him from a Western Union office. I got to go to Shotgun.
You aren't leaving?
Yeah, reckon so. But I'll always remember Louise. I'm gonna keep the picture I got of her. And I'd be obliged if she'd keep my box of dirt.
Well, I'm sure she will, Mr. Carson.
Well, goodbye, Liz. Bye, George.
Goodbye, Mr. Carson. Don't bother to shake. I'll just slam the door on my hand.
Goodbye, and I hope Shotgun gets his hoof out of his mouth.
Liz, he's gone.
And Mother has a box of dirt.
What'll she do with it?
Oh, it'll make nice Christmas presents for people who don't have dirt.
Darling, he's gone, but let's not make light of it. He was a nice old guy.
Yeah.
You don't have anything against him, do you?
Why, certainly not, George.
I hope his horse will be all right.
It'd be a shame if Shotgun popped off before he got back.
Liz, I can't get over the coincidence of this thing. Here we're sitting in our room, and you're saying how nice it would be if Mr. Carson left. Mm-hmm. In walks Mr. Carson. Had a phone call from Western Union, and he's leaving.
Positively amazing.
Well, I guess we can go break the news to your mother.
She already knows about it.
What?
I made the phone call from her room.
Liz.
Want to send a telegram?
No, dear. I can't sleep.
Why not?
I keep lying here waiting for you to say, George, are you asleep?
Do you love me, George?
Madly.
Would you swim oceans to be at my side?
I'd swim oceans to be at your side.
Would you climb mountains to be at my side?
I'd climb mountains to be at your side.
Would you get up and get me a glass of water?
No.
Why not?
I'm pooped from climbing those mountains and swimming those oceans.
Please get me a glass of water, George.
All right. What smells so good?
I left the top off my taboo.
I thought it was night blooming jasmine.
Why does jasmine only bloom at night?
Oh, they have a very strong union.
I love you, George.
I love you, too.
Remember, I want cold water. That's the left faucet.
Yes, Liz, the left faucet.
Oh, George, I changed my mind. I'd like a Coke instead.
Okay. Which faucet is the Coke?
Oh, never mind. You'd have to go downstairs. I don't want you to leave me. I'll take water.
Here you are, darling.
Thanks, little cuddle puddle.
You're welcome, little drip. Good night, honey.
Good night, dear.
What's the matter, Liz? You got a feather leak in your pillow?
No. I was just thinking that I'm pretty clever. Today I figured out a way to make someone not marry someone. And if I wanted to, I could scheme a way to make someone marry someone.
You really think you could?
Mm-hmm. I did it once.
You schemed a way to make someone marry someone?
Yes.
Who?
Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Kugat, the record of a happy marriage. Well, as we look in on the Kugats this morning, the scene is familiar. Breakfast is being served in its usual manner. Liz and George are seated in their usual places. And the only sounds to be heard are the tick of the automatic toaster and the soft, cozy snap of George's cereal. But wait a minute. Can't you smell something burning? Is it the toast? Or the bacon? Or... Oh, I see. It's Liz doing a slow burn at George. Because, as usual, he has his nose buried in the morning paper.
George, pay some attention to me.
All right, Liz. Your hair is thinning out.
Put down that paper.
Why?
That's not my head you're patting. It's a cantaloupe.
Oh.
You're always so businesslike in the morning. Why don't we ever have the kind of breakfast we had when we were first married? Remember those?
I certainly do.
What do you remember most?
The burned toast and the lumpy cereal.
Now, George, I tried to be a good cook.
Yes, you did. You tried everything. You know, it was very smart of you to butter the toast with unguentine so it wouldn't burn.
All right. Maybe when we were first married, I couldn't cook. But you weren't handy around the house either. You couldn't even fix the lock on the bathroom door.
Oh, Liz, that was 10 years ago. Do you still remember that?
Yes, every time I climbed through the window.
I'm ready to call a truce.
And how about the time you rewired the house?
Oh, now don't bring that up.
For 2 weeks, when you pushed the doorbell, the lights went on in the attic.
Now, Liz.
I ran upstairs so many times I felt like a lighthouse keeper.
Yes, I said truce. Now, how about a big early morning kiss?
There's nothing I'd rather do.
Come close to me.
Close enough?
No, real close.
How's this?
Swell. Now put your arms around me.
Oh, George.
Now scratch my back.
George Kuga, if you don't kiss me right now, I'll come to breakfast tomorrow morning in curlers and a mud pack. I thought that would do it.
Ah. Liz, don't be silly. I'd kiss you anytime, anywhere, any place. What are you giggling about?
How about 3 o'clock in the YWCA steam room?
It's a date.
George, you know, maybe you shouldn't kiss me in front of the windows. The neighbors might see us.
Who? The Chamberlains aren't home, and old General Timberlake is too nearsighted to see anything this far away.
Not when he uses binoculars.
General Timberlake. What a character.
Oh, George, the general's just eccentric. He's a dear old man.
Yeah, you didn't call him a dear old man the day you were having a garden party and he turned on the sprinklers.
I don't care. I think he's sweet.
I suppose he was sweet the day Katie was airing my raccoon coat and he shot it full of holes because he thought it was a bear.
Well, he explained he didn't have on his glasses.
Well, even without his glasses, how could he think a bear would have a Yale pennant in his pocket?
Oh, now, dear, don't be so hard on him. You know, I've been worried about the general lately. He used to take long walks every day, and he hasn't been out of the house all week. I think I'll go over and visit him.
You're really asking for it. He'll bore you to death with those stories of battles he claims he was in.
Well, how do you know? Some of them may be true. Anyway, I think I'll go see if anything's wrong.
Oh, that sounds like Corey Cartwright's horn. Well, I guess it's time to leave for the bank.
George, every time Corey drives you to the bank in that car, I worry.
Why?
Because that car is built for parking, not driving. It has reclining seats, indirect lighting, hot and cold running chorus girls. That isn't a car, it's a nightclub.
Well, Corey does a lot of his entertaining there.
Oh, he thinks he's such a Casanova.
Oh, Corey's a lot of fun.
Good morning, George and Liz.
Good morning.
Care for a lollipop, anybody?
Where did you get a lollipop?
I had a friend out for a date last night, and she left it in the car.
Corey, it's about time you went out with older girls.
Oh, I do, Liz. I finally met the girl. I'm really in love. Her name is Daphne McCormick. Here's a picture of her.
Not bad.
George, I told you not to read at breakfast.
Isn't she a ravishing creature, though? Look at those lines, that color, the modern design, and all those extras, too.
Terrific, huh?
Terrific. She's the reason Good Sam turned bad.
Hey, it's time we left for the bank. Oh, honey, were you serious about going to see General Timberlake?
Yes, I feel sorry for him.
Well, all right, but I hope you don't regret it. Remember, the last time you went over, you forgot to salute, and he threw you in the guardhouse.
Well, if I'm not back in 2 days, send me a cake with a file in it.
I'm over here by the hydrangea bush.
Oh, hello. How are you today, General?
Attention!
Oh, sorry. I forgot to salute.
Annie, pull up a knapsack and take a load off your caisson.
Thank you, General. How have you been feeling?
Oh, fine, thank you, Mrs. Kuga. Fine, yeah. Ain't felt so good since the Battle of Bull Run. No, there was a fracas. I was the youngest officer there.
General, you were in the Battle of Bull Run. That was 80 years ago, and you were only a baby.
Yes, I was the youngest officer there.
General, are those some new medals you're wearing? I don't believe I've ever seen that big gold one with the red, white, and blue lettering.
Oh, that one. Well, that's a special medal commemorating one of the greatest events in our country's history.
Let me read the inscription.
Well,
Jubilee Sale, Sears and Roebuck.
No, there was a fracas.
We've been worried about you, General. You haven't been taking your daily walks. Your leg isn't bothering you again, is it?
Oh, no, Miss Cook. It only bothers me on the anniversary of the day I was wounded.
Oh.
I was surrounded by a howling mob of enemy. They charged me from every side, but I stood them all off single-handed.
What battle was that?
Jubilee Sale at Sears and Roebuck.
Oh, General. I've really been concerned. I haven't seen you around for a couple of days. Is anything wrong?
Oh, well, now that you mention it, there is, Miss Kugat. I've been sort of keeping company, with Winifred Higgins, the librarian, and... Well, now we had a quarrel, because, I did a terrible thing, and Miss Higgins never forgive me.
Well, what did you do?
I kept a 14-day book 15 days.
Oh, that's too bad. You used to go to the library every night to study history, didn't you?
Well, now, frankly, Miss Kugat, I wasn't studying history so much as I was studying Higgins.
I know Miss Higgins. She's that gray-haired librarian, isn't she?
Yeah. Don't let that gray hair fool you, though. She may be an old edition, but she's still got a beautiful table of contents.
Libraries are such romantic places.
Yeah. Well... That's all over for me now.
Oh, now, General, Miss Higgins won't stay mad if you go to her and apologize.
No, I tried that, but didn't work. I'm a lonesome man, Miss Kugat. I ain't got nobody to talk to about my battles. Reckon how I'm just an old soldier's just been left behind.
General, you can talk to me if you like.
Again?
Any time at all.
Well, how about this afternoon?
Oh, well, that's fine.
Well, sound the trumpets. Sound the trumpets. I'll be right over after chow.
All right. See you later, General.
Miss Kuga?
Yes, General?
You may go to your quarters.
Oh, aye, sir. You better practice your salute, Katie. The General's coming over.
Oh, it won't matter if I salute him or not, Mrs. Kugat. He never remembers who I am anyway. Oh, the other day I was sitting in the upstairs window mending Mr. Kugat's striped pajamas, and he hollered, "Well, Barbara Fritchie."
What did you say?
I hollered back, "Shoot if you must, this old gray head, but spare Mr. Kugat's pajama bottoms."
Next time I'll buy George's pajamas with 13 stars in the seat.
Oh, the General's kind of cute. He reminds me of my first husband. Clarence was a fighter. He took part in hundreds of battles.
Oh, with Pershing?
No, with me.
Oh. Now, Katie, was he really a military man?
Well, he was wounded in combat. The enemy caught him sneaking through the lines late one night and ambushed him from behind.
What happened?
The enemy hit him with a rolling pin.
I'll get it, Katie. It's probably the General. Oh, hello, General. Come in, won't you? Yes, sir. Salute him, Katie, or he won't come in.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Annie.
I'll be out in the kitchen doing KP.
You care for some tea, General?
Tea? Oh, no, thank you, ma'am. Never drink tea. Always reminds me of the Boston Tea Party. Now there was a fracas. The
General.
whole bay was filled with tea. British sailors was firing over our heads. The guns was blazing. The air was black with smoke. Well, sir, with my trusty Bowie knife, I slipped over the side of an old fall rigger down to the keel.
General, just a minute. Now, the Boston Tea Party was 175 years ago. Now, don't tell me you were there.
No. But it sure makes a colorful story, don't it?
General, what would you like to do this afternoon?
Well, now, I thought we'd relive some of our American history. We'll recreate some of the big battles of the past. Now, the sofa there can be the fort.
General, couldn't we do something else a little quieter?
Well, all right, Miss Kuga, all right. I guess we could play checkers or something.
Well, that's all right, General. I promised. This is your afternoon. We'll do whatever you want.
Good. Then let's begin by charging San Juan Hill. Miss Kuga, get yourself a big stick and glue on the mustache. You're going to be Teddy Roosevelt. Now, Miss Kuga, this chair is General Lee, and I'm General Sherman.
What am I going to be?
You're the outskirts of Atlanta.
This ought to be fun. What do? Get a match and set me on fire?
No, Miss Kuga. You see, I use this umbrella here as my saber, and I charge past you like this. What was that?
You caught your saber in the outskirts, and now there's a big hole in the south side of Atlanta. Oh, General, don't you think we fought enough battles today?
Why, Miss Kuga, we're just beginning to take Bunker Hill.
But my troop is starting to droop.
Well, we can't lag back now. You're in command on the north side, I'm in command on the south side, and the lamp is Bunker Hill. Now I'm going to make a frontal attack. Charge! Well, I'm sorry, Miss Kuga.
But what happened, Mrs. Cougat?
Why, just standing there staring at the lamp.
Mrs. Cougat, say something.
So long, Bunker Hill.
You having a lot of fun, Miss Kuga?
Oh, yes. I haven't had so much fun since I got caught in a folding bed.
Well, now, sir, what battle should we do now?
Say, General, I just had a good idea. Why don't we do the ride of Paul Revere?
Ride of Paul Revere?
Yes, now there was a fracas. General, you be Paul Revere.
All right, I will.
And Katie,
Oh, no. I didn't mind when he tied a message around my leg and made me a carrier pigeon. But I'm not going to get down on all fours and be Paul Revere's horse.
No, you're the Old North Church. But before you give the signal, open the front door. Paul's going to take a long ride.
Yes, ma'am, I get it.
Go ahead, North Church. Give the signal.
Paul, the British are coming.
Yeah, the redcoats are coming. War in the countryside. Start riding, Paul. The British are coming.
Well, here we go. To arms! The redcoats are coming in! Charge!
General, that's the hall closet.
Sorry. Look, wake up! The British are coming! Charge!
He's gone.
Oh, it's too bad you had to do that,
I can't help it, Katie. He was wearing me out. If he comes back, tell him Molly Pitcher deserted.
Anybody home? Liz?
Oh, good evening, George.
Honey, what's the matter?
The General was here all afternoon.
Oh.
I've been fighting battles all day, and I'm so tired I can barely move my rear echelon.
Oh, what did he do? Draft you?
I tried to get rid of him once, but all he did was ride around the block and bivouac in the cellar.
Liz, you're exaggerating. Now, where's Katie?
Oh, you mean Pocahontas? She's upstairs, lying down.
Oh. What happened to her?
General Timberlake insisted she smoke a peace pipe with him, and now Pocahontas heap sick Indian.
Well, I warned you about him.
I know. It was a rugged day, but I'm still glad I did it. It cheered him up. He was lonesome because he'd had a fight with his girlfriend, Miss Higgins.
My poor little tired papoose.
George, how about giving the city of Atlanta a kiss?
All right.
Gee, that was more like the whole state of Georgia. Kiss me again. Let's make this Alabama, Tennessee, and Virginia.
Okay.
Wow, the solid South.
Come on, sit on my lap, Scarlett O'Hara.
All right. Hey, how do you happen to kiss so good?
Oh, it's your inspiration. You're enough to make Mason throw away his Dixon.
Hold me tight, George.
How's this?
Tighter, tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go ahead, George. Pretend I'm a sack of walnuts and crack my shells.
Look, Nutty, move over a minute. You're crushing my carnation.
George, you know, sometimes when I'm with you, I get the strangest ringing in my ears. There it is again.
No, honey, that's the phone.
Oh. Hello? Oh, yeah, yes, General. Yes. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. You see, well, General, it's just that, well, if you put it that way, General, all right. Goodbye.
Well, Liz?
That was my commanding officer. We march at dawn.
What do you mean?
We're going to spend tomorrow at the museum, and we're taking somebody along with us.
I pity the poor devil who's going with you.
So do I. It's you.
Oh, no. I'm not going, and that's final.
But, George, he wants you to go so much, and I promised you would.
I'm sorry, Liz. I'm not going.
George, he gave us a choice. If we don't go to the museum, he's coming over to reenact the burning of Rome, and he wants you to be Nero.
I surrender. What time does the museum open?
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, of Liz and George, and especially Liz, who made a gesture of friendship to their next-door neighbor, the General. A gesture that was a signal for a full-scale invasion. Well, the General is not only anxious to be friends, he seems to want to form a permanent military alliance. Well, Saturday morning, the General, Captain George, and Lieutenant Liz made an inspection tour of the museum. Well, Saturday afternoon, they all had target practice in the backyard. And now the captain and his first lieutenant are back in their own camp discussing strategy.
Where's the General now, Liz?
He went home to get cleaned up, but he's coming back in half an hour, so you better fill the bathtub with ice cubes.
Fill the bathtub with ice cubes? Why?
He's going to demonstrate how Washington crossed the Delaware.
Oh, Liz, I can't stand much more of this Army life.
Neither can I. On the last march around the museum, my feet felt like 2 blisters with shoes.
Well, I've had enough. Oh, he's a nice old guy, but when he asked me to climb inside the barrel of that cannon, that was the last straw.
He just wanted you to see if the powder was dry.
Yeah, well, if it had been, when he lit that fuse, I'd have been real gone.
George, I've got an idea. There's only one way to get rid of the General. We'll patch things up with Winifred Higgins.
How?
Well, they say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. We'll have them both over for dinner.
Yeah, I think you've got something there. Give them 1 ear of corn between them, and they're bound to get together.
George, this is a terrible flop. The General and Miss Higgins aren't even speaking to each other. What'll we do?
Well, keep trying, honey. Maybe they'll break down.
All right, but help me, will you?
Okay. Oh, that was a delicious dinner, dear.
Thank you, George.
Yes, that was a wonderful dinner, Mrs. Kuga.
Thank you, Miss Higgins.
Yes, sir, that was a real good mess, Sergeant.
Well, this is nice. All of us being here together, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Miss Higgins?
Yes?
How's everything at the library?
Yes, Miss Higgins. How is everything at the library?
Oh, fine.
That's nice. People still reading as much as ever, I suppose?
Yes, they are.
That's nice. Help me, George.
All right. Miss Higgins,
Yes, Mr. Kuga?
read any good books lately?
Say, Miss Kuga, did I ever tell you about the War of 1812?
Yes, you did.
Say, Mr. Kuga, did I ever tell you about the War of 1812?
Yes, you did.
Say...
Yes, you did.
General, there's a moon out tonight, and there's a swing on the porch. Isn't there somebody you'd like to take out there?
Well, no. Yes, there is.
Well, then.
But what'll Mr. Kugat and Miss Higgins do whilst we're gone?
General, I meant Miss Higgins.
Oh, no, Miss Kugat. I'd much rather talk to you.
Oh, please, General.
You remember the fun we had yesterday when I charged and ripped your skirt?
Well, please, General.
And then we knocked over Bunker Hill and spent an hour together in the dark.
Well.
General, the next thing you'll be telling them how we took Fort Sumter and got locked in the closet.
Well.
Now, wait a minute, please. George, say something.
Hi, Liz.
Mrs. Kugat, it's very sweet of you trying to patch things up with a certain party who mutilates books in the public library. But I just don't want to patch things up with a certain party who always has to eat and read at the same time.
Well, I like to eat whilst I'm reading.
Yes, but how does it look when you open a history book and find the pilgrim setting foot on a piece of salami?
Now, Miss Higgins...
And the other day, a little boy wanted to know why the Constitution was written on a fried egg. Imagine leaving food in a book.
Leave it. I put it there. Them was bookmarks. Learn yourself.
George, you'd better say something.
Read any good salami lately?
General, you know perfectly well you want to be friends with Miss Higgins again.
No, I don't. I don't need Miss Higgins now that I found you. You're my new aide-de-camp. You can bring your duffel bag to my headquarters any day.
General, please. You don't understand. My duffel belongs to George.
I don't care, Mr. I don't care. You may be assigned to another battalion, but I can get you transferred for active duty.
Mrs. Kugat, if you don't mind, I think I'll go home. Thank you for the dinner. Thanks for everything. Oh, I've had a wonderful time.
Now, General, aren't you ashamed of yourself? You've made her cry.
Well, didn't expect her to do that.
I tried to get you two together, and what do? You ruin it.
Now, Liz, it isn't all the General's fault. Don't forget it was your idea.
Well, I might have known this would happen. Just when the battle's going against me, my own captain looks me in the face and shoots me in the back.
Liz, you can smile now. The General's gone.
Oh, George, when it comes to messing things up, I can outmess anybody in the whole world.
Well, you only get in these messes because you're so generous and try to help people out.
Oh, George, now the General wants me for his aide-de-camp.
Oh, honey, the General's unpredictable. He probably won't visit us again for days.
You think so?
I know so.
Attention!
George, salute with both hands. I can't get up.
As you were. Just came over to thank you for your courageous and unselfish service to a comrade in arms.
General, the only comrade in my arms is going to be George Kugat.
It's in our contract.
Well, now, Miss Kugat, don't you worry about me. Miss Higgins and I finally made up. Yeah, we're as close as Kaiser and Fraser.
Miss Higgins isn't mad at you anymore.
No. She was waiting for me by the hydrangea bush. And she said I could take books out just so long I kept mustard off my bookmarks.
Oh, that's wonderful.
The end of a perfect day.
Yeah. Of course, now there's just one thing that kind of worries me.
What's that?
Miss Kugat, I was using my charms on you for selfish reasons, and if it turns your head, I'm sorry. I was just trying to make Miss Higgins jealous.
Why, General.
General, you're kind of a wolf.
Yeah. With my hair, I'm more of a silver fox, don't you think? Guess I better be getting back to the library. But, say, before I go, did I ever tell you about the Spanish-American War? Now, there was a fracas. We was down at the Philippines, see, and was hot as Billy, but...
General. Huh? Now, come on, confess. You weren't really in the Spanish-American War, were you?
Well, you know something, Miss Kuga? I really was. Goodbye!
I never want to live through 2 days like this again.
It was kind of hectic, wasn't it?
It reminds me of our honeymoon.
Our honeymoon? Now, there was a fracas.
Asleep, George?
No.
Thinking of something?
Yes.
What?
Sleeping.
George, it's stuffy in here. One of us forgot to open the window.
Yeah. One of us forgot to open the window.
One of us ought to get up and do it.
Yeah. One of us ought to get up and do it.
Well, somebody's got to do it. What are you waiting for?
A burglar.
Oh, George, please.
All right. Now, the window's stuck. I can't raise it.
That's funny.
There is a burglar.
Oh.
He's looking in the window and he's wearing striped pajamas.
George, you're trying to raise the mirror.
I thought he was a pretty good-looking burglar.
Oh, come back over here and kiss me.
Okay. But I kissed you last night and got my ear caught in a curler.
I'm not wearing curlers tonight.
What are you wearing?
Pajamas. They're warmer.
Well, here's your good night kiss.
Oh, George, I'm lucky to be married to you.
Why?
Because if I weren't, I'd get in a lot of trouble sneaking over here every night for a kiss. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay and sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. 10 years ago, Elizabeth Elliot decided to marry an eligible bachelor. So she picked handsome, man-about-town George Kuga. Because, as Liz put it,
George was the most eligible bachelor eligible.
Well, since their marriage, neither Liz nor George has said much about children. But then, children have never said much about them either. That's because they don't have any. Children, I mean. In fact, the only time it ever came up was when they returned from their honeymoon, and George was showing Liz around their new house.
Wait a minute, George. What's this little bedroom here?
Well, I kind of thought it would look cute and pink and blue with nursery rhymes on the walls. But we can fix it up temporarily as a maid's room.
What do you mean, temporarily as a maid's room?
Well, someday we may want a couple of little ones.
You mean a couple of little maids instead of one big one?
Well, that was, as I say, 10 years ago. So today, Mr. and Mrs. Kugat are still just two people who live together and like it. Lucille Ball is Liz, with Richard Denning as George in My Favorite Husband. It is morning at the Kugat house. Katie, the maid, has gone out to the mailbox to see if the postman left any ads or blotters, and Liz is cooking breakfast, and George is still upstairs dressing. Finally, Liz goes to the foot of the stairs and calls.
George!
Yes, darling?
I've got your breakfast ready. The toast is burned just the way you like it.
Okay, I'll be right down.
Oh, Mrs. Kugat.
Yes, Katie?
Why does Mr. Kugat like burnt toast?
I don't know. He developed a taste for it after we were married.
Good morning, Liz, darling. Morning, Katie.
Morning, Mr. Kugat.
George, aren't you going to kiss me this morning?
On an empty stomach?
Certainly. Give me a kiss.
I'm fresh out.
Oh, come on, George. You must have an old kiss lying around somewhere.
Okay. There. How's that?
That wasn't just lying around. It was dead.
That had all the zip of the old George Kugat.
Well, the old George Kugat better get a new zipper. What are you laughing about, Katie?
I was just thinking about my first husband, Clarence. Now, there was a kisser.
Good?
No, ugly.
Come on, George. Your breakfast is ready.
Oh, so am I. Where's the morning paper, Katie?
George, are you going to bury yourself in that paper again this morning?
Oh, I just want to look at the financial page and see how the stock market is doing.
Oh, here it is, Mr. Kugat.
Oh, thanks, Katie. Let's see now. Amalgamated Copper, Fisk Tires. AT&T is down 2 points. I'd better get some. TP&L is down 1 point. Well, I'd better get some. SFO&P is down 3 points. I'd better get some. What's the matter?
BVD is down 2 cents. You need some.
Liz, you've been looking.
You've been showing. Oh, here's an item about Jane Kendall. I have to get her something, George. She's expecting her baby.
Yeah, baby.
I don't want to have any of that last-minute rushing.
Yeah, rushing.
You know, having a baby must be pretty tough.
Yeah, pretty tough.
George, are you listening to me?
Oh, sure, Liz, every word.
What did I say?
Say? Why, you said those Russians are pretty tough babies. Didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Oh. Tough Russians are pretty babies?
Wrong again.
Pretty Russian babies are tough?
Never mind.
Yugoslav babies?
I said, never mind. If you weren't lost in that financial page, you'd hear what I said.
Well, but Liz, in my business, it's important that I know what's happening in the stock market. I have to keep an eye on the bulls and the bears so that some wolf in sheep's clothing doesn't make me the goat. After all, I work in a bank.
Sounds like the Chicago stockyards. I don't see what's so wonderful about that financial page. It bores me stiff. I haven't the slightest interest in finances.
No, that's because you're not in business, darling. Say, was there any mail this morning?
Katie!
Yes, ma'am?
Was there any mail this morning?
Just the morning mail.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
Is that all? One letter?
That's all, Mr. Kugat. But the people next door got a lot of mail this morning. Shall I go over and borrow some?
Don't bother, Katie. Open the letter, George. It's probably from someone who's on their vacation. All of our friends are out of town.
Let's see now. Who do we know that went to the mountains or the seashore?
It's from Barclay Brothers Department Store.
Oh, it can't be.
Why not?
Well, who do we know that would spend their vacation at a department store?
Nobody. But we do know somebody who would run up a bill there last month of $250, don't we, Liz? Liz?
What's new on the financial page, George?
Liz.
Oh, come on, George. Tell me about the Bears and the Bulls again, George. Will you, George?
Liz, this is serious. You went over your allowance again, didn't you?
Yes, George.
Oh, Liz. What am I going to do with you?
Raise my allowance?
I can't raise your allowance. I didn't get that mortgage deal with that real estate woman in Florida.
Oh.
Old man Atterbury must have found out about it because I didn't get that raise.
Well, tell him you can't raise a wife and children on your salary.
Well, but Liz, Mr. Atterbury knows we don't have any children.
Well, then tell him we're expecting some on the next boat.
Boat from where?
Wherever children come from.
Had a talk with your mother lately, Liz?
Of course.
What did she say?
She gave me a book to read.
You know, what was the name of it?
How to Win Friends and Influence People.
Well, that ought to do the trick. Liz, there's only one sensible thing for us to do.
I knew you'd think of something, George.
We've got to live within our means. Mm-hmm. Stick to our budget.
Wonderful idea. It's not only sensible, it's impossible.
It's really very simple, Liz.
How?
Well, just don't charge things we don't need.
Sounds simple, doesn't it?
Of course.
George, from now on, I promise I won't charge a thing we don't need.
Good.
I'll pay cash for it.
Why, Mrs. Kuga, I didn't know you could knit.
Neither did I, Katie. How do you like it?
Oh, it's adorable. What is it?
Baby booties. They're for Mrs. Kendall.
Do you think they'll fit her?
Katie, Mrs. Kendall is going to have a baby.
Oh, are you going to be there?
No, she's just having the family and a few close doctors.
Mrs. Kugat, wouldn't it be easier for you to buy Mrs. Kendall some baby booties instead of getting all tangled up in that yarn?
Yes, Katie, but I'm trying to help Mr. Kugat save some money. And baby booties cost $5 a pair.
But how much did all this yarn cost?
$10, but that's for 5 balls.
But you won't need 5 balls of yarn to make 1 pair of baby booties.
Well, I'm using the rest to make a sweater to match.
To match the booties?
No, a sweater to match the skirt I picked up for $29.95.
I think it's wonderful of you to help Mr. Kugat save that way.
Well, the only trouble is I had to charge all this stuff. So I think it would be better if we just didn't say anything about it, Katie.
I understand, Mrs. Kugat.
He'll probably laugh when he finds out that I've learned to knit.
Yes, but he'll stop when he finds out how much it costs.
Oh, I better hide this knitting.
Hey, anybody home?
Oh, it's only Corey.
Yes, mankind's gift to womankind.
In the living room, Corey.
Hi, Liz. It's Corey Cartwright, that gay dog.
Throw him a bone, Katie.
Oh, I'm not in the mood for jokes, Liz.
I'll put your hat in the hall, Mr. Cartwright.
What's the matter, Corey?
I met the most beautiful girl at a beautiful party in a beautiful penthouse last night.
Didn't you have fun?
Yes, the beautiful girl and I spent a beautiful evening looking at the beautiful moon.
Sounds beautiful.
Not quite.
Why?
She had an ugly husband.
What was his name?
I don't know. He never did catch me.
What makes you so fickle?
Well, I'm not fickle, Liz. I just can't make up my mind.
Well, sooner or later, the right girl will come along, and then you'll settle down, and she'll be knitting these.
Liz, am I seeing things? Are you knitting baby things?
Yes, baby booties.
Liz, you mean you? Why didn't you tell me?
Well, I didn't know you'd be that interested.
Interested? Of course I'm interested. Congratulations.
Well, thanks.
Well, I had no idea.
Neither did I. In fact, I was just telling Katie I didn't know I could do it myself.
Of course you can, Liz. I think every married woman should.
You do?
Certainly.
Well, what's marriage got to do with it?
But good old George, he hasn't said a word about this, Liz.
Well, good old George doesn't know about it.
I'll bet George... I beg your pardon?
George doesn't know about it, and don't you tell him.
But why? Shouldn't he know?
No, Mr. Atterbury didn't give him his raise, and this wasn't on our budget, so I had to charge it.
Time payments for everything these days. But really, Liz, don't you think you should tell him?
No, he'd only worry about the budget. And besides, if George found out about this, he'd want me to take it back.
Yes, Cartwright. Well, I'm glad you did call me. I had no idea Mrs. Kugat was expecting a bundle of joy. No wonder he's been wanting a raise. Oh, yeah, sure, I agree with you. Yeah, I'll call him into my office right away. Thanks for calling, Cartwright. Goodbye. Well, so young Kugat's finally going to have an addition to the family, eh? Wonderful, wonderful. Miss Johnson, you come into my office.
Mr. Kugat, Mr. Atterbury wants to see you right away.
Uh-oh. Has he heard about the collapse of that Florida deal?
Not that I know of. I didn't tell him.
Okay, I'll go right in. I wonder who told the old man about my failure with that real estate woman. I'll bet that's the reason he didn't give me a raise. Well, after all, it might happen to anybody.
Huh? Oh, George. George, my boy, come in. Sit down.
Thanks.
George, I want to have a talk with you. Shall we say, father to son?
Well, is it about the raise I didn't get?
Yes, sort of. That is, George, I realize that you can't raise children on your salary. Of course, you don't have any children, yeah?
No, but we're expecting some on the next boat.
What?
Oh, nothing. That's just something Liz told me this morning. Look, Mr. Atterbury, I know why you called me in here.
Oh, you do?
Yes, and I just want to say that anybody can make a mistake.
A mistake?
Yes, maybe I tried too hard.
Now, my boy, you know, it isn't as easy as you think.
Then you're not angry?
Angry? Oh, on the contrary, you've got my best wishes, my boy.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Atterbury. You know, that woman had me worried for a while.
I can imagine.
She just didn't like the idea.
Well, women are funny sometimes, you know.
Yeah, she wanted me to do the whole thing by myself.
But, I understood that you both wanted...
Oh, I did. She didn't.
Oh, really?
And don't forget, we were 1,000 miles from each other.
1,000 miles?
Sure, she was in Florida.
Good heavens, now wait a minute. If she was in Florida, then
by telephone. See, the whole thing was arranged over the telephone.
Well, that settles it. George, my boy, I'm not only going to give you that raise, I'm going to pay that telephone bill.
Hello, George.
Hi, Liz. Darling, you're looking at a new man, the brand new 1948 model George Kugat.
How much did you get for the old one?
Plenty. How about a kiss?
Aren't you afraid you'll dent your fenders?
Come on, darling. How about a kiss for your hard-working husband?
Nope, not in the mood.
Since when?
This morning.
I'll bet I can make you kiss me.
I'll bet you can't.
Okay.
Well, don't let me convince you.
All right. Well, first I'll put my arms around you like this.
Mm-hmm.
Now you put your arms around me like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now tilt your chin up. There. Now when I say a word, you say the name of the first fruit you think of.
Mm-hmm.
Ready?
Okay, but I won't kiss you.
Candied.
Orange.
Baked.
Apple.
Stewed.
Prune.
I win. You kissed me.
But you tricked me. That was a dirty, mean, low-down, underhanded trick. Trick me again, George.
You might get to like it.
George Kugat, there's only one word for a man like you.
What is it?
Prune.
Okay, scatterbrain. There.
Prune is a beautiful word, George.
Oh, wonderful word, prune.
I love you.
I love you too, Liz. Guess what happened at the office today?
I don't know. Sit down and tell me all about it.
Well, old man Atterbury called me in and... Hey, Liz, what's this?
What's what?
Well, this knitted stuff behind the chair.
Knitted stuff, George?
Yeah, looks like baby shoes.
Oh, that. Probably dust balls.
Liz, knitted dust balls?
Oh, you may not know it, George, but we had the best-looking dust balls in town.
Well, wait a minute. There's a whole lot of yarn down in here, too. Look, what is it, Liz?
All right, Sherlock, you win. They're baby booties.
Baby booties?
Mm-hmm.
Liz, you mean you?
Didn't think I could do it, did you?
Well, sure, but Liz, darling, this is wonderful.
I thought it was pretty good myself.
Well, gosh, honey, why didn't you tell me?
I was afraid you'd be sore. I charged all that yarn to our account, and I went over our budget again.
Oh, all this yarn to make one pair of baby booties? Oh, what are you going to do with the rest of it?
Why,
Well, what, Liz?
Well, make more baby booties.
More?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good night. How many will you need?
Well, you never can tell, George. It might be triplets.
Triplets? Mm-hmm. Holy cats. I told old man Atterbury we were expecting some on the next boat. I didn't know the fleet was in.
Katie, come quick. Mr. Kugat's fainted.
Well, what happened, Mrs. Kuga?
I don't know. He said something about the fleet's in, then he sank. George, can you hear me? George, this is Liz. This is Liz.
Glad to know you, Liz. I'm George.
Oh, I think he's coming too, Mrs. Kuga.
Yeah, come on, George.
Oh, where am I?
You're in bed.
Oh, good night, Liz.
Come on, George. Sit up. Up, Daisy. That's it.
What happened?
You fainted, Magnolia Blossom.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but Liz, you're the one that should be in bed, not me.
Now, just stay where you are, George. You're as pale as a ghost.
How did I get up here?
Katie and I carried you.
She carried, Mr. Kugat. I dragged. You put on a little weight since the last time we carried you upstairs.
Oh, Liz, you shouldn't be lifting anything heavy now, especially upstairs.
Well, Katie helped.
Who brought me in here?
Katie and I.
Who put me to bed?
Katie and I.
Liz.
What's the matter?
Who put on my pajamas?
That brought the color back to his cheeks, Mrs. Kugat.
Katie went downstairs, George.
Oh.
And I brought back this. Here, Mr. Kugat, take a sip of this brandy. It'll make you feel better.
Are you sure that's brandy, Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
Remember the last time I fainted, you got hold of Mr. Kugat's bottle of Vitalis.
My Vitalis?
It went down all right, but I had to give my stomach a 60-second workout.
Oh, don't worry, ma'am. This is brandy, all right.
You're sure?
Yes, ma'am. Positive.
Oh, darn it, Corey. I haven't been able to do any work all day. Look at the stuff piled up on my desk.
So Liz finally told you about the baby, huh, George?
Well, not exactly, but when I found those baby booties, she could hardly deny it. But she doesn't seem too interested.
That's the way women are, George. You have to be very understanding at a time like this. Why don't you try to draw it out of her? Hint around. Maybe she'll confess.
Well, I tried that already. But she acted like she didn't even know what I was talking about.
Why? What did you say to her?
Oh, I told her I understood that women who were expecting a baby get peculiar desires for food, so Liz said, what kind of food? And I said kiddingly, like ice cream and melted cheese poured over and a dill pickle on the top.
What did Liz say?
Well, she just said, what's peculiar about that?
That sounds like something Liz would say.
I think I'll call her and see how she feels.
Go ahead. You've only called her about 30 times today.
Hello, Katie. How's Mrs. Kugat feeling, Katie? What? The hospital?
What's the matter, George?
Oh, Liz has gone to the hospital.
Already?
Hello, Katie. Which hospital did she go to? Yeah? To phone her there? Well, I'll do better than that. I'll go over there. Goodbye, Katie.
Now keep calm, George. Getting excited won't help any.
Yeah, keep calm. You're right, Corey. Don't get excited. Where's my hospital? Where's my hat?
Now, wait a minute, George. Keep calm. I'll go with you. Now, don't get excited.
Okay. I'm calm. Let's go.
All right, but you can't go that way.
What way?
With the telephone on your head.
Oh.
Thanks a million for coming to the hospital with me, Liz. It was wonderful of you.
Well, you're welcome, Jane, honey. I'm only glad I could do something to help.
You have. Norman was so worried. He's read so many stories in the paper about taxi drivers having to stop on the way to the hospital because the baby arrived ahead of time.
I wonder if they leave the meter running when that happens.
Oh, you make me feel good, Liz, when I probably should be feeling horrible.
Do I, honey?
I guess you're always a little anxious with the first one.
Well, you haven't anything to worry about, Jane. You'll be all right. And when it's all over, you'll realize that this has been a very wonderful experience for you. Something you wouldn't take $1 million for.
Do you think you could stay with me, Liz?
Until the baby arrives? Of course, honey. I wouldn't think of leaving.
Thanks. Norman should be here pretty soon.
What do you want, Jane? A boy or a girl?
Well, I'd sort of like a little girl.
How about Norman?
Oh, he says he just wants a boy or a girl.
Well, I hope he isn't disappointed.
George, are you sure this is the right hospital?
I don't know. Wait here, Corey. I'll ask that nurse at the desk. I beg your pardon, nurse.
Yes?
Do you have babies here?
Yes.
This is the place, Corey.
Okay.
Is there something I can do for you?
No, thanks. My wife's doing it.
Your wife?
Mrs. Kugat. I'm Mr. Kugat. We have the same name.
That's understandable.
Is she here?
Yes, she is, Mr. Kugat. But you can't see her now. She left a message for you.
Oh, what is it?
She said to tell you that she's decided to stay at the hospital until the baby arrives.
Oh. Well, will you give her a message for me?
Certainly.
Just tell her I think that she's made a wise decision.
George, don't you think you should go home and wait until you hear from Liz like the nurse told you?
Oh, of course, Corey, but I have to get this stuff before I go home.
Well, isn't it a little premature?
Of course not. I want to be ready.
But look at all the stuff you bought already. Electric trains, baseball bat, drum and bugle, football helmet, boxing gloves.
Maybe I should get him a football, too.
George, do you realize that a newborn infant can't even stand up, much less play football? Why don't you get it a rattle?
A rattle? Oh, rattles are for kids. My son is going to play right tackle for Princeton.
I hope he's in shape. They play their first game next week.
Now, Corey, let's not be silly about this kid.
No, let's not be that.
Obviously, he can't play right tackle with Princeton next week.
Oh, obviously.
He doesn't know the signals.
George, now, suppose it isn't a boy. Suppose it's a girl.
Girl? Oh, no, it can't be a girl. Liz wouldn't do that to me.
Liz hasn't got anything to say about it.
What do you mean Liz hasn't got anything to say about it? She's its mother.
Yeah, but how can Liz make the child be a boy or a girl?
Well, she has to learn to discipline it sometime.
Hello, Katie.
Oh, Mrs. Kugat. Did Mrs. Kendall have her baby?
Yes, she did. Is Mr. Kugat home?
Yes, ma'am. He and Mr. Cartwright are in the study and acting mighty strange, if you ask me.
Oh, really? I'll go in. Will dinner be ready soon?
Yes, ma'am, in about a half hour.
George! Oh, George! What in the name of... George!
Look out, Corey. Here comes the Eastbound Express. Liz, darling.
Hi, Liz.
Liz, what are you doing home so soon?
What do you mean soon? It's after 7.
Oh, yeah, but what about the baby?
It was born an hour ago.
An hour ago?
Sure.
But how'd you get out of the hospital?
I walked out. How do you think?
Oh, but didn't the doctor say anything to you?
Yes, he said goodbye.
Well, I knew medical science had made progress, but I didn't know it was anything like this.
What about the baby, Liz? What is it?
It's a boy.
A boy. Oh, what did I tell you, Corey? Oh, Liz, who does he look like?
He looks like Norman Kendall.
Yeah, I knew it. Who?
Norman Kendall. Who'd you expect him to look like? You?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did. Well, after all, I am his father.
What? Now listen.
Excuse me, Mrs. Kuga. The hospital just phoned to tell you that it was twins.
Twins? Oh, give me time. I just became the father of a boy.
This one's a girl.
Congratulations, George. Now you're a mother, too.
Oh, Liz, darling, why didn't you tell me Jane and Norman Kendall were expecting a baby?
I told you the other morning at breakfast that you were too busy reading the financial page.
Oh. That reminds me. Where's the evening paper?
I'm sitting on it.
Sitting on it? Why?
Because I want to tell you about Mitzi, and I don't want you to get me mixed up with Mitzi like you did with Jane.
All right. What is it?
Mrs. Jordan says Mitzi is expecting.
Who's Mitzi?
Her Cocker Spaniel. George, are you asleep?
Not yet.
Can I sit on the side of your bed?
Sure.
There. Isn't this cozy?
Mm-hmm.
George, your bed's higher than mine.
Maybe it's because you're sitting on my stomach.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. Is that better?
Much.
George,
Yes, Liz.
I'll bet I can make you kiss me.
I'll bet you can't.
All right. First, I put my arms around you.
Mm-mm. But I won't bite on this. I taught it to you.
Now, tilt your chin up like this. Now, ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, but I won't bite.
Candied orange.
Mm-mm.
Baked apple.
Mm-mm.
Stewed, oh, darn, what is that other word?
Oh, you mean prune? Liz, you tricked me.
Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning.
Oh, Mrs. Kuga. Pardon me, Mrs. Kuga.
What'd you say? Wait a minute, Katie, let get this cotton out of my ears.
Why, Mrs. Kugat, after all these years, haven't you gotten used to Mr. Kugat singing?
No, and I guess I never will. But the neighbors seem to be getting used to it. They haven't sent the police over in a long time.
Remember the time they sent the police?
They thought he was scalding to death.
Yes, and remember the time he was scalding to death and we wondered why we couldn't recognize the tune? Well, I guess he's been in there long enough. Turn the cold water on in the kitchen.
All right. You know, since you discovered that turning on the cold water in the kitchen made the water in the shower turn hot, everything works like clockwork.
It does?
Absolutely. I just put the eggs on the stove, turn on the cold water, and it gets down here just in time for 2 4-minute eggs.
If he ever finds out, he'll murder us. Oh, and speaking of murder, tonight's the night for the Matron's League play. If he discovers I'm playing the lead, you'll be housekeeper for the widower Kugat.
Don't worry, Mrs. Kugat. I have your costume hidden in my closet, and if he happens to see it, I'll say it's mine.
Do you think he might wonder why you would dress up in a medieval costume as Lady Alice?
Oh, I can explain that, all right. But I hope he doesn't ask me why I need that bustle.
Oh, don't be silly, Katie. You have a very nice figure. We all have a little flesh here and there.
Yes, but on me, here runs right into there without stopping.
That's nonsense. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Kugat?
Yes?
This is Mrs. Worthinggill, the director of the Young Matron's League play.
Oh. I never could have guessed who it was.
I trust that you have been practicing your enunciation and your articulation.
Oh, definitely. I have been practicing diligently and regularly.
Good. I am happy to hear that you are speaking with a more natural quality.
Thank you.
The purpose of my call is to tell you about your costume fitting.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian will be at your house at 10 o'clock sharp this morning.
Adrian?
Yes, Adrian La Jolla.
Oh.
Our customer.
Oh, well, 10 o'clock should be fine. My husband will have left for the bank long before that.
Splendid. I'll see you tonight. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I mean, goodbye.
Good morning, honey.
Oh, good morning, George. Why, George Kuga, look at your clothes. You have on a T-shirt and slacks. Are you going to the bank that way?
Oh, didn't I tell you, dear? Mr. Atterbury closed the bank today in memory of one of our depositors.
Oh, did he die?
Yes, poor fellow. Some stupid employee put fresh points in the pen holders and he dropped dead from the shock.
George Kugat, you're kidding me.
The bank is closed and I'm going to stay home all day with you.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no?
I mean, it sounds too good to be true. Oh, but I wouldn't think of depriving you of your holiday, George. You run along and enjoy yourself.
Maybe I better stay home and help you.
I don't want you to.
Are you sick, Liz?
Sick? Yes. Yes, that's it. You make me sick.
Huh? What?
I mean, I don't feel well. Look at my tongue. Bleh.
Oh.
There's a coat I.J. Fox would be proud of.
I'll call a doctor.
No, just leave now. I'll be all right.
Liz, it's 20 to 10. If you're not better by 10 o'clock, I'm going to call the doctor.
If you're still here at 10 o'clock, I'll need a doctor.
Liz, what's going on around here?
Well, George, I'm expecting...
Expecting? Liz, why didn't you tell me?
Oh, no, it isn't what you think, George. It's not going to be a baby.
It's not?
No, not just forget everything I said. I'll get over it.
Well, how can you get over it?
Penicillin. They do wonders with it.
Oh, that settles it. I'm going to stay home and take care of it.
George, baby, I'll only be more nervous if you stay around. Now go out and enjoy yourself. Play golf. It'll make me feel better.
Well, I'll go on one condition. That you promise me you'll call the doctor.
I promise. It's just a case of nerves, dear.
Well, all right. Goodbye.
Don't forget your clubs. They're in the hall closet.
No, they're not. They're Well, I put them out the front door when I came down this morning.
Oh.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Lady Alice, I'd know you any place.
Now, wait a minute, King Arthur. My name is not Alice, and I'm no lady. I mean, I'm the maid. Lady Alice is in the other room putting on her costume.
Show me to her, peasant.
This way. The costumer is here, Mrs. Kuga.
Lady Alice, I'd know you any place. Where are you?
I'm behind this screen. Tell me, Adrian, how many petticoats does this costume have? I've already put on 12.
15 petticoats, Miss Kuga.
Oh.
From the outside one to the iron curtain.
And underneath, a pair of knee-length ruffled pants. I feel like a lamb chop.
Please walk out here and let me see how it looks.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I'll have to take up the hem a little.
Mm-hmm.
And the bustle is much too big. Take it off.
It is off.
Oh, well, put it on. And we'll take a look how the whole costume fits, huh? Not too bad.
Oh, dear. Oh.
What's the matter, Miss Kuga?
My husband, he's just pulling into the driveway. Quick, give me my bathrobe. I'll cover up this costume and try to get rid of him. Now, you wait.
Hello, Liz. How are you?
George, I thought you were playing golf.
Oh, how can I play golf when you're sick?
Oh, I'm feeling fine now.
Liz, look at you. You're sicker than you think.
What do you mean?
You're all swollen from the waist down.
No.
Yes. Turn around. Oh, you're in awful shape.
Oh, Dad, I forgot to take it off.
What? Oh, and whose taxi was that waiting out in front? Is the doctor here?
Well, I guess so.
Oh, what are you trying to keep from me? Tell me, dear. I can take it.
Nothing.
Then I'll get it from the doctor. He'll tell me.
George, don't go in there.
Mr. Kuga.
Yes, tell me. What's wrong with my wife?
Oh, nothing. It's not as bad as it looks.
Oh, that's good.
All I have to do is to take a few inches off her hips and tighten the droop in her back.
Poor little wife.
Yes, you see, her peplum is dragging.
No.
Oh, now, don't worry, George. He knows what he's doing.
Well, where are you going to take her?
Oh, no place.
Not even to your office?
Oh, no, it's too busy. So many people cutting and stitching all over the place. We're going to do it right here. Tell me, Mr. Kugat, have you got any old razor blades?
No, you can't do it.
Now, it's all right, George. He'll just pin it up here.
Pin it up?
Yes, then later he'll put it on the machine. It makes a much stronger stitch.
It does?
Oh, I should say so. Sew it up by hand, and the minute she sits down, the whole thing will split wide open.
Liz, are you sure this guy knows what he's doing?
Certainly. Why, he just got through working on Alice Sturm.
Oh, what did he do for Alice?
He lowered her neckline and gave her a belt in the back.
Send him away, Liz. I'll get Dr. Michelle to take a look at you.
No, now just run along, dear. I'll handle this.
I demand to know everything you plan to do with my wife.
What do you get so excited about? I'm just going to give her a little more room in the hips. I'll just rip out a little on each side.
I absolutely forbid it.
It's all right, George. He's going to put in a zipper.
I forbid you to lay a hand on my wife. Now, you stay here, dear. I'll go get Dr. Michelle and bring him right over. And get this quack out of here.
George, come back.
Oh, where'd I leave the car?
Pardon me, but did you just come out of that house?
Yes, I did.
Is the dressmaker finished yet?
There's no dressmaker in there.
But I brought him here in my cab. Mr. La Jolla, the costumer.
Oh, costume. I thought he was a doctor.
Oh, no. He's fitting all the costumes for the Young Masons League play tonight.
Oh, now I get it. She's going to be in the play. So she thinks she's going to put something over on me. Ha!
My wife thought she was putting something over on me, too. Every Monday night she was having a romantic rendezvous with some guy at the laundromat. But I fixed him good and plenty.
What did you do?
I bought her a Bendix.
Hey, that was pretty smart.
Yes. Now I don't know where she goes on Monday night.
You know, this isn't Liz's fault as much as it is that Mrs. Worthinghill.
It isn't?
No, and I'm going to go down and give her a piece of my mind.
Mrs. Kuga, guess who's in the living room?
George with the doctor?
No.
George with a revolver?
No. I'll give you a hint. He's got blonde hair, he wears a bow tie, and when I walk by him, he's chubbied my cheek.
Corey Cartwright, and is he slipping? I'll go in and see him. Hi, Corey.
Hello, Liz, dear.
Corey, I'm glad you're here. I have a problem of my own.
George found out about the play?
No, but I had to pretend I was sick to get him out of the house while I was getting my costume fitted, and now he's going to get Dr. Michelle.
Well, a good checkup won't hurt you.
Corey, will you find George and head him off? Tell him I'm feeling all right again.
All right. Tell me about your costume, Liz. Is it real scanty with very little there and practically nothing here?
My costume has 15 petticoats and knee-length pantaloons.
Oh.
I'm saving you a seat in the front row.
What for? See you later, Liz.
Beatrice!
Yes, Miss Worthinghill?
Oh, the most dreadful thing has happened. Rodney Rogers just called and says he can't be in the play. Laryngitis.
But that wasn't a very large part. He only had one scene in the first act.
Oh, yes, but it was so important. Oh, where can we find another man?
Oh, there you are. I want to tell you a thing or two. My wife is not going to be in this play tonight, and I told you that.
Stop! Don't stand there in the door. Come in, Mr. Barrymore.
Barrymore? My name isn't Barrymore.
Oh, of course. How silly of me. I was carried away. That profile, that noble carriage, that resonant voice.
Oh, really?
Don't move. Let me drink this in. That wavy blonde hair, those white teeth, those flaring nostrils. Oh, you're gorgeous.
Now, please.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. What did you say your name was?
Kuga. George Kuga.
Of course. Gorgeous George. Oh, Mr. Kugat, you saved my life. One of my actors had laryngitis. I was utterly devastated, and then you walked in the door. You will play the part.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I haven't been in a play since I was in college.
Oh, you won't have many lines. Just one scene in which you, as Sir Edward, make passionate love to beautiful Lady Alice.
Oh, really? That sounds like fun.
Yes. You kiss Lady Alice and hold her in your arms.
You know, this may be a great idea. I'd like to see my wife's face when I play those love scenes.
You will. She's Lady Alice.
Oh, this is wonderful. I'll take the part, Miss Worthinghill, on one condition, that my wife mustn't know anything about it until she meets me on the stage.
Agreed. Now you must rush to see Mr. La Jolla and get fitted for your costume. You know why I'm glad you took the part, Mr. Kuga. Because of your cute dimples. You have one on each cheek.
Yes, and I have two more on my knees. It's a match set.
George! Oh, George! Where have you been, George? I looked everywhere for you. I wanted to tell you Liz is feeling better.
Skip it. I found out about the play.
You did?
Yes, and I'm going to get even with her. Listen, she doesn't know it, but I'm going to play a part in the play.
You?
Yeah.
Who are you trying to get even with, Liz or the audience?
Very funny. Say, here's the costumer shop. Come on in with me, will you?
Okay.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Oh, Mr. Kuga, Miss Bordinghill called me about you being in the play. Here is your costume.
This? This is the underwear. Now, where's the costume?
This is the costume, a pair of tights.
Tights?
They're just long underwear without the escape hatch in the back.
That's pretty corny even from you. I can't wear these.
George is allergic to tights. He was doing a quick change on the stage in college once, and when he called for his tights, they thought he said light. It's shameful. Or are you worried about your figure, George?
There's nothing wrong with my figure.
Here, please, try them on. They may be the slightest bit small.
Small? Oh, don't be silly. Well, I'll just slip into them. There, they fit perfectly.
Yes, but wait till you get them up past your knees.
Oh, these are pretty snug. Well, I have a 32 waist. What size are these?
40, medium stout.
I don't believe it.
Please, the costumer is always right.
Ridiculous. I have the same figure I had in college.
You forgot your stomach, George.
What stomach?
You look like a mantle on Christmas morning. 2 lumpy stockings with a basketball on top.
No, wait. Would you like to wear a suit of armor?
Now you're talking. Where is it?
Well, it's not all here. My son has the legs on his car.
On his car?
Yes, he wanted to have the fanciest twin pipes in town. I tell you what, if I can get the legs back, I'll bring the armor to the play tonight. Mimba, you'd better take along the tights. Here, I wrap them up for you.
Well, all right, but you get the armor.
Well, I'll try. Oh, here, you forgot the girdle. I'll just stuff it into your pocket.
Oh, that was a delicious dinner.
I'll tell Katie you like it.
Well, have you any plans for tonight?
Plans?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't have any plans.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd like to go to that play the Young Matrons League is giving.
Whatever made you think that?
Oh, I just thought you might. Well, how about a movie tonight? The paper's in my coat pocket. I'll get it.
No, dear, let me get it. You just sit still.
She's gone. I'd better duck out for the theater while I have a chance.
Here's your coat, George. Where's the... George? George!
Did you call Mrs. Kuga?
I was looking for George. Where'd he go?
I heard someone go out the front door.
That's funny. Well, now's my chance to get to the theater. Here, Katie, put this coat back, will you? Wait a minute. What's this he's got stuffed in his pocket? Well,
what's the matter, Mrs. Kuga?
George seems to be buying a new paper, the Evening Girdle.
My goodness, look at the size of that thing.
Yes. Apparently, the Evening Girdle has a very large Sunday supplement. What am I laughing at?
My goodness, look at the size of that thing.
What's it doing in his pocket?
My goodness, look at the size of that thing.
Oh, stop saying that. No wonder he ducked out of the door. He knew I'd find this. Well, I'm going to wait right here till he comes back and demand an explanation.
But you have to get to the theater.
Well, you tell him not to go to bed, because when I come home, we're going to have this out. I put up with a lot, but this is the end. Oh, now I'm all upset. Katie, is my nose shiny? Katie, my nose.
My goodness, look at the size of that thing.
Curtain going up in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Curtain going up in 5 minutes.
Mr. Lohi, I'm certainly glad you got here in time with this armor. How do I look in it?
Your eyes are beautiful.
My eyes?
That's all I can see. Put down the visor and let's see how it is.
Oh, boy, sure is hot in here. Better with the visor up.
Oh, here comes your wife.
Uh-oh, she mustn't see me.
Oh, Rodney, you're wearing armor instead of tights. How nice.
Yes, I thought it looked sportier.
You better open your visor on the stage. I can't hear a word you're saying.
A transfers and a parallel coming over the Coldetrol.
Oh, well, that's much better. We better tell them the play's in English.
Oh, Mrs. Kuga.
Yes, Miss Worthingale?
Oh, I'm so excited. It's time for the curtain to go up. Now, let me get settled down here in front in the prompter's box. There. Greetings, everybody. Lady Alice, are you seated in the garden?
Yes, Miss Worthingale.
Sir Edward, are you waiting in the wings for your entrance?
Yes, Miss Worthingale.
Good. Ring up the curtain. All right. First line. Hark, do I hear a footfall?
Hark, do I hear a footfall? Methinks I hear the cat-like tread of my lover, Sir Edward. Sir Edward needeth a grease job.
Kuga.
Sir Edward, turn thy face from out the shadows. Lift thy visor and let me look upon the face of my beloved. When I look upon thy face, there is only one word that comes to my lips. George! Sir Edward, lift thy visor.
Hi, Lady Alice.
Lord Kuga, what was that girdle doing in your pocket?
What girdle?
You know very well what girdle.
Please, the play. You are Lady Alice.
Oh. Prithee tell me, what news bringest thou from the king, you wormut?
His Majesty looketh with favor on our betrothal. I don't know what the heck you were talking about.
Not mucheth.
Please. This is your responsibility. Please. Read the lines of the play. Hark, I hear approaching men.
George Kugat, I will not go on with this play until you answer me.
Hark.
Liz, are you out of your mind?
Hark.
All right, now that's enough stalling. Let's have the truth.
Hark.
Will someone throw that dame a fish?
Mrs. Kuga, don't you dare light that cigarette. They weren't invented yet.
I don't understand this, Liz, but if you insist on making a public fight out of it, the least you can do is give me a cigarette.
All right, here.
Well, give it to me.
I did. I stuck it in your visor.
You did not?
I did, too. I can see the smoke curling out of the top of your helmet.
You can't. Help! I'm on fire!
Oh, my flame!
Help! This armor's filling up with smoke. Here's a bottle of seltzer.
Here, you armored smoke ham.
Oh, Liz! How are you coming, Liz?
Fine. This is one time I'll bet you're glad I've had so much experience with a can opener.
Fine armor. It rusted into a one-piece suit.
George, before I finish cutting you out of this sardine can, I want to ask you one thing.
Well, what is it?
Are you sure you got that girdle from Mr. La Jolla?
What happens if I say no?
You'll be going away for the winter.
Where?
The Smithsonian Institute.
Liz, you're mean.
Say, suppose I couldn't get you out of this armor.
Oh, that would be awful.
Yes, I'd have to kiss you through a straw.
My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, was produced for broadcast in the Frankfurt studios of the American Forces Network Europe by Air Force Sergeant Dave Schofield. Specialist Brad Scott speaking. Join us next time for My Favorite...
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. The Kugats, Liz, busy young matron, and George, busy young fifth vice president of the bank, are one of the few couples we know who live together and like it. Let's look in on them now as Liz waits for George to come down to breakfast.
Oh, Katie.
Yes, Mrs. Kugat, what is it?
Katie, you don't have to serve breakfast this morning. I'll serve Mr. Kugat myself.
Oh, don't you feel well, Mrs. Kugat?
Yes, but there's a special little favor I want from him, and if he thinks I cooked the breakfast, it might put him in a better frame of mind.
Well, if he thinks you cooked it, Mrs. Kugat, I don't think he'll eat it.
Well, fix something real nice, like scrambled eggs.
I'll make a nice omelet. Oh, you can always get around a man with food. I used to get anything I wanted from my first husband, Clarence. I just cook him an omelet and put in a whole bottle of Tabasco sauce.
A whole bottle?
Uh-huh. And I wouldn't give him a glass of water till he said yes.
Well, just leave out the Tabasco. I've done everything to keep George in a nice frame of mind this morning.
All right.
Liz! Hey, Liz, where are my clothes? I can't find them anywhere.
They're all there, George. I hung them up.
Well, what did you do that for? I had them all neatly laid out on the floor where I could find them.
Hello? Oh, hello, Anne. Lunch? How can you think of it? Aren't you going to the tryouts for the play? The Young Matrons League. It's in the paper this morning. On the society page, I just put it in front of George's place at the table. And you know what, Anne? Anatole Brodny is going to be in the audience on opening night. Yes, the famous Hollywood director. He used to live in town here. Oh, I hope George will let me try out. Oh, here he comes. I'll call you later, Anne. Good morning, dear.
Good morning, there. Well, what's for breakfast? Katie!
I told Katie to work around the house.
Are you cooking breakfast?
Well, you're my favorite husband.
Okay. What do you want from me, Liz?
Me? Want?
Mrs. Kugat, can I see you a minute?
What is it, Katie? Something wrong?
Go right ahead, Katie. Tell me. I have nothing to keep from Mr. Kugat.
Breakfast won't be ready for a while because the omelet you were cooking spoiled and you had to make another one.
Thank you, Katie.
I hope you didn't put too much salt in it, Liz.
Don't be funny. Hey, why don't you read your paper, George?
You mean you let me?
Certainly, dear. See, it's all set for you. All you have to do is read.
Oh, who opened this paper to the society page?
Now, you could do worse than read the society page. There's some very interesting things there.
There are?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's see. Well, I should say. Just look at this. At a late afternoon ceremony, Deborah Ann Rasmussen became the bride of Arthur Sponduli Cranfeather, Jr.
Why don't you read something else, dear?
No, this is exciting. The bride wore a bouffant gown of white chantilly lace, and her head was covered by a lace cap from which fell a large veil.
That's veil.
Veil, they all look silly. The bridesmaids wore aqua taffeta gowns.
Oh, why don't you try somewhere around the middle of the page, darling? Down there.
Oh, yes, here. Overheard at tea. People wouldn't be so incompatible if the men had more income and the girls were more patable. Oh, that's very good.
Here, give me the paper. I'll see if I can find something.
Oh, now, wait a minute, dear wife. What's all this interest in the society page? Oh, Young Matrons League to present annual play.
Oh, really? I didn't see that.
There's one thing I can't understand. It's why a bunch of respectable married women want to get up on a stage and make jackasses out of themselves.
I don't see anything wrong with it. They don't make jackasses out of themselves.
Oh, come now, Liz. You know they do.
You didn't feel this way last year. You let me be in the play.
That's what started me feeling this way.
Oh, you think I'm a jackass?
I didn't say that.
Well, you implied it. Didn't you?
No comment.
George Kugat, you are calling your wife a jackass by keeping your mouth shut.
Well, think of the trouble I'd get into if I opened it. Oh, look, why don't you forget it, honey? I know what you're leading to. You want to be in the play.
I do not. I didn't even hear about it until you happened to find it in the paper.
Really?
Don't you believe me?
Oh, certainly, dear. I wonder what play they're going to do.
John Loves Mary.
Well, forget it, Liz. The answer is no. Not after last year.
That wasn't my fault.
Well, you're supposed to feel at ease on the stage. Move around. Oh, I almost died when that fella came bounding in and called, "Run for your life. The dam has broken." And you just sat there. Well, I know how you felt. I've had stage fright, too.
I didn't have stage fright.
Well, then why didn't you get up when the dam broke?
Because when I sat down, a strap broke. Now, I'll tell you something else, George Kuga. There's going to be a famous Hollywood director in the audience on opening night, and I'll bet you if he sees me, he'll offer me a contract.
Oh, Liz, stop it. You're talking like a child.
Come on, we'll make a bet. How much?
Oh, no, you don't. This is just a trick, so I'll let you be in the play. Well, I have to go to the office, dear. Sorry I had to deprive you of a Hollywood career.
Very funny. What has Betty Grable got that I haven't got? Or Lana Turner?
Nothing, dear. In fact, you have something they haven't got.
I have what?
Me. Well, see you later, dear. If you want me, I'll be at the bank.
Hello, Anne. Liz, I just spoke to George about being in the play. Yes, he put his foot down. Absolutely no. He was really definite about it. What time are we going to the tryouts? Of course I am. It's a challenge now. If I get the part, think how surprised George will be on opening night, to say nothing of that Hollywood director. Who, me? Don't be silly. A Hollywood contract is the last thing in the world I want. I'd just like to show George I could get one if I wanted to. Goodbye, Anne.
I'll get the door, Mrs. Kugat. I know that horn. It's Mr. Cartwright.
Good old Corey. Gee, I'm glad he dropped by.
What does Mr. Cartwright do for a living, Mrs. Kugat?
Oh, nothing, Katie. He's just a very eligible bachelor.
Well, from what I gather, he chases women for a living.
Now, that's not exactly fair, Katie. Women chase him for a living. Only none of them have caught him as yet.
Well, I'll let him in.
Greetings, dear. Heaven's gift to unmarried young America is here.
Corey Cartwright, am I glad you dropped by. I want you to help me with something.
You know me, Liz. Anything up to murder. And for you, I may go a step farther.
Who do you want me to rub out?
I mean, or should I say, whom do you want me to rub out?
You're never serious, are you? You'll get married someday. By the way, how's your new girlfriend?
Which one?
That little redhead.
Which one?
Her name was Mary.
Which one? What was your last name?
What a life you must lead. If I remember, it was Johnson.
Mary Johnson. Well, she hasn't called me in ages. I've got her name in my book. Yes. Here it is. Mary Johnson, R-H-R-W.
Would you mind decoding that for me?
Not at all. R-H, that means redhead.
What's the other R for?
Real. And the W is my kissing guide.
Oh, I get it. Won't, huh?
No.
Will?
No. Wow.
You know, you've got more on your girls than the FBI has. Next thing, you'll be giving them a loyalty check.
Oh, enough about me and Amour.
No, wait a minute. If you had my name in your book, what would it say?
I have.
Oh.
Here.
Oh, let's see. Liz Kugat. R-H-R-W?
Keep going.
W-I-W-G. Holy cow, what does that mean?
Wish I were George.
Oh, that's sweet, Corey. You're such a good friend.
Now, what was on your pretty mind when I came in?
Corey, George doesn't want me to be in the play the young matrons are putting on, but I want to get a part and show him I can act. Now, if I get a part, will you see that George is out somewhere on the nights I have to go to rehearsals?
Sure. It'll be worth it to see the look on his face opening night.
Gee, thanks, Corey. Now I have to rush right down to the tryout.
Oh, me too. I'm picking up George, and we're having lunch with Anatole Brodny.
Well, don't tell him you were here or say anything about... Who'd you say you were having lunch with?
Whom?
All right, whom is eating lunch with you?
Anatole Brodny. He's an old college chum of ours who made good out in Hollywood. You know, I never thought he'd have what it takes. He was a real goof.
Maybe that's what it takes. Listen, Corey. try to get George to bring him to the house, will you? If I can make an impression on him in my own home, it'll be half the battle.
Well, I'll try, but I don't think George will go for it.
Well, then you bring him. Promise me you'll try.
Okay, promise.
Thanks, Corey. You're a real pal.
Let's come to order, girls. Girls, to order. I'd like you to meet the director of our little show, Miss Worthinghill, from the drama department of Sixley College.
How do you do? Before we start tryouts, I'd like to tell you about the way I direct. I stress naturalness. Every word you say must sound real, vital, and natural. How many of us have heard an actress on the stage say to her fiancé, "Darling, I love you"? How much more believable it would have been to us if she had been natural and said, "Darling, I love you."
Isn't she wonderful, Mrs. Kuga?
What? Oh, yes.
She could have been a great actress.
Oh?
Doesn't she remind you of Cornell?
No, she reminds me of Notre Dame.
Well, now to the parts. We have two main parts. One is a beautiful young girl of 18.
Oh, that's just perfect for me.
The other part is a young matron of 36. This is the main part.
Oh, well, I'll try it. But I'll have to be a pretty good actress to portray anyone that old.
Good. Let me look at you. Oh, my dear, you're just the type.
Well, you don't have to get nasty about it.
Now then, here is the scene I want you to read. You are crying your heart out because your lover has left you.
Uh-huh.
Suddenly, you hear the bark of a dog.
Oh.
It is his dog. He has come back.
Uh-huh.
You run to your lover, laughing now as hard as you were crying before. You say to him, "Hold me in your arms." Then, seeing the dog is on the sofa, you say to it, "Leave quickly. You are not supposed to be in here."
Oh.
Have you got it?
Yes.
Now then, you are crying your heart out. Oh, no. You'll have to do better than that. I said you are crying your heart out. Like this. What are you laughing for?
Because my lover is coming.
We haven't reached that part. I was showing you how to cry.
Oh, I thought that was the dog.
We will continue. But you must practice that crying if you wish to get the part in the final auditions.
Uh-huh.
Now you hear the dog. You sound like you just heard a joke. This is a laugh of hysteria, wild and abandoned. Oh, you must practice that, too. Now for your lines. Go ahead.
Hold me in your arms. Leave quickly. You're not supposed to be in here.
Not bad at all. A little practice, and I think you'll be a strong contender for the part.
Oh, don't worry, Mrs. Worthinghill. I'll practice.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kuga. Is there something wrong?
No, Katie, I just had to run home for some papers I left in the study. Is Mrs. Kuga home?
Yes, she went out for a while, but she came back and went right into her room and closed the door. Hasn't come out since.
That doesn't sound like her. I hope she isn't sick. We'd better go and see.
Oh, she hasn't looked any too well lately.
Her door is still closed. I'll just knock. What's that?
She's crying.
Oh, the poor kid. I'd better go in and see what's the matter. Oh, now, wait a minute. Let's be sure it's not my fault. Our anniversary is in December. Her birthday is in August. Her mother's birthday is in June. No, I'm in the clear.
Oh, she's crying her little heart out.
Oh, come in with me, Katie. I get all funny when she cries. Did you hear what I heard?
I'm not sure. What did you hear?
It's a dog. She's got a dog in there. Oh, well, she was probably crying because she didn't think I'd let her keep it.
Oh, the poor sensitive soul.
Well, she's all right now. That's all it was, Katie. She's got a dog in there.
Take me in your arms.
I'd better go and take a look at that dog.
I have some work to do.
Quiet. I don't think she knows we're here.
Leave quickly. You're not supposed to be here.
She knows we're here. Let me in. Liz, let me in. Do you hear?
Hello, George. What's new?
What's new? What are you doing in here?
Me? Well, I was just sleeping. You woke me up. What's the matter with you? What are you whistling for?
Nothing. Can't a fellow whistle?
Well, what are you looking under the bed for? Did you lose anything?
Well, I don't know yet. What's in the closet, Liz?
You know what's in the closet.
Well, I'll just take another look. Huh. Nothing but clothes.
What'd you expect to find? The Tony twins?
What was going on in here, Liz?
I told you I was asleep. Maybe I had a nightmare. That's it. I had a nightmare. Or was it a daymare? It's daytime, isn't it?
You'd better lie down again, dear. Try to get some rest.
Oh, it's nothing, George. You run along. I'll be all right.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'd better stay home for the rest of the day.
No. I'll be fine, honest.
Well, all right, but I'll come home early. And don't get up. Just rest.
All right, honey. Bye-bye.
Katie.
Yes, Mr. Kuga.
I'm worried about her. I think I'll see a psychiatrist and get some advice.
Dr. Schweinkamp will see you now, Mr. Kuga.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doctor. My name is Kuga.
I see. Lie down, Mr. Kuga.
Oh, it's not for me. It's for someone else.
Of course, I understand perfectly. Lie down, Mr. Kuga.
But I'm serious. I came to see you about someone else.
Everybody does. Lie down, Mr. Kuga.
I won't lie down.
Xavier.
My name is George Kuga. Can't even carry a tune. Now look, Doctor, my wife is acting strangely, and I want your advice.
Certainly, Mr. Kuga.
And I won't lie down.
As you wish. Mr. Kuga.
What?
Do you mind if I lie down?
No.
I've always wondered what it was like. Say, it's nice here. After this, I think I lie down and let the patient sit up. Okay, pardon me, Mr. Kuga. What were you saying?
It's Kugat. I want to tell you about my wife. She locks herself in her room.
Oh, this is very common with married people.
But you don't understand. She laughs. Then she cries. Then she barks like a dog.
That's not quite so common.
In fact, that sounds like a serious case of manic depressive psychosis aggravated by alternate canine insanity, prompted by a subconscious desire to put on the dog.
That sounds awful.
Tell me, Mr. Kuga, do you have a large income?
Oh, I do moderately well. I'm 5th vice president of a bank.
Oh, very interesting.
Well, do you think that has an effect on my wife?
No, but it will have an effect on my bill. I'll tell you what I want to do, Mr. Kuga. I don't want to alarm your wife. I'd like to see her in her home environment. Why don't you call her up and tell her you are bringing a friend home, a business acquaintance? I'll come over this evening. If you like, I'll come for dinner.
You'll come to dinner?
Oh, thank you. I'll be glad to come.
All right, Doctor. Anything you say.
Hello?
Hello, dear. How are you, honey?
Oh, I'm fine.
Dear, I'm bringing a friend home for dinner, an old college chum. Will it be all right?
Oh, an old college chum. Well, of course, dear. What's his name?
Oh, Art Jones.
Oh.
Well, we'll see you later, dear.
All right. Bye-bye. Katie. Oh, I can see his little game. Katie.
Yes, Mrs. Kuga.
There'll be one extra for dinner, Katie. My husband thinks he's going to play a little trick on me.
He does?
Yes, he's bringing a big Hollywood director home, only he wants me to think he's somebody else. Then tomorrow he'll lord it over me and say, see, a Hollywood director in your own home, all to yourself all evening, and you didn't make any impression. That's what he thinks. No impression, eh? I'm going to make a dent.
Well, here we are, Doctor.
No, one moment before we go in. Don't be nervous, Mr. Nougat.
That's Kugat.
It doesn't matter. Now, don't worry if she seems to act normal. I can tell her condition by subtle little actions and movements. Don't do anything to arouse her.
All right. Here we go.
Liz! Liz!
Oh, there you are. Liz, I'd like you to meet an old friend of mine, Art Jones.
How do you do, Mrs. Kugat?
Hello, boys. Say, I'm certainly glad you came up to see me.
What?
How about a drink, boys?
Now, Liz, please.
There's a sofa over there, Mr. Jones. Why don't you get out of that hard chair and slip into something more comfortable?
Well, maybe Mr. Jones likes that chair, darling.
Darling! Now you call me darling. Oh, but what am I when we're alone, your slave? You beat me with a cane and push my poor, broken body down the stairs. Oh, I don't care for myself, but you pushed the children after me.
The children? I did not.
Then where are they?
Stand it, putting on this sham in front of your friends. I'm leaving this life of hypocrisy. Leaving, do you hear?
Well, Doctor, what do you think?
Don't speak to me, you can't!
Now, wait a minute.
No, I would suggest that you come to see me every day, Mr. Kuga. You have a serious condition.
I tell you, this is ridiculous. We have no children. Oh, she's making this all up. Oh, wait a minute till I get the door.
Violet, will you buy a poor old lady's violets, honey? I haven't eaten in 3 weeks.
Liz, you sound like a goat. Now, take that shawl off your head and come in here.
Just a moment, sir. Here you are, old lady. 50 cents. Keep it.
Blessings on you, sir. Blessings, blessings.
I apologize, Mr. Kuga.
Now things sound different, don't they?
Oh, yeah. You should both come to see me. Now, quickly. You have a maid?
Yes.
Well, ring for the maid. We're going to find out how your wife has been acting around the house today.
Well, I am ringing. I don't know why she doesn't answer. Oh, darn this bell. Maybe it's broken.
All right. I'm coming, Governor. Don't get odd about it.
Oh, no. Liz, stop this. It's ridiculous.
Oh, you don't like me as a Cockney, eh? Well, perhaps you'd like me better as a South Sea Island native.
Liz, get up off the floor. What are you doing?
Mi Candelario.
That
Me love white man. You don't love me?
No. Me answer doorbell.
Well, here's Cartwright, a man of his word.
Oh, hello, Corey.
Where's Liz?
Over there on the floor.
Oh, yes. But I don't know what you're doing on the floor, Liz, but let me present this fellow with me. Mrs. George Kugat, Anatole Brodny.
I'm pleased to... Anatole Brodny? Ah! Then who's this character?
Allow me to present myself, Mrs. Kugat. Reinhold Schweinkampf, psychiatrist.
Oh, help me with her, Corey. She's fainted. Hello?
Hello. May I speak to Mrs. Kugat, please?
Mrs. Kugat is upstairs resting. This is her husband. May I help you?
This is Mrs. Worthingale, the director of the young matron's play. I called to tell Mrs. Kugat that she got the main part. Congratulations, Mr. Kugat.
Well, I think you'd better forget about my wife for that part, Mrs. Worthingale. After the experience she had tonight, she assured me she has given up the theater for good.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Worthingale.
Goodbye, Mr. Kugat.
Mrs. Worthingale.
What? Hello?
This is Liz Kugat. I've been listening on the telephone upstairs in the bedroom.
Oh, then you heard what your husband said.
Yes, but don't pay any attention to it. I'll see you at rehearsal in the morning.
America loved Lucy for years before her I Love Lucy television series became a broadcasting phenomenon. Lucille Ball found her comedic niche starring in My Favorite Husband, first on radio from 1948 through 1951. The series was written and produced by the same team that later created her famous television series, and many of its scripts were later rewritten to become classic episodes of Lucy's television series, including the one you're about to hear. It's time now for Lucille Ball and Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper in Liz Sells Dresses, as originally broadcast October 16th, 1948, on My Favorite Husband.
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kugat, two people who live together and like it. Let's look in on the Kugats and see what they're doing. The house looks normal for this time of the morning. The breakfast table is set. The morning paper's on the table. Katie is out in the kitchen, and, hey, wait a minute. There's a sign pinned to the kitchen door. It says, Katie, please don't make any noise. Say, what's going on around here? There goes Liz Kugat tiptoeing into the kitchen.
Katie, please, didn't you see the sign?
Yes, Mrs. Kugat.
Well, then why are you making so much noise?
It's not me, Mrs. Kugat. It's the bacon. I told it to be quiet, but it just lies there in the skillet and hisses at me.
We'll turn the fire off. I don't want Mr. Kuga to wake up until it's so late he has to rush to work. This is the morning he's supposed to look over my checkbook.
I figured it was when I saw today marked on the calendar with a skull and crossbones. It's sort of like Blue Monday or Gloomy Sunday, isn't it, Mrs. Kuga?
It's worse. If George wakes up, today will be Sickening Saturday. Oh, dear, George gets so upset when I'm overdrawn.
Oh, how does he act on the months when you're not overdrawn?
I don't know. I never had one.
Oh, I used to have the same trouble, but my first husband, Clarence, had a wonderful system. He wrote all the checks he wanted and was never overdrawn.
Really? How'd he manage that?
He didn't have an account at the bank. Oh, good old Clarence. I haven't seen him in 5 years.
What's he doing?
10 years. I think I hear Mr. Kugat. He's out.
Oh, darn it. Never mind the bacon and eggs, Katie. After George looks at my arithmetic, all he'll want is black coffee and Alka-Seltzer.
Yes, ma'am.
Here he comes. Wish me luck, Katie.
Good morning, dear.
Good morning, George, darling. How's my little hubby this morning,
What's going on here? You're entirely too sweet.
Oh, well, George, you don't expect me to go through the day without a kiss from my handsome husband, do you?
No, that would be tough.
Here. You know, George, they say the more we kiss, the better we get. We improve with age.
What did you say? Grandma?
You like the way I kiss, George?
Mm-hmm.
How do I kiss? Come on, George, tell me, how do I kiss?
Like you were way overdrawn.
Oh, George.
Come on, honey, let's get to the bad news. You know how you could make me happy, Liz?
How?
Some months say to me, George, my accounts are in perfect shape.
I can say it right now. George, my accounts are in perfect shape.
They are?
No, but I want to make you happy. I might not be overdrawn, George.
Well, let's look at your checkbook. 1,004, 16, carry the balance. Oh, you've made a mistake in your arithmetic.
No.
Yes, 9 and 5 haven't made 18 in years.
Says who?
Oh, Liz. If you don't believe me, count it out on your fingers.
Oh, wait a minute. I have to take one shoe off.
Stop that.
George, I had so much trouble adding figures with 9 in them. I don't like 9s.
Control yourself, Kugat. Now, tell me about it, dear.
Well, I don't like 9s, but I like 10s. So I make the 9s into 5s and multiply by 2 and then subtract 1. George, stop shaking your head like that.
Liz, you won't believe this, but that's the hard way. Now, we want to add 9 and 5. Now, first, let's take 10 and 5. That's 15, right?
If you say so, dear.
I say so. Now, 10 and 5 is 15. Now think of 9 and 5. Now, what's the difference?
That's what I say. What's the difference?
Oh, no! You don't even know the first thing about mathematics.
I do, too. Addition is forward and subtraction is backward.
Oh. What's multiplication? Sideways?
No, Smarty. Multiplication is when you take a lot of little things and scrunch them into a big lump.
I must be dreaming.
And division is when you take a big thing and mash it into tiny pieces.
Oh. Look, let's get back to this 9 and 5 monster and see what you can scrunch it into. Now think a minute. Now, what's 9 and 3?
Oh, anyone knows that. 12.
Yeah. All right. Now, what's 9 and 4?
13.
So, what's 9 and 5?
Give me a pencil and paper.
Oh. I'll skip it. Never mind. We'll go on to something else. Well, at least you've been writing down what the checks were for.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Club dues, money to Katie, grocer, hairdresser. Wait a minute. What's this DICR 3950?
DICR?
Yeah. What does that stand for?
DICR. Oh, I know. Dress I couldn't resist. And you know, know, you should be glad I bought that dress, too, because I made $20 by doing it.
You made $20?
Absolutely. I bought the dress on sale at Kramer's for $39.50, and the identical same dress is selling at Gordon's for $59.50. So I made $20.
But you don't have that $20.
Oh, I know I don't. I spent it on a hat to go with the dress. George, don't just sit there and stare like that. Say something to me.
Hello, lady. What do you want?
George!
This isn't up to test a man's sanity.
Well, how can I figure any answers with the vice president of the bank staring at me?
Well, I'll tell you what the answer is. You're going to take that dress back.
Oh.
Well, I hate to be harsh, but you must learn the value of money.
But it's such a cute dress.
I'm sorry.
It's navy blue with white polka dots.
No, Liz.
It's got a little white collar and a sash in the back.
You're breaking my heart. But crying won't get you anywhere.
Well, it doesn't hurt to try.
Then you'll take the dress back.
Yes, George. If I take it back, will it almost balance my book?
Yes.
Then they weren't in too bad shape, were they?
No.
What would you like for breakfast, George?
Black coffee and Alka-Seltzer.
Let's pause for a moment. Lucille Ball and Richard Denning return in My Favorite Husband. In a moment.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaBay.com.
And now, let's return to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball and Richard Denning.
Where's the... Oh, pardon me, miss. Could you tell me where the refund department is?
Well, there goes somebody's commission. It's on the left, way down in front.
Thank you. Oh, there's Corey Cartwright. Oh, Corey!
Say, are you talking about that big blonde fellow over there?
Yes, Corey Cartwright. He's a good friend of ours. Oh, and incidentally, quite a man with a lady. He has loads of girlfriends.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see some of them sometime.
Why?
He spent the last half hour trying to pick up that wax model.
Oh, no. Corey! Shh.
Don't bother me, Liz. I'm trying to scrape up an acquaintance with that blonde in the mink coat.
Well, I'm afraid even you won't get any place with her, Corey. She's a store dummy.
I thought something was funny. When I tried to hold her hand, it came off.
Corey Cartwright, did anyone ever tell you you were a complete fool?
Yes, but you can't believe anything a woman says. Say, let's go someplace cozy for lunch, Liz. Just the two of us. I might even ask you to marry me.
I'm already married.
I should hope so. I don't take chances when I ask that question.
I thought so. I'll have lunch with you if you wait a minute, Corey. I have to return a dress and get my money back.
All right. I'll go over and watch the fashion show. A model in it is crazy about me, so as long as I'm here, I'll give her a break.
Don't strain yourself.
You ought to see her, Liz. What a figure.
Hot number, huh?
Hot number. They won't let her model in a bathing suit because the automatic fire sprinklers turn on.
Well, don't get your fingers burned. I'll be right back.
All right, Liz. If I'm not here, I'll be hanging around the lingerie department.
Naturally. Is this the refund department?
Yes. Can't you see the sign on the door? If you're not satisfied with your purchase, your money will be cheerfully refunded.
Cheerfully refunded.
Yes,
Who does this cheerful refunding?
I do. My name is Quigley.
Okay, laughing boy. You asked for it. My name is Kuga, and I'd like to return...
Never mind, I know. Everybody who ever comes in here wants to return something. They hand me dress. They hand me shoes. They hand me bags. They hand me coats.
I hope
hope they hand you a handkerchief once in a while.
All day long I make out return slips. I had to go to the doctor last week. I was seeing charger plates in front of my eyes.
Well, I'll get out of your way. Just give me my money and watch me disappear quickly, Quigley.
Certainly. I'll make out the form. The dress was too large for you, huh?
No.
Too small?
No, it was just the right size.
The color didn't match the drapes in your bedroom when you got it home?
No, the color was wonderful.
The style was bad.
No, the style was excellent.
Your cat was allergic to the material.
I don't have a cat.
Mrs. Kuga, let me get this straight. The cut was fine, the style was wonderful, the color was out of this world, it was a dream dress.
Yes, I just loved it.
Then what are you doing in here?
I want my money back. Your sign says your money is refunded if you aren't satisfied.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Kuga. I can't give you the money back on that dress.
Why not?
Because you are satisfied.
Oh, dear. Well, I forgot. It has an ink spot on it.
Show it to me.
Give me your pen and turn your back.
I thought so. There's something very fishy going on here, Miss Kuga. Now, be honest with me. Just why do you want your money back?
Well, promise you won't tell anyone.
I promise.
This morning I had my accounts gone over, and there was a shortage in my book.
Uh-huh. Sticky fingers.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, this is serious, Mrs. Kuga. Tell me, this person who checked your books, could he have made a mistake?
Oh, no. He's vice president of the bank. But this time he's really mad.
This time? You mean this has happened before?
Oh, yes. But usually if I kiss him, he forgets all about it.
Uh-huh. Finagling in the highest places. Mrs. Kuga, I'll refund your money on one condition.
What is it?
Give up this life of crime.
What?
Turn to the straight and narrow. Crime does not pay.
But
You're too young for this kind of thing.
Oh, no. How'd I get into this?
Promise me and I'll refund your money.
I promise. After all, there's no future in it. Pretty soon every bank in the country will have a Dick Tracy television burglar alarm.
You've made a wise choice.
Thank you.
Here's your money, Mrs. Kuga.
Thank you. Kept you waiting too long.
No, I've been in the lingerie department. I've seen everything in this store, right down to the foundation.
I get it. I got my refund, too.
Oh, good.
Let's see, 20, 30, 40, 50. Oh, wait a minute, 59.50. They gave me too much money.
That doesn't sound like Gordon's to me.
Gordon's? Isn't this Kramer's?
It was Gordon's when we came in. I presume it still is.
Oh, I brought my dress to the wrong store. I paid $39.50 for it at Kramer's, and now Gordon's have given me $59.50. Well, there's only one thing for me to do.
Sure, run like the Dickens.
No, I'll have to take the money back. It isn't fair to Gordon. Or is it?
Uh-oh. Here it comes. This ought to be good.
Well, now look. I bought the dress at Kramer's, and I paid for it, so they aren't out anything, right?
Right.
And I brought it back to Gordon's, and they'll sell the dress for the same amount they paid me, so they won't be out anything, right?
Right.
Then I've got $20 extra.
Liz, you're a genius. Oh, hey, where are you going?
Back to Kramer's for more dresses.
And that's part one of My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball and Richard Denning in Liz Sells Dresses, as originally broadcast October 16th, 1948.
I'd like to buy a dress, please. That navy blue one with the white polka dots.
All right. What size?
Oh, any size will do. Doesn't matter.
Any size? Well, who's it for?
A friend.
What's the matter? Don't friends come in sizes anymore?
Just give me one of those, please.
Well, could she wear a size 20, large?
Yes, that'll be fine.
How about a small size 10?
Well, that'll do just as well.
Boy, I'd like to meet that friend of yours. Hey, didn't I sell you one of these dresses yesterday?
Yes, and I'd like another one. You better make it 2.
2? What are you doing, operating a black market in blue dresses? How come you two want 2 more dresses when you got one just like it?
Well, do you really want to know how come I too? I'm one of the Andrews sisters.
No
No kidding.
Which one are you, Patty, Maxine, or Laverne?
Neither. I'm their brother, Dana.
I believe it.
Now, wait a minute.
Here's your dresses, but understand they're on sale. You can't return them.
Don't worry. I won't return them. Just charge these and... Say, how many more dresses like this do you have?
Those are the last, dearie.
Oh, that's too bad. I could have handled 20 or 30 more this afternoon. Well, goodbye.
Hi, Corey.
George, what are you doing at Gordon?
Oh, I got to thinking about a dress I made Liz return this morning. I guess I was a little rough on her, so I decided to buy her one just like it for a surprise.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, I tried to buy the dress Liz wants over at Kramer's, but the sales girl told me she sold the last 3 to the Andrews sisters.
I'm surprised you didn't bump into Liz at Kramer's, George. She went over there with something on her mind. Someone refunded her too much money or something.
Oh, Liz and her mathematics. Honestly, Corey, she has no idea of finances at all.
Oh, well, women.
Oh, why can't they be like men? We always know just how much money we have and where it is at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Corey.
Yes, George?
Say, would you lend me $50? I don't have any money with me.
Sure. Know just how much you have and where it is at all times, huh?
Yes, I have $74 and I left my wallet home on the bureau.
Oh, miss, I'd like to return these 2 dresses and get a refund.
Didn't you ask me that once before today?
Yes.
Well, the answer hasn't changed. You go to the same office and see Mr. Quigley.
Well, that's just it. I'd rather not see Mr. Quigley. And I think he'd just as soon not see me. If he saw me with these dresses, he'd scream.
Well, the door to the left of Mr. Quigley's is Mr. Brown's, his assistant.
Thank you. I'll go in there. How do you do, Mr. Brown? I'd like to... Oh, dear.
Mr. Brown's out right now. Oh! Oh, it's you. What do you want?
Mr. Quigley, I'd like to get a refund on these. I told her you would.
Two more, Mrs. Kuga?
Yes.
The same kind?
Yes.
Oh, I can't stand it any longer. I can't stand it any longer. I should never have taken this job. I was so happy in ladies' underwear.
I'd like my money, please.
I was so happy. They were so peaceful. All you could hear was the rustle of a silk chemise, broken now and then by the soft snap of a garter.
I'd like my money, please.
Oh, the cute little screams when my tape measure was too cold.
I'm not too monotonous. I'd like my money, please.
Mrs. Kuga, I'm not one to quibble over...
Pardon me, Mr. Quigley, but I've been checking inventory on dress number 808.
That's the very one we have under discussion here.
Yeah, well, how many did you buy?
35.
I thought so. Then how come now we got 36?
Well, goodbye, Mr. Quigley.
Sit down, Mrs. Kuga. I don't know where you got these dresses, but I'm not going to accept them. And what's more, I'm going to give you back the dress you brought me this morning. And Mrs. Kugat.
Yes?
I'd like my money, please.
Oh, young lady, could I see those 3 dresses you have over your arm?
Oh, were you talking to me?
Yes, I tried to buy one of those over in the department, but they didn't have my size. Oh, I do love blue and white polka dot dresses, don't you?
Love them. I collect them.
What size are these?
Oh, well, you probably think I'm the clerk. These dresses aren't for sale. What size do you wear?
Well, I'm sort of tiny. I wear a 10.
Well, fortunately, I have a 10. And you'd better hurry. This offer is not likely to be repeated.
Oh, well, I'll take it. I need it to go to a dance tonight.
You're going to a dance?
Oh, I'd fool you. You should see me dance with my partner. We get around like a couple of 65-year-olds.
What kind of dances do you dance? The Townsend Stomp or the Methuselah Wiggle?
We all went to Arthur Murray's and learned the Lindy Crawl.
You mean the Lindy Hop?
Not the way we do it. How much is the dress?
The $59.50.
Well, I'll take it. Here's the money. I'll just run along. I'm in a hurry.
All right. See you around the bandstand.
Valterini. Dig me later, sister.
Say, maybe I can get rid of these other dresses that way.
Oh, I think I like these dresses with the blue and white polka dots. How much are they? $59.50.
Hey, lady.
Were you addressing me?
Yeah, step in a little closer. You're blocking traffic. Now, don't buy that dress. I'm in a position to sell you the very same thing at a sensational reduction in price.
Please, this is my customer.
Get away, kid. You bother me.
I'm going to see the manager about this. Well, is there something wrong with this dress? Who are you?
You've heard of me, Honest Liz Kuga, the biggest used dress dealer in town.
Is this a used dress?
Oh, absolutely not. It was just worn by an elderly couple in Pasadena.
Well, I don't...
Look, give me $39.50 and I'm losing money on the deal.
Well, I can't pass up a bargain like that. Here's the money.
And here's your dress. Sure you couldn't use two of them?
No, thanks. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come back tomorrow and I'll give myself a hot foot and have a fire sale.
So, there you are. I've heard about people like you.
Where did you come from?
Young lady, I am the floor walker. You stole this girl's customer.
I did not. Go ahead, search me.
Young lady, I don't like your shenanigans.
What's the matter with him?
I've a good mind to take you into Mr. Quigley.
Oh, no, not that, please.
Well, all right. I'll give you one more chance. Go and wait on that customer over there.
Oh, I can't wait on him. That's George.
What's that?
I said I can't wait to sell him something by George.
Well, go ahead. I'll be watching you.
Here I go. Maybe this will hide my face.
Please, put back that hat. I was just showing it to a lady.
I need it more than you do.
What are you putting it on for? The veil hides your face.
I'm in mourning. Gee, I hope George doesn't recognize my voice. Say, can I help you, mister?
What?
You want I should show you some merchandise, maybe?
Yes. Say, isn't it unusual for a sales girl to wear a black hat with a veil?
Oh, that. Yeah, it is kind of unusual. You see, I'm in mourning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. It was a catastrophe. To say nothing of being a tragedy.
Well, if you feel up to it, I'd like to see a dress like, like the one you have over your arm.
Well, ain't that a coincidence for you, though?
I wonder if it'll fit my wife.
Yeah, it's just her size.
What?
I can just imagine what a fellow like you would be married to. I can just see her, probably tall with maybe red hair and a beautiful figure and a gorgeous, scintillating face.
Oh, brother, have you got a bad imagination?
Oh, yeah?
Well, you don't have to get so upset about it. What's it to you?
Well, I'm just very sensitive about my imagination, that's all.
Come on.
I'll be with you in a minute. Will you pardon me? Mr. Inner Tube has sprung a leak.
What are you doing with that ridiculous hat on? Take it off this instant.
Give me back that hat.
No. Now you get back there.
Well, any port in a storm. I hope this fits.
I want to ask you a question, Miss... Oh, no!
What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen anyone wearing a lampshade before?
This is the craziest store I've ever been in.
Now, look, do you want the dress or not?
Well, I guess so. Here's the money. Give it to me. I wish I was sure I knew whether it fit her.
Well, I'll tell you what. This dress will fit me perfectly. Does she happen to have a figure like mine, maybe?
No, she's much dumpier than you are.
Oh, she is. Oh, she is?
She wishes she had a figure like yours. And confidentially, so do I.
Well, of all the...
Oh! Grab that girl! Grab her, I say! She went that way!
Did you like dinner, dear?
Yes, fine.
George, thanks for the dress.
What dress?
The one you're going to surprise me with in a minute.
Oh, you found the box in the closet?
Yes. And I think you were very sweet to buy it for me.
Oh, you should have seen the salesgirl who waited on me. She was a real creep.
Ha ha.
And I'll tell you what, honey. Tomorrow I'll buy you something to wear on your head to go with the dress.
Oh, George, a hat.
No. A polka dot lampshade.
What?
You're a pretty rotten actress, Liz.
Well, how do you like that? He knew about it all the time. You're trying to make up poems about the moon.
Congratulations.
Here's how far I got. The moon is big. The moon is yellow. You finish it, George.
And he lives alone, the lucky fellow.
Well, that's not very romantic. The moon is bright. The moon is deep.
Please shut up and go to sleep.
Oh, George. Look at the man in the moon, George. Do you suppose he ever gets lonesome?
I've never given it much thought.
The only fun he has all year is when he meets the sun and they have an eclipse.
Oh, Liz, I'm too tired to talk now.
You haven't even kissed me goodnight. Speak to me in the language of love, George.
All right. Here.
Was that the language of love, George?
Yes.
Then just don't say anything. Let's just talk.
We present Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, based on the delightful story of Isabel Scott Rorig's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, starring Miss Ball with Richard Denning. Well, let's look in on the Kugats and see what they're doing. It's morning, and George Kugat is seated alone at the breakfast table. Liz is helping Katie, the maid, in the kitchen by fixing the toast. Liz, is the toast ready yet?
Oh, just a minute, dear. Now it's ready.
Liz, what was that noise I heard?
Nothing. Oh, how do you want it scraped, dear? Light, medium, or charcoal broiled?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well, if you hadn't heard me, you'd never know the difference. Here you are.
Liz, you scraped it too hard. It's back to bread again.
Well, I can't help it. It's the toaster's fault. If you'd fix half the things around here.
Now, wait a minute. I did fix the toaster. I tightened the spring yesterday so the toast would pop up better.
Oh, you did that. Well, you made the spring too tight. And you better apologize to Katie.
What for?
She fell into the sink running back to catch a high fly. Yes. And if it ever learns to throw a curve, we're really in trouble.
Well, it's a perfectly good toaster. I'll try to fix it.
You'll try to fix it, yeah.
Well, what do you want me to do? Buy a new one?
Either that or get Katie a fielder's mitt. Oh, George, let's not fight so early in the morning.
Yeah, all right. We'll wait a while.
You're so cute. Give me a kiss.
Somehow I feel this is going to end up in a new toaster.
Don't be silly. Your morning kisses are like coffee to me. That's how I wake up.
Liz, I have a confession to make.
What?
My caffeine's been removed.
Silly, come here. Sanka.
Oh, you're welcome.
You know, George, the way we kiss, I don't need a new toaster.
You don't?
No, just put a piece of bread in my hand and kiss me again. Isn't it wonderful, George? No matter what we argue about, a kiss from you fixes everything. You know, you could get around anybody kissing.
Well, when I get to work, I'll try it on Mr. Atterbury. Hey, what's that?
It's from the kitchen. Katie! Katie, what's going on out there? Mrs. Kuga, Mr. Kuga, run for your lives. What's the matter? What happened? The automatic dishwasher has gone crazy. It's broken again. Oh, it threw every dish in the kitchen at me, and it's trying to climb into the cupboard to get some more. Oh, now, Katie, you mustn't be upset. It's not that tragic. Oh, I can't help it, Mrs. Kugat. That thing hates me. Well, you go back to the kitchen and get even with it. Pull its plug out. Yes, ma'am. George, I'd like to talk to you about a new dishwasher.
Kiss me, Liz.
Oh, no. No, with the toaster, it just meant birds. This time we may lose Katie.
Why, that's ridiculous. What's the matter? Can't she wash dishes in a pan like everybody else?
Well, I've had the dishwasher so long, she might resent it and quit. And you know we can't find anyone nearly as wonderful as she is.
Well, what are women coming to that they have to be pampered with electrical gadgets?
Oh, we're not pampered.
Well, the wives of our ancestors didn't have dishwashers. Pioneer women didn't have a lot of electrical appliances to do their housework.
Of course they didn't. And where are those women today? Dead.
Well, I'm not buying Katie a new dishwasher. And you can tell her so.
She'll get rough red hands.
Well, what of it? She's got rough red everything else.
Well, I'll tell you the truth, George. I wasn't thinking of just Katie. I was thinking of someone else.
Uh-huh. Well, come clean. Whom were you thinking of?
Oh, you're so grammatical.
Well, I can't help it. That's correct. Whom were you thinking of?
Hume.
Me? I mean me? What are you talking about?
Well, if we don't have a dishwasher and it's Katie's night off, I'll be washing the dishes.
I thought so.
Oh, I don't care for myself. But when you come home and you greet me, and you kiss my hand...
Yes?
You'll get dishpan lips.
Liz, you're breaking my little... I'm not buying Katie a new dishwasher. Tell her so.
She's liable to get mad.
So?
You tell her, George.
No, Liz. You tell her.
What's the matter? Are you afraid?
Me? Afraid? Oh, that makes me laugh.
Well, when you're laughing, you tell her.
Well, Liz, it's just that I don't want you to be a slave in your own house. You have to be the boss around here. Let her know who gives the orders. Do you understand?
You're afraid of her.
No, she means nothing to me. I just want you...
Oh, not afraid. I'll get her in here and I'll say to her, Katie, did someone call me?
Mrs. Kugat has something to tell you, Katie.
Yes, Katie, there's something you might as well know right now. What is it? I want some more coffee.
That's telling her, Liz.
Oh, why don't you go to work? Katie, could I talk to you a minute, please?
Just a second, Mrs. Kuga, till I get through washing these dishes by hand.
Oh, don't worry, Katie. I'll get a dishwasher somehow. I asked Corey Cartwright to come over.
Well, what for? I didn't think he knew about anything except women.
He doesn't, but he has a lot of friends in radio, and I thought maybe if he could get me on a giveaway program, I might win a dishwasher.
Do you think you could win?
Oh, listen, I've heard some of those shows won by morons, and I'm a smart hour any day. Wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. That must be Corey. I'll get it. Oh, he's in a hurry.
Quick, close the door.
What's the matter?
Women, I can't get rid of them. Crowds of them chase me down the street.
Oh, well, it must be tough, though irresistible. Hey, what's this dragging along in back of you?
Oh, that's nothing.
Let me see. Corey Cartwright, a bottle of taboo on a string.
Well, it's a game I play. It's like fishing, only for women.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Say, what was on your pretty mind when you asked me to drop by, dear?
Corey, are you still friends with that fellow who puts on radio shows?
Well, sure. I've been on a lot of them lately. 2 more programs, and I'll have all my Christmas shopping done.
Well, could you get me on one?
Absolutely. What do you want to win? I've got a list of what they're giving away. Refrigerators, stoves, automobiles, diamond rings, wristwatches, and kitchen utensils.
Yes, but I want...
Garbage disposal units, Hoover vacuum cleaners, fur coats, house paint, pianos, radio phonographs, record albums.
But you see, I'd like
typewriters,
to have...
6 office buildings, a parking lot in downtown Los Angeles, and Arrowhead Springs.
Let me off at electric dishwashers, please.
Oh, it's a cinch. There's a pro washer each week. It's called His and Hers.
Corey, you've got to get me on it.
Oh, there's nothing to it. Give me the phone there. Hello? That you, Smiley? This is Corey Cartwright. How are you old son of a gun? Yeah. Say, a couple of friends of mine would like to get on His and Hers.
Couple?
Yeah, that's right. He's a banker. Oh, good. The name is George Kuga.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, swell. Goodbye, Smiley.
Oh, Corey, wait.
Well, Liz, you're all set.
Corey, does George have to go on the show, too?
Sure. Husband and wife teams compete together. That's what makes it fun.
Oh, I don't know how George is going to take this.
He doesn't know about it?
No.
Oh, you'll die.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Well, listen, Liz, you're not on till next week. Now, have George listen to the show. It's on tonight. And see if you can talk him into it. Remember the name, His and Hers.
All right. I'll keep his ears glued to the radio if I have to use Scotch tape. Well, George, we have a whole evening to ourselves. What would you like to do, honey?
Oh, I don't know. I can't make up my mind between going to a movie or visiting the Stearns. You decide.
All right. I decided.
Which is it going to be?
We'll stay home and listen to the radio.
But, Liz...
I want to be alone with you, George. We can smooch.
We can?
I could smooch with you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year, with time and a half for over smooch.
Say, what's this radio business? I thought you didn't like radio shows.
Me? Oh, no. I love radio. I listen to it all day long.
Oh, yeah? What programs?
Portia Faces John's Other Wife.
What?
Ma Perkins Can Be Beautiful.
No, Liz.
When a girl marries, it pays to be ignorant.
No.
Libby Owens, Girl Glass Blower.
Oh, stop it. What scheme is brewing in that pretty little skull?
Nothing. I just want to listen to the radio. I'll turn it on.
Yeah, all right. As long as it isn't one of those horrible quiz shows.
Quiz shows?
Oh, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a lot of silly characters making fools of themselves in front of a microphone.
Oh, I think they're a lot of fun.
How can a person with any self-respect appear on one of those things? And now, ladies and gentlemen, our last contestants will come up to the microphone to compete for our big jackpot prize on His and Hers. Mr. and Mrs. Paul Roney. Liz, that's a quiz show. Now, can either of you tell me the answer to this question? What is stored at Fort Knox? Oh, now that's an insult to his intelligence, and any fool knows what's stored at Fort Knox.
Sure, gelatin.
Here, turn that thing off.
No, I want to listen.
Gold is right, and Mr. and Mrs. Roney win the jackpot for tonight's His and Hers. Good night. You mean both a man and his wife go through that?
Yes. Doesn't it sound like fun?
Is there no bottom to a human being's dignity? And now we'll announce the names of next week's contestants.
Oh, no.
What's the matter, Liz?
You're right. It's silly. Turn it off. Turn it off.
Mr. and Mrs. Tom Lefevre. No, I want to see who the suckers will be next week. Dr. and Mrs. Charles Van Tassel. And what other half-wit? Mr. and Mrs. George Kuga. Liz.
Movie.
Liz, sit down.
I don't like the movie, George. I can explain everything honestly.
Go ahead.
Put the lamp down and
I'm just holding it so you won't knock it down. Now stop shaking.
All right. I wanted a dishwasher, and Corey knew the master of ceremonies, and he fixed it up for us, that's all.
My pal.
Well, maybe he can find a job for me when Mr. Atterbury at the bank hears about this. Oh, he'll love having his vice president on a quiz show. Forget it. Hello? Hello, George? How's the quiz kid? Oh. Hello, Harry. Just heard him say your name on the radio, George. Congratulations. Look, Harry, we're not going... This is only the beginning, George. Maybe if you give yourself a home permanent, you'll be chosen queen for a day. Now, wait a minute. Well, goodbye, Queenie. Liz.
Yes, Your Majesty?
That's not funny. In half an hour, everyone in town will know about this. Oh, another wise guy. Well, I'll tell him a thing or two. Yes, I know. Quiz kid. Queen for a day. And keep your smart answers to yourself.
George, this is Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, my gosh. It's Mr. Atterbury.
Well, goodbye, George.
You stay here, you blundering idiot.
What?
Oh, no. Not you, Mr. Atterbury.
George, I just heard your name on the radio.
Oh, well, I can explain everything, Mr. Atterbury. You see...
I'm proud of you, boy.
Yes, but my wife... what did you say?
It's a stroke of genius. Excellent publicity for the bank.
Oh, you like the idea?
Why, it's sensational, boy. The kind of forward thinking we need. Show the public how intelligent bankers are. How'd you ever think of the idea, boy?
Oh, I don't know. It came to me right out of the air.
Well, it was a great idea, and I'm proud of you, boy.
Thanks.
Talk to you at the bank tomorrow, boy.
Yeah, well, goodbye, Mr. Atterbury.
What'd he say, boy? Boy?
Liz, he wants me to go on the show and prove how smart bankers are. I'm worried.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I'll be right there with you.
That's what I'm worried about. Now, Liz, I brought all these books home from the library. And you know what we're going to do with them tonight?
Press flowers?
No, we're going to study for that quiz show. Mr. Atterbury got a block of seats, and everybody in the bank will be there.
Oh, I've got a good idea, George.
What?
You answer all the questions. I'll just stand there.
Yeah, don't be silly. If you don't open your mouth, what'll I tell them, that you're done?
And if I do?
Well, I see what you mean, but let's give it a try. Now here's some history questions. What is the Monroe Doctrine?
Monroe Doctrine?
Yes, you know which Monroe it refers to, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Racing with the moon, and the midnight blue.
Well, never mind. I'll answer the history question. Now let's try some natural history. Here. What is the name of an animal with long, sharp fangs and a shaggy head who stalks his prey at night?
Oh, that reminds me. Corey was here today.
Never mind. I'll answer the nature questions. Now, that brings us to arithmetic.
Oh, you answer the arithmetic questions, George.
Liz, I've got a great idea.
What?
I'll answer the questions. You just stand there.
Oh, good. I'm glad you thought of it.
Yes. Hi, Liz, dear.
Hello, Corey.
Well, tonight's...
Yes, and Corey, I'm just frantic. I don't know why I ever got into this. I'll disgrace George for life.
Oh.
He could even lose his job at the bank over some stupid answer of mine.
Oh, Liz, don't be ridiculous.
He'll have to give up his lovely office at the bank. He'll lose his swivel chair. Just think, all the rest of his life, he'll never swivel again.
I thought you might be upset, Liz. What would you say if I told you I had the list of answers to tonight's question?
Where are they?
Here, I got them from Adele, the producer's secretary. I had a date with her last night.
Oh, Corey, I couldn't look at them. That's dishonest. Wouldn't be fair.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it,
Maybe one little peek.
Just one.
I'll just peek at the first question, that's all.
All right.
Oh, what do you know? I had the list upside down. I peeked at the last one by mistake. Now I guess I'll have to peek my way back up to the first one. There.
Now, can you remember them?
Sure. The sap runs every 2 years, life with father, and to scrape the barnacles off her hull.
That's right.
I wonder what the questions are. That one about the sap running, that must be about trees, huh?
What do you care as long as you have the answers? You're a cinch, Liz.
Oh, this is just wonderful, Corey. George is going to be so proud of me. Katie, I'm so excited about the show. I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, take one look at me before I go. Is my slip showing?
Yes.
How much?
All of it. You forgot to put your dress on.
Oh, my goodness. Here, help me with it, Katie.
All right.
All ready, honey?
In just a minute. Al Jolson, the sap runs every 2 years. Life with father to scrape the barnacles off her hull.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Well, how do you feel, Liz? Get some facts into your little head?
You know, George, you're going to be very surprised. I have a feeling I'm going to know all the answers.
Well, now, don't do anything silly.
I
Liz.
won't.
Let me take the first crack at the answer.
Oh, don't worry, George. I won't do anything except make you very proud of me. Well, goodbye, Katie.
Goodbye.
Hey, goodbye, Katie.
Kiss me for good luck, George.
All right.
Well, I don't know about that show, his and hers, but there's nothing wrong with yours and mine.
Come on, crazy. Let's get this over with. All right, everybody. We're going on the air in just 2 seconds. Now, quiet. Presenting that sensational new quiz show, His and Hers. Yes, it's time once again to play that lovable, laughable radio game, His and Hers. And here's your master of ceremonies, Smiley Stembottom. Good evening, everybody. This is old Smiley Stembottom. Here we go with another session of His and Hers. We have with us tonight 3 man and wife teams. Dr. and Mrs. Charles Van Tassel, Mr. Tom Lefevre, attorney, and Mrs. Lefevre, and Mr. and Mrs. George Kuga.
Yay, George! Go get 'em, boy!
Apparently, Mr. Kugat has some friends in the audience. Now, while our contestants are waiting in a room off stage, I'd like to announce that because we have such an intelligent group, a doctor, a lawyer, and a banker, we have thrown out the easy questions we were going to use and have substituted harder ones. Now coming onto the stage are our first contestants. You must be Dr. Van Tassel. That's right, and this is my wife. Apparently, Mrs. Van is tickled by her own tassel. Is she a little nervous? No, she always sounds like that. Yes. All right, here we go for our first question. Now, you only have one answer between you, so think carefully. Who discovered the fountain of youth and claimed he could live forever? Ponce de Leon. Absolutely right. What do you say to that, Mrs. Van Tassel? I knew you would. Now you have 25 points, and we'll go to the next question. What is your congressman's term of office?
I guess they'll call us pretty soon, won't they, George?
Yes. Now, don't be nervous, Liz.
Oh, I'm not nervous.
Well, let's go. Isn't someone knocking at the door?
No, that's your knees.
It is not. I'm as calm as a cucumber.
Really? Well, do you always smoke so many cigarettes at once? You have a cigarette in each hand.
You have? Well, I lit one of them for you.
Well, thanks. Who's one?
All right, so I'm nervous. I should think you'd be, too, that those questions are liable to be tough.
Oh, don't worry, George. I have a feeling I'm going to know every answer.
Oh, look who has that feeling. Oh. Mr. and Mrs. Kuga were ready for you.
Here we go. Come on, George.
And here they come, our third contestants, Mr. and Mrs. Kuga.
You sell them, George.
Please. Now, right up here to the microphone. Are you all ready for these questions? They're pretty hard.
Oh, I'll bet they're not so hard.
Well, we'll see. Now, one answer for the two of you, remember. First question. Who discovered the fountain of youth and claimed he could live forever?
Al Jolson.
Oh, Liz. I'm so sorry. That's wrong, Mrs. Kuga.
It is?
Yes, but let's go on to question number 2.
Okay.
Question number 2. This is political. What is your congressman's term of office?
The sap runs every 2 years.
I'm so sorry. Liz, have you gone crazy?
Something's wrong, George, but I'll get the rest of it.
Well, let me answer this one.
All right, George.
Question number 3. What has caused America to have such a great increase in population?
Well, George?
I don't know.
Would you repeat the question, please?
What has caused America to have such a great increase in population?
Is it life with Father?
Wrong again. You now have a total score of nothing.
Kuga, you're as stupid as a mosquito.
No coaching from the audience, please. And now for your last question.
Well, I'm sure to get one of these right.
Why did the French people put Marie Antoinette under the sharp blade of the guillotine?
To scrape the barnacles off her hull.
Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, you are the first husband and wife team ever to miss all 4 questions. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Liz. And now all the contestants will stand by for our jackpot question. Liz, what's the matter with you?
George, I had all the answers memorized, but they must have switched the questions on me.
Oh, fine. Attention! Before the jackpot question, here are the standings of our contestants. The Van Tassels have 75 points. The Lefevres have 50 points. And the Kugats have... Now, since our jackpot question counts 100, whoever gets it right will win our giant prize, an electric dishwasher.
We've still got a chance, George.
Yeah. And tonight we're adding a special prize to go with the dishwasher. 300 dirty dishes. Now, here's the jackpot question. At the last session of the Big Four foreign ministers in Paris, when Russia and the United States were in disagreement, what did Andrei Vyshinsky say to Secretary of State Marshall? Oh, come, someone must know it. What did Andrei Vyshinsky say to Secretary of State Marshall?
I give up, George. Let's go home.
You're right! That is what Vyshinsky said to Marshall. I give up, George. Let's go home. And Kuga wins the electric dishwasher.
Russian.
Vyshinsky, you're wonderful.
Come on, everybody. The borscht is on me.
George and Liz will return in just a moment.
Many Americans will be traveling abroad this year. They'll need passports, visas, and medical records. They'll have to pass customs inspections and comply with currency restrictions. They'll be stopped at the borders of every country, great or small, that they wish to visit. Many Americans will also tour the United States this year. As they pass from one sovereign state to another, they will need no passports or records, and they will not have to worry about customs or currency regulations. If a man wishes, he may settle down in the state he's visiting and enjoy all the rights and privileges of the native-born citizens. This freedom to move from state to state without hindrance is one of the great blessings of American life. It's a blessing guaranteed to us in our Constitution, which says that the citizen of one state shall enjoy the same rights and privileges as the citizens of every other state. It is one of the ways in which our Constitution ensures that this country of yours and mine shall be our country under God.
George. Hey, George. Are you asleep yet?
No.
When you're trying to sleep, do you ever pretend things?
Mm-hmm.
What?
I pretend that you've stopped talking.
Oh. My favorite pretend is that I'm a beautiful princess who swallowed a magic potion and I sleep for 20 years. What are you thinking?
I'm wondering where I can get some of that potion.
Oh, George, you aren't very romantic. Come on, pretend something.
Okay. I pretend I'm all alone on a desert, and I see coming toward me a brown-skinned native girl with flowers in her hair.
Oh?
Now, what do you pretend?
I pretend she's ugly. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
AFN Europe presents the radio comedy series My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning.
Mrs. Kuga, you shouldn't ought to do the dishes. Oh, Katie, why didn't you stay up in your room? I'm practically finished. Just one more dish and I'm through. I'm through. Are you feeling any better, Katie?
Oh, I'm not really sick, Mrs. Kuga. I'm just worried.
Worried? Are you in any kind of trouble, Katie?
Yes. You see, I have a boyfriend, Roscoe Miller. I haven't seen him in 15 years.
15 years? Now, don't you let him rush you into anything.
Oh, no, I won't. You see, we've been corresponding. Roscoe's very wealthy, and somewhere he got the idea that I was wealthy, too. Someone wrote and told him I travel in fancy society.
Well, now, who told him a thing like that?
I did.
Oh.
Well, I had matrimonial designs on him, and I wanted to sound glamorous. And now he's coming to town, and he'll stop in and see me. Oh, what'll I do, Mrs. Kuga?
Well, can't you write to him and tell him not to come?
No, I sent him a letter, but he'd already left. It was returned to me here.
Let me see. Dearest Roscoe, I was utterly charmed to receive your gracious note and hastened to reply as soon as I got done reading it.
Those fancy words don't sound like the real me.
Well, the real you keeps popping through every so often. In your last letter, you said my dinner party sounded like I was eating with the upper set. I don't know how you could tell from way out there in Kansas, but as long as you're interested, I now have a new lower set and can eat better than ever. Oh, Katie, it's a lucky thing this letter came back.
Oh, Mrs. Kuga, what'll I do? I just can't let him know I've been fibbing to him. Oh, I'll go out of town.
Oh, now, Katie.
Oh, I can't see him. I know. I'll kill myself.
Oh, now be sensible. There must be something we can do. Of course. It's very simple. I saw them do it in a movie once. The lady of the house played the maid, and the maid was the lady of the house. It'll be kind of fun, Katie. I'll be your maid, and you can be everything you said you were.
Oh, do you really think we could get away with it?
Certainly. Meet Liz, your new maid. If you want anything, just call, ma'am.
I think this dress of yours fits me, Mrs. Kuga. There. How does it look?
No, not that one, Katie. It's too tight.
Oh, but it's such a pretty shade of yellow.
I know, but it's too tight. You look like a ripe banana.
Oh, really? It's not bad. Let me walk around in it. I'll show you.
All right.
What was that?
Banana split.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, Katie. It was an old dress. What about this one?
Oh, it's beautiful, but I might split it, too. Well, I guess we might as well give up. I'm just too fat for your clothes.
Oh, fiddle faddle.
Well, that's just it. My fiddle's okay, but I'm too big in the faddle.
Well, try it on.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've got to remember I'm not ma'am. I'm Liz, the maid.
All right. Liz.
Good. Now, you remember that, won't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Katie. How does that dress feel?
Oh, fine, except for one thing. I can't sit down.
Oh, you're exaggerating.
Oh, Mrs. Kugati's here.
Give me your apron. There, now, do I look like a maid?
Oh, you look okay. And now, remember, let Ross go in, take his hat, and show him into the living room.
All right. Now, you go on in. I'll get the door.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Good afternoon.
Is the lady of the house in?
Yes, Madam is expecting you. May I take your hat?
Oh, sure, here.
This way, please. There she is. Well, aren't you going to say anything to each other?
I never saw him before in my life.
You didn't? What's going on here?
Don't ask me. I just came here to collect for the newspaper.
Pay him, Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, the maid's giving the orders. What'd you do, lady? Lose an election bet?
Here's your money. Goodbye. Oh, too bad that was a false alarm. I had myself all primed. Oh, gee, I wish I could sit down. I'm weak.
Well, stiffen up and I'll lean you against something. Say, what does this Roscoe look like?
Well, when I first met him, he was tall, dark, and handsome and had flowing hair. He sent me a picture recently.
Is he still tall, dark, and handsome?
No. Somehow he managed to get short and dumpy.
You know, that happens to a lot of men. And their hair stops flowing and just sort of trickles.
Oh, that must be him.
We'll go back in the living room. I'll get it. If you open the door, take his hat, show him in. Good afternoon.
I'm Roscoe Miller.
Oh, no. Won't you come in? May I take your hat?
No, thank you.
Madam is waiting in the living room. May I take your hat?
No, thank you.
I'll tell her you're here. May I take your hat?
Young lady, this may come as quite a shock to you, but I'm not wearing a hat.
Well, go right into the living room. What are you staring at?
I haven't seen anybody curtsy in years.
Oh, Roscoe.
Katie.
Oh, come in and sit down, Roscoe.
Oh, thank you, Katie, thank you. Yeah. Well, ain't you going to sit down too, Katie?
Oh, no, I'll stand.
Oh, come on, Katie. Sit down by me here on the couch, huh?
Oh, no, I always stand.
But why?
She wants to be ready in case somebody plays the Star-Spangled Banner.
Yes, that's it. I'm very patriotic.
Oh, you're talking bosh. Come on, sit down here.
Roscoe, let go my arm.
Well, there goes her patriotism. Excuse me, please. I'll go get the tea.
Well, Roscoe, tell me all about yourself.
No, Katie. You tell me all about yourself.
No, Roscoe, I want to hear about you. You never married, did you? I can't understand why some girl didn't snap you up.
Well, Katie, you want to know something? Neither can I. You're not married, are you, Katie?
No, Roscoe. Just like I wrote you in my letters, I don't even have any boyfriends.
Then whose cigar is that in the ashtray?
Cigar? Oh, dear. It's mine. Yes, there's nothing I like better than a good cigar.
Well, here, have one of mine. Corona. Here, I'll light it for you.
Oh, no, I don't feel like smoking right now. I'll just hold it. It looks like a real expensive cigar.
Yeah. I thought you didn't have any boyfriends, Katie. Well, here's a picture of a handsome young devil, and it's inscribed, to my darling wife on our first anniversary.
Oh, yes. I guess I did marry him, but I divorced him right after.
Here's another in a hockey uniform. It says, to my wonderful wife on our 5th anniversary.
It does? Well, I married him later. We were divorced right after that.
Looks like the same fella.
Well, they were twins.
Pardon me, madam, but how do you get the cream and sugar into those little tea bags?
Never mind the tea. Just stay here and have a cigar. What? Well, you see, Roscoe's been asking me about my husband. He saw the pictures.
Uh-oh. She doesn't seem to make sense.
Oh, I'm so sorry you brought it up, Mr. Miller. I should have warned you. We don't speak of him around here. It upsets her.
Oh, Katie, I'm sorry. What happened?
You tell him, Liz.
Yes, tell me. I sense something strange. I'm anxious to know what the story is going to be.
So am I. Well, it seems he left here one night 7 years ago, and we haven't heard from him since.
No.
Yes. And he took the children with him.
No.
Yes. And he took her automobile with him.
The cad?
No, the Buick. And then we heard the bad news.
Katie, you don't have to torture yourself by listening to this, you know.
Oh, it's all right, Roscoe. I want to see how it comes out.
Go ahead, please.
Well, the police came, and we learned the money was missing. He knew the grand jury was going to indict him, and the strain was too much.
You mean?
Yes, amnesia. He's wandering the world somewhere, not even knowing who he is.
No. Katie, don't you cry.
Oh, I can't help it. That's the saddest story I ever heard.
Now, maybe you'll find him someplace. What was his name?
Ask her.
Adolf Jensen.
Katie, I'm going to help you find this man. I'll hire a detective agency. Now, you tell me, where did you meet this Adolf Jensen?
At the country club.
At the bank.
I beg your pardon?
At the bank.
At the country club.
Katie, certainly you know where you met your husband.
Well, it was such a long time ago.
How long?
8 years.
10 years.
10 years.
8 years. I'll get it. Excuse me.
Now, you try to get hold of yourself, Katie.
Corey Cartwright, am I glad to see you. Step out here on the porch.
Liz, dear, what's the matter?
You've got to help me. I'm in a jam. Now, look, Katie's old boyfriend is in there, and she wrote and told him she was wealthy, and now he thinks her husband is a bank embezzler, and I think he's getting wise.
You lost me around that last curve.
Corey, Laurie, try to understand. Roscoe Miller is Katie's old boyfriend who thinks she's married to Adolph Jensen. Adolph has amnesia because he embezzled a bank, and we've got to get rid of Roscoe before George comes home and he finds out the truth. Now, is that clear?
Sure. You just condensed the plot of the last 3 years of Ma Perkins.
Look, I can't explain now. Just do me a favor and get rid of that man in our living room. Take him anywhere.
Well, I'll take him downtown and drop him somewhere. I was going to the railroad station anyway.
Oh, are you meeting someone?
No, but a lot of pretty girls travel on trains, and they're always kissing their friends hello and goodbye. I get down there just before train time. In the excitement, they don't know who they're kissing.
Sorry. Now you forget about that and get rid of Roscoe for us.
Your dress, Mrs. Kuga. I worked on it for an hour, but it's ripped too bad to fix. You can take it out of my salary.
Oh, nonsense, Katie. Hello?
Hi, dear. How are things going?
Oh, hello, George. Everything's fine.
You're not cooking dinner, are you?
No, Katie's much better. You don't have to worry.
Oh, good. Say, is it all right if I bring a friend home?
Oh, certainly. Who is it? Anyone I know?
No, he's a stranger in town. Happened in and bought some bonds from me. His name's Miller, Roscoe Miller. Liz? Liz? Oh, I guess we were disconnected.
Oh, George, no. George, hello? Oh, he hung up. Oh, what's the matter, Mrs. Kuga? Just call me Liz. What? We've been held over, Katie. We've got to give a repeat show for the West Coast.
I don't understand.
I don't know how, but somewhere George has found Roscoe, and he's bringing him home for dinner.
Oh, no, I can't go through it again, Mrs. Kuga. Call him back. Tell him I'm sick, anything.
I'll call him right away.
Can you imagine, Bessie? That's exactly what he said to me. Those were his identical words.
Oh, darn. Somebody's on this party line.
If I had been you, Lucy, I'd have slugged him once. I would have, Bessie, but how would it look? He's 2 feet shorter than me. Gee, you should ought to tell him about those elevated shoes. I did. And guess what? I give up, hey. He was already wearing them. Without him, he's 3 feet shorter than me.
I wish they'd get off the line.
Say, real thing. I think we got company on the line. Hey, big ears, if you want to hear something, why don't you turn on the radio?
I think they heard me. Oh, why don't they hang up? I know just what to tell George. I'll say I have lockjaw.
Lockjaw?
Yes, and I can't eat dinner. How does this sound? Don't come home tonight, George. I have lockjaw. Lockjaw.
Oh, it sounds sick, all right.
Oh, I hope they're through talking.
What'd he do then, Lucy? He stopped the car and told me we were out of gas. Can you imagine? No kidding. And you believed him? Sure. Who do you think emptied the tank?
Pardon me, but I'd like to use this phone.
Uh-oh. Miss Budinsky's back again. Make like you don't hear her. We got right. Now, what were you saying, dearie?
Oh, they're going to be on there all day.
Well, isn't there anything you can do?
I've got an idea. Be very quiet now.
And there we were, just the two of us under the stars. He gazed into my eyes, and I gazed into his. How could you gaze into each other's eyes if you were so much taller than him? I was sitting down, and he was standing up. You're so smart.
Pardon the interruption, please. This is the supervisor. We are putting this line out of service temporarily. Hang up, please.
Don't look now, but Nosy Josie's back again.
Now, look, I have to use this line. This is an emergency.
Oh, yeah? What kind of an emergency?
My house is on fire.
Then there's only one decent thing for us to do, Lucy. Yeah. We'll go over and help her toast marshmallows.
Very very funny.
A real thing. Yes, yes. Hang on a minute. I want to see how my roast is doing. Don't hang up. I won't.
Oh, Katie, I've got them now. Oh, Ruthie.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I gotta go now. My roast is burning up hay.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, goodbye, Bessie.
Goodbye. One down now. We'll wait for Bessie.
Oh, real thing.
Yeah, kid.
The roast is okay.
Oh, that's good. But I gotta go now, Bessie. My bath is running over. And you know how that guy downstairs complains.
Oh, okay. Goodbye, Lucy.
Goodbye.
National Bank.
Mr. Kuga, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Kuga is gone for the day.
Are you sure?
Why, yes. He left with another gentleman. Said he was going to show him the town.
Oh, darn. Two ladies gone.
Oh, what do we do now?
Get out the marshmallows, Katie. I think I'll set the house on fire.
Hey, Liz, where are you?
In here, Corey.
Oh, well, I just stopped by to tell you I got rid of Roscoe Miller for you. I dropped him on a corner downtown.
Oh, why didn't you drop him into an open manhole?
Uh-oh. What happened?
Well, apparently Roscoe wandered into the bank and met George, and Mother's little helper is bringing him home to dinner.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, and you've got to go find them and head them off, or we'll have to keep up this crazy Adolf Jensen business all night.
But where can I find them?
I don't know, but find them. Go to all the points of interest, places you'd show an out-of-town guest.
Say, that's a good idea. I haven't seen half those places myself.
Well, Mr. Miller, here we are.
Wait a minute. You live here?
Well, yes.
I thought you looked familiar. Oh, I've got wonderful news for you, son.
What?
Welcome home, Adolf.
Adolf?
Yes, Adolf, or George, as you call yourself. Now, I got something to tell you, son. Before you go into that house, you should know something. You have a wife.
Well, I should hope so. I had one this morning when I left the house.
George, it only seems like this morning. Actually, it was 7 years ago.
What are you talking about?
Well, this must be confusing to you, my boy. Now, don't worry. Just walk into that house. Your loved ones are waiting for you, Adolf Jensen. This is going to be the happiest day of your life.
I don't know what you're talking about. Look, I'll open the door and show you. I'm not Adolf Jensen. I'm George Kuga. Hello, honey.
Adolf, welcome home.
What is this? Come on, baby. Give me a kiss.
No, Adolf, that's not your wife. The other one is. Although I can't say I blame you.
Adolf, darling.
Hey, what's the matter with all of you? Why do you keep calling me Adolf?
Because that's your name. You've been sick. You've had amnesia for 7 years, and now you're well again.
And Katie's your wife.
Now I'm sick again. What is this?
Now, Adolf, we're trying to help you. Help you remember the past. First of all, what about the children?
The children?
Yes, Adolf, you remember the children.
I haven't got any children.
Oh, yes, you have. How many was it?
7. 6. I'll take it, Katie. 6.
Well, if I have so many children, where are they now?
Don't you have them?
No, I don't.
What have you done with them?
Think, Adolf, think.
My name isn't Adolf. I'm George Kuga. Is that clear?
Well, he does seem rather positive, Katie. Are you sure this is Adolf? Does he have any identifying marks? Tattoos, moles, warts, strawberry marks?
No, I don't think he has. Oh, yes, he does. He's got a darling mole on his left knee.
Yes? Oh, I mean, yes, he has. If Liz says so, that's right.
Listen, I'm sick and tired of all this. I don't know what kind of a game you're playing, but I'm not Adolf Jensen. I'm George Kuga. I have no children. I'm married to Liz, and Katie's the maid.
But he's in worse shape than I thought.
I'll get it.
Buck up, old man. Now, you fight this thing.
Oh, Corey.
Hi, Liz.
Step out here. I want to explain things to you. Now, don't give us away. You see, somebody has come back.
Corey, am I glad to see you. Come in here. You're just in time to save my life. Now, listen, Miller. This is my best friend. He's known me for years. He'll tell you who I am.
Why, Adolf, don't you recognize him? Look who's here. Your oldest son.
Corey, say something. Daddy!
Well, it all worked out, didn't it, George? Roscoe never knew the difference. Katie's pride was saved. Nobody was hurt, were they?
I guess not, Liz. I'll have to admit, the old codger gave me a big order for some bonds.
Oh, he did?
Yeah?
Well, then maybe I can have that new fur coat. Can I, George? George, can I? Why don't you answer me?
Who are you, lady? I'm Adolf Jensen.
All right, I don't want the fur coat.
Hi, Liz.
Oh, you.
No, I was just fooling. Come on, give me a kiss. Well, give me a kiss. What's the matter, Liz?
I'm not Liz. I'm Mrs. Jensen.
You are?
Yes. Turn off the lights, Adolf.
My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, was produced for broadcast in the Frankfurt studios of the American Forces Network Europe by Air Force Sergeant Dave Schofield. Specialist Brad Scott speaking. Join us next time for My Favorite Husband.
We present Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kuga. Two people who live together and like it. Starring Miss Ball with Richard Denning. Well, let's look in on the Kugats and see what they're doing. It is morning, and Katie, the maid, has just put breakfast on the table. And George and Liz are sitting down to it.
That coffee smells good.
Paper's right in front of you, George. Why don't you read it?
Oh, no. As soon as I pick it up, you'll start your usual squawking about not seeing my face at the breakfast table.
No, I won't, George, honest.
Now, this should be interesting. Liz, you tore a hole in the paper.
Yeah, I get to see your face at breakfast, and you get to read the paper. See?
How can I read with a hole in the paper?
Well, read around it.
Oh.
I saved all the little pieces I tore out, and you can read what you missed later.
Great.
I'm looking at you through an automobile ad.
Well, what's so funny about that?
The new Nash has blue eyes for headlights. And your ears look like both doors are wide open.
Well, I'm glad you find it amusing. Katie, may I have some more coffee, please?
Certainly, Mr. Kuga. Oh, what happened to the paper? Did the dog get at it?
No, the cat.
I did it, Katie. I had to because he's always reading at the table and never knows I'm here.
Good for you. I had the same trouble with my first husband, Clarence. One morning, I put an old floor mop in the chair to see if he'd notice the difference.
Did he?
Yes, he complimented me on my new hairdo. Then I did something awful. I set fire to his paper.
Well, that must have burned him up.
Oh, Mrs. Kuga.
That's pretty bad, huh? Well, it's early in the morning.
Well, you're excused.
Hey, look here. A story about my old girlfriend, Myra Ponsonby.
Well, we haven't heard from her in ages. What does she say is new in Lower Slobovia?
There you go again. Just because I went around with her in college is no reason to be jealous.
I'm not jealous.
I just wish she'd drop dead, that's all.
Liz, you sound so bitter.
I am. There isn't room for both of us in the same town.
Well, better watch what you say, Liz. You may have to move. After all, they're still writing news stories about Myra.
Why? What happened to dear old Myra, I hope?
Well, she's driving into town from her country place.
Well, now that ought to crowd the United Nations off the front page.
It says she has a new imported car called a Zebra. The upholstery is bright yellow with black streaks.
She must have bought it to match her hair.
Oh, now you're really being catty.
I am not. I'm glad she got a car. It was dangerous flying around on that broomstick.
I'd sure like to see that car.
So would I. I'd like to see it run over a cliff.
Oh, don't worry about Myra. She's a wonderful driver. Why, she drives like she was part of the car.
I know. She rides a horse the same way.
I wonder if her husband Minky is coming with her.
Mr. Minky, the Peanut King. Oh, that poor little man.
He seems very happy with Myra.
Happy? She doesn't pay attention to anything but his money. The only excitement he gets is going down to the warehouse and running barefoot through his goobers.
Now listen, Liz. Myra...
Oh, Myra Schmyra. Myra this, Myra that. Myra's a wonderful driver. Well, I could be a wonderful driver, too. If I knew how to drive.
Yeah, that would help.
George, give me another lesson.
Oh, no, thank you.
You haven't given me a driving lesson since last May.
I know, and I just stopped shaking this morning.
Well, I wasn't so bad. All I did was forget to turn and went straight. Would have been all right if we weren't on a dead-end street.
Oh, it was such a beautiful car. I miss it. You know, it's still stuck in that house, Liz.
It is?
Yeah.
I'll bet they're the only people in town with a new Hudson in the kitchen. Oh, George, give me another lesson.
No. The answer is no. Absolutely no. Okay, Liz. There isn't much traffic on this back road. I guess you can start driving now.
All right, George. I have a confession to make. While I was waiting for you to come home, I sort of practiced in the driveway.
Oh, good. Do you remember what you did?
Oh, yes. I turned on the ignition. I pressed the starter button. I shifted into first. I stepped on the gas, and I let out the clutch.
Huh.
Did I forget anything, George?
Not a thing.
That's how much you know. I forgot to open the garage doors.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I said I'd do it, and I'm going through with it. Go ahead and drive.
All right, here I go. I push the starter button like this. George, the starter button's broken.
No, it isn't.
Well, then why doesn't it start?
Push it in long enough, and you'll find out.
But nothing Ow! Why did it get hot?
Because it's the cigarette lighter.
Oh, what a dirty trick. Now, don't tell me. Is this it?
Try it and see.
Okay. Well, must be broken. That was the radio.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to suggest anything radical, but what do you think that little button that says starter is for?
Oh, yes, I'm excited. Here we go. Hooray! It started.
Yeah, congratulations.
Why aren't we going?
Well, you forgot a little thing called putting it in gear.
Oh, that.
No!
Am I doing something wrong, George?
Throw out the clutch.
What's the matter with it?
Nothing.
Well, then why should I throw it out?
Step on the clutch. Push it in.
Well, why didn't you say so? My goodness, you get so excited.
I'm not excited.
And what's that white stuff around your mouth?
It's just a little foam. Now you have the clutch out and the motor on. Shift into low.
Now, wait a minute. Low is up here, isn't it?
No.
Oh, I know. Down here. Up here?
There's only one place left.
Oh, it's here. There. Now what do I do?
Let the clutch out.
Okay.
Oh.
What happened? George, say something.
Wait till I get my head out of the back seat. I think my neck is broken.
You know, this car doesn't work very well.
Start it again. I'll brace myself.
All right. I made it. How am I driving, George?
Fine. Except for one little thing.
What's that?
You're driving on the wrong side of the road.
Well, what's the difference? There aren't any cars coming.
Well, as a favor to me and the insurance company, will you please pull over?
Well, I'd be delighted.
Well, go ahead. Here comes a car. No, wait. Stay on this side. He's going around you.
What a reckless driver. He shouldn't have gone up on two wheels like that.
Liz, let's come to a stop.
All right, what do I do?
Put your hand out. Signal for a stop.
Okay.
Shift into neutral.
Okay.
Liz, you almost hit that tree. Why did you take both hands off the wheel?
You told me to.
I did not.
You did, too. You told me to shift with my right hand and signal with my left, and I didn't have any hands left over to steer. What do you think I am, an octopus?
No.
You're making a nervous wreck out of me. Oh, Corey, do you really think I'll pass my driver's license test?
Why not? You had the best teacher in the world, old Professor Cartwright himself.
I promise you won't tell George you helped me.
Oh, I won't let on. I'll tell him my hair suddenly turned white without any reason.
Did I frighten you when I went between those two cars?
Well, I was watching pretty closely.
Well, I'm glad one of us was watching. I had my eyes closed.
Well, you better keep them open when you take your test.
I guess I'll go in now while I have my nerve. Why don't you go get a bite to eat?
Oh, I couldn't eat a thing. I already have something in my mouth.
What?
My heart. Good luck, Liz.
Keep your fingers crossed for me. Now, when you hear a siren, you pull over and let it go by. You can pass a streetcar on the right at 15 miles an hour. I wonder how fast you can pass it on the left.
Yes?
Oh, how do you do? I'd like to get a driver's license, please.
All right. Name, please?
Elizabeth Kuga.
Address?
321 Bundy.
Uh-huh. Race?
Of course not. I don't even have a driver's license.
I think this is going to be one of my bad days. How much do you weigh?
Guess.
285.
Very amusing. 118.
How old are you?
21.
I haven't missed on that one in a long time. You know, it's funny, but there are no women drivers in the United States over 21.
May I have my license now?
Not yet. How tall are you?
Well, what's this got to do with driving? Why are you asking all these questions?
We want to find out what size car you'll wear. How tall?
With heels or in my stocking feet?
Well, what's the difference?
About 3 inches. I'm 5'6" without them.
Eyes?
Yes, 2. Blue.
Thank you.
And red.
What?
My hair is red. That's the next question, isn't it?
Naturally?
Well, just a little henna rinse now and then.
Well, the fingerprint, and that does it. Give me your right thumb, please.
What for?
I want to hitch a ride home, and mine is tired. I'm going to take your fingerprint.
I don't want to put my thumb in that dirty old ink.
Now, this won't hurt a bit.
No, I don't want to put my thumb in the ink. Well, did you get my fingerprint?
Yes. Right on the end of my nose.
What are you laughing at?
I'm happy. This is my last day on this detail. They're moving me over to the homicide squad where things will be nice and peaceful.
Congratulations. Now, may I have my license?
No, let's just test your eyes. Now, I'll hold this white card over your eye, and you tell me what you see.
A white card.
No, what do you see out of the other eye?
Nothing.
Why not?
It's closed.
Well, open it! Now, read those letters on the wall over there.
Okay. M-E-N.
Not on the door, on the wall! Oh, never mind. Go ahead on to the driving part of the test. You're not going to pass that.
What makes you so sure?
I know the man who's going to give you the test.
Oh, who is it?
Me.
Oh. I can drive anywhere now, Corey. I got a license.
Well, I'm proud of you, Liz. It certainly didn't take you long.
No, he was very sweet. As soon as he saw how I drove the car around the block, we sort of made a bargain.
How do you mean?
Well, he said he'd give me my license if I'd let him out of the car.
I know how he felt.
You know, there's nothing to driving, Corey. It's simple.
Liz, I think that car is going to turn in front of us.
Where? Oh, my goodness. I can't remember the difference.
Between what?
I can't remember the difference between the clutch and the brake.
Oh, smoke. Are you all right, Liz?
Yes, but the car, it's ruined.
Well, I'll get out and see what the damage is. The other car seems to be all right.
Well, I might have known. Look, it's a dumb woman driver.
You better just sit here in the car, Liz.
Oh, no, I won't. I want to have a word with this character.
But, Liz, it was your fault.
How could it be my fault? I wasn't even looking at her.
Well, watch what you say, then.
I'll be very polite. Pardon me, madam, but do you by any chance happen to be the stupid dame who just smashed into me?
Look, honey, you had plenty of time to stop. When did you get your driver's license? This morning?
No, this afternoon. Why didn't you give a signal?
I did. I know I had my hand out the window. I was drying my nail polish. So there.
Oh, you're too fat anyway.
Oh, if you're going to take that kind of an attitude, I'll just have to get an impartial witness.
All right. We'll ask this kindly old gentleman standing on the corner. Tell me, impartial witness, did you see the accident?
Liz, you know very well I was with you.
Oh, Corey, what's the matter with you?
Well, I've had enough. I've taken your license number. You'll hear from my lawyer and the police. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Fatso.
Oh!
Corey, just look at our car. What's George going to say? The body's all smashed, the fenders are knocked off, and the back of the car's a mess.
Well, maybe you don't have to let George know. If you want me to, I'll call my garage, and they'll fix it for you.
Oh, would you, Corey? You're a pal. Now, you call me as soon as you know how much it'll be. While you're about it, see if they can fix a cracked head.
Well, how did you know the car had a cracked head?
I didn't. I was thinking about me if George finds out.
Is that you, Liz?
Yes, dear.
Did you get your driver's license?
Yes. How'd you know?
Oh, some fella from the bank saw you over there.
Oh.
Well, you're a full-fledged driver.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the car?
It's in the garage.
Oh, put it away. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I was going down and count the fenders. I'd be surprised if I found all four of them.
So would I.
Well, you've got to expect a little kidding when you first learn, Liz.
I know. Is dinner ready?
Yeah, not yet. Say, did you see the paper tonight?
No, why?
There was some bad news. Myra Ponsonby's missing.
Oh, really? What was the bad news?
No, I'm serious. She should have been in town this morning, and nobody knows what's happened to her. Minky called the police. He's afraid somebody made off with her.
Well, if somebody made off with her, it serves them right.
Oh, Liz, I'm surprised at you. Myra's very life may be in danger. Minky's offered a reward, $10,000.
Dollars or peanuts?
Very funny. But I don't understand it. She just disappeared into thin air.
Do you mind if we talk about something else?
I even started to worry about you. What made you so late getting home?
Late? Oh, I was just late.
Well, I thought maybe you'd run into an old friend.
No, it was a stranger.
Honey, you're acting funny, like you've done something wrong.
Me? That's a laugh.
Liz, are you hiding something?
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, I've been waiting for you to call. Just a minute. George, would you get my coat for me? I'm cold.
You're wearing it.
Oh, well, would you hang it in the hall closet for me? I'm warm.
Do you feel all right, Liz?
Yes, I'm fine. Just take it out to the closet like a good boy.
All right.
Thank you. Gee, I'm glad you called.
Oh, Katie,
Yes, sir.
I'm worried about Mrs. Kuga. She's acting so strangely. Katie, if a person you love is in trouble, it isn't wrong to eavesdrop, is it?
Yes, it is.
I knew you'd agree with me.
Well, I won't be any party to this.
Oh, you haven't any idea how guilty I feel. Every time I see a policeman, I almost die.
Police? She must be in trouble.
No, George doesn't know yet, and when he does, murder.
Murder?
Really? Gosh, I didn't think I hit her that hard. The body must be all banged up.
Body?
You know how George felt about that old wreck.
Liz has done away with Myra.
Listen, that wasn't the first time she'd been hit. Did you see all those dents in her trunk?
Oh, no. How could she do it?
And her rear bumper was in pretty bad shape, too.
Oh, poor Myra.
Wasn't it awful? I thought she'd never stop yelling. And all I did was hit her with the front wheels. Yes, I picked up all the parts that fell off and threw them in the back seat.
Oh.
Well, thanks for taking care of everything. Now, don't call me again. I'll call you when George isn't around.
Liz.
Yes, George?
Liz, I'm going down and look in the garage.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
I thought so. Is it because of what I'll find down there?
Yes, I didn't want you to know.
Oh, Liz, baby. You're in terrible trouble.
I am?
Yes. And I want you to know that no matter what happened, I'll stick by you.
Well, thanks, George, but aren't you getting a little dramatic about this?
Dramatic?
Yeah, I just smacked her in the back when she wasn't looking.
Liz, you don't know what you're saying. And to think I drove you to this.
Oh, you did not. I drove myself.
Oh, you're just trying to save me. Oh, look. Here comes a policeman.
Well, what do you suppose he wants?
He's after you.
Do you really think so? For a little thing like that?
Little thing? You could get the chair for that.
I could?
Oh.
Gosh, I'm glad I didn't go through a red light.
Look, you go hide in the kitchen, and I'll tell them you've left for Mexico.
Si, senor. I'll go like you told me.
Oh, how can you joke at a time like this?
Mr. Kuga?
Yes?
Sergeant Lewis, Homicide Squad.
You're on the wrong trail, Sergeant. She isn't here. She's gone to Mexico.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mr. Kuga.
She's innocent. She didn't even know Myra Ponsonby. And besides, she's insane. She must be. She married me. We're both insane.
Kuga, don't mind.
Oh, you'll never convict her. I'll fight this in every court of the land.
Mr. Kugat, I just came here to make a routine check. But suppose you tell me what you know about this case. Who is this she you're talking about?
Pardon me, Mrs. Kugat. Who's in the living room?
A policeman, Katie. He came to arrest me.
Arrest you? What for?
For having a little accident this afternoon. My goodness, George acts like I killed somebody. He told me to hide in the kitchen until the police were gone.
Oh, it's certainly wonderful of Mr. Kugat to shield you like this.
I know. I appreciate it, but it just doesn't seem right. I feel so sneaky cowering in the kitchen. Katie, I can't do it.
Now, Mrs. Kugat, don't do anything you'll be sorry for.
I can't help it. I've got to take my medicine. I'm going in there and give myself up.
I think you'd better come along with me, Mr. Kugat. This sounds mighty suspicious.
Wait. Hold everything. I confess. I'm guilty.
Liz!
I can't go on like this, George. I did it, and I've got to pay the penalty. Officer, put the bracelets on me.
Now, Liz, don't say a word until I get a lawyer. They can't prove a thing.
All right, Mrs. Kugat. Step up to the desk, and the sergeant will get some information from you.
All right.
Now, what's your name? It's you again.
Oh, hello. How do you like it here in Homicide?
Everything's been dead up till now.
Well, this is a very sweet little jail you have here.
Well, it's not much, but you'll call it home. Now, don't give me any trouble, lady. Just answer my questions. You ready?
I don't like you.
Liz, don't be fresh. This may mean your life.
Oh, George.
Okay, let's get this over with. What's your name?
Elizabeth Kuga.
Address?
321 Bundy.
Age?
21.
How much do you weigh?
118. How much do you weigh?
195.
Age?
32.
Address?
410 Crescent.
What's your name?
Frank Nelson. Say, wait a minute! Who's doing what to who?
Well, she got you that time, Frank. Hey, let me try.
Oh, no. Nobody can do that to me. We'll try it again. What's your name?
Elizabeth Kuga.
Oh, no, that's how you got me last time. You start.
All right. What's your name?
Frank Nelson.
Address?
410 Crescent.
Age?
32.
How much do you weigh?
195. How much do you weigh?
4 pounds.
Age?
85.
Address?
Gettysburg.
What's your name?
Abraham Lincoln.
I knew I
But, Frank, you didn't.
I did, too.
Oh, yeah? What'd she say?
Yeah.
Now, let me handle this. What's your name?
Elizabeth Kuga. What's your name?
Martin Lewis.
How do you do? This is Frank Nelson.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Now, please, Liz, let's not make things any worse. You're in deep enough as it is.
Now, Mrs. Kugat, suppose you tell us the whole story of what happened in your own words.
Don't say a word, Liz, until the lawyer gets here.
Oh, what's the difference, George? I was going along Main Street, and there she was right in front of me, and before I could stop myself, I hit her.
Did she cry out?
She yelled her head off.
What did you do with the body?
I had them jack it up and haul it away in a truck.
Didn't it give you goose flesh?
No. Oh, I was a little nervous, but after all, I just got my license.
License? What is this, open season? Now, you listen to me, sister.
Okay, brother.
Don't brother me, sister.
Well, don't sister me, brother.
Hold it. Lewis speaking. What's that? Oh, you found Myra Ponsonby. How's the body? Just say alive. Never mind the whistling. Yeah, I got it. Okay.
How do you like that? She's alive.
Yeah, darn it.
Where'd they find Myra?
She got arrested for speeding through a small town, and the sheriff threw her in jail.
There, George. There's your wonderful driver for you. Put in jail, and all I had was a little wreck.
You had a wreck?
Of course. What did you think? Oh, my goodness. You thought that I killed Myra. Oh!
What's so funny?
Oh, I can't wait to get the car fixed. That's a wonderful idea.
Liz.
Hmm?
For heaven's sakes, put down that book and turn out the light. It's almost 2:00.
I've only got one more chapter to read, George. I got to find out who committed the murder. I'm certain it was the upstairs maid.
No, it wasn't. It was the butler.
Oh, George, why did you tell me?
Yeah, now maybe you'll put out the light.
Oh, all right. George, are you sure it was the butler?
Yes, I'm positive. Now go to sleep.
Well, the way I had it figured, when the crime was committed, the upstairs maid was downstairs, and the downstairs maid was upstairs. Still, if the upstairs maid had seen the downstairs maid coming up the front stairs, she would have gone down the back stairs. Of course, if the downstairs maid had come up the back stairs when the upstairs maid was coming down, she'd have known the upstairs maid wasn't downstairs. It's too bad they didn't have an elevator.
Honey, believe me, it was the butler. He killed his wife.
Oh. But why did he kill her?
He killed her because she talked too much when he was trying to go to sleep.
Oh. Good night, George.
You have just heard My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Also heard in tonight's cast were John Heastand, Ruth Parrott, Frank Nelson, Bea Benaderet, and Herb Vigran. The program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was by Marlon Skiles and was conducted by Wilbur Hatch. And now stay tuned for the Camel Caravan starring Vaughn Monroe. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
AFN Europe presents the radio comedy series My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning.
Who can that be?
Oh, it's Sally Hopkins. I saw her through the window.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. Let me sneak out the back door.
Now, George, Sally's a very sweet girl.
Yeah, I know, but I do something to her. All she does is look at me and go,
Well, she's adolescent, that's all.
well, let her in. We'll have one of our usual brilliant conversations.
Hello, Sally.
Hello, Mrs. Kuga.
Good morning, Sally. Goodbye, Sally.
Well, that seems to cover everything. Kiss me goodbye, George.
I'll be home for dinner, dear.
Oh, gee, you're lucky, Mrs. Kuga. Mr. Kuga is so super. He's so much more worldly than the boys I know, like Corny Jones or Icky Williams.
Well, I should hope so. He's a little older, too.
Oh, I know. He's middle-aged.
What?
He must be pushing 25.
Oh, yes, he's pushing 25, all right. In fact, he's pushed it almost all the way to 40. What's on your mind, Sally?
Mrs. Kuga, I have a problem. I need your advice.
Oh, Sally, I'm awfully sorry, but I promised George I wouldn't advise people on things I don't know anything about.
But I wanted to know about men.
How do you like that? You hit my specialty.
Tell me the secret, Mrs. Kuga. How do you get that certain something like you have?
Why, Sally, how would a girl your age know if I had that certain something?
I can tell by the way my mother looks at my father when my father looks at you.
Well, don't worry, Sally. You'll have it when you get to be my age. I suppose you think I'm pushing 25, too.
Oh, no. A woman can always tell another woman's age.
Next question.
Mrs. Kuga, please, tell me everything you know about men.
All right, Sally. The world is populated by two kinds of people, men and women.
Oh, gosh, you know everything.
I have a surprise for you, Sally. There's more.
There is?
Well, this may take longer than I thought. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Nature very cleverly made half the people men and the other half women.
Why?
So they could play mixed doubles at tennis.
Oh.
Now, men are divided into three types. Husbands, fiancés, and go-get-him girls.
Well, how can you tell them apart?
Easy, by the way they open the door to let you out of the car.
Oh, really?
Yes. The bachelor walks around the car and opens the door for you. The fiancé reaches across you and pushes the door open from the inside. And the husband gets out, stands on the sidewalk, and says, well, we haven't got all night.
Well, that's wonderful to know, Mrs. Kugat, but I wanted to speak to you about one particular man. Jimmy Matthews.
Oh, he's really something, huh?
Something? He's really terrific, sensation, coloss. You know what I mean?
Oh, but Nat, he's a pass.
Jimmy has red hair, big, sad eyes, and floppy ears. He looks just like Gregory Peck.
He sounds more like Lassie. Well, what seems to be your problem, Sally?
Oh, there's a teen party tomorrow night, and Jimmy hasn't asked me.
Well, Sally, if you really want Jimmy to ask you, make him jealous. Tell him you already have a date with someone else.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. But there's nobody left.
Well, how about those two boys you mentioned, Icky and Sticky and...
Corny and Icky? Oh, no. Icky's too corny and Corny's too icky. Besides, they both have dates.
Well, be resourceful, Sally. Make up a name, any name. Jimmy will never know the difference.
But I couldn't do that. That would be lying. You don't ever lie to a man. Do you?
Sally, the world is populated by two kinds of women. Liars and old maids. Look, you'll never really have to have a date with him. Just say you do.
Oh, gee, you're a lifesaver, Mrs. Kuga.
Well, now run along, Sally, and let me know how it all comes out. I'll get it, Katie. Sally, what happened?
Don't you ever speak to me again.
Oh, please, Sally, what happened? Did you tell him you had a date?
Yes, I told him. And he said...
Well, now, why would he say a thing like that? Now, pull yourself together, girl. What did he say?
He said...
Well, I guess that's what he said, all right.
He did not. He said congratulations.
Oh, well, now, wait a minute. There's something wrong here. The jealousy angle always works.
We were sharing a soda, and when I told him, he pinched my straw.
Dad. But don't you see, Sally, he pinched your straw because he was angry.
No, he wasn't. He was thirsty. And now when I don't go to the party, he'll know I never had a date at all.
Oh, now, take it easy. We'll figure some way out of this. Who did you tell him you had a date with?
I told him the first name that came to my mind.
What was it?
George Kuga.
Kuga? Oh, Sally, I ought to pinch your straw.
I'm going to be an old maid, and it's all your fault.
Well, I guess it is my fault, Sally. But I'm not going to let you down. Now, you'll have your date.
Who is? I can't go with Icky or Corny.
You're going with Smoothie.
Smoothie? I never even heard of him.
I'm talking about the smartest date on the block, Smoothie Kuga. What have you got to say to that? I thought you would. Well, I'll see you after dinner, Sally. I have to figure out how to break the news to Smoothie. That's going to be rough. Katie, that was a wonderful dinner. Gee, I hope I got George in a good mood.
Mrs. Kuga, you don't mean you haven't told him about his date with Sally yet?
No, I'm going in and break it to him now. Wish me luck. George, darling, how are you feeling?
Huh? Oh, fine. Just the same as when you saw me 2 minutes ago.
Oh, George, would you like me to get you a cigar?
No, thanks. I rarely smoke 2 cigars at once.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Get one for yourself, though, if you like.
No, thank you. Don't read, George. Talk to me.
Oh, let me finish the paper.
No, talk to me now. I want to sit on your lap. There.
Great. Nothing I like better than a newspaper that's been sat on.
Kiss me. Doesn't that take your mind off the paper?
What paper?
That's better. Gee, it's nice sitting here on your lap, George. You know, you've got the nicest lap in the whole world. Where'd you ever get it?
Here's Roebuck.
Oh, you're cute. Hold me tight, George. Tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go on, pretend I'm a champagne bottle and pop my cork.
Now, wait a minute, Liz. I'm not this attractive. Now, what's on your mind?
Oh, you're so smart.
I thought so. Okay, let's have it.
Well, George, poor little Sally Hopkins was over here this morning, and she couldn't get a date for the party tonight. So I got her one.
Liz, I told you not to mess around in other people's affairs.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, that's such a dirty trick to play on anybody. You mean you really palmed that giggling goon off on some poor sucker?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I'd like to hear what he says when he finds out what he's stuck with.
You will.
Oh, that's the funniest thing I ever heard. Who is it?
You. Well, you didn't have to dump me on the floor.
Liz, this is the end. Now, I don't know what you've promised, but I'm not taking that teenager to a party, and that's that.
Oh, please, George.
Now, it's no use running your fingers through my hair. The answer is no. Absolutely out. What are you doing?
I just pulled out a hair. I wonder how you'd look in a toupee.
Oh, whatever gave you that thought? I've got all my hair.
Well, you won't have it. You keep saying no.
Now, Liz, don't be silly. The answer is still.
Out! Take your choice, George. Either take Sally to the party or you'll be known as Old Baldy. Ooh, there's a gray one.
Oh, all right, I'll take her.
Now, don't worry, George. As soon as Jimmy Matthews sees you with her, he'll grab her away. I'll bet you 10 to 1 he doesn't even let you get inside the door.
Mr. Kuga, isn't it the keen party? I'm having such a keen time with all my keen friends. And that dance music's keen, too. What kind of a time are you having?
Keen. Say, where's this fellow of yours?
Gee, Mr. Kuga, you're a keen dancer.
Yeah, look, Sally, according to my bargain, a knight is supposed to ride up on a white bicycle and carry you away. Now, where is this Jimmy Matthews?
I don't know. Pardon me, I'll see if I can find him.
Okay, I'll wait here.
Hi, Sally.
Well, if it isn't little Jimmy Matthews.
Sally, may I have the next dance?
Sorry, I'm not dancing with children this evening. I prefer older men, like my date.
Your date? I thought that was your father.
Very amusing. Now, if you'll pardon me, I don't want to keep him waiting. He's very jealous. Goodbye.
Well, any luck? Did you find him?
I couldn't find him any place. Let's dance again. George, darling.
What time is it, Katie?
Almost 10 o'clock.
That's funny. George should have been home long ago.
Maybe he likes it at the party.
Oh, not George. Yeah, I hope nothing happened to him. I think I'll call up and see how long ago he left.
Why, Mrs. Kugat, I think you're jealous of your husband being at that party.
Oh, Katie, I am not.
The way I got it figured, I got one of them phobias.
Oh, darn it, that character's on the party line again.
I get scared to death when I get up in high places. What have I got? Hydrophobia?
Oh, why can't we get a private phone every time I want to call Lena the hyena's on the line?
Are you sure you're not jealous?
Oh, Katie, will you stop with that nonsense? I'll try it again. Ah, nobody's on it. Where's the dial tone?
Hello, Big Ears.
Are you using this phone?
No. I'm just holding it to my head so my ear won't get cold.
Well, I wish you'd get off. I want to use it.
I got rights, Big Ears. I happen to be talking on this line.
I don't hear anyone talking on the other end.
Of course not. The doctor's just listening. I'm being psychoanalyzed, Peg.
No, I've heard everything. She's being psychoanalyzed, Peg. This I gotta hear.
And every night I dream about Joe DiMaggio, Doctor. I dream he picks me up and swings me around. What does that mean? Ah. Joe DiMaggio picks me up and swings me around.
It means you look like an old bat.
Bessie Budinsky's back again. But I'll do. Now, let's see, Doctor. What else was there to tell you?
Oh, yeah, Doctor. I meant to tell you I won't be able to pay you anymore, hey.
Hey, I didn't say that. Doctor Lassvogel. He hung up.
Ha, ha, ha.
I ought to scratch your eyes out. Where do you live, huh?
Wouldn't you like to know? Yeah. Oh, I better call George before she gets the line again. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Kugat.
Yes?
Do you know that your husband is out with another woman?
What?
I called to tell you that a certain party is at a certain party
with a certain party.
Well, that straightens everything out. And who are you, pray tell?
You don't know me. My name is Jimmy Matthews.
Oh, I know who you are. Sally's friend.
That's right. Well, I don't want to break up your home, Mrs. Kuga, but your husband is here at this party with my girl.
Well, Jimmy, you go in and take her away from him, and then send George home.
I tried to, but she wouldn't leave him. She's fallen for the big stiff.
Don't you dare call George a big stiff. Why, he's just like a brother to Sally.
Oh, yeah? Since when do you call a brother George Darling?
Why, the big stiff. You stay right there, Jimmy. You got yourself a date for the evening.
I have? Who with?
Me.
Oh.
Two can play at this jealousy business. Now, you wait for me in front.
How will I know you? You can tell by a big ears.
Oh, go see your psychiatrist. I'll be right down, Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy, what you doing out here on the porch? Oh, hi, Icky. I'm waiting for somebody. Boy, what a mess. First, I haven't got a date at all. Now I got a date with some middle-aged spook. Gosh. Who is it? Mrs. Kuga, the wife of that old man who's in there teaching everybody the bunny hug. Oh. He's teaching them something called a Charleston now. Uh-oh. Here comes somebody. Oh, it's probably the old back. Oh, would you look at that?
Well, the Whistler. Are you waiting for me?
I sure am. Hey, Icky, if Mrs. Kugat comes, tell her I couldn't wait.
Why don't you tell her yourself, Jimmy?
How'd you know my name is Jimmy?
Because my name is Mrs. Kugat.
Oh. Well, we don't have to be so formal. What's...
Now, let's get one thing straight, Jimmy. I'm old enough to be your sister. Now, come on. Let's go in and find Sally and George, darling.
If you don't want to dance with Jimmy, how about me? Dreamboat?
Oh, are you corny?
No, I'm Icky. Corny's inside.
Boy, I started it. Come on, Jimmy. We'll go and take care of our little problem.
Hey, there they are over there, sitting on the sofa with their backs to us.
Quiet now. I want to hear what they're saying.
Oh, it was wonderful the way you taught everyone to dance, George.
Oh, it was nothing Arthur Murray couldn't do.
Oh, brother. He's the only man Arthur Murray ever gave his money back to.
Oh, it was wonderful. You're so smart. You're smarter than Dr. IQ.
Give that lady a box of Snickers. I'm going to push that lady off the balcony, Doctor.
Here's somebody to see you, Grandpa.
You kids better run along. Grandpa has some explaining to do to Grandma.
But George was going to be my partner in the Big Apple.
That's where he belongs, in a big apple, the worm.
Liz, why are you so mad at me? The whole thing was your idea.
Well, you didn't have to be so enthusiastic about it. I've heard what's going on here tonight, George, darling.
Well, whatever you heard is a lot of nonsense, isn't it, Sally?
Yes, George, darling.
That does it.
Oh, Liz, you're being ridiculous. All the people are watching.
I don't care.
Well, I do. Care to dance, Sally?
Oh, I'd love to, George.
Hey, everybody, attention. We're going to play post office.
Post office, George.
Do you know how to play post office, Mrs. Kugat?
No, how? When I was your age, they used to call me Jim Farley.
Now sit down, everyone. Now, the closet will be the post office, and I'll go first. Icky Williams has a letter for Janie Wilson. Oh, come on, Janie, into the closet.
Well, they're taking long enough.
Wow. What took you so long, Icky? We got our braces locked. Yeah, that happens. Who's next in the post office? Let's see. George Kugat.
Okay.
Now, tell me who the letter's for.
It's for,
Mm-hmm. All right. Go on in the closet. Okay, George Kuga has a letter.
Let me buy you. Huh?
Oh, it's for Sally Hopkins.
Uh-oh.
That letter's for me.
Oh, step aside, please. I'm his regular route.
But he sent for me.
That letter's been returned for insufficient postage.
That isn't fair. If I don't go in, he'll be disappointed.
Don't worry. If he's expecting a penny postcard, he won't be disappointed with an airmail special delivery.
Mrs. Kuga, I don't know if I can let you go in there.
Open the door. Neither rain nor sleet nor icky can stop this courier from her appointed rounds.
Is that you, Sally?
I'm waiting.
Look, Sally, do me a favor. Just stay in here with me a few minutes. I'm not going to kiss you. I just want to make Liz jealous.
Oh, George, darling.
Oh, now don't be silly, Sally. You know I didn't want to stay here at all tonight. You see, I'm married to a wonderful girl, and I have no desire to kiss anyone else.
Oh. Well, then I'll kiss you.
You shouldn't have done that.
Do I kiss better than your wife?
I can't tell. Kiss me again, and I'll tell you.
Why, George Kuga.
I knew it was you when you kissed me, Liz.
You did? Oh, George, you're wonderful. No, don't go out yet. I have a whole slew of letters to mail.
They might be getting impatient, Liz. We'd better get out of this closet.
Oh, all right. Okay, who wants to send the next letter?
Hey, where is everybody?
Oh, George, the party's over. Everybody's gone home. Come on, let's get back in the closet. Are you asleep yet?
Not quite. Why?
I can't remember if you kissed me goodnight.
I can't remember either.
Oh.
What's the matter?
You can't even remember if you kissed me goodnight.
Well, you can't either.
Well, that's different.
Here, I'll kiss you to make sure.
All right. Make it another one of those airmail special deliveries.
Okay.
Oh, George. Kiss me again, and this time don't write. Telegraph.
My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, was produced for broadcast in the Frankfurt studios of the American Forces Network Europe by Air Force Sergeant Dave Schofield. Specialist Brad Scott speaking. Join us next time for My Favorite Husband.
Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kugat, two people who live together and like it, starring Miss Ball with Richard Denning. As we look in on the Kugats this morning, something new has been added. There's a moving van in front of the house next door. But, of course, the new neighbors don't interest Liz Kugat in the least.
Liz,
Yes, George?
you've been standing at that window for an hour.
Oh, I have not.
Yes, you have. You ought to be ashamed. Now, come away from there. They might see you.
No, they won't, George. They're too far away.
Well, then how can you see anything?
I'm using your binoculars.
Oh, Liz. Put those things down.
But I can see so much with them. Oh, my goodness. That must be the lady who's going to live next door. Oh, what a spook. She's got big eyes on the side of her head and 6 legs.
What?
Oh, my mistake. I was looking at a fly on the windowsill. Oh, they're taking in a barrel now, and it's full of their very best china.
Now, how can you tell that?
Because the moving men dropped it off the truck and bounced it along the sidewalk.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Oh, there's the lady who's moving in. She's standing by the curb with 1 foot on her chest.
I beg your pardon?
She has 1 foot on her chest. It's a Chinese chest.
What nationality is the rest of her?
Oh, don't be silly. Now leave me alone.
Oh, Liz, please, don't be so nosy.
Oh, there goes their living room couch. It's not so hot.
It's just plain spying. You don't catch me doing anything like that.
Oh, there goes a lot of fishing equipment.
Hand me those glasses.
I knew that would get you. Here.
Yeah, there goes a shotgun. And a big leather chair, probably for the den.
You know, George, now that I see you doing it, it does look awful. I'm not going to spy on them anymore.
Must have money, too. There goes a beautiful mink coat.
Hand me those glasses. That's the kind of mink that lays eggs at Easter.
Now, Liz, we've got to stop peeking at them from behind curtains.
You're right, George. I'll go over and peek at them in person.
No. Oh, honey, I know you like to be neighborly, but sometimes you carry it too far.
I do not. When the Crawfords lived there, they didn't complain that I was running over all the time, did they?
No, they took the easy way out. They moved.
Oh, George. Oh, look, there's Corey.
I wonder what he's doing here so early.
Maybe he's just getting home. He's probably been up all night dancing as usual.
Oh, hello, Corey.
Hi, George.
Oh, Corey, what are you doing up so early?
I came over to talk to George. What time is it?
8 o'clock.
No.
Yes, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, is there an 8 o'clock in the morning, too?
He's in much worse shape than I thought.
What's in your mind, Corey?
Well, I came over to congratulate you, George. You're about to become a mother.
A mother?
What am I going to do, become a father?
This is a great break for you, George. Starting tomorrow, you're going to be responsible for 130 children.
Over my dead body.
Well, it's this way, Liz. My mother's club is setting up a trust fund for an orphan's home they run, and I've suggested George for the trustee. Means a big account for your bank, George.
Oh, that's swell of you, Corey.
You just have to be passed on by Mr. Brennan, the head of the home, but that'll be no problem.
Well, you better run along to the bank. Kiss me goodbye, Mother. By the time you get home, I'll know all about the people next door.
Liz, I want you to promise me you won't go over there today. Now, we'll get to know them soon enough.
Well, all right, I promise. You never can have any fun around here.
Goodbye, Liz.
Goodbye, Corey. Goodbye, Shorty.
What do you mean, Shorty?
Oh, I was looking at you through the wrong end of the binoculars. Bye, George.
Mrs. Kuga, aren't you afraid the new neighbors may get suspicious and realize we're looking at them?
Oh, why should they? We're just doing our cleaning.
Yeah, but we've been washing these same 2 windows all afternoon.
Katie, you're right. We'll stop this minute. We're being completely unladylike and unneighborly. And besides, the moving van just left.
Oh, my, they carried in a lot of junk, didn't they?
I've been watching them move furniture for nigh under 30 years, and I've never seen such choice, ripe junk.
With women who know junk best, it's Mrs. Kuga 2 to 1.
Oh, I'd love to find out what she's like, Katie.
Oh, so would I.
Of course, I promised George I wouldn't. But you know, she might be lonely.
Do you think so?
Yes. She'll get to brooding and wonder why her neighbors haven't come to see her. She'll feel she isn't welcome and become moody and depressed and despondent. Finally, she'll shut all the windows and turn on the gas. Goodbye, Katie.
Well, where are you going?
Next door. If I hurry, I may be able to save her life.
Mrs. Kugat, I think it was real sweet of you to drop over like this.
Well, I thought it was the neighborly thing to do.
I do, too. Usually, when you move into a new neighborhood, the people don't come over at all. They just stand behind their curtains and spy.
No.
Yeah.
Why, the old snoops.
Mrs. Kugat, after we get settled, maybe you'd be good enough to find me some help. You certainly have 2 wonderful maids.
2?
Yes, and are they thorough? They spent the whole day cleaning the same 2 windows.
Well, we have just one maid, Katie. I'm letting the other one go. The red-haired one with the nice figure.
Oh? Well, then maybe I could get her to work for me.
No, you wouldn't like her. She's too inquisitive. Got her big nose and everything. That's why I'm firing her. I can't stand that in a person.
Neither can I. Oh, dear, the movers left that Chinese chest in the living room. I wanted it in the main hall.
I wondered where you were going to use that.
What?
I mean, it's wonderful. Don't ever lose that. Well, I'll run along. If there's anything I can do for you, now you let me know.
Well, there is one little favor, if it wouldn't be imposing.
Of course not. What is it?
Could you take care of my little Stevie for this afternoon?
Why, of course. I adore children. I'll take him to a movie.
I don't think you'd be very popular. He's only 4 months old.
4 months? Oh, well, then I guess a movie is out of the question. He couldn't chew the popcorn.
Well, it won't be for long. I just have to get 1 carload of things from my old house. I'll leave the key in case you need anything. Oh, you know how to feed a baby, don't you?
Now, don't you worry. If you're late getting home, he can eat with us. I'll just tell Katie to throw on another pork chop. All right, Stevie. Now you sit right here until Liz decides what to do with you. Well, sit up. Why do you keep falling over all the time? All right, I'll hold you. There. I'm pretty good with babies. How would you like to have me for a mother, huh? Well, you don't have to get nasty about it.
Oh, Mrs. Kugat.
What is it, Katie?
Mr. Kugat just pulled into the driveway. He's home early.
Oh, darn it. I thought I'd have the baby back by the time he came home. Here, take him in the other room.
All right, come on, baby.
Hi, Liz. I'm home early.
No.
Yeah, that fellow from Corey's orphanage couldn't make it this afternoon. He was moving or something.
That's good. Let's go for a walk, dear.
No, I'd rather just relax. Well, what happened around here today, Liz? What's new?
Oh, nothing. What's new with you?
Nothing. Liz, what's that crying?
What crying?
That crying.
What's new with you?
Liz, I distinctly heard a baby crying.
No, George. I did that.
Oh, now, wait a minute. What do you take me for?
For better or for worse, George.
I don't mean that. Liz, there's a baby in that den. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. It is a baby.
Give that man a box of diapers.
Whose baby is this?
You wouldn't believe it's mine, would you?
No.
Princess Elizabeth's?
No!
Well, I guess that is pretty wild.
What kind of a dope do you think I am, anyway? Now, I want to know where this child came from, and I want the truth.
All right, George.
I'm waiting.
I'm thinking. Oh, what's the use? Might as well tell you. I went over to call on the new neighbors.
Liz, you didn't.
All right, I didn't. Now I don't know where I got the baby.
So you got yourself involved already.
Well, if you hadn't come home so soon, you never would have known. Besides, it's only for a little while. His mother will pick him up any minute now. I'll get it. Here, talk to the baby for a minute. I'll be right back.
Talk to the baby, huh? Hello. What would you like to talk about? Oh, now, stop crying. If you stop crying, I'll make a funny face for you. Let's see. How's this one? Pretty. Oh, now, don't cry again. Let's see. How would you like to listen to my watch? Well, let go of it. Well, hold it carefully. No, don't swing it. You might hit it on the table. Put up your dukes.
That was the baby's mother on the phone, George.
Oh, well, I'd be glad to get rid of this kid. Is she coming right over?
No, she isn't. Her husband is out of town, and her car broke down, and she'll have to stay at their other house until tomorrow.
Oh. You mean we have to keep this little monster all night?
Oh, George, it's wonderful of you to suggest that.
The battle between Liz and George and the baby will continue in just a moment in Act 2 of My Favorite Husband.
It has been said that the military arm of America is the greatest force for peace in the world today. But it is not merely a preventive force. Hardly an hour passes in any given day in which our servicemen at home and abroad are not performing some deed that illustrates the desire of Americans to lend a helping hand wherever possible. Unique among these deeds is the one that occurred recently in Vendrell, Spain. High atop the spire of a church in that town, a 300-pound sculpture had stood since 1784. Now it seemed in danger of falling. So precarious was its perch that even the superstructure the townspeople built around it was considered insufficient to remove the statue safely. Word of the dilemma reached the United States 16th Air Force. Engineers designed a special rig and sent a helicopter to raise the heavy stone figure and bring it down for repairs. The story made no headlines except in the town of Vendrell, Spain. But it should also make a headline in the conscience of all Americans. A headline that might read, "We are Americans. As we go, so goes America."
And now, let's go back to Liz and George Kugat and see how they're getting along with the baby.
Where are you, Liz?
In the kitchen.
Oh, here you are. I got the baby bottles and things from next door.
Good. I wrote the baby's formula down on this memo pad. Let's see now. We'll need milk, baking powder, cheese, and lighter fluid.
What?
Oh, that's my shopping list.
Well, find that formula. The baby's upstairs screaming his head off.
Oh, here it is. 28 and 2.
28 and 2 what?
I can't remember whether it's 28 ounces of milk and 2 of water or 28 of water and 2 of milk.
But you do remember it was ounces.
Yeah. Or was it quarts?
Oh, fine. Now what'll we do?
Well, let's compromise. We'll make it 15 of each.
Yeah, but it might not be good for him.
Well, she talks so fast. She did say something about cereal.
Yeah, that sounds better. I've heard of babies eating cereal.
Now, which kind do you think he'll like best? Cornflakes or Post Toasties? Oh, here's a good one. Grape nuts.
Ah, that's a little rough, isn't it? Maybe it should be cooked.
Oh, don't be silly. You can't cook grape nuts. Here's some cream of wheat.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't bother. Here's a bottle of stuff that's just made for babies. We'll give them a drink of this.
What is it?
Baby oil.
Baby oil? Oh, they don't drink baby oil.
They don't?
Of course not. That's to fry the cereal in.
Well, how'd you expect me to know? Hey, there's some canned baby food and that stuff I brought over.
Oh, good. We can't go wrong with that. It's made for babies. Here, I'll open a can of carrots. Oh, it's spoiled. I'll have to throw it out.
Oh, what's the matter with it?
Oh, it's all mushy and squishy. Give me another can.
Well, here's a can of beets.
That ought to be good. How do you like that? This one's spoiled, too, just like the other one.
Gee, it's a lucky thing you noticed it. The kid sure would have been sick.
Well, we'll just stick to the formula. Milk never hurt anyone.
Okay.
Oh, but we'll have to have a nipple for this bottle. Did you bring any?
I didn't see any.
Well, how are we going... Get me the scissors, George, and hand me that pair of rubber gloves. I'll cut the fingers off.
Miss Kuga, that baby is crying something awful.
I know it, Katie. We're having a terrible time trying to fix his food for him.
Why didn't you call me? I know what to do.
Oh, Katie, you're a lifesaver.
But I'll fix it and give him this feeding.
This feeding? You mean there'll be more?
She means breakfast, George.
Oh.
Oh, no, I don't.
But a baby this age is too young to be up at night.
You'll find out. He'll probably eat every 4 hours all night long.
Oh, Katie, you're kidding. I'll bet he sleeps all night.
Oh, Liz, isn't that baby asleep yet? It's almost midnight.
I can't understand it. I've fed him and walked the floor with him, rocked him, and he's still awake.
Well, why don't you try changing?
I did that, too. My thumb has more holes in it than a pincushion. Here, you take him for a while, George.
Oh, no, this is your party.
But, George, I'm so tired. Hey, wait a minute. He's asleep.
No.
Yes, sound asleep. I'll just put him down. Oh, darn it.
I know how to put him to sleep. Rockabye baby.
Oh, George, would you?
Sure. Wait here. I'll go get a nice big rock.
Oh, no.
I was only kidding. Here, I'll take him for a little while.
Now, he won't hurt you, Stevie. George, tell him one of your after-dinner stories. They'd put anyone to sleep.
That's right. Insult me.
Well, say something to him. He won't understand what you say. He just likes to watch your Adam's apple bob up and down.
All right. Stevie, did you ever hear the story about the traveling salesman? Well, he knocked on the farmhouse door.
George!
Well, you said he wouldn't understand.
Well, now I'm not so sure. Oh, just walk him for a while, George, then I'll take over again.
Oh, come on, Liz. It's your turn. I've been packing this soggy little bundle for 2 hours.
I didn't sleep a wink. Give him... Oh, George, I'm stupid.
You just finding that out?
No wonder the poor little fellow couldn't sleep. I forgot to burp him.
Burp him?
Certainly. Come here, little fellow. Now, over my shoulder. There we go. Couple pats on the back ought to do it. Isn't that cute?
Cute? Oh, when he does it, it's cute. When I do it, it's vulgar.
Oh, look. His little eyes are closing.
Well, never mind his little eyes. How about his big mouth?
Oh, he's asleep already. Oh, well, we finally did it, George. What time is it?
Almost 4 o'clock.
Well, since he took so long getting to sleep, maybe he won't even remember his 4 o'clock feeding. Oh, that's not a baby. It's a time bomb.
Well, it's not his fault. He's hungry.
Well, if he's so hungry, let him get up and make himself a sandwich. He knows where the icebox is. All right, I'm coming.
Come in.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Atterbury.
Kuga, you're late, boy.
I'm sorry, Mr. Atterbury.
Have a party last night, boy?
No, sir. No, Liz and I were up all night with the baby.
A baby?
George, congratulations, boy.
Oh, but Mr. Atterbury...
Why didn't you tell me? Is it a boy or a girl, boy?
It's a boy. Boy. Oh, but it isn't ours. We're just keeping it for the people next door.
Oh. George, that Mr. Brennan was here this morning about the orphans' home trusteeship. I don't think you're going to get it.
Because I was late?
No. He wants a family man for the job. He thinks he'll understand the problems better. However, I persuaded him to go out and see for himself what a lovely home life you have. I didn't tell him you have no children. He's on his way to your house now.
Well, I'd better go out and meet him.
Wait a minute. I have an idea, boy. Boy, what an idea. Is that baby still at your house?
Mr. Atterbury, I know what you're thinking, and I just couldn't do it.
Nonsense. He'll only come to your house once. You tell him the baby's yours, that's the end of it.
No.
Yes. I'll bust you to 8th Vice President.
You wouldn't.
And I'll take your notary public stamp away.
I'll do it.
All right. Now run along, boy. In the meantime, I'll call Liz and put her wise.
Yes?
Good morning. Is Mr. Kuga in? I'm Mr. Brennan from the orphans' home.
Oh, no, Mr. Kuga's not home, Mr. Brennan, but won't you come in?
Well, thank you. You know, it's fantastic that you should live in this house. My wife and I just...
Oh, here comes George now. My, how he's rushing.
Oh, I thought I'd never make it. Mr. Brennan? Kuga.
How do you do?
Won't you come in? Did Mr. Atterbury call you, dear?
No, why should Mr. Atterbury call me dear?
I mean...
No.
Oh, sit down, Mr. Brennan. How's the baby, darling?
Oh, do you have a baby?
No.
Yes.
Oh, you mean the one we just had last night?
You, just had it last night?
Yes. It's 4 months old.
She's always joking. Great kitty, Liz. I'll get you a glass of water, Mr. Brennan.
Oh, no, don't bother. I'd like to see your child.
Oh, it's no bother. Come along, Liz. Help me get the water.
Well, you can carry a glass of water.
Come on.
Yeah, but really, I don't want any water.
What's the matter? Have you gone crazy?
Listen, Brennan wants a family man for that job, and Atterbury insisted we tell him that baby is ours.
Oh, great.
Well, let's show it to him. Where is the baby?
I gave him back to his mother.
Oh, well, we'll run next door and get him. I'll tell Brennan you have to dress him or something. And hurry up.
All right. I'll take the shortcut through the backyard. Ow! Oh, I forgot that low branch. Oh, I thought that puddle dried up.
Yeah?
Look, do me a big favor, will you? Lend me Stevie again just for a minute. I don't have time to explain.
Why, all right. Wait, he's right here. Say, you didn't see my husband, did you?
No, I wouldn't know him.
Funny, I thought I saw Mr. Brennan walking up the street before.
Brennan? From the orphans' home?
Yes. How did you know?
Well, I'll tell you later. Goodbye.
Look out for that nail on the door. It'll catch your dress.
I missed it. I gotta watch for that puddle. There. Past it. Ow! Oh, right in the eye. Oh.
Oh, here comes Liz with the baby now.
Here he is.
Liz, what happened to you? You're sopping wet.
The baby.
And you've got a black eye and a bad bump on your head.
Well, he fights when I try to dress him.
Well, he must be a strong little rascal. Let me see him.
George, did you know Mr. Brennan is the man who moved next door yesterday?
What? I was going to save it for a surprise. That's a laugh, isn't it?
Ha
ha. Let me see the baby. Who does he look like?
You'd die if I told you. Here he is.
Why, this is amazing. This child looks very much like my little boy.
Oh, he does?
Yes. Wait here. I'm going home and get my little Stevie so we can compare the two. When I hold them up together, you'll think it's impossible.
I know it's impossible.
I'll be right back with you.
Now what?
Get that kid back before he gets there.
Oh, why didn't I put on my track shoes this morning? Come on, fellow traveler. Watch out for that branch. There. Jump the puddle. There. Here's the baby. Thanks. Seen your husband yet?
No.
Good. Goodbye.
Look out for that nail.
Oh! Oh, why doesn't she get that darn nail fixed if she knows it's there?
Oh, that awful puddle. Oh!
Did you get there in time?
Yes.
Oh, here he comes now.
Where's the baby? Why didn't you bring him?
Yeah, why didn't you bring him?
You know, when I got home and took a good look at him, I could see. They don't look alike at all.
We'll return in just a moment.
Why is dead reckoning called dead? Any navigator will explain the term as the calculation of a ship's position without astronomical observations by plotting on a chart the distances covered along each course which has been steered. And if he knows his nautical history, he might add that a little over 100 years ago, this process was correctly known as deduced reckoning. Old log books had a space for entering deduced position. But the space on the page was small, and navigators took to writing in the abbreviation DED. Mariners read it aloud as dead, and by usage gave us a more colorful, if less accurate, term. In this complex world, where word meanings are constantly changing, it's easy to be misunderstood. That's why it's a good idea to know your words.
Oh, Liz, I was almost asleep. Where have you been?
Next door. I was telling Mr. Brennan how wonderful you are, and he's going to give you that job as trustee.
Oh, that's great.
Just one thing, though. I had to promise to do them a favor.
Yeah? What kind of a favor? Oh, no, not tonight.
No, not tonight, George. For the whole weekend. Good night, honey.
Oh.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kuga. Two people who live together and like it. Starring Lucille Ball with Jack. And now, let's look in on the Kugats and see what they're doing. Oh, but hold your hats. Liz and George are having an argument about their plans for the evening. Liz wants to go to a symphony concert, and George wants to have a poker game. And in this corner, wearing a peak satin house coat and weighing 120 pounds, battling Liz Kugat. And in this corner, wearing a gray pinstripe suit and weighing 170 pounds, is her husband, Gorgeous George. Well, the first round ended in a draw, and here comes the second round. They come out of the corners fighting.
Concert.
Poker.
Concert.
Poker.
Concert.
Poker.
Poker.
Concert.
All right, we'll go to concert.
Now, wait a minute.
You said concert.
Well, I didn't mean it. I was tricked into it. Oh, gee whiz, Liz. Well, why are we arguing so much lately?
Well, it's all your fault. Whenever I want to do something, you want to do something else.
I don't get it. When we first met, you wanted to do everything I wanted to do. Now, what happened to change that?
We got married. Oh, come on to the concert, George. It'll be fun. Think how long it's been since you've worn your tuxedo.
Oh, that will be great fun. Now, look, I'm not going, but purely as a matter of information. Why do men have to wear formal clothes to a concert?
Because when they fall asleep, the stiff shirt keeps them from slumping over.
Well, now I know. I can play poker with a clear mind. Now, what's the matter?
You don't love me. You wish you were married to a poker player.
Oh, now, honey, I do not.
I can see it all now. The bride looked lovely in a white satin gown, sleeve bands, and a green eyeshade.
Oh, Liz, please, calm down, honey. I'm sorry I upset you.
And then will you go to the concert?
No.
All right, George Kuga. I'll go to the concert by myself.
Okay, and I hope Leopold falls flat on his Stokowski. I'm going to play poker.
Oh, go ahead and play poker. I hope your partner trumps your full house. Oh, Mrs. Kuga, can I get you some lunch? Lunch? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Katie. I'm going to a woman's club luncheon. So you better make me a nice big sandwich. I know what you mean. Who's going to speak today? A marriage consultant named Professor Milmoss. He's going to talk to us about happy marriages. I'm so upset about that argument George and I had, I don't even feel like going. Well, why don't you stay home? Oh, I can't. I have to sit on the speaker's platform as an example of a woman who's been happily married for 10 years. Oh, well, it'll be worthwhile if he knows what he's talking about. Oh, certainly he knows. He's been happily married 8 times. I don't know if that qualifies him or not. I've been married 6 times, and I'm no expert. 6 times? I didn't know that, Katie. Let's see. First there was Peter, Harold, Oscar, then came Orville, Edelbert, and Yancey. Well, congratulations. How can you remember all the names? Oh, it's easy. When they're in the right order, their first initials spell phooey. Katie, you always told me your first husband was named Clarence. He was. I left him out. Why? Because you can't spell phooey with a C. Well, if the professor sounds like he needs help, I'll send him to you. Ladies. Quiet, please, ladies. Girls. It is my pleasure to present to you one of the world's greatest authorities on successful and happy marriages, Professor Philpott Milmoss. Professor Milmoss, that's you. They're waiting.
Ladies, pardon me till I take a swallow of coffee. There. Ladies, I speak to you today on one of the most wonderful of human achievements, a happy marriage. Now, don't take that plate. I haven't finished that pastry. Now, ladies, the trouble with most marriages lies with you.
Oh, I don't agree with that, Marge. How about the husband? You said it.
Right from the beginning, you must realize that the answer to the question about love, honor, and obey is I do, not who does. Let us consider for a moment the arguments between husbands and wives.
Now we're getting someplace.
Now, most of these arguments are caused by the husband and the wife having varied interests, wanting to do different things.
No, Marge, that's exactly why George and I had an argument this morning.
If there are any of you who have had an argument for this reason recently, hold up your hand. Well, I see all of you have your hand up. So we will proceed to the remedy.
This ought to be good.
Be a pal to your husband. Learn to like the things he likes. Be interested in his hobbies. For this way lies peace and happiness in marriage.
I'd like to ask a question, Professor.
Certainly.
Does this system really work?
Oh, you have only to read the testimonials in my book, which will be sold at the door as you leave, 79 cents.
Well, but Professor, why does it have to be the woman who gives in?
A very interesting question. The answer lies in my book, which will be sold at the door as you leave,
79 cents, I know, yes.
Let me quote from page 65. Quote, be your husband's best friend. Be like his dog. You never hear a man arguing with his dog.
But, Professor,
I haven't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Unquote. Yes?
Professor, I'm going to try your system. Almost.
What do you mean, almost?
Well, I don't mind running out to greet my husband when he whistles, or even running and jumping into his lap, but I'll be darned if I'll sit on the floor and lick his hand while he's eating dinner.
Pardon me, Mrs. Kuga, but Mr. Kuga just came home. You asked me to tell you.
Oh, thanks, Katie. I've been studying Professor Milmore's book all afternoon.
Oh, then you learned something from him?
Yes. The way to get along with your husband is to let him treat you like a dog.
Did he say that?
Well, not exactly, Katie. What he did say was that a wife should be a pal to her husband. She should like everything that he's interested in.
That wouldn't have worked with my first husband.
Why not?
He was interested in a little blonde waitress.
Oh, fine. Well, I think it'll work with George. You know, Katie, our marriage might have been ruined by my attitude. I'm going to be a pal to George.
Well, he's in there reading the paper.
Good. I'll start in by reading the paper with him, the part he likes. Wish me luck. Hello, George. How's my little husband tonight?
Your little husband is fine, and he is not going to that concert.
Oh, who cares about an old concert anyway? Give me part of the paper, honey.
All right. Here's the society page.
Society page? Oh, give me something interesting. Where's the sports page?
Sports page?
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen you read the sport page.
Well, I never miss it. Give it to me. I'll read it to you.
This should be interesting. Here.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see now. Williams bagged crown by Tico in eighth.
Tico?
Mm-hmm.
That's TKO.
Well, how would you pronounce it?
Technical knockout.
Oh. Well, I never cared much for basketball anyway.
I see.
Oh, well, now here's something I didn't know about. Midget racing.
What about it?
They ought to be ashamed making those little men run around the track.
Thank you, Ted Husing.
And you didn't think I knew anything about sports.
Tell me, Red Barber, what else is new in the sports world?
Oh, my goodness. This is even worse. They're racing little girls.
This I've got to see.
It says so right here. Yesterday at Tanforan, a race was won by a 3-year-old maiden.
You can't fight a thing like this. You've just got to let it go.
Well, she certainly was carrying a lot of money for a little girl. She had $2,000 in her purse.
Liz, that would do credit to Grantland Rice.
The what?
Haven't you ever heard of Grantland Rice?
Certainly I've heard of Grantland Rice, but I never tasted it.
Oh, Liz.
George, I have something to tell you. I'm not going to the concert tonight.
Oh, you're not?
No. No, George, I'm going to be a real pal to you, sharing the same thing. I'm going to stay home and play poker with you and the boys.
What? But, Liz, you don't know how to play poker.
Well, I'm going to learn how. I've got a whole hour before they get here.
Oh, no.
Well, now that you're all here, we might as well get started with the game. Huh, fellas?
You're sure you guys don't mind if Liz plays with us?
Oh, no, we're delighted. Aren't we, Corey?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Well, batter up.
that?
Oh, let's start. You deal, Joe.
Well, all right.
Isn't this fun? I love playing poker.
All right, Liz, it's up to you.
What is?
You start.
Start what?
You pass?
Pass who?
Can you open?
Open what?
What have you got in your hand? Any pairs?
No, they're all different numbers.
Can anybody open? No. All right, throw your cards in.
Funny thing, they were all different numbers, but they were all the same suit.
Your deal, Corey. Do I have to? Oh, well.
Ooh, a queen.
Liz.
Ooh, there's another. There's a sister.
Liz, you're supposed to keep your cards a secret.
Ooh. What did you get, Joe?
I shouldn't talk, but tell your two Andrews sisters not to wait up for Laverne. All right, I open for 2.
I'm in. Put in 2 chips, Liz.
Okay. 1, 2, there you are.
Cards?
They're in your hand.
Now, give me 2.
3. How many cards do you want, Liz?
Oh, do I get more?
You throw away the worst cards in your hand and try to draw better ones.
Why?
Because that's the way you play poker.
Oh, well, which one shall I throw away? The 2 queens or the 3 5s? Well, what are you pushing all the chips over to me for?
Because as much as I hate to admit it, you win.
I do? Oh, this is fun. Come on, deal them again. I can play poker all night.
Oh, Corey, I'm glad you came over. I don't know what to do about Liz. This pal business is driving me crazy.
She's still acting like your shadow, huh?
Is she? Yesterday she spent the whole day at the bank. Said she wanted to learn all about my business.
Did she find out anything?
Yes, she found out how to lock our president, Mr. Atterbury, in the vault.
Oh, brother. Was he mad?
I don't know. They couldn't get him out till this morning. I'm licked, Corey. I'm going on a camping trip over the weekend to get rid of her.
Oh, wait a minute, George. I have a wonderful idea. Take Liz on that trip with you.
Very funny.
No, I'm serious. Take her with you and work her head off. By the time she's hiked through the woods, waded through icy streams, and slept on the cold ground, she'll be plenty sick of being your boon companion.
Corey, that's a great idea. I'll try it. If I don't kill this thing some way, she'll be buying us mother and daughter sunsuits.
Let's clear up a misconception about NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Although NATO is a military alliance of freedom-loving nations, it is not in violation of the United Nations Charter. For the UN specifically permits its member nations to band together in smaller groups to safeguard their independence. That's why, ever since NATO was founded back in April 1949, it has been a help to the UN rather than a source of embarrassment. Because NATO, like the United Nations, is helping to maintain the peace and has served as a most effective deterrent to the forces of aggression. Not 1 inch of NATO territory has been lost either through internal subversion or from military intervention in all the time that NATO has been functioning. And just as important, the NATO countries have also raised their economic self-sufficiency and standards of living to post-war highs. Is it any wonder that NATO is known as the shield of freedom and the hope of the free world? Give NATO your continuing support and interest. Learn more about its vital work, military, political, cultural, and economic. Remember, NATO is guarding your freedom.
And now, back to my favorite husband. George is going to take Liz on a camping trip to discourage her from being his inseparable pal.
Here's a box of food I fixed for your trip, Mrs. Kuga. Well, thank you, Katie. George will put it in the car. He and Corey are packing the things in now. Oh, hey, how do you like my hunting outfit?
Fine, but aren't you supposed to wear something red so the other hunters can see it?
Oh, I'm wearing something red, all right, but it's long and scratchy, and the other hunters better not see it.
Mrs. Kuga, I don't know whether to tell you this or not, but I overheard something around here yesterday.
Katie, you don't think I'd listen to anything you picked up by eavesdropping, do you? What was it?
Well, Mr. Kugat's only taking you on this trip to make you good and sick of being his pal. He's going to run you ragged with hunting and hiking and fishing.
Katie, are you sure?
I was right outside the room when Corey Cartwright suggested it. That's how I got this lump on my head. I forgot the door opened outward.
Katie, I'm going to give you a day off for service above and beyond the line of duty. So it was Corey's idea, huh? Just tell him I want to see him, Katie.
Anything else to go, George?
Never mind. There's Brutus Cartwright now. Corey, can I see you a minute, please?
I'll be in the kitchen if you want me.
What is it, Liz?
So when I come back from this trip, I'll be sick and tired of being a pal to George, huh?
How did you find out?
A woman's intuition.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Something tells me your intuition can also cook.
You're a fine friend.
Oh, I'm sorry, Liz. I was just trying to help George. Is there anything I can do to make it right?
Yes. This is going to be the first quadruple cross in history. You're going to help me frame George on this trip.
Oh, Liz, I couldn't.
I'll tell that pretty Anderson girl everything I know about you.
You don't know anything about me.
Don't I?
I can't take a chance. I'll do it.
Good. Now, you follow us in your car, and whatever you do, keep out of sight. Now, listen, this is what I want you to do.
Ah, this mountain air is wonderful. I never get enough of it.
Oh, boy, isn't it great?
This looks like a good trout stream.
Yep, that looks like a good one.
Now, before we start fishing, maybe I better give you some instructions.
Oh, George, I know how to fish.
You knew how to play poker, too.
Who won?
All right. Tell me how you do it, Isaac Walton.
It's very simple. You just flip the pole over your head until all the thread unwinds this little spool, see?
Uh-huh. And then what happens?
Then all the thread falls into the water, wraps around the fish, and chokes it to death.
No, Liz, you don't choke it to death.
I know. You hit it with a pole.
Oh, no. Here, I'll show you how to cast. Now, take the rod in your right hand.
Yeah.
Now, whip it back over your head. That's it. Now, forward.
Oh, George, I think I've caught something.
I know.
Do you think it's a trout?
No, it's a Kugat. Now, help me get the hook out of the seat of my pants.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear.
Take it easy or you'll rip my pants.
Well, George, you said you couldn't get enough of this mountain air.
Oh, let's fish. If you're sure you won't get tired standing out in this cold stream for hours and hours.
No. George, I'll tell you what. Let's split up and see who catches the most fish.
All right.
I'm going up around the bend.
Now, look, I'll do you a favor. Now, don't go up there. It's too shallow, not enough rapids. There aren't any fish there.
But it's pretty around there.
Have it your way. Well, I'll see you later with a lemon.
Goodbye. Let's see now. We should be right up here around the bend, I guess.
Liz, over here.
Oh, Corey, there you are. Have you got them?
The best they had at the market. 6 trout. Aren't they beauties?
Wonderful. Throw them to me, Corey. Then I won't be lying when I tell George I caught them.
Here, silly.
Thanks. I'll see you later, Corey. Now wait for me.
Okay, I'll wait where I was before.
Okay. George! George!
Here I am.
Hi, George.
I was right, huh? Oh, it'd take a magician to catch a fish up there.
Shake hands with Houdini.
What do you mean?
Haven't you caught any fish yet?
Have you?
Only these.
Only... Liz, where did you get those trout?
I caught them.
In a stream? Those are lake trout.
They are? Well, maybe they got lost.
Very strange, huh? Well, I can't hope to beat that catch.
You feel up to hiking back to camp?
Sure.
We can take it easy. It's pretty rough on you.
Rough? Why, I can beat you back to camp any day.
Oh, you can?
Certainly. I tell you what, I'll race you back to camp.
Oh, you're going to get smart. All right, I'll tell you what. Since I'm a man, I'll give you a head start.
Since I'm a woman, I'll take it. Goodbye, George.
Goodbye. I'll be seeing you in a minute when I pass you. Hurry up, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Ha, ha, ha. I'll have dinner waiting when you get back. Oh, where did Corey get to? I don't see him anyplace.
Liz, how did everything go?
Oh, fine. Corey, do you have your car here?
Yeah, why?
I'm hiking back to camp in it. Hurry before George comes trotting by. It's getting dark, Corey. Any sign of George yet?
No. Gee, I hope he isn't lost.
Oh, wait a minute. There he comes now, down the road.
Where? I don't see anyone.
Well, look a little lower. He's crawling on his hands and knees.
Well, I better get out before he sees me. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thanks for everything. George, is that you? How'd it go? That was fun, wasn't it, pal? Nothing like hiking, is there? George, you aren't tired, are you? George, say something.
Water.
Oh, I'm sorry, George. I used the water. I got back so early I had time to wash my hair.
You got back that early?
Yes, but I cheated. I ran most of the way. Well, George, if you're that tired, you better go to bed. Remember, you promised to take me hunting at 5 o'clock in the morning. Now, are you sure you have everything straight, Corey?
I think so, Liz. Say, how's George this morning?
Oh, the poor guy. He was so tired it was a shame to get him out of bed. Now, review this once more with me.
All right. I hide up in that oak tree.
Yeah?
And every time you shoot, I throw down a dead duck.
That's right. And if you don't, I'll be a likewise. Now, what if we shoot at the target?
Well, you're going to choose that horseshoe attached to the fence over there.
Yeah?
And I'll bang this one with a rock like this.
Good. Uh-oh. Get up in the tree. Here comes George.
Okay, now don't worry about a thing.
Here I am, George.
Ready to go, Liz?
Yes, dear.
Now, here's your rifle.
Oh, it's beautiful. What's the first thing I do?
The first thing you do is stop looking down the barrel.
Well, let's start hunting. I want to shoot some ducks.
Ducks?
Mm-hmm.
Why, there aren't any ducks within 100 miles of here.
Oh, I don't know now. These look like pretty good duck trees to me.
Now you're just being stupid. You find ducks in swamps, not in trees.
Want to bet?
Go ahead. If there's a duck in any of these trees, my name isn't George Kuga.
We'll just see. Here goes.
Well?
What'd you say, Sam?
I don't believe it. All the ducks have gone south for the winter.
Well, maybe this one couldn't get a reservation.
Amazing. You couldn't do that again in a million years.
Of course I could. There's nothing to it. Watch. I got another one.
There's something very funny going on around here.
What do you mean?
I mean this. First you catch lake trout in a stream. And now you've shot a duck that's marked bird's eye frozen food.
Well, that's what he gets for not going south for the winter.
Look, we'll just shoot at something we can see. A bottle or a can or... Oh, wait a minute. There's a horseshoe on the fence.
Horseshoe? Yeah. Oh, no. We don't want to shoot at that.
Oh, yes, we do.
But it's so little.
Well, maybe you're right.
Okay, you talk me into it. Here I go.
By gosh, you did it.
Nothing to it. Watch this one, with my eyes closed. How was that?
Sensational. Especially since you were facing in the opposite direction.
I banked it off that tree over there.
Let's see you do that again.
All right.
Ha ha, you missed it.
it's one of my slow ones.
Give me that gun, Liz. I'll show you some real fancy shooting.
What kind?
There's a wolf up in that tree.
There is?
Yes. A blonde one with a bow tie. You know, they often climb trees to eat ducks. Now, watch this. 1, 2... Hold it, George!
Come on down, Corey. It's all over.
Put the gun down, George. We were just having a little fun.
Are you mad, George?
I don't know. It was a pretty cheap trick you pulled on me.
Well, it was a dirty trick you pulled on me, bringing me up here to run me ragged.
Yeah, I guess it was.
Oh, come on. Let's make up, George. Let's not be pals or companions. Let's not even be friends anymore. Let's just go back to being man and wife. George, are you asleep? George. Oh, sound asleep. What's this paper pinned to his chest? Oh, it's a note. Oh. Dear pal, yes, I am asleep. I took a sleeping pill to make sure of it. Good night. Oh, isn't he cute? Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Kuga, starring Miss Ball with Richard Denning. As we drop in on the Kugats this morning, we find them still upstairs getting dressed. Liz is just asking George a question which proves how essential man is to woman. For as independent as women like to think they are, there's still one time when they have to turn to a man and say,
"Darling, will you button me up the back, please?"
All right.
What are you thinking about?
Women's clothes.
What's the matter with them?
Well, they're so silly. You couldn't even wear this dress if you didn't have a husband to button it for you.
Oh, that's it. I knew husbands must be good for something.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, George!
Oh, what's the matter? Oh, can't a husband kiss his wife anymore?
Oh, not on the back of the neck. It gives me duck bumps.
Yeah. Gee, they're big ones. There's one with ears on it.
That's my head. Aren't you through buttoning me yet?
Yes, but this dress is made all wrong.
Why?
Well, there's a button left over at the top and an extra buttonhole at the bottom.
George, here, do me again.
All right. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the Atterburys are giving a party tomorrow night.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me. I won't have time to shop.
Shop? For what? You've got a whole closet full of clothes.
It just seems that way to you, George. I was just looking through them, and you know what? I haven't got a thing to wear. How'd you know I was going to say that?
Well, you say it every time we're invited to a party.
Oh, I do not. There have been dozens of parties when I didn't want a new dress.
Name one.
All right. How about the... Well, there was the night... Well, the party that... I better get your socks for you.
Don't change the subject. You just tell me why you can't wear that green dress I like so much?
I just can't, that's all. The same people will be there and they've seen it.
Wait, you mean you won't wear a dress just because the people there have seen it once?
No, I won't.
Well, that's settled. Next year I'm going to buy you one dress and get 52 different sets of friends.
Oh, George, you made a funny. Anyway, I never did like that dress.
I don't get it. In 1 week's time, a dress goes from, George, wait till you see my beautiful new dress, to that old rag.
Ah, you're exaggerating.
Well, maybe. Say, how about that new black dress you bought last week?
What, that old rag?
Now, you see what I mean? Come here, Liz. I want to look in your closet with you.
George.
What?
Kiss me.
Oh, no. That's like a down payment on a new dress. We'll go through your closet first. Now, Liz, look at all those dresses.
You see? There's not a thing I can wear.
Well, what about this red one?
Color's all wrong for me. With my red hair and that red dress, I look like I'm peeking out of a carrot.
Well, all right. Well, how about this one?
Too short for the new style.
No, you can't win. Now, wait a minute. Now, what's the matter with this? It's certainly long enough. The color's fine, and it looks just as smart as any of these others.
All right, George. I'll wear it.
Yeah. Now, why couldn't you thought of wearing it yourself?
Because it happens to be my nightgown. You know, it's too bad it isn't a New Year's Eve party. Then all I need would be some ribbon.
Ribbon?
Yeah, I'd wrap it around my middle and go as 1949.
Go ahead. You might start a new fashion.
Ah, George, the Atterbury parties are always so swanky. If I don't get a new dress, you'll just have to go without me.
Yeah, and if I buy you a new dress, you'll have to go without me. I'll be home taking in washing.
Oh, why don't you work in a dress shop instead of a bank? Then I could wear a dress and take it back. Too bad you can't bring money home on approval.
Well, I guess I'd better get dressed for work. Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I simply can't go to work today.
Why not?
Well, what'll I wear?
Now, George Kuga.
Well, certainly not the blue suit. All the boys have seen it.
That's not funny.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Atterbury to transfer me to another bank where they won't sneer at me.
Now, stop that. I'll tickle you.
Cut it out.
Do I get the new dress?
No.
Listen, I'm going to wear a new dress to that party if I have to make it myself.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Now, there's a sensible idea.
I was only kidding. I couldn't make a dress.
Now, why not? The pioneer women did.
Well, you should have married a pioneer woman.
No, I'm serious. Now, why don't modern women pattern themselves after the pioneers?
For the same reason you don't ride to work in a covered wagon.
Oh, that's different. Why, those women not only made their own clothes, they sheared the wool right off the sheep and wove it into cloth.
You're right, George. I should be ashamed of myself. On the way home from the bank, pick me up a couple of sheep.
Go ahead. Kid your way out of it.
Oh, you don't think I could make a dress if I wanted to, do you?
Frankly, no.
All right. Just for that, George Kugat, I'll do it. By the time you come home tonight, I'll have on the dress I'm wearing to the Atterbury's party. Well, Katie, I'm all ready to make my new dress.
Well, I didn't know you knew how to sew, Mrs. Kuga.
Well, I didn't this morning, but I've been reading a book on it. Let's see now. All I have to do is face the binding, pink the plackets, gather the peplums, and yoke the pleats.
What does all that mean?
I haven't the slightest idea. How do you like the material?
Oh, let's see. Oh, it's beautiful. I love purple.
Do you think I bought enough for a dress?
How much did you buy?
25 yards.
25? But you only need 3 yards for a dress.
Oh, really? Well, I wanted to make a wide hem.
Well, I think you're going to need my help, Mrs. Kuga. Where's your pattern?
Well, here's the envelope with a picture on the front, but they forgot to put the pattern in.
Really?
Yeah, when I opened it, there was nothing inside but a lot of tissue paper.
That's the pattern.
Oh.
Yes, you see? This piece says front, and this one says back.
Oh, yes, this is for the arm. Here's one for the neck. What part of me is my butterick?
That's the name of the pattern maker.
Oh.
You pin this pattern onto the material and cut around it.
Oh, I remember now. I did it in high school. I started out to make a dress, and I changed it to an apron, and it ended up as a dishcloth. But this doesn't look so hard. Let's see now. See, I'll lay the material out on the table and pin the pattern on there. And then I cut around it. Gee, this stuff is harder to cut than I thought.
Oh, no wonder. You forgot to unfold the material.
Uh-oh. Well, I wonder what I can do with 8 sleeves. Let's see now. Do I know any octopuses?
Oh, I think you still have enough material.
Well, you better cut it, Katie. I'll sew it. Hurry up.
There. Everything's all cut.
All right. I guess I'll sew the blouse together first. Whee! This is fun. We'll just stitch it up here and go over here, then across here, hold out my hand and make a left turn and go down here. There we are, all ready to try on. Well, I'll just slip it over my... What happened? Where'd everybody go? Hey, Katie, did you turn off the lights?
No, ma'am.
Oh, then I sewed up the hole for the neck.
I think you sewed up the armholes, too.
Oh, Katie. Oh, look. I didn't even try, and I made a beautiful purple pillowcase.
Congratulations.
Well, I guess I'll have to cut it open across the top. Hand me the scissors. Oops. Oh, well, that makes it strapless. Maybe I can fix it by cutting along here, huh?
Oh, that's enough.
Oh, well, now it's strapless and backless. Oh, Katie, there isn't enough material left to make a French bathing suit.
Oh, now, don't feel too bad, Mrs. Kuga. We'll fix it some way.
Oh, it's hopeless, and you know it. You know, it would serve George right if I wore it to the party anyway.
That I'd like to see.
Hey, that's not such a bad idea. I think I'll do it.
Wear that to the party?
No, but I'll tell George I'm going to, and he'll be so ashamed he'll insist I buy a new dress.
He's all settled down in the living room with his paper, Mrs. Kuga. Are you ready?
I think so. Does it look bad enough, Katie?
Let me see. Oh, you look awful.
Thank you. I've done everything I can to mess it up.
Oh, that was a wonderful idea, making a blouse out of the tablecloth.
Well, the jam stain matches the purple material.
And how did you ever think of pinning the sleeves to the bottom of the skirt?
Oh, it just came to me in a mad moment. Look what I found for a belt. I hooked together a pair of George's old garters.
Wonderful. Go in and see what he says.
All right. Now we'll see how he likes a pioneer woman for a wife. George.
Yes, dear.
Put down the paper. I want to show you something.
Yeah.
This is the dress I made. I'm going to wear it to Atterbury's party. Well?
Liz.
What's the matter, George? You look surprised.
I certainly am. I never dreamt you could make a dress that nice. Oh, what's the matter?
You think this dress is pretty. It is not. It's awful.
Okay, it's awful.
Ah!
Now what?
I slave all day making a dress and you think it's awful.
Oh, honey. I was just trying not to insult your work.
Oh.
Now, come over here and sit on my lap.
All right.
And that's it. Now, put your head on my shoulder and rest a minute.
Do you love me, George?
Of course I do.
Say it.
Well, don't you know I do without my saying it?
No, I want to hear it. Say you love me, George.
You love me, George.
Oh, you.
Hey, stop blowing in my ear. That tickles.
Hey, George, it sounds empty in there.
Oh, it does not.
It does, too. Here, hold a match by your other ear, and I'll see if I can blow it out from this side.
Oh, Liz, you are an idiot.
I know, but I'm pretty, huh?
You know, it's a lucky thing for you the marriage contract doesn't contain a sanity clause.
Oh, George, there is no sanity clause.
Oh, I give up. I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing about your dress, dear.
It is a horrible-looking dress, isn't it?
Am I supposed to say yes?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Well, I'm so glad you think so, dear, because now you see I couldn't possibly wear it to the party, so I'll just have to buy a new one, won't I, huh?
No.
Oh. George, I can't go to the party in an old dress. The other women will talk about me, and I'll become moody and depressed. During the evening, I'll get so despondent, I'll just jump off the roof. Let me off your lap, you murderer.
Oh, Liz.
After all, George, the least you could do is buy me a new dress to be buried in.
My little heart is bleeding for you, but the answer is still N-O.
Oh, George Kuga, you make me so M-A-D.
Well, you'll get over it in T-I-M-E, dear.
It'd work. No. Now what? Well, George will skin me alive if he finds out, but I'm going to buy a new dress without telling him.
Well, how can you do that?
By turning to a girl's dearest and closest friend, the charge account.
Good morning, Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, morning, George boy. Going to be able to make it to our little party?
Yes, sir. We'll be there, Mr. Atterbury. Of course, Liz will be dressed in rags.
Oh, I get it, boy. I had the same trouble. Iris wanted a new dress, too. But I put my foot down. I said, what do you think I am, the president of a bank?
But you are.
Huh? Oh, yes, that's right, I am. Well, I wouldn't mind buying clothes for Iris if she were normal size, but she's so darn big. Well, it'd be cheaper to have her reupholstered.
I guess she is sort of pleasingly plump, sir.
Pleasingly plump? Listen, boy, around the holidays, it's dangerous for her to lie down with an apple in her mouth.
It must be some job supplying her with clothes.
Job? It's a project. And she has so many of them. You should see her clothes closet. It looks like a long row of pup tents. I'll bet she has no idea what's in there.
Well, Liz is the same way. You know, I'll bet I could wrap up one of her old dresses and give it to her, and she wouldn't even recognize it.
Kuga, boy. You've given me a great idea. Look, we'll take one of Liz's old dresses and give it to Iris. And then we'll take one of Iris's old dresses and give it to Liz. And I'll bet they'll never know the difference.
Oh, you mean they'll think we bought?
Why, sure.
You know, that might work.
Yeah.
But wait, they aren't the same size.
Oh, listen, Iris will be so flattered at getting a small size she won't say a word. Now, she'll have a dressmaker fix it.
But what about Liz?
Well, we'll give her a real old dress of my wife, so old it's back in style again. One that Iris wore about 10 years ago, before the dam broke.
I'll do it, Mr. Atterbury.
Good. Now, let's be cagey about this. Now, you go to Sylvester's, that's the swankiest store in town, and get a couple of empty boxes, you see. Then we'll put the dresses in.
Hi, Marge. I finally made it. Oh, where have you been? You're an hour late. Oh, I'm sorry. Have you been waiting long? No, I just got here. That if I'd been on time, Liz, you should be ashamed of yourself. Well, I had to run an errand. Oh. What's that thing over your arm? That? Oh, it's sort of a kind of a dress. I made it myself. For Halloween? No, it's a real dress. I took it to the dressmaker's to see if she could do anything with it. What'd she say? I don't know. She couldn't stop laughing.
Well, come on, Liz, let's go shopping. Where we start?
Oh, I don't care. I just want to buy a gown.
Liz, let's go in here. Sylvester's salon.
Sylvester's? Oh, no. That's too snooty and so expensive, Marge.
Well, let's just go in and look around. I've never been in there.
Well, I guess that won't hurt. My, it's impressive in here. Ooh, and look at the rugs. They're so thick and gooey.
You sink right into them.
My goodness, what was that?
Liz, look. The walls are opening. There's a man standing there.
Oh, no, not with a spotlight on him.
Gee, I wonder who he is.
I am Sylvester.
I am Liz.
I'm Marge.
Well?
We'd like to look at some dresses.
You mean creation.
All right, I mean creations.
Before I can show you a thing, I'll have to give you a loyalty test.
A loyalty test?
Yes. Raise your right hand and answer this question. Are you now, or have you ever been, a shopper in Macy's basement?
No.
I haven't either.
Welcome to Sylvester.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what kind of a dress did you have in mind?
Well, what do you have for around $75?
Take a good look around the store.
All right.
That will be $75.
Oh, well, we want to see something more expensive, really. I was only joking.
I hope so. Now, here's one of my latest. A dinner gown by Sylvester.
Oh, what kind of material is that?
The French call it l'étoffe fromage.
Oh, cheesecloth.
It suffers in the translation. It's priced at $450.
Must have been imported cheese.
The price comes from the fact that I, Sylvester, created it. Without my label, the dress is worth 50 cents.
Well, rip out the label. Here's 50 cents.
Perhaps you'll be interested in this green gown with the sequin top. It's marked down.
Oh, are you having a sale?
No, but it's been damaged. The clerk carried it from the stock room without wearing her glove.
No.
Yes.
Well, gee, it is sort of pretty. How much is it?
Well, I wouldn't want it to get around that I'm selling anything this cheap, but it's $375.
Oh, well, I won't tell a soul. It's too much.
But the green goes so beautifully with your red hair.
No.
And it'll make your gorgeous figure even more alluring.
No.
To say nothing of the lines, which would make you look 10 years younger.
Yeah. No. I didn't think I'd make it.
Well, I have a gown you can't possibly resist. I'll be right back.
Oh, Marge, I hate these exclusive shops.
Well, you pay for the label.
Well, whoever sees it. You can't walk along with your head bent down holding the label up for people to see. Why don't they put it on the outside if it means so much?
Oh, Liz, you're so silly.
You know, I'll bet Sylvester could put his label in this monstrosity that I made and sell it for a huge price.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Liz, what are you doing? Quiet. I'm taking the label off this cheesecloth creation of his. I'm going to pin it on my dress and just see how much Sylvester thinks it's worth.
Well, hurry up, because here he comes.
There.
Now, here we are. Now, isn't this just devastating?
Yes, but, I'd like to ask you about this little number here. This one with the purple skirt. How much is it, please?
Let me see. Oh, that's one of my masterpieces.
It is?
Oh, naturally. No one but Sylvester could create such a dress.
Want to bet?
Yeah, notice the clever way the blouse is made from genuine antique tablecloth.
That's very interesting. What's that spot? Strawberry jam?
I should say not. That's there to break up the monotony of the white. It's a print.
Oh, really? That's the first print I've ever seen with seeds on it.
They're hand applique.
Oh. That's a very interesting belt, too.
Is the belt? Yes, it's cleverly made of, men's garters.
It's a French import, Marge.
It is? Yes, it is. But how did you know?
Oh, it's right here. See, on the garter, it says Paris. Oh, Sylvester, I played a joke on you. Do you know who really made that dress?
Sylvester, creator of the world's finest dresses.
No, Kuga, creator of the world's finest messes.
Liz, look, coming in the door. It's George.
George, my goodness, what's he doing here? Oh, I can't let him see me. Is there a back door here?
Well, yes.
Come on, Marge, let's get scared.
Well, what about your old dress?
Oh, who cares? Let him keep the thing. Come on, let's get out of here.
Hey, wait. Come back. This would look stunning on you. Tourist.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, you frightened me.
Sorry. Say, I'd like to buy 2 empty boxes.
Empty boxes? Well, all right. Here are 2 right here. That'll be $25 apiece.
Say, I've got a surprise for you. I'll give you $1.
Yeah, I got a surprise for you. I'll take it. Business is lousy.
Oh, he's home, Mrs. Kuga. He just got out of the car. Katie, does he have a box from Sylvester's? Yes. Oh, the darling. Just as I thought. He bought me a new dress for the party. Oh, Katie, he's such a wonderful husband.
Liz, where are you?
Oh, hi, dear. You're home early.
Here, I've got a surprise for you. A present.
Oh, George, from Sylvester's.
Yeah, you know, that snooty, expensive dress salon.
Yes, I've heard of it. I can hardly wait to see what it's like. Oh, it's so exciting. Oh, George, it's lovely. It's stunning. It's Iris Atterbury's old dress.
What makes you say that?
I've seen her wear it.
When?
Thursday night, May 12th, 1938.
Oh, now, Liz.
She walked into the country club dance at 8:33 p.m.
Well, how can you remember that?
How can I forget it? She walked in the door with Alice Sturm, who was wearing a blue taffeta formal with a pink jacket and some tiny cerise flowers tucked into the yellow sash.
I give up. Oh, it was a joke, Liz. Mr. Atterbury and I were trying to prove that women don't remember each other's clothes. See, I was going to give him one of your dresses to give to his wife.
Oh, and I thought you were being so wonderful. And now I have no dress to wear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I just can't go to the Atterburys, that's all.
Well, we've got to go.
No.
Well, it's my fault, Liz. I disappointed you, so I guess I'll have to buy you a new dress.
Well, George, if you insist. There's one I like at Sylvester's.
Sylvester's?
Yes, it's green with sequins. Hurry up now before they close. Hurry up, George, hurry up.
Honey, I'm back.
Oh, let me open it.
I didn't get you the green dress. Sylvester helped me pick out a prettier one.
Oh, I can hardly wait to see it. Oh.
Well, how do you like it?
Why, it's lovely. Just what I've always wanted. A purple dress with strawberry jam on the blouse.
Oh, honey, don't cry. I know it's the dress you made. Sylvester just wanted to get even with you.
Very funny.
I bought the dress you wanted, too.
Oh, you did? Oh, George, you're wonderful. Oh, George. Oh, you know, you're my favorite husband.
Liz and George will return in just a moment.
Our Constitution is a flexible document. It has changed with the changing years to meet changed conditions. An example is the way in which we elect our United States senators. When the Constitution was ratified, and for 125 years thereafter, the people could not elect their own senators. Instead, the senators were chosen by the state legislatures. The Founding Fathers believed in democracy, but they did not want their new republic to be wrecked by irresponsible mob rule. Democracy was a new form of government. Most of the voters had little knowledge and less experience in governing themselves. And so the Constitution provided that while the people could elect their representatives to Congress, they could not elect their senators directly. A century and a quarter of experience in self-government made such a safeguard against mob rule obsolete. And by 1912, the people were ready to demand the right to elect their senators by popular vote. They received this right in the 17th Amendment to our Constitution. This amendment illustrates how our Constitution lives and grows in our changing world, to the end that this country of yours and mine shall be our country under God.
George, are you asleep yet?
Yes, I am.
Well, wake up. I want to ask you something.
What is?
George, what are you giving me for Christmas?
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, come on. Can I have 3 guesses?
Okay. But just 3, no more.
All right. Mink coat, mink coat, mink coat.
You know, I had a hunch that was what you wanted.
Well, what made you think that?
Well, when I looked in the bathroom mirror this morning, somebody had squeezed out toothpaste to spell mink.
No.
Yes. So you know what I'm going to get you?
What?
A new tube of toothpaste.
Oh.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball. And now, let's look in on the Coopers. It's morning, and we find them at breakfast.
George, do you mind if I read at the breakfast table for once? This book is so fascinating, I can't put it down.
What kind of a book is it?
It's all about numerology.
Oh, that stuff. That's a lot of nonsense.
It is not. You ought to read the book yourself, 5.
5?
That's your name in numerology. I just figured it out.
Oh, no.
Would you join me in another cup of 2?
Now, wait just a minute. Before this thing gets out of hand, I think we better nip it in the 3.
Oh, watch your language.
Liz, you'll have to admit this numerology stuff is bunk.
Now, George, numbers are very important. Why, some number may be influencing my life right now.
Yeah, come to think of it, I know a number that's not only influencing your life, it's threatening it right this minute.
What's that?
3850.
3850?
That's the amount you were overdrawn last month.
Oh, I was?
Yes. What's numerology have to say about that?
Well, let's see now. See, you add them up. 3850. 3 and 8 are 10, and add 5 makes 18. Then you add the numbers in 18. 1 and 8 make 9.
Well?
Here's $9. Call it even.
Oh, no.
Well, it was a good try. Really, George, numerology is important. For instance, even your name has to be right for you, or it might ruin your life. For all you know, you might be going through life with the wrong name.
Forget it.
Now, keep quiet, and I'll figure out the right one for you. Let's see. 2 and 3 are 5, and G is 6. See, it'll be better if you're something besides 5. It'll help our vibrations.
Liz, aren't you happy with the way I vibrate?
Quiet. Now, we need a 4, and E is 2. There. That's the perfect name. Uh-oh.
What is it?
Genevieve.
Well, it'll be novel. Of course, you'll have to buy towels marked hers and hers.
I don't understand it.
Look, let's just leave it the way it is. Call me 5.
Yeah, well, maybe that is best.
Now, would you mind if I had breakfast? I'd like some eggs.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. 7!
I was afraid of that.
Yes, 3.
5 would like some 16s, please.
2 or 3, 5.
2, 7.
All right, and here's the mail. Mr. 6 just brought it.
Mr. 6?
Oh, he's a new mailman. She doesn't know him well enough to call him just by his number.
Oh, and is he mad? When he was delivering mail next door, he got bit.
No. Did that 9 bite him?
Right in the 12.
Oh, dear. And his legs were so important to him.
Now, that's enough.
I'll get your 16.
Say, here's a letter from our landlord. I hope he isn't raising the rent.
How can he? We have a lease.
Yeah, I know, but the lease is up the 15th of the month. Uh-oh. Just what I was afraid of.
What's the matter?
He's raising our rent to $250 a month.
$250 a month? That's more than double.
Gee, I didn't think Mr. Curry had that much nerve.
Oh, it isn't Mr. Curry. It's that domineering wife of his. She did this.
Liz, she's been dead for 5 years.
That wouldn't stop her.
If you got all your buttons, the woman isn't living.
I know it, but he won't make a single move without her advice. She calls him every day on the Ouija board.
Oh, now, Liz.
Honestly, he really believes that stuff.
Well, what's the difference? It won't help us.
Wait a minute, George. According to numerology, this is one of our lucky days. Hey, why not ask Mr. Curry to come over tonight? Maybe we can talk him out of it.
Okay, that's a good idea. Oh, say, I'd better go. I'll be late for the bank.
Okay, goodbye, 5.
Huh? Oh, goodbye.
Just a minute. Why do you have that strange smile on your face?
I was just thinking of a cute little 4 I used to know.
Why, George?
Only teasing, honey. Give me a kiss.
Well, all right. You know, George, you're a 5 and I'm a 3. I guess that's why we make such beautiful 8s together.
Now, Liz, when Mr. Curry gets here, let me do the talking. I think this Ouija board stuff is just a neat excuse for raising the rent.
Can't I even put in a word edgewise?
No.
But I got so many nice, thin little words that would just fit in edgewise.
I'm sorry, Liz, but I want to handle this in my own way. Now, you keep out of it.
Oh, 6-3.
What?
That's my way of calling you names, and you'll never know what it means either. 9-1.
And a 4-7 to you.
Oh, what you said.
I'll get it. Well, good evening, Mr. Curry.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cooper.
Hello, Mr. Curry. How are you?
Oh, fine, thanks. I'm sorry I'm late. Just as I was leaving the house, I had a call from my wife, Bernice.
Oh.
Well, how is she? Was she? How's the old girl feel?
Liz doesn't quite know how to ask about her, Mr. Curry. She thought maybe the weather down there or up there, or wherever she is, might disagree with her.
It wouldn't dare.
Well, Mr. Curry, I guess you know why we asked you to come over.
Oh, I can guess.
Well, we feel this new rent you're asking is too high.
So do I. But Bernice insists on getting it.
Bernice? What'd she do? Find a way to take it with her?
No, but I think she's working on it.
Mr. Curry, if you raise the rent that high, we'll simply have to move.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's too bad, too. This address was just perfect. 321 Bundy comes out 6, and that's just the right vibration for George and me.
Oh, you study numerology?
Yes. Do you?
I'm a 1.
I'm a 3.
I'm a 5.
We're all odd, aren't we? Don't answer that, George.
Bernice was a 1, too. The first time I ever met her, I said, "Are you 1?" And she said, "Yes, are you 1, too?" And then we got married.
Well, it was the same way with Liz and me.
Really?
Yeah, only she was 9 and I was 8 and we were 17.
Now stop that, George Cooper.
Mr. Cooper, you may not believe in numerology, but I do. And so does Bernice. We were talking about it just the other night. She called me on the upstairs Ouija.
You know, I've been thinking, Mr. Curry, do you suppose you could have made a mistake in Bernice's message? Maybe she meant to lower the rent.
You didn't know Bernice very well, did you? However, if you want, we can contact her again. I'll get my Ouija board out of the car.
You have one in the car?
Oh, yes, I always carry a Ouija board. Bernice is quite a backseat driver. I'll go get it. I'll be right back.
All the silly nonsense. Now what are we going to do, Liz?
We'll see what the old girl says this time.
Oh, don't tell me you believe in this Ouija board stuff, too.
Of course not, but I'm stronger than he is, and I can push the indicator wherever we want it.
Hey, quiet, here he comes.
Well, here's my Ouija board. Where should I put it?
Just bring it over here, Mr. Curry. We'll put it between us.
Oh, I'm so excited. I've never worked a board with anyone else before. I usually solo.
How many hours do you have in the air?
George, please, now, we have to have it quiet.
All ready? Now, we just put the tips of our fingers on the indicator. Just your fingertips, Mrs. Cooper. Don't grab it with both hands.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, here we go. 1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Are you there, Bernice? A. R. F.
What does that spell?
R. Maybe you contacted Rin Tin Tin.
It doesn't sound like Bernice. Must be some mistake. I think you're pushing too hard, Mrs. Cooper.
No, I'm not.
Well, let's try again. Are you there, Bernice?
It says yes.
Bernice, I want to ask you again. Should we raise the Cooper's rent? Bernice says yes.
Bernice says no.
You're pushing the indicator.
I am not.
Oh, wait. It's spelling out something. T-I-L.
Tilt.
You better let me try it alone, Mrs. Cooper. I think she's jealous of you.
Well, go ahead.
All right. Well, Bernice, what about the rent?
3 0 0. Uh-oh.
You have made her jealous. She raised the rent to $300.
$300?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper. There's nothing I can do about it.
Oh, I had to open my big fat Ouija board.
Here's a 35-second quiz on NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Why is NATO unique in American history? Because our participation in NATO marks the first time during peace that the United States has made commitments outside this hemisphere. Never before have we guaranteed a European nation's sovereignty. Never before have we received similar guarantees from other nations. NATO represents a forceful new program that has helped put Europe back on its feet, economically and militarily. More power to NATO. It really works.
Their landlord, Mr. Curry, on Ouija board orders from his departed wife, has raised their rent to $300 a month. Forced to move, the Coopers are busily going over the classified ads in the paper.
Did you find anything, Liz?
No, did you?
Not much. Oh, here's one. Beautiful cottage. Here's a house without a flaw.
What do they walk on?
F-L-A-W.
Ooh. Let me see it. Well, look at this ad. They're finally admitting how badly they build houses.
What do you mean?
Look, hillside home, reasonable. Hurry, this one won't last long.
Now, stop clowning. We'll be without a roof over our heads. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a good one at 423 Edgemont.
423? Oh, we couldn't live there, George. That address doesn't have the right vibrations for us. We need a 6.
Oh, now you're not going to start that numerology stuff again, are you?
I know. I'll make up a list of harmonious addresses, and then we'll go to some real estate agent and see if any of them are for rent.
Oh, Liz.
Okay, give me a pencil and paper. You just wait now. We'll find a nice 6 or my name isn't 3 Cooper.
Now, come right in, Mr. and Mrs. Cooper. Come right in and sit down and tell me just what you're looking for.
Well, Mr. Lawrence, we need 6 or 7 rooms in a fairly modern house in a nice neighborhood.
I see.
And the most important thing is that it has to add up to 6.
Of course, it has to add up to... I beg your pardon?
The most important thing is that the address has to add up to 6.
Oh. Oh?
It's numerology.
Yes, I'm 3 and George is 5.
Really? I'll be 34 on my next birthday.
Congratulations.
George. You see, Mr. Lawrence, we have to have a house that vibrates right for us.
Oh, well, I have just the thing. Down by the railroad tracks. This house vibrates all the time.
Mr. Lawrence, you are being very difficult.
Let me handle this, Liz.
But I have the list all made out. Now, Mr. Lawrence, I'll read you the addresses, and you see if any of them are available.
This kid should be kept in escrow.
Is there anything at 213 Maple?
Yes, there is.
See, George? Do you think we'd like to live there?
Well, I don't know about you, but your husband will be crazy about it.
Why do you say that?
213 Maple is the YWCA.
Say, maybe we better go have a look at it.
Never mind. I have lots of other numbers, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, good.
How about 510 Kenmore?
510 Kenmore.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry. 510 is a vacant lot. I have one at 830 Kenmore. Will that do?
No, that number isn't right.
Well, maybe if you ask them, they'll drag 830 down to 510.
Liz, this is no way to pick out a house.
I have just one more address, 420 Lake.
An excellent choice. Just the place for you. And I think I can get you in right away.
Oh, really? What sort of a place is it?
The County Insane Asylum.
Oh, my feet. We must have looked at every vacant house in town.
I wish we didn't have to leave this house. I like it.
Well, I wish we didn't either, honey, but...
Who do you suppose that is?
I'll get it.
Hello, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, hi, Mr. Wood. Honey, it's Mr. Wood from next door.
Come on in.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Wood.
Tell me, how did the house hunting go?
Oh, terrible. We didn't find anything.
Oh. Well, if you really get desperate, you can move in with us.
With your 11 children, we'd really have to be desperate.
How true. Well, what I really came over for was to sell you 2 tickets to the high school carnival Saturday.
High school carnival?
This is going to be a lot of fun. They're having a wonderful fortune teller. He looks into a crystal ball and he tells you what the future holds.
Oh, he's probably some big phony.
Oh, I'll say he is. It's me.
Really? You're going to be a fortune teller?
Oh, yes. I do it for every carnival. Once a year, I change from Benjamin Wood to Zucchini the Great.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. What kind of an act do you do?
Oh, I do everything. I look into the crystal ball, I read palms, tea leaves, and for 10 cents extra, I talk to departed spirits.
Say, did you ever run into an old goat named Bernice?
Bernice? Who's that?
That's our landlord's wife. He talks to her on the Ouija board.
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. I only pretend, you know.
Well, it's a shame. I'd like to have a few words with that old spook. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Do I have an idea?
Liz, I don't like that look in your eye.
But, George, now, if we could have Mr. Wood talk to Mr. Curry and tell him he just had a message from Bernice to lower our rent.
Oh, now stop it. Curry would never fall for a phony message.
You're right, but I know how to fix it. Suppose he actually hears Bernice's voice.
Well, how?
Bernice is going to be behind the living room curtain. Hello, this is Bernice.
Hey, it might work at that. Will you do it, Mr. Wood?
Zucchini the Great is your servant.
Oh, wonderful. We'll get Mr. Curry over here tonight. This is the one time I won't mind being called a spook.
Hey, aren't you two ready yet? Mr. Curry's getting impatient.
Oh, we're ready.
Okay, Liz, get behind the curtain.
All right, but you better hurry up. I'm standing right over the floor heater.
Well, you won't have to stand there very long. Mr. Wood, are you all set?
I, Zucchini the Great, am ready. Does this towel look all right on my head?
Yes, but did you have to wear one that you swiped from a hotel?
It's the only one I could find. I got it out of your closet.
Well, here goes. I'll turn the lights down.
Hurry up. This heater's getting hotter all the time.
Okay. Mr. Curry, Zucchini will see you now.
Oh, I'm so excited. Enter! Zucchini of the Far East bids you welcome! Please be seated. I shall contact your departed wife now. Zucchini to Bernice! Zucchini to Bernice! Come in, Bernice! Over! Hello? Bernice? Hello? That doesn't sound like Bernice. Hello, you worm. That's Bernice. Speak to her. All right. Bernice? Yes? You don't sound the same as you used to. Are you sick?
Sick? I'm dead.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Tell me, Bernice, tell me, are you happy?
Yes, but talk faster. It's awful hot here.
I knew it.
I'm glad you called. I gave you the wrong advice about the Coopers. You know who I mean. That young banker and his gorgeous red-headed wife.
Don't you want to raise their rent?
No, I want you to lower it. Lower it to, say, $75 a month.
Oh, whatever you say. Say $50. Isn't that wonderful news for you, Mr. Cooper?
Yes. Well, I guess she's gone now.
Oh, yes, Bernice has departed. I guess so.
No, I'm still here. I want you to fix the leak in the roof.
All right, Bernice.
And paint the dining room.
All right.
And redecorate the living room. And add a sun porch. And
You better quit while you're ahead, Bernice.
She's gone.
Real gone.
Oh, but wasn't that exciting? She sounded younger. Dying must have agreed with her.
Well, Mr. Curry, guess you'll have to lower our rent.
I guess I should, Mr. Cooper. But I'm not going to.
What do you mean?
Hearing Bernice again made me realize how mean she was to me. Oh, I hate that woman. This is my big chance to defy her, and I'm going to do it. I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper, but your rent is raised to $400 a month.
Oh, no!
Good, she heard me.
Liz, guess who that was on the phone? Mr. Curry.
What did he want?
Well, it's been 3 days since he defied Bernice, and nothing's happened. And he's so grateful to us for setting him free that he's not going to raise the rent.
Oh, that's too bad.
Too bad.
Yes, I've just been reading this numerology book again, and I've been figuring it all wrong. This house doesn't have the right vibrations for us.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Please turn the cassette over at this.
Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning.
Oh, Mrs. Kuga. Pardon me, Mrs. Kuga.
What'd you say? Wait a minute, Katie, till I get this cotton out of my ears.
Why, Mrs. Kugat, after all these years, haven't you gotten used to Mr. Kugat singing?
No, and I guess I never will. But the neighbors seem to be getting used to it. They haven't sent the police over in a long time.
Remember the time they sent the police? They thought he was scalding to death.
Yes, and remember the time he was scalding to death and we wondered why we couldn't recognize the tune? Well, I guess he's been in there long enough. Turn the cold water on in the kitchen.
All right. You know, since you've discovered that turning on the cold water in the kitchen made the water in the shower turn hot, everything works like clockwork.
It does?
Absolutely. I just put the eggs on the stove, turn on the cold water, and it gets down here just in time for 2 4-minute eggs.
If he ever finds out, he'll murder us. Oh, and speaking of murder, tonight's the night for the Matron's League play. If he discovers I'm playing the lead, you'll be housekeeper for the widower Kugat.
Don't worry, Mrs. Kugat. I have your costume hidden in my closet, and if he happens to see it, I'll say it's mine.
Do you think he might wonder why you would dress up in a medieval costume as Lady Alice?
Oh, I can explain that, all right. But I hope he doesn't ask me why I need that bustle.
Oh, don't be silly, Katie. You have a very nice figure. We all have a little flesh here and there.
Yes, but on me, here runs right into there without stopping.
That's nonsense. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Kugat. Yes?
This is Mrs. Worthinggill, the director of the Young Matrons League play.
Oh. I never could have guessed who it was.
I trust that you have been practicing your enunciation and your articulation.
Oh, definitely. I have been practicing diligently and regularly.
Good. I am happy to hear that you are speaking with a more natural quality.
Thank you.
The purpose of my call is to tell you about your costume fitting.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian will be at your house at 10 o'clock sharp this morning.
Adrian?
Yes, Adrian La Jolla.
Oh.
Our costumer.
Oh, well, 10 o'clock should be fine. My husband will have left for the bank long before that.
Splendid. I'll see you tonight. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I mean, goodbye.
Good morning, honey.
Oh, good morning, George. Why, George Kuga, look at your clothes. You have on a T-shirt and slacks. Are you going to the bank that way?
Oh, didn't I tell you, dear? Mr. Atterbury closed the bank today in memory of one of our depositors.
Oh, did he die?
Yes, poor fellow. Some stupid employee put fresh points in the pen holders and he dropped dead from the shock.
George Kugat, you're kidding me.
The bank is closed and I'm going to stay home all day with you.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no?
I mean, it sounds too good to be true. Oh, but I wouldn't think of depriving you of your holiday, George. You run along and enjoy yourself.
Maybe I better stay home and help you.
I don't want you to.
Are you sick, Liz?
Sick? Yes. Yes, that's it. You make me sick.
Huh? What?
I mean, I don't feel well. Look at my tongue. Blech.
Oh.
There's a coat I.J. Fox would be proud of.
I'll call a doctor.
No, just leave now. I'll be all right.
Liz, it's 20 to 10. If you're not better by 10 o'clock, I'm going to call the doctor.
If you're still here at 10 o'clock, I'll need a doctor.
Liz, what's going on around here?
Well, George, I'm expecting...
Expecting? Liz, why didn't you tell me?
Oh, no, it isn't what you think, George. It's not going to be a baby.
It's not?
No, not just... Just forget everything I said. I'll get over it.
Well, how can you get over it?
Penicillin. They do wonders with it.
Oh, that settles it. I'm going to stay home and take care of you.
George, baby, I'll only be more nervous if you stay around. Now go out and enjoy yourself. Play golf. It'll make me feel better.
Well, I'll go on one condition. That you promise me you'll call the doctor.
I promise. It's just a case of nerves, dear.
Well, all right. Goodbye.
Don't forget your clubs. They're in the hall closet.
No, they're not. They're Well, I put them out the front door when I came down this morning.
Oh.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Yes.
Lady Alice, I'd know you any place.
Now, wait a minute, King Arthur. My name is not Alice, and I'm no lady. I mean, I'm the maid. Lady Alice is in the other room putting on her costume.
Show me to her, peasant.
This way. The costumer is here, Mrs. Kuga.
Lady Alice, I'd know you any place. Where are you?
I'm behind this screen. Tell me, Adrian, how many petticoats does this costume have? I've already put on 12.
15 petticoats, Miss Kuga. Oh. From the outside one to the iron curtain.
And underneath, a pair of knee-length ruffled pants. I feel like a lamb chop.
Please walk out here and let me see how it looks.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I'll have to take up the hem a little. Mm-hmm. And the bustle is much too big. Take it off.
It is off.
Oh, well, put it on. And we'll take a look how the whole costume fits, huh? Not too bad.
Oh, dear. Oh.
What's the matter, Miss Kuga?
My husband, he's just pulling into the driveway. Quick, give me my bathrobe. I'll cover up this costume and try to get rid of him. Now, you wait.
Hello, Liz. How are you?
George, I thought you were playing golf.
Oh, how can I play golf when you're sick?
Oh, I'm feeling fine now.
Liz, look at you. You're sicker than you think.
What do you mean?
You're all swollen from the waist down.
No.
Yes. Turn around. Oh, you're in awful shape.
Oh, Dad, I forgot to take it off.
What? Oh, and whose taxi was that waiting out in front? Is the doctor here?
Well, I guess so.
Oh, what are you trying to keep from me? Tell me, dear. I can take it.
Nothing.
Then I'll get it from the doctor. He'll tell me.
George, don't go in there.
Mr. Kuga.
Yes, tell me. What's wrong with my wife?
Oh, nothing. It's not as bad as it looks.
Oh, that's good.
All I have to do is to take a few inches off her hips and tighten the droop in her back.
Poor little wife.
Yes, you see, her peplum is dragging.
No.
Oh, now don't worry, George. He knows what he's doing.
Well, where are you going to take her?
Oh, no place.
Not even to your office?
Oh, no, it's too busy. So many people cutting and stitching all over the... We're going to do it right here. Tell me, Mr. Kugat, have you got any old razor blades?
No, you can't do it.
Now, it's all right, George. He'll just pin it up here.
Pin it up?
Yes, then later he'll put it on the machine. It makes a much stronger stitch.
It does?
Oh, I should say so. Sew it up by hand, and the minute she sits down, the whole thing will split wide open.
Liz, are you sure this guy knows what he's doing?
Certainly. Why, he just got through working on Alice Sturm.
Oh, what did he do for Alice?
He lowered her neckline and gave her a belt in the back.
Send him away, Liz. I'll get Dr. Michelle to take a look at you.
No, now just run along, dear. I'll handle this.
I demand to know everything you plan to do with my wife.
What do you get so excited about? I'm just going to give her a little more room in the hips. I'll just rip out a little on each side.
I absolutely forbid it.
It's all right, George. He's going to put in a zipper.
I forbid you to lay a hand on my wife. Now, you stay here, dear. I'll go get Dr. Michelle and bring him right over. And get this quack out of here.
George, come back.
Oh, where'd I leave the car?
Pardon me, but did you just come out of that house?
Yes, I did.
Is the dressmaker finished yet?
There's no dressmaker in there.
But I brought him here in my cab. Mr. La Jolla, the costumer.
Oh, costume. I thought he was a doctor.
Oh, no. He's fitting all the costumes for the Young Matron's League play tonight.
Oh, now I get it. She's going to be in the play. So she thinks she's going to put something over on me. Ha!
My wife thought she was putting something over on me, too. Every Monday night she was having a romantic rendezvous with some guy at the laundromat. But I fixed him good and plenty.
What did you do?
I bought her a Bendix.
Hey, that was pretty smart.
Yes. Now I don't know where she goes on Monday night.
You know, this isn't Liz's fault as much as it is that Mrs. Worthingale.
It isn't?
No, and I'm going to go down and give her a piece of my mind.
Mrs. Kugat, guess who's in the living room?
George with the doctor?
No.
George with a revolver?
No. I'll give you a hint. He's got blonde hair, he wears a bow tie, and when I walk by him, he chubbied my cheek.
Corey Cartwright, and is he slipping? I'll go in and see him. Hi, Corey.
Hello, Liz, dear.
Corey, I'm glad you're here. I have a problem of my own.
George found out about the play?
No, but I had to pretend I was sick to get him out of the house while I was getting my costume fitted, and now he's going to get Dr. Michelle.
Well, a good checkup won't hurt you.
Corey, will you find George and head him off? Tell him I'm feeling all right again.
All right. Tell me about your costume, Liz. Is it real scanty with very little there and practically nothing here?
My costume has 15 petticoats and knee-length pantaloons.
Oh.
I'm saving you a seat in the front row.
What for? See you later, Liz.
Beatrice! Yes, Miss Worthington?
Oh, the most dreadful thing has happened. Rodney Rogers just called and says he can't be in the play. Laryngitis.
But that wasn't a very large part. He only had one scene in the first act.
Oh, yes, but it was so important. Oh, where can we find another man?
Oh, there you are. I want to tell you a thing or two. My wife is not going to be in this play tonight, and I told you that.
Stop! Don't stand there in the door. Come in, Mr. Barrymore.
Barrymore? My name isn't Barrymore.
Oh, of course. How silly of me. I was carried away. That profile, that noble carriage, that resonant voice.
Oh, really?
Don't move. Let me drink this in. That wavy blonde hair, those white teeth, those flaring nostrils. Oh, you're gorgeous.
Now, please.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. What did you say your name was?
Kuga. George Kuga.
Of course. Gorgeous George. Oh, Mr. Kugat, you saved my life. One of my actors had laryngitis. I was utterly devastated, and then you walked in the door. You will play the part.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I haven't been in a play since I was in college.
Oh, you won't have many lines. Just one scene in which you, as Sir Edward, make passionate love to beautiful Lady Alice.
Oh, really? That sounds like fun.
Yes. You kiss Lady Alice and hold her in your arms.
You know, this may be a great idea. Oh, I'd like to see my wife's face when I play those love scenes.
You will. She's Lady Alice.
Oh, this is wonderful. I'll take the part, Miss Worthington, on one condition, that my wife mustn't know anything about it until she meets me on the stage.
Agreed. Now you must rush to see Mr. La Jolla and get fitted for your costume. You know why I'm glad you took the part, Mr. Kugat. Because of your cute dimples. You have one on each cheek.
Yes, and I have two more on my knees. It's a match set.
George! Oh, George! Where have you been, George? I looked everywhere for you. I wanted to tell you Liz is feeling better.
Skip it. I found out about the play.
You did?
Yes, and I'm going to get even with her. Listen, she doesn't know it, but I'm going to play a part in the play.
You?
Yeah.
Who are you trying to get even with, Liz or the audience?
Very funny. Say, here's the costumer shop. Come on in with me, will you?
Okay.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Oh, Mr. Kugat, Miss Worthington told me about you being in the play. Here is your costume.
This? This is the underwear. Now, where's the costume?
This is the costume, a pair of tights.
Tights?
They're just long underwear without the escape hatch in the back.
That's pretty corny even from you. I can't wear these.
George is allergic to tights. He was doing a quick change on the stage in college once, and when he called for his tights, they thought he said light. Shameful. Or are you worried about your figure, George?
There's nothing wrong with my figure.
Here, please, try them on. They may be the slightest bit small.
Small? Oh, don't be silly. Well, I'll just slip into them. There, they fit perfectly.
Yes, but wait till you get them up past your knees.
Oh, these are pretty snug. Well, I have a 32 waist. What size are these?
40, medium stout.
I don't believe it.
Please, the costumer is always right.
Ridiculous. I have the same figure I had in college.
You forgot your stomach, George.
What stomach?
You look like a mantle on Christmas morning. 2 lumpy stockings with a basketball on top.
No, wait. Would you like to wear a suit of armor?
Now you're talking. Where is it?
Well, it's not all here. My son has the legs on his car.
On his car?
Yes, he wanted to have the fanciest twin pipes in town. I tell you what, if I can get the legs back, I'll bring the armor to the play tonight. Meanwhile, you'd better take along the tights. Here, I wrap them up for you.
Well, all right, but you get the armor.
Well, I'll try. Oh, here, you forgot the girdle. I'll just stuff it into your pocket.
Oh, that was a delicious dinner.
I'll tell Katie you like it.
Well, have you any plans for tonight?
Plans?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't have any plans.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd like to go to that play the Young Matrons League is giving.
Whatever made you think that?
Oh, I just thought you might. Well, how about a movie tonight? The paper's in my coat pocket. I'll get it.
No, dear, let me get it. You just sit still.
She's gone. I'd better duck out for the theater while I have a chance.
Take your coat, George. Where's the... George? George!
Did you call Mrs. Kuga?
I was looking for George. Where'd he go?
I heard someone go out the front door.
Well, that's funny. Well, now's my chance to get to the theater. Here, Katie, put this coat back, will you? Wait a minute. What's this he's got stuffed in his pocket? Well!
What's the matter, Mrs. Kuga?
George seems to be buying a new paper, the Evening Girdle.
My goodness, look at the size of that thing.
Yes. Apparently, the Evening Girdle has a very large Sunday supplement. What am I laughing at?
My goodness, look at the size of that thing.
What's it doing in his pocket?
My goodness, look at the size of that thing.
Oh, stop saying that. No wonder he ducked out of the door. He knew I'd find this. Well, I'm going to wait right here till he comes back and demand an explanation.
But you have to get to the theater.
Well, you tell him not to go to bed, because when I come home, we're going to have this out. I put up with a lot, but this is the end. Oh, now I'm all upset. Katie, is my nose shiny? Katie, my nose.
My goodness, look at the size of that thing.
Curtain going up in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Curtain going up in 5 minutes.
Mr. Lohay, I'm certainly glad you got here in time with this armor. How do I look in it?
Your eyes are beautiful.
My eyes?
That's all I can see. Put down the visor and let's see how it is.
Oh, boy, sure is hot in here. Better with the visor up.
Oh, here comes your wife.
Uh-oh, she mustn't see me.
Oh, Rodney, you're wearing armor instead of tights. How nice.
Yes, I thought it looked sportier.
You better open your visor on the stage. I can't hear a word you're saying.
A current affairs and a parallel coming over the Caldertraw.
Oh, well, that's much better. We better tell them the play's in English.
Oh, Mrs. Kuga.
Yes, Miss Worthingale?
Oh, I'm so excited. It's time for the curtain to go up. Now, let me get settled down here in front in the prompter's box. There. Greetings, everybody. Lady Alice, are you seated in the garden?
Yes, Miss Worthingale.
Sir Edward, are you waiting in the wings for your entrance?
Yes, Miss Worthingale.
Good. Ring up the curtain. All right. First line. Hark, do I hear a footfall?
Hark, do I hear a footfall? Methinks I hear the cat-like tread of my lover, Sir Edward. Sir Edward needeth a grease job.
Kuga.
Sir Edward, turn thy face from out the shadows. Lift thy visor and let me look upon the face of my beloved. When I look upon thy face, there is only one word that comes to my lips. George! Sir Edward, lift thy visor.
Hi, Lady Alice.
George Kuga, what was that girdle doing in your pocket?
What girdle?
You know very well what girdle.
Please, the play. You are Lady Alice.
Oh. Prithee, tell me, what news bringest thou from the king, you wormut?
His Majesty looketh with favor on our betrothal. I don't know what the heck you were talking about.
Not much of.
Please. This is your responsibility. Please, read the lines of the play. Hark, I hear approaching men.
George Kuga, I will not go on with this play until you answer me.
Hark.
Liz, are you out of your mind?
Hark.
All right, now that's enough stalling. Let's have the truth.
Hark.
Will someone throw that dame a fish?
Mrs. Kuga, don't you dare light that cigarette. They weren't invented yet.
I don't understand this, Liz, but if you insist on making a public fight out of it, the least you can do is give me a cigarette.
All right, here.
Well, give it to me.
I did. I stuck it in your visor.
You did not.
I did, too. I can see the smoke curling out of the top of your helmet.
You can't. Help! I'm on fire!
Oh, my flame!
Help! This armor's filling up with smoke. Here's a bottle of seltzer.
Here, you armored smoke ham.
Oh, Liz! How are you coming, Liz?
Fine. This is one time I'll bet you're glad I've had so much experience with a can opener.
Fine armor. It rusted into a one-piece suit.
George, before I finish cutting you out of this sardine can, I want to ask you one thing.
Well, what is it?
Are you sure you got that girdle from Mr. La Jolla?
What happens if I say no?
You'll be going away for the winter.
Where?
The Smithsonian Institute.
Liz, you're mean.
Say, suppose I couldn't get you out of this armor.
Oh, that would be awful.
Yes, I'd have to kiss you through a straw.
My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, was produced for broadcast in the Frankfurt studios of the American Forces Network Europe by Air Force Sergeant Dave Schofield. Specialist Brad Scott speaking. Join us next time for My Favorite...
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O puddings. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. Every day in each American home, an old native custom takes place. An ancient tribal ritual called waking up in the morning. Now, everyone has his own interpretation of how this should be done. For instance, at the Coopers, George opens his eyes, bounds out of bed, flexes his muscles, and says,
"Oh, I'm glad I'm alive."
And Liz, not to be outdone, opens one eye, looks around, and says,
I wish I was dead.
And then the daily ritual settles down to serious business as George Cooper is faced with the problem of getting Sleeping Beauty out of bed.
Come on, Liz. It's time to get up.
Yeah, I am. Just one more.
Come on now. Katie's getting breakfast. It's 7:45.
Yes, dear. All right.
Well, why don't you get up?
Why don't you get lost? I'm practically dressed.
Oh, sure. How can you sleep so long? You must be parked there.
I am not. I'm wearing my long flannel nightgown. Here I come, George. I'm getting up right now. 1, 2.
Come on now, Liz. I'll pull the covers off.
Oh, just one more minute.
I'll tickle your feet.
I'm up.
Get moving. I'll pour cold water on you.
No.
I'll get my camera and take a picture of you and your curlers and cold cream.
I'm up, so help me, I'm up.
Oh, that works every time.
Have you started breakfast yet, Katie?
No, Mrs. Cooper. Why?
Well, I'd like an extra special breakfast for Mr. Cooper. I have a favor I want from him. I have to borrow some money.
Money? Mm-hmm. Oh, then I'd better serve breakfast on the paper plates. You can't throw them so far.
Yes, and they don't hurt so much when they hit.
If it's just a little money, I could lend it to you, Mrs. Cooper.
No, Katie, this is serious. It's my January budget. I made a New Year's resolution not to go over it, and it's all spent already.
But this is only the 7th of the month.
The 7th? Say, that's pretty good. I usually spend it by the 5th.
Can't we avoid a scene with Mr. Cooper?
I don't know how.
I know. When I get my salary, I'll lend it to you until next month.
Katie, your salary was in the January budget.
I was afraid of that.
I only wish he'd broken one of his resolutions, then he wouldn't have any right to be mad at me.
What were his resolutions?
He resolved not to drop any ashes on the rug and to clean out every ashtray he uses.
Well, that's not so easy, you know.
I know. It would be even harder if he smoked.
I forgot that.
Well, I'll just see if I can get around him by being so sweet and loving he just can't get angry when I tell him.
That's like holding out a handful of grain to a turkey just before you chop his head off.
Liz, are you out in the kitchen?
Oh, there's the old gobbler now.
Honey, George!
Breakfast about ready?
Oh, just about. Oh, George, I'm so lucky to be married to you.
Yeah, you're right. But what brought this on?
Nothing. It's just that you're so wonderful. Give me a big early morning hug.
Okay.
Oh, hold me tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go on. Pretend I'm a sack of walnuts and crack my shells. Oh, kiss me, George.
Oh, you talked me into it.
George, your kisses are just as good as they were 10 years ago. How do you do it?
I keep them in a deep freeze.
How about me, George? What do I kiss like?
Give me another sample and I'll tell you.
All right. Well, what do I kiss like?
Like you were over your January budget.
You always know, don't you?
I don't believe it. You used all the money I gave you for this month, and January's only a week old. How could you do it?
Ooh, I'm a stinker.
Liz?
George, put down that knife.
Huh? Oh. Come here, Liz.
Yes, sir?
In 7 short days, you've spent all the money for all our bills for a whole month?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to hear a reasonable explanation of that.
So would I. Can you think of one?
What happened to the money, Liz? This is serious.
I know it is, George, and I'm sorry, but you know how bad I am at mathematics.
You must know what happened. Now we'll start at the beginning. What was your first mistake?
Not paying attention in 7th grade arithmetic class.
No! I mean after that.
Not paying attention in 8th grade arithmetic class.
Liz!
George, put down that knife.
Now answer my questions.
Yes, sir.
Did you at least pay the January bills?
No, sir.
The December bills?
No, sir. Ask me if I paid the October bills.
Liz, did you pay the October bills?
No, sir. At least not all of them.
Wait till I put this knife out of my reach.
Yes, sir.
Now, which ones?
I'm not sure. I have my own system for paying bills, you see.
I'm a fool to continue this conversation, but what is that system?
Well, I take the bills and divide them into 3 piles.
Oh, due, overdue, and not due yet.
No, have to pay, ought to pay, and doubt if I ever will pay.
If they ever hear about this at the bank, I'm washed up.
Now, when I sit at the desk, I put the have to pays to my right and the ought to pays to my left.
what about the doubt if I ever will?
I just throw those over my head onto the floor.
Oh, well. Ask a silly question.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've got the bills in 3 groups. What do you do then?
Well, I pay the ones on the right. Then if I have any more money, I play eeny, meeny, miny, mo with the bills on the left.
It's logical. How does that work out?
Well, I'm usually all right through eeny and meeny, but when I get to miney, there isn't any move.
Oh. Well, that system leaves you with a pretty sloppy living room, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
What happens to the bills that are on the floor?
Oh, I pick them up according to a system developed by Hoover.
Hoover? The president?
No, the vacuum cleaner.
Liz, if you don't mind my asking, on what do you expect to run the house for the rest of the month?
George, if you don't mind my asking, give me some more money.
Liz, I'm going to teach you a lesson. No matter how much sacrifice I have to make, we'll get by the rest of the month without any more household money.
Oh, George, don't be silly.
No, I was never more serious. It'll teach you a lesson. We have a roof over our heads, and we'll get by on whatever food there is in the house.
Oh, I wish you'd told me that before I went to the grocer's yesterday. They were having a sale, and I made a wonderful purchase.
Well, we'll be eating it for the next 3 weeks. What did you buy?
6 cases of beans.
Oh, Liz, you hate beans, and so do I. Why did you buy 6 cases?
Well, it was such a bargain, I couldn't pass it up.
Oh. Well, you'd better develop a taste for them.
George, you're not going through with this.
I certainly am. We spend no more money for the rest of January.
Oh, dear.
Well, goodbye, dear. I'm going to the bank. Come on, give me a kiss.
All right. Wait a minute. This is strictly business, George. Now, I'm talking to you as a banker. I'd like to make a loan on 6 cases of beans.
Yeah, I'm sorry, madam, but your credit is no good.
Oh, you're so mean. George Cooper, you're a fiend.
And not just an ordinary one. I'm a new man, Liz. Meet George Cooper, king of the fiends.
Meet Liz Cooper, queen of the beans.
Hey, honey, I'm home.
Hi, dear.
How'd things go today?
Just fine.
Didn't have any trouble getting along without cash, did you?
None at all.
What's for dinner?
I have the menu right here. Bean soup, bean salad, baked beans, and for dessert, bean meringue pie.
Oh. Why didn't I think of this earlier?
Do you want to back out?
No, it isn't that. I had beans for lunch. Hey, honey, I'm home.
Hi, dear.
How'd things go today?
Just fine.
What's for dinner?
Bean burgers. And for dessert, a bean sundae.
What's that? Ice cream with beans over it?
No.
Beans with ice cream over it?
Don't be silly. That would be beans a la mode.
Well, what's a bean sundae?
Beans with beans over them.
Oh. Hey, honey, I'm home.
Hi, dear.
How'd things go today?
Just fine.
What's for dinner?
How would you like a nice, juicy sirloin steak?
Liz, you didn't manage to get one.
That's right. I didn't. We're having beans.
How are you fixing them tonight?
Oh, you love them, George. We took the beans and froze them into the shape of little hats. They're called beanies.
Well, if the food is going to be bad, at least the jokes could be better.
Yes, sir. You know, George, you could put an end to this as quick as you started it. Come on, let's go out and buy dinner.
No, sir. I'm seeing this thing through. As a matter of fact, I'm not very hungry. I had a big lunch.
George Cooper, did you spend money for lunch?
No, Mr. Atterbury paid for it. We were entertaining Mr. Taylor. He's the president of that factory they're building, and he'll decide which bank they do business with.
Oh, never mind the details. What did you have?
Oh, pork chops.
Pork chops?
Yeah. 2 big, thick ones.
Oh. George, tell me, does meat still taste the same?
Liz, let go of my lapels.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lose my head. The mention of meat upsets me.
Well, if you must know how it tasted, Liz, it tasted like beans. Everything does.
George, I don't want any dinner either. Let's do something tonight. Can't we go to a movie?
Yeah, sorry, that costs money.
Of course, maybe we could get a pass to the legitimate theater.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. What's playing?
The late Christopher Bean.
Never mind. We could play bridge with the Sturmses.
No, the way you play, that costs money, too. Of course, we could stay at home and play B-knuckle.
George, that's not funny. Why does everything have to cost money? I'll put on the radio. It's the only thing that's free, and it'll take my mind off beans for a minute. Turn it off! This is a conspiracy. Well, we'll just stay home and look at each other. That ought to be pleasant.
Well, you don't have to sound so hopeless. Hey, whatever happened to the fine art of conversation?
Conversation? Why, George, we couldn't possibly have anything to say to each other. We're married.
Nonsense. We'll just sit right down and have a very interesting conversation.
All right, George. Let me get settled. All right. You start.
Okay. Now, let's see now. You start.
No, you start.
Well...
That sounds fascinating.
Well, it's your attitude that's killing us. Before we were married, we never had this trouble. Oh, Liz, remember how we used to park up at Inspiration Point?
Yes.
Oh, sometimes we'd stay there till 2 in the morning.
Yeah, I remember.
I don't recall that we were bored with each other's conversation then.
I don't recall that we did any talking at all.
This is more like it.
Yeah.
Oh, what fun we used to have. Mm-hmm. Remember the time I took you skiing and we were snowed in at that lodge? And the fun we had until they rescued us? What's the matter, Liz?
You never took me skiing in your whole life.
Well, remember...
Do you mind if I put on the radio, Mr. Cooper?
So remember those big red letters on the box.
What happened? The lights went out.
And the radio went off.
Oh, we must have blown a fuse. I'll go and see.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I know. George, how soon do they shut off the electricity if you don't pay the bill?
Liz, don't tell me you didn't pay the light bill.
All right, I won't tell you. Now I don't know why they went off.
Oh, fine. Now we're going to be without lights the rest of the month.
Oh, George, you're not going to be that stubborn, are you?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry, Liz.
All right. I'm going to get into bed, turn on the electric blanket, and stay there for 3 weeks.
You'd better take a hot water bottle. The electric blanket takes electricity.
Well, that's settled. Well, there's only one way to keep warm and occupied.
What's that?
Let's go out in the car and neck.
Liz and George will return in just a moment.
When the United States was still a young and growing nation, there came forth from all parts of the country idealists to create utopia. For example, there was John Humphrey Noyes, who dreamed up the Oneida Community in New York in 1847. It was designed to do away with sin and greed. In order to keep the community alive, small manufacturing industries were started. By 1880, the community living plan had died, and the industries had grown to great proportion and nationwide reputation. Even though John Noyes' idea had backfired, his efforts provided a contribution to American industry. Another idealist who seemingly had in mind the health and happiness of Americans was Henry Clubb. About 1855, Mr. Clubb got the idea that people would be healthier if they were vegetarians. He thought they'd be happier if they lived in octagon-shaped houses on octagon-shaped parcels of land in octagon-shaped cities. Unfortunately for Mr. Clubb, he decided to establish Octagonal City, the center of the Vegetarian Settlement Company, in a pretty dusty spot in Kansas. After one look at the hardships to be encountered on the barren plains, nearly every one of the subscribers to the vegetarian community went back to the non-vegetarian East Coast. One after another, communal living experiments bloomed, faded, and disappeared. There were the Shakers, the Separatists of Zoar, the Rapatite Harmonists, Brook Farm, and many others, all planned toward better living and better people. Dreamers of the American dream can't be judged merely on the basis of success or failure, for failure can show people of the future what not to do. American men and women built the United States into a great nation because they conceived their ideas and tried them out. This is indeed part of the great American dream, a dream which has become a decisive reality.
And now, back to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Liz Cooper has already spent all her household money for January, and much to her surprise, George is making her get along as best she can without any more money. Well, at the last reading, they had been eating beans for a week, and now the electricity is off. Liz is beginning to crack under the strain.
Oh, Katie.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper?
What next? Now we're all out of candles.
Oh, why does Mr. Cooper have to be so stubborn?
Because he's a man.
I know. My first husband, Clarence, couldn't be rushed into anything either. He took me out every Thursday night for 7 years while we were engaged.
Every Thursday?
Yes. Then we got married and we didn't have anything to do on Thursday night.
Oh, Katie. Katie, I just thought of a plan. I'm going to charge some groceries and tell George I found the money in an old purse. I'll call Rafferty's Grocery. They carry everything, and they always have such good stuff.
Rafferty's Grocery and Delicatessen. You can eat it, drink it, chew it, slice it, or smell it. We sell it.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rafferty. This is Mrs. George Cooper. Yes, I need a lot of things today. Send me 6 lamb chops, 2 potatoes, corn, peas, sugar, bread, butter, and milk. Oh, and charge it. Now, did I forget anything?
Yep, you forgot to check your husband. He stopped your credit.
What? Well, if that isn't the dirtiest trick, the nerve of him thinking I'd charge something behind his back.
Too bad, too. Got some wonderful specials. Could give you a real good buy on beans.
Oh, no. Goodbye, Mr. Rafferty. I'm just going to call George up and give him a piece of my mind. Maybe that's George now. Hello, you no-good skunk.
This is the operator.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry.
Your phone is being disconnected.
Just because I called you a skunk? I said I'm sorry.
We will resume service as soon as your overdue bill is paid.
Oh, where will this end? Katie, they disconnected our phone. Well, if that's the way they're going to act, what's the name of this phone company? I'll take my telephone business to someone else.
Cooper, you can't do that. There's only one phone company.
Well, I'll think of something. I'll get a carrier pigeon.
Get 2, one for messages and one for dinner.
I knew it. They called to apologize. You're too late. I've decided to use pigeons.
Liz, what are you talking about?
It's no use, George. You can't talk to me. They've disconnected the phone. Hang up.
Now, wait a minute. I'm at the phone company.
Oh.
Everything's all right, Liz. The electricity will be on in a minute, and your credit is good at the market again.
Well, what brought this on?
I'm calling a truce just for tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, you know that fellow Taylor I told you about?
Yes.
Well, I'm bringing him home to dinner. He's very important to the bank. We'll see you later.
Wait a minute. I'm mad at you.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about it later, Liz. Goodbye.
But, George, Oh, darn it.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper?
Oh, he makes us stick to this ridiculous business until the minute he wants to impress someone, and then he gaily calls a truce. Well, I'm going to fix him all right.
How?
I'm going to pull a fuse and keep all the lights off, and I'm going to wear my oldest dress and pretend we always live this way. And guess what we're having for dinner?
Oh, no, Mrs. Cooper.
Oh, yes. Get me some sticks and some glue. We're going to have bean on the cob.
Well, here we are, Mr. Taylor.
Well, I must say, Cooper, you have a nice-looking place, but are you sure your wife is expecting us?
Oh, I'm sure she is. Why?
All the lights are out.
Well, we're probably dining by candlelight.
Yeah. Well, it's wonderful. I can't wait to get a home-cooked meal. You know how it is when you're traveling. Nothing but beans, beans, beans.
Oh,
Oh, you don't need to worry. We won't be having beans tonight. Hey, honey, I'm home.
That's funny. No lights, no candles either.
Probably a joke of hers. Liz is a great little kidder. Yeah, the lights don't work. Liz, where are you?
Yeah, I'll light a match. No one here. Yeah. There's something moving in the corner.
Liz, is that you?
George, you've come back. You haven't forgotten your poor, starving wife.
What?
Did you bring some food? A crust of stale bread, a glass of warm water?
Have you gone crazy?
Yes, I think I have. Why wouldn't I? Cooped up here for years with no lights and no food. I'm going mad!
Well, this is most peculiar, Cooper. Is this some kind of a joke?
Yes, of course it is, Mr. Taylor. Liz, why aren't the lights turned on?
Lights? Oh, that's that new invention you told me wasn't perfected yet.
What are you trying to do?
Who's that with you?
Oh, now stop it, Liz. What will Mr. Taylor think?
How do you do, Mr. Taylor?
Hello, Mrs. Cooper.
Tell me, Mr. Taylor, what's it like out there?
Out where?
Out there. I've been cooped up here so long. We can't afford a newspaper, and I never get to the movies. Tell me, what happened to Dewey?
He lost.
Oh, dear. I was sure he'd take Manila.
Oh, Liz, cut it out. And why have you got on that old house dress?
Oh, George, how can you say anything unkind about this dress? Don't you remember? I wore it 10 years ago when we were married.
Now, Liz!
I'm very sentimental about this dress, Mr. Taylor. It's the only one I've ever had.
Liz, stop it. Look, Mr. Taylor.
Don't speak to me, you cad.
What?
I simply can't believe that a vice president of a bank would treat his wife like this. And personally, I wouldn't do business with a bank that has an executive like you.
Bless you, kind sir.
This whole thing is a very unfunny joke my wife is pulling. Now, I'll get our maid and she'll tell you just what's going on.
You keep your wife in rags and you have a maid?
Oh, she isn't really our maid. He just calls her that.
She is, too. Katie, would you please come in here?
Coming.
Katie, I want you to tell this gentleman what's going on in this house.
All right. But first, what about me, son? Didn't you bring some bread for your poor old mother?
Oh,
George, you're not mad at me, are you?
I haven't decided. Now let me go to sleep.
Well, you'll have to admit I gave Mr. Taylor a beautiful steak dinner.
Oh, sure. After you had your fun.
Well, maybe you won't be mad at me when I tell you I've got my accounts all straight. I don't owe a cent to anyone.
I'm afraid to ask, but how did you manage that?
I wrote an article and sold it to the daily paper.
An article?
Mm-hmm.
What about?
100 different ways to fix beans.
Been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The part of Katie the maid was played by Ruth Parrott. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lucille Ball with Richard Denning.
Hey, look what I found, Liz. A stack of real old National Geographics. Oh, come over here and look at these old magazines.
No, thanks. They remind me of the dentist's office.
Oh, but they're full of wonderful stuff. Look, it says right here that in South Africa, the female wombat takes on a protective coloring and becomes invisible during the mating season.
No.
No explanation has been found, and it's very frustrating to science.
I'll bet it's more frustrating to the male wombat.
Oh, gee, look at this automobile ad from 20 years ago, Liz.
Oh, let me see. Oh, doesn't that make you sad? New Cadillac, $1,100.
Lend me your handkerchief, Liz.
George, let's answer this ad. It's got a coupon on it.
Oh, don't be silly.
But it's my favorite model, a sport roadster with a rumble seat.
Say, do you remember those roadsters, Liz? With the isinglass curtains?
And the rumble seat.
And how tough it was to put the top up and down.
And the rumble seat.
And those hard tires that took 60 pounds pressure.
And the rumble seat.
Hey, wait a minute. What's with you and the rumble seat?
I was just remembering my college days, George. A couple of fellows drove us to school, and I used to ride back and forth in the rumble seat.
Oh.
I'll never forget my college days. Gee, I sure got a wonderful education.
At college?
No, in the rumble seat. Say, what are you staying up here so long for anyway? Haven't you found those decayed ducks?
That's decoy ducks.
Oh, George, I just remember what happened to them. You know the charity bazaar last fall?
Yeah?
Guess what we used for targets in the shooting gallery?
You mean...
Yes, those little decoys have gone to the great duck pond up yonder.
Oh, well, I needed new ones anyway.
George, we ought to throw away some of this awful trash up here. That old iron junk, for instance.
Junk? That's my muscle-building equipment.
Too bad you never used it.
Thanks a lot. You know that my shoulders are 6 inches broader than they were before we got married?
Yes, I know.
And who can I thank for that?
Your tailor.
Nonsense. I built them up with this barbell.
Then how come when you take your coat off, they go back to their premarital size?
Oh, try and argue with a woman. I built them up by exercises like this. You lift the barbell off the... Can't budge it off the floor.
What happened to you, boy?
Nothing's happened to me. It's the barbell.
Oh.
You see, when iron stays in a cool, dark place, it becomes heavier.
Oh. I thought that when a muscle stays in a lazy white arm, it becomes flabbier.
Very funny. Now, listen, Liz, if we're going to get rid of anything, we ought to sell that old piano you insist on keeping.
Sell my wonderful old piano? Crazy?
Well, why all the sentiment? You never could play it.
I could, too, and I still can. Listen to this. How was that?
Fine. Now do it without the player piano.
I didn't think you'd notice.
Well, your feet gave you away.
Oh.
That's the only way you ever could play a piano, with your feet.
Oh, is that so? Well, name anything and I'll play it.
All right.
How about Glowworm?
How about the Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto in B-flat minor?
How about Glowworm?
How about the Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto in B-flat minor?
Did I hear someone say Glowworm?
No, you didn't.
All right, I'll play the Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto in B-flat minor.
You mean you really can play it?
Certainly. The Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto in B-flat minor.
I thought so.
Quiet, this is very difficult.
I think the glowworm blew a fuse.
Well, this piano needs tuning, that's all. Oh, shut up. George Cooper, you make me so mad. I'll fix you.
Liz, put down that barbell.
All right.
Now, come on, Liz. Let's go downstairs.
Oh, no. Now you got me mad. I'm going to lick this glowworm if it takes all night. Well, Katie, how do you think the piano looks in the living room?
It looks all right, Mrs. Cooper. I'm just glad that piano tuner's finished. She's been fiddling with it for hours.
He certainly didn't leave it very clean.
Say, that sounds fine. You play real good.
Katie, I'm cleaning the keys.
Oh. Well, if you don't mind my asking, Mrs. Cooper, how come you're taking piano lessons?
Oh, George makes me so mad. I'm just going to show him I'm not as untalented as he thinks. I used to play the piano pretty well.
Haven't you finished cleaning those keys yet?
Katie, this time I'm playing it.
Oh, pardon me.
It's all right. Now that it's tuned, George will see it was the piano that was at fault and not me. Can't even tune a piano. Oh, I wonder what's keeping Professor Krausmeyer.
Krausmeyer?
Yes, I located my old piano teacher. He gave me my first lesson when I was only 5 years old. I hope he realizes I'm grown up now.
And why?
Well, in those days, every time I did something wrong, he put me over his knee and spanked me.
Well, how often did that happen?
I never finished a lesson standing up. I'll let him in, Katie.
All right, Mrs. Cooper.
Why, hello, Professor Krausmeyer.
Oh, little Lizzie. Oh, let me look at you. Ach, you don't look like a little Lizzie anymore. You look like a big Cadillac.
It's the same chassis with a little longer wheelbase.
And all the accessories, too.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Remember how you used to take me over your knee and spank me?
Yeah, and I remember that little song you used to play. Glau, little Glauberm, glimmer, glimmer. How is that poor little Glauberm?
Still suffering. Look, I found all my old music books.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Let me look, huh? Oh, 10 little tunes for 10 tiny fingers.
Yes, it comes out even. 1 tune for each finger.
And here's your old exercise book. Oh, you got 1 gold star on the singing mouse.
Yeah.
You got 2 gold stars on the happy frog.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and here's the Glauberm.
What'd I get on that?
1 for Stonken.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's a little note you wrote.
Uh-huh.
She claims the piano is out of tune. Oh.
A silly excuse you used. Only a child would try a stupid alibi like that.
Oh, here's a good one, the robin.
Oh, you used to be pretty good on that one. Please, go ahead, please.
All right. Pretty good, huh?
Lizzie, you got 10 fingers, haven't you?
Certainly.
Let me see your hands.
Why?
It sounds like you got 7 on one hand and 3 on the other.
Oh, Professor, you don't think I'm hopeless, do you?
Oh, nobody is hopeless. I can teach anybody to play the piano who possesses only 3 qualifications.
What are they?
A right hand, a left hand, and $5 an hour.
That settles it. Professor, I'm going to take lessons again. I have to learn at least 1 piece perfectly, or life won't be worth living around here.
Oh, I have the perfect piece for you. It's an old German folk song called Weit unten auf dem Schwanifluss. It goes like this. Weit unten auf dem Schwanifluss.
Oh, I know that song. It's called Way Down Upon the Swanee River.
Ach, they are translating everything these days. Well, if you really want to show it off, you should go on my little radio program, you know. Yeah, Professor Krausmeyer's Talent Scout. Each week I give a prize. Of course, that's just for my talented boobles.
Oh, well, that lets me out. I'm not a talented boo-boo.
Well, now, if you would take 3 lessons a week, I might consider you talented enough to go on it.
Oh, I see. Mother Nature doesn't give out the talent anymore. You do, huh?
Well, we work hand in hand.
I get it. Tell me, Professor, how talented would I have to be to win this radio contest?
5 lessons a week?
5 lessons at $5. Professor, it's a deal. I'm going to win that contest and impress George if it takes all the talent I have in the bank.
Oh, Katie, how long can this go on?
I don't know, Mr. Cooper. She's been playing 3 days and hasn't reached the river yet.
When she does, I hope she falls in.
We even got a telegram asking her to stop.
No. Who sent it? The neighbors?
I think it really was, but they signed it, the Friends of Stephen Foster.
Oh, I'd better go in and try to reason with her. Maybe I can bribe her to stop. Liz! Liz! Oh, Liz!
George, please don't sing when I'm playing.
I've been yelling at you for 5 minutes.
Well, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't hear you.
Well, how can you stand to hear the same mistakes over and over all day long?
Well, I don't listen. I have cotton in my ears.
Look, why don't you stop this whole thing? I take back what I said. You're great. You play very well.
Really?
Honest Injun.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that, George. I was going to give up, but you've given me the strength to continue.
Oh, what's the use? Goodbye.
See you later, dear. Well, how'd you make out with Iturby?
No, she wouldn't listen to me.
She wouldn't?
No, in fact, she won't even listen to herself.
Oh, isn't there anything we can do?
I think I'll go down to see Professor Krausmeyer.
She made it.
I'd better get to Krausmeyer in a hurry. Now there'll be no stopping. Professor Krausmeyer? I'm Liz Cooper's husband.
Oh, come in. Tell me, has she made it to River?
Yeah, today.
Congratulations.
Professor, I came to ask you to make Liz give up the piano. She's about the worst.
Wait! Your hands.
Huh? What about them?
So artistic. When you came in the door, I said, there are the hands of a pianist.
Really? Well, you're wrong, although I did play the violin a little in high school.
When you came in the door, I said, there are the hands of a violinist. I just happen to have this old violin in my studio. Go ahead. Play.
Oh, but I've forgotten everything I ever knew.
Oh, nonsense. True talent never dies.
Well...
Go ahead. Play. Heifetz, move over.
Yeah, I guess it did sound pretty good at that.
Hold it. You don't want to get stale, Yasha.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, my, so much talent in one family. Oh, you will go places. No, I can see it now. George and his magic violin, and Liz and her makes you glad you're not a Glover, Musi.
Oh, but, Professor, I don't have time to take lessons.
Now, look, Mr. Cooper, I'll let you in on a secret. I got a little radio program. Each week I hold a contest. Now, your wife is going to be on it this week. How would you like to be on it and win? On the basis of talent, of course. Say for $50.
It'll be worth it to beat Liz at her own game. It's a deal, Professor.
Will you stop that racket, George? I'm trying to practice.
You stop. I'm trying to practice.
All right. We'll just see who's the stubbornest. Where'd that harmonica music come from?
Me. I'm playing it in self-defense.
Oh, Oh, this is all your fault, George.
I'm going to be on that radio contest of Krausmeyer's, too.
You?
Yes. And I wouldn't be surprised if I walked off with the first prize.
I would. What would you like to bet you don't win, George?
Well, make it easy on yourself. But I'll have to warn you, I got my information right from the jockey.
The jockey, huh? Shake hands with the horse. I'll just bet $100, George Cooper.
You've got to bet.
Oh, are you a sucker?
From now on, Liz, I mean business. May the best man win. Shake.
Okay, and don't be surprised if the best man turns out to be a woman.
Liz, what have you done? You've ruined my violin.
All I did was glue the strings together.
All you did?
Well, you were having so much trouble with 4 strings, I thought one big one would be better.
Oh. Oh, for goodness sakes, come to bed, Liz.
Do you mind if I give my hands their nightly beauty care?
Oh, are you going to wear those gloves filled with hand cream to bed again?
Yes, I am. I'm wearing them whether you like it or not. Say, these gloves feel funny.
Do they?
I can't get them off. George Cooper, what did you put in these gloves?
Quick drying cement.
Oh, this isn't going to stop me. I'll play on that program if I have to get a new book called 10 Tiny Tunes for 10 Tiny Toes.
Oh, aren't you dressed yet, Liz? It's almost time to leave for the radio studio.
I just have to put on my dress. I bought it specially for tonight. Why don't you get dressed?
Well, it doesn't take me as long as it takes you. Hey, where is your dress?
Right there on the... It's gone. George Cooper, what'd you do with my dress?
Nothing. Oh, it's too bad, Liz. You wouldn't wear any of your old ones. Well, I guess you'll just have to stay home.
That's what you think. I happen to have a whole closet full of... Oh, my clothes are all gone.
Oh, what a pity.
You're so smart.
Hey, where are you going?
Right out here in the hall.
Hey! Hey, let me out of here. Let me out of here, Liz. Liz!
Well, that takes care of my competition. Oh, my goodness, what am I going to wear? Oh, I'll see if there isn't something I can wear in George's room.
Open that door!
That was little Danny Thielen, age 12. Thank you, Danny. You keep on playing like that, and who knows what will happen to you. Now we will hear from Esther Weiss, Zimbel student. Esther, I go look for her. Where is she?
I haven't seen her.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cooper.
Mrs. Cooper.
That's a nice-looking suit you have on.
Oh, do you like it? I thought the pants were a little too long.
Crazy people. Well, I gotta find Esther. Mrs. Cooper, maybe she's in the... would you go look and see if she's in the...
I wouldn't dare in these clothes.
Oh, good. Oh, here she comes now. Hurry up, Esther, hurry up. By the way, where is Mrs. Cooper, Mr. Cooper? The other Cooper, where is
Oh, I'm sorry. He asked me to tell you he couldn't get out tonight.
I'm ready.
Oh, good. And now we will hear from Esther Weiss, Zimbel student.
I am Esther Weiss, age 5 1/2. I will play Beethoven's Ninth Symphony on the cymbals.
All right, Esther, go ahead. Thank you, Esther Weiss. And now, for our last contestant, we hear from Liz Cooper at the piano.
Hi, Liz.
George, how did you get here?
I slid down the drain pipe.
That's a lovely dress you're wearing.
Do you like it? The skirt's a little short.
That's my sunsuit.
Oh, that's what it is. Hasn't it got an awfully low neckline?
You got it on backwards.
Well, now, for our last contestant, Liz Cooper at the piano.
Last contestant. That's going to be me.
Oh, no, it isn't.
What's going on here? What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper?
That's Mrs. Cooper.
You're both here. But there's only time for one of you.
Well, which one?
That's something you'll have to decide between you.
I'll play.
That's what you think. Out of my way.
No, wait, come back. You both can't play.
My name is George Cooper.
My name is Liz Cooper.
Age 36.
My name is Liz Cooper.
I'll play humorette.
I'll play way down upon the Swanee River.
But you both can't play at the same time.
1, 2.
No, wait. You could at least play the same tune. One of you change to the other one.
All right. 1, 2.
That was good. That worked out fine.
Who won, Professor?
You both won. I give you the prize for the best duet. 6 months free lessons with Professor Krausweiler.
George Cooper.
Huh? What's the matter?
You ought to be ashamed.
Hey, what's the idea of slapping me?
That's for the way you acted in my dreams.
Oh, what was I doing?
You were smooching with Betty Grable.
Oh, Liz. You know, I was dreaming, too, about you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You were dancing with Gregory Peck, but you don't see me getting angry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where were you in your dream?
Oh, I was out on the patio, smooching with Betty Grable.
Oh, no. That's for me and Betty Grable. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, was produced for broadcast in the Frankfurt studios of the American Forces Network Europe by Air Force Sergeant Dave Schofield. Specialist Brad Scott speaking. Join us next time for My Favorite Husband. AFN Europe presents the radio comedy series My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning.
Well, I see the inauguration came off all right.
Mm-hmm. George, what's a 7-letter word meaning dull-witted beast of burden?
Husband.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, that isn't right, George.
Liz, why don't you forget those crossword puzzles and read the rest of the paper? You'll learn something.
I learned plenty from these puzzles. I can hold my own in any conversation.
Sure, if they happen to be talking about an Indonesian sun god or a 3-toed sloth. But how about current events?
Just try me.
All right. Who's president of the United States?
In how many letters?
Okay. Where did President take his oath of office?
On a special platform built in front of the Capitol building.
Well, How did you happen to know that?
It showed through the hole when I cut out the crossword puzzle.
Oh, I should have known. Well, try this. Who administered the oath?
What?
I give up. Go back to your crossword puzzle.
Oh, wait a minute, George. Hold that paper up again.
What are you looking at?
Look. Paul Buchanan elected president at Jewelers' Convention. Huh. I wonder if that's the Paul Buchanan who went to school with us.
Yeah, his father was in the jewelry business.
Yeah.
Gee, how did you happen to remember him?
Oh, I'll never forget Paul. Oh, we used to have dates together.
I don't like the way you say that.
Oh, Paul and I sure had a lot of fun. Gosh, he was romantic.
Romantic? What did he have that I didn't have?
4 years of playing tuba in the school band. You know, I might have married Paul if it hadn't been for that tuba business.
What are you talking about?
Well, one night we drove up to Inspiration Point. Oh, it was so beautiful. We got out to look at the moon. And he took me in his arms. And he kissed me.
Yeah?
Then someone turned on their car radio to band music, and he carried me 3 blocks playing Stars and Stripes Forever.
Well, I don't know what you saw in him anyway.
So Paul became a jeweler, huh? Mm-hmm. Oh, well.
What do you mean, oh, well?
Well, I was just thinking. If I'd married him, I'll bet I'd have had an engagement ring.
Oh, Liz, you know I couldn't afford to buy you an engagement ring in those days. Anyway, what if you didn't have one? Everybody knew we were engaged.
Yeah, you made me wear a sweatshirt with your initials on it.
I did not. The initials stood for gym class. And you thought it was a clever idea because, well, they were the same as mine. Yeah, you did look cute in it.
Thanks. I was lovely. I was engaged. I was dressed like Maxie Rosenblum. Well, we did have fun in those days, didn't we, George? George?
I suppose you wish you'd married Paul, so you could have had a big diamond engagement ring.
Oh, I do not. George, I'd rather be married to you than anyone else in the whole world.
Well.
Here, let me sit on your lap. Hold me tight, George. Tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go ahead. Pretend I'm a sack of potatoes and mash me.
Oh, you're cute. I'll bet Buchanan wouldn't have appreciated you the way I do.
I don't want to hear another word about Paul Buchanan. Now, give me a kiss.
Oh, but Liz, we've been talking about him, and kissing me isn't going to change.
Now, what were you saying about Paul?
Paul who?
This is like old times. Remember the way we used to smooch when we were in school?
Yeah. I used to throw my handkerchiefs away so my mother wouldn't see the lipstick.
Really? George, tell me why you married me.
Oh, it was cheaper than buying new handkerchiefs.
I like that.
Hey, where are you going?
To get our scrapbook. I kind of forget what you used to look like before we got married.
Well, hurry up. My lap is cold.
Okay, here I am. Look, here's our wedding picture. You know, you haven't changed much.
I haven't changed at all. I sure was handsome then.
What a ham. Oh, here it is, George, our marriage license.
Now, there's an historic document.
It marks a great event. On this day, Elizabeth Elliot was married to George Hooper.
What?
Look, they spelled your name wrong on the license. Instead of George H. Cooper, it says George C. Hooper.
Oh, that's funny. I never noticed that before.
George, you don't suppose this license is still legal, isn't it?
Oh, of course.
Yes, sure. It's silly to even think of it.
Look at this next picture, Liz.
Well, what if there is a George Hooper? You don't think there really is one, do you, George?
Well, maybe. What of it?
Well, for 10 years, I may have been living with the wrong man.
Oh, Liz, don't be silly. Look at this picture.
Oh, this is awful. For all I know, I'm married to a short, fat man with a toupee.
Liz.
Quick, hide in the closet. My husband may be home any minute.
Now, Liz, just calm down. You and I are married. A mistake in spelling can't alter that.
But, George, laws are so funny. I've heard of real strange things happening. You know someone down at City Hall. Call him up and ask him if we're really married.
They're not open now, and I wouldn't be that silly anyway.
Not even for my peace of mind?
No.
Well, then I'll go down myself in the morning.
All right, but tonight, let's look at these pictures.
Come on, sit on my lap.
I'll sit beside you if you don't mind till I find out just where I stand.
Marriage License Bureau, Ridgely speaking.
Joe, this is George Cooper.
Oh, hiya, George. Long time no see.
Joe, I called to ask you about a marriage license.
Marriage license? You got married 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know it. But last night we found a mistake in the license. They spelled my name wrong.
It's no use, George. You can't worm out of it on a technicality.
Now, listen, my wife is coming down to see you, and I want to play a joke on her. Tell her we're not really married. I want to kid her along for a couple of days.
Oh, that's a cruel one. Okay, George, I'll do it.
Pardon me, is this the Marriage License Bureau?
Yes?
Well, I don't know how to say this, but I want to ask you about a marriage license. I feel awful silly.
Everybody does. Hey, where's the sucker? The groom.
Well, I'm already married. Here's my license. There's something wrong with it.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. Well, what seems to be the trouble, Mrs. Hooper?
Oh, that's just it. My name isn't Hooper. I don't even know George Hooper.
Well, if you didn't know him, you never should have married him.
I didn't. I'm married to George Cooper.
Cooper?
Yes.
Oh. Now, tell me something.
What?
Does Hooper know about this?
Look, this whole thing is a big mistake. There is no George Hooper. He's non-existent. He's a nothing. He's a nobody.
Whatever made you marry a bum like that?
Please try to understand. My husband's name is George Cooper. It's spelled Hooper on the license. Does that matter?
Does it matter? Well.
It does?
How long has this been going on?
10 years.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed.
You mean just because his name is spelled wrong, I'm not married to him?
That's what I mean, Miss Elliott.
Miss Elliott? Oh, dear. You mean I'm single again? How can a thing like this happen to me?
I don't know. You're just lucky, I guess.
Oh, this is dreadful. How can I face my friends? Tell me something.
What?
Is there a foreign legion for women?
That you, Liz?
Oh, George.
Hi, dear. Give me a kiss.
No. Don't touch me.
Huh? Why not?
I'm no longer yours to touch.
What?
George, I checked our marriage license.
Oh. What'd you find out?
You and I should be ashamed.
What do you mean?
The man at the license bureau put the padlock on our wedlock.
You don't mean a little thing like a misspelled name means our license isn't any good.
That's right.
Oh, this is terrible.
Well, there's only one thing we can do, George. We'll just have to get married again. Now, if we hurry, we can get down to the license bureau before it closes. Let's go. Come on, get your hat. George, come on. What's the matter?
I was just thinking, maybe we shouldn't rush into this thing. Well, after all, Liz, marriage is a serious business. Maybe we don't know each other well enough.
We know each other well enough. Why, for 10 years we've been...
Please, not so loud. Neighbors might hear you.
George Cooper, do you mean you have to think about whether you'll marry me or not?
Well, Liz, I like you a lot.
Well, thanks.
But you know how it is. Before I settle on one girl, I want to look the field over.
George, do you mean you wish you hadn't married me 10 years ago?
Oh, no. I just thought there's no use in making the same mistake twice.
You don't want to marry me? You don't love me?
Well, Liz, I like you a lot.
Oh, stop saying that. Mrs. Cooper, could I see you a minute? Oh, can't it wait, Katie? I'm trying to get my husband to marry me.
No, this is very important.
All right. Excuse me, Mr. Cooper.
Certainly, Miss Elliott.
Oh. What
is it, Katie? I wanted to tell you about this marriage business. It's a joke.
A joke? What do you mean?
Well, I overheard Mr. Cooper talking to the man at the License Bureau. They're playing a joke on you. You're really still married?
I am.
Sure.
Why, that's... Katie, I wonder how he'd react if he thought I didn't speak to his friend at all. Let's just find out. What's so funny?
The look on your face when you left the room. Oh, honey, I can't stand it any longer. It's all a joke.
It is? What a surprise.
Yeah, I fixed it up with Joe Ridgely at the License Bureau. You know, my friend. We used to play football together.
You played football with that little guy?
Little guy? Oh, Joe's 6'2".
Oh. Well, then the man I talked to wasn't Joe.
Huh?
Well, the man who waited on me was little and skinny and old, and he wore glasses.
Well, but Liz, if you didn't talk to Joe, then the guy you talked to meant what he said, and that means that...
That's right, George. We're really not married.
Oh, well, what's the difference? It'll be sort of fun to be married all over again. Come on, we can get to the License Bureau before it closes. Come on, get your hat, Liz. Come on. What's the matter?
I was just thinking, maybe we shouldn't rush into this thing.
What are you saying?
Well, George, I like you a lot.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, you know how it is. Before I settle on one man, I just want to look the field over.
Liz!
Well, there's so many men I've always wanted to have dates with. I think I'll phone one of them right now.
No, Liz, you're not serious.
You see.
Hotel Biltmore.
I'd like to speak to Paul Buchanan, please.
Paul Buchanan?
He's there at the Jewelers Convention.
One moment, and I will ring his room.
Thank you.
Now, let's talk this over a minute.
Hello?
Hello. Is this Paul Buchanan?
Yes?
Well, this is an old girlfriend. Recognize my voice?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh, this is the redhead you used to go steady with.
I'm sorry, but I still can't quite place you.
You remember, the queen of the rumble seat?
Liz!
I thought that
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Well, how are you, Liz?
was... Oh, thanks, Paul. I'd love to go out with you tonight.
But, Liz, I'm married. I've got 6 kids.
No. I'm still single.
We must have a bad connection. I said I am married.
Well, I'd like to see you again, too, Paul. I'll never forget that wavy blonde hair of yours.
Neither will I. I wish I still had it.
Keep falling down in your eyes, huh?
Oh, brother.
Say, you sound very strange, Liz. Is there anything wrong?
Oh, Paul, you always did say the sweetest things.
What are you talking about? All I said was, is anything wrong?
Oh, Paul, what if the operator's listening?
Liz. Why are you acting so funny?
Well, honey, I still think a lot about you, too.
Yes. Well, Liz, it's been nice talking to you. Goodbye.
Oh, you.
One moment, please. You've been disconnected. Shall I ring your party again?
Oh, I'd love to, Paul. It'll be wonderful to go to a party again.
I shall try to ring them. Whom were you calling, please?
Oh, you darling.
I am sorry. We have no one listed at the hotel by the name of Oh, You Darling.
Well, that sounds divine, Paul.
We had a Mr. Paul Devine, but he checked out yesterday.
All right. 8:30 at the Flamingo Room at the Biltmore.
I'm sorry, but the Biltmore does not allow flamingos in the rooms after 8 o'clock.
Well, I'll see you tonight, then.
Not if I see you first, sister.
Now, Liz, you're not going out with that guy.
Were you talking to me, Mr. Cooper? You seem to forget we're not married. Well, I have to go and get dressed. Where are you going tonight?
Don't worry about me.
Bravo, Mrs. Cooper.
Katie, you heard it.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. What happens now?
Well, I'm going to get dressed and go out the front door. You slip out the back door and meet me at the corner.
What are we going to do?
George thinks I have a date with Paul Buchanan at the Biltmore. But really, you and I are spending the evening with Humphrey Bogart at the Strand Movie Theater. Say, that was a pretty good picture. Didn't you think so, Katie?
I didn't like it. They had too much salt in their popcorn. Well, Well, there's the Biltmore Hotel.
Oh, yeah, that's where George thinks I am.
Oh, say, there's a big crowd in front of the window. Oh, there must have been a wreck.
Katie, when you see a crowd in front of a window these days, it isn't a wreck, it's television.
Oh, well, maybe they're showing a wrestling match.
Oh, wait a minute. It isn't television. It's some sort of a brawl.
Well, let's see what's happening.
Okay, you ready? Okay, break it up. Now, face, what's going on around here?
Officer, if you'll kindly let go my arm, I'll tell you.
Katie, it is wrestling. There's gorgeous George.
I know, officers. I was walking out of the hotel, and this man came up to me, and he said, "Are you Paul Buchanan?" And when I said yes, he hit me.
Oh, I had no idea George was so jealous. Isn't it wonderful?
Is that Paul Buchanan?
Yes, he has changed. A bald head, a pouch, and a black eye.
Everything happens to me. That's a dirty trick. 15 minutes more and I'm off duty.
Well, if I'd only known, I would have waited and hit him on your day off.
Oh, a wise guy. What's your name, pretty boy?
George Cooper.
George Cooper? I thought you looked familiar. Didn't we go to school together?
You bet we did, but that's no excuse for you to try to date my wife.
Why, I don't even know your wife.
You knew her as Liz Elliott.
Oh, the Queen of the Rumble Seat.
Why, you... All right, calm down, or I'll run you both.
Oh, Katie, isn't this exciting?
Oh, it's better than the movie. I wish I'd saved some of my popcorn.
You listen to me, Cooper. I talked to Liz Elliott this afternoon, and she is not married to you.
She is, too.
That's the phoniest story I ever heard, Bub. You better come down to the station with me.
Oh, poor Mr. Cooper.
Oh, Katie, he heard you.
There's my wife. Liz. She'll tell you that I'm not lying. Liz, tell him this guy made a date with you. Tell him we're married. Tell him you're my wife. Well, why don't you say something?
Hello, stranger.
Just like I thought.
Oh, Liz, cut the kidding. Tell him the truth.
Come on, I'm going to run you in. You'll get 30 days for this.
Oh, no, don't arrest him, officer.
Sorry, my mind's made up.
Even if I ask you real nice, hey?
Even if... Hey, you from Brooklyn, eh?
Yeah, Myrtle Avenue already.
Yes, well, I'll be darned.
Ain't it a small world, though?
Look, chum, I think I can clear up this whole thing for you.
Yeah, huh?
Paul, will you drop charges if George buys an engagement ring from you, huh?
Why, certainly, Liz, I'd do that.
Okay, George. Buy me an engagement ring and you can go free, hey?
Hello, stranger.
You, buy this poor little Brooklyn girl a ring.
Yeah, buy this poor little Brooklyn girl a ring.
Oh, this is a holdup.
Here you are, Liz. You can pick one out right now from my sample case.
All right. Oh, they're all so pretty.
And now, what would you like, George? One for 200, 300?
You have one for 100.
You have one for 500.
Yes, I do.
Oh, I'll take it, hey.
Oh.
Isn't that beautiful?
Scintillating.
Now can we go home?
Oh, wait a minute. Officer, don't you think that before a man gives a girl an engagement ring, he ought to propose formally?
I sure do. You, propose.
Oh, Leah's not here. People are watching.
You, kneel. Is that okay, pal?
Both knees.
You, both knees. I know him.
All right. I'm ready.
Liz, I love you. Will you marry me? Let's get out of here.
Officer, I don't think that was very romantic. I think you should have called me by a pet name, maybe.
I do, too. What do you have in mind, eh?
Oh, he knows which name I mean.
Oh, no.
You hater, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Will you marry me? Toodly woodlyums?
Oh, George, of course I will.
Ain't that romantic? When are you going to get married?
10 years ago.
10 years? Hey, that's impossible.
Who cares? I got back my favorite husband. George. Oh, George.
Liz, are you still awake?
Uh-huh. I'm all sort of tense and jittery. Oh, I know what would help me. Some nice, warm milk.
That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Why doesn't one of us get up and get me some nice, warm milk?
You're right. One of us certainly should get up and get it.
Apparently, the one who should get up is no gentleman.
That's right. He's a lady.
Ah, George.
Okay. Where are my slippers? Ouch, darn that chair. Liz, would you like some chocolate in the milk? Liz? How do you like that? Good night, Liz.
My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, was produced for broadcast in the Frankfurt studios of the American Forces Network Europe by Air Force Sergeant Dave Schofield. Specialist Brad Scott speaking. Join us next time for My Favorite Husband.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Jello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Brought to you by the Jello family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jello family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jello family. That's Jello.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jello puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jello tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers tonight, we see a story unfolding. A story that started a week ago, one night when George and Liz were walking home from a movie.
Well, that was a pretty good show, Liz.
I'll bet you'd have liked it better if you hadn't slept through it.
I did not sleep through it.
All right. Tell me what it was about.
Well, well, I enjoyed the evening anyway.
Oh, come here, George. I want to show you something in the store window.
Wait a minute. Look at those golf clubs. Oh, boy, could I stand a new set of those.
Oh, golf clubs, schmolf clubs. I want to show you something important. A hat. Right here, George, in lily sachets. Look. Well, what do you think of it?
Oh, Liz, I thought this was supposed to be a high-class store.
It is.
Well, look at that. The window dresser left the remains of his lunch on that stand.
That's the hat.
You're kidding. That little mess of vegetables?
It's not a mess of vegetables. It's an original model symbolizing spring. Can I buy it, George? It's only $75.
$75 for... What? $75?
Well, that isn't much for an original model.
Well, you can get the real original at the market for 25 cents.
Oh, now stop it.
Not only that, you could munch on it if you got hungry.
That's not funny.
$75 for a hat.
But I asked them to hold it for me, and if I don't get it, Iris Atterbury will buy it.
Good. She's got the face to go with a New England boiled dinner.
Oh, George Cooper, you're so mean to me.
And so the next morning, Liz sadly went in to tell the sales lady the bad news.
Yes, I showed my husband the hat last night, Miss McCain.
Oh, good. Did he like it?
No, he hated it. You should have heard him. I'm surprised his language didn't set off the sprinkler system.
Oh, my. Well, then there's only one thing to do, Mrs. Cooper.
Yes, wrap it up. I'll take it. Good morning, Katie.
Good morning, Mrs. Cooper.
Morning, dear.
Well, how's my wonderful little husband this morning? Give me a big kiss, darling.
You're much too nice for this time of the morning. Have you done something you shouldn't, Liz?
No, I'm just happy, that's all. This is the prettiest day in the world, and I'm married to the prettiest man in the world.
Oh, Liz, you're exaggerating. I've seen prettier days than this.
Come on, give me a big hug. Come on, give me a big hug. Hold me tight. Tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go on, pretend I'm a banana and squeeze me out of my skin.
Oh, Liz, you're crazy.
Hey, I thought today was Friday.
Oh, it is.
Then why have you got your sport clothes on? George, you didn't lose your job, did you?
No. Oh, you'll never believe it, but old man Atterbury gave me a day off.
No.
Yeah. He said, George, you've done such a good job for such a long time. I think you should take the day off and enjoy yourself.
What's he been doing? Eating weefle nuts?
I don't ask questions. I just have fun. Well, I'm going to play golf with Corey Cartwright.
Doesn't sound like Miss Atterbury to me.
Hey, that must be Corey out front now. See you later, Liz.
Goodbye, dear. Have a good game. Oh, did you get your caddy back from the factory?
Caddy?
Yes, the one you had a new head put on.
Oh, when are you going to learn the right terms? That was a brassy. A caddy is the boy who carries your clubs.
Oh, I thought he was called a birdie.
I give up. Come on, give me a kiss.
Goodbye, darling. Katie, he's gone. I can show you my new hat.
Where is it?
Right here. Now, don't look till I get it fixed. Turn around.
But how can you ever wear it without him seeing it?
Oh, Katie, I'm not going to wear it until I've saved up enough to pay for it myself. But I just ordered it to keep Iris Atterbury from getting it. There. How do you like it?
Oh, why, it's... I better get my glasses, Mrs. Cooper. It looks like a businessman's lunch to me. Just a bunch of vegetables.
It is a bunch of vegetables.
Oh, yes. Oh, say, that's real cute. A bunch of vegetables and a little mouse. Mouse? Yes, he's nibbling a carrot. Oh, get him off! Get him off! Oh, it isn't a mouse. It's a turnip. Oh, my eyes.
Thank goodness. Say, that's an idea, though. With all these vegetables, I hope the birds don't see this hat.
Don't worry. They'll spot it all right. Oh, run, Mrs. Cooper.
What's the matter?
It's Mr. Cooper. He's coming back.
Oh.
Too late. He's here.
Quick, give me the newspaper. I'll hold it up so he won't see my hat.
Hey, that wasn't Corey at all. Some fellow across the street.
Why don't you wait for Corey outside, dear?
What?
I said, why don't you wait for Corey outside, dear?
Is there something wrong with your eyes, Liz?
Why don't you wait for Corey outside, dear?
Why are you holding that paper so close to your face? It's right up against your nose.
Well, I'm nearsighted, dear. I always read like this, dear.
You do?
Yes, dear.
Upside down?
Oh, dear.
Liz, put that paper down. I see your hat. There's a mirror on the wall in back of you.
Oh. Well, now, don't worry, George. I can explain everything.
Well, I'm waiting.
Well, I'm thinking.
I thought so.
Give me a second now.
All right. This better be a good one.
Well, maybe you better give me a little longer then. Iris Atterbury.
Iris Atterbury what?
I don't know, but it's a good start. I know. Iris called and asked me to pick it up for her.
Now, why would she do a thing like that?
That's a very good question.
All right, let's put it this way. When did she call?
Yesterday.
Very interesting. Iris Atterbury has been out of town for a week.
She has?
Yes.
That's just a kind of a sneaky trick you could expect from her.
Now, Liz, aren't you ashamed of yourself?
Oh, George.
Now, don't start crying. You're not going to get around me this time with tears.
Won't you please forgive me?
No.
Oh, please forgive me, George.
No.
Oh, well, it was a good try.
Sit down, Liz. I want to have a long talk with you. Now, about that habit you have of twisting the truth around.
Well, I have to go milk a cow.
Come back here and sit down. Now, Liz, I want you to promise me never to tell anything but the truth. I don't want to ever catch you lying again.
Neither do I. I didn't want you to catch me this time.
How can you joke about it? This is serious. Don't you realize that when you tell a fib, you have to tell another one, and then another, until you're all tangled in a whole web of untruths, only to end up being caught anyway. But now, what happens when you tell the truth in the first place?
You get caught right away.
Now, stop that.
I'm sorry, George. You're absolutely right. I'm ashamed of myself, and I promise from now on I'll make you proud of me.
Well, that's better. I only hope you mean it.
Oh, I do, dear. You'll see. I'll get it.
Oh, I hope it isn't Corey saying he can't make it.
Hello?
Hello, Liz.
Yes?
This is Mr. Atterbury, Liz. How's George?
George?
Yes, is he feeling any better? He was terribly sick this morning.
He was?
Yes. He called me at home and said he just felt awful, much too ill to come to work.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yes. Oh, he must be keeping it from you because he doesn't want you to worry.
Yes.
I just can't tell you how bad he sounded. He was groaning and wheezing, and his voice was so weak I could hardly hear it. Mm-hmm. Said his head felt like it was going to be split open any minute.
You know, he may be right.
Well, tell me, Liz, how is he now? Awful sick?
Not as sick as he's going to be.
Well, Liz, I was wondering if I ought to send my doctor out to look him over.
I think that's a very good idea. No, wait a minute, Mr. Atterbury. I have a better idea. I'll see if I can get the poor boy to come to the phone.
All right, Liz, if he feels up to it.
Hang on a minute. Oh, George, come here a minute, dear.
What is it, Liz?
Telephone. It's for you, George Washington.
For me? Who is it?
It's Corey, dear. He wants to know if you still want to play golf.
Well, what's the matter with him? Certainly I want to play. Give me that phone.
Here you are.
Hello, Corey. What's the matter with you? Certainly I want to play golf. I never felt better in my life.
Is that so, George?
Corey?
What's the matter, dear,
This is Mr. Atterbury, George.
What a dirty trick. I ought to wring your neck.
What?
Oh, no, not you, Mr. Atterbury.
Well, I think you'd better get out of your sick bed and drag yourself down to work, Cooper.
Yes, sir, Mr. Atterbury, sir. Right away, sir. I'll be right down, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Who was it, sir?
Liz?
Sit down, George. I want to have a long talk with you. Now, about that habit you have of twisting the truth around.
Never mind.
Don't you realize that when you tell a fib, you have to tell another and another until you're tangled in
now,
a hopeless...
Now, stop that. Liz, how could you do this to me?
Oh, George, you'll have to admit it was your own fault. Look, I'll make a deal with you. You let me keep the hat, and I'll call Atterbury and tell him you were delirious.
No.
Why not? What you did is just as bad as what I did.
It is not. What I did is accepted business practice.
Accepted by whom?
Everybody. What's sick leave for if you don't take it? What about the poor people who are always well?
Will you give me that again with the same inflection?
Oh. Well, besides, that sourpuss, baggy-eyed, two-faced old skinflint Atterbury has been taking advantage of me for years. Why, I had a day off coming, and you cheated me out of it. Give me that hat, Liz.
What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to take it back and buy myself some golf clubs with the money.
Oh, ball the nerve. You are not.
I want that hat.
Over my dead body.
That's the best offer I've had today.
Wait a minute. I got a wonderful idea, George.
What?
I saw it in a picture once. Look, we'll both swear to tell the absolute truth for 24 hours. And whoever makes the other one lie gets the $75 to spend.
Gee, you mean even little white lies?
Little white ones, big black ones, polite gray ones, anything that isn't true.
We're liable to learn a lot of things about each other, Liz.
I'm game.
Okay, you've got a deal. From this moment on, we tell the absolute truth. Shake.
Shake. You know, if I were the suspicious type of wife, I know what I'd ask you, George.
Huh? What?
I'd say, George, those 3 nights you were working late at the office last week, how much did you win?
$15.
You mean you did play poker? Oh, I hate you, George Cooper.
Here are some facts you may not have known about NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO has grown and prospered since its founding in 1949. Yet the United States has not underwritten most of the expense. As a matter of fact, European members have paid for 85% of the total cost, have supplied 60% of the equipment and supplies used by NATO forces, and they have provided the major share of its manpower. NATO is a voluntary association of sovereign states, each bearing its fair share of the burden. We can all be proud of NATO and grateful for it, too, for NATO is guarding your freedom.
And now, back to the Coopers. Liz and George have made a pact to speak nothing but the absolute truth for 24 hours. The forfeit being a new hat that Liz is crazy about against a set of golf clubs George has his eye on. Well, right now, Liz is so put out with George that she's not talking to him at all.
Oh, Liz, it was your idea. I had to tell you the truth about playing poker.
Katie, would you kindly tell Mr. Cooper I'm not speaking to him?
She's not speaking to you, Mr. Cooper.
Well, tell her I don't care.
He don't care.
Oh, why don't you go take a walk?
Oh, why don't you go take a walk?
Okay, I'm leaving.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Who cares?
Who cares?
And I may not come back.
And I may not come back.
Well, I don't care if you never come back. Go on, leave.
Well, I don't care if you never come back. Go on, leave, you big dope. Sorry, Mrs. Cooper, I got carried away. Sorry, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, that's all right, Katie. This whole thing is pretty silly.
Well, I'm not speaking to you until the 24 hours are up anyway. It's safer that way.
Well, you can kiss me without talking to me.
All right.
Not bad. But it won't do you any good. I'm getting those golf clubs or my name isn't George Cooper.
Goodbye, Sam. Katie, I have to watch myself now. He's going to try some fancy tricks. Unless I try them first. Now, you can listen, Katie, but don't laugh. He might hear you.
What are you going to do, Mrs. Cooper?
Well, I'll pretend it's my Aunt Liza calling. He can't stand her. When he hears she's coming to visit us, he'll make up a lie to keep her away.
But your Aunt Liza lives in Syracuse.
Never mind. Leave it to me. Does this sound old enough, Katie? Hello, Mr. Cooper.
It sounds like Lionel Barrymore's grandmother.
Second National Bank.
Mr. George Cooper, please.
I'll ring him.
Hello?
Mr. George Cooper?
Yes?
One moment, please. Syracuse is calling. Go ahead, Syracuse.
Hello? Is this Mr. George Cooper?
Yes. What do you want, Liz?
Oh, you... How'd you know it was me?
Because your Aunt Liza always calls collect.
Oh, you're so smart.
Well, I'm smarter than you are. Oh, boy, what a couple of phonies you sent over here today.
What are you talking about? I didn't send anybody over there.
Oh, come on, admit it, Liz. You sent them over to catch me in a lie.
Cross my heart, I didn't, George. George? George, what's the matter?
You mean that fellow from the income tax department was on the level?
Income tax? Oh, you mean you told him the truth?
Down to the last penny.
Oh, no!
I even pointed out where I stretched things a little.
Oh, that's wonderful, and it serves you right. What do you mean when you said a couple of phonies? Don't tell me you got stung twice today.
I guess I did. The other one was the lady from the newspaper who interviewed me. I'm afraid I gave away a few secrets.
Oh, really? What kind of questions did she ask you?
It was for a series on the society page called The Truth About My Wife.
I think we have a bad connection, George. Say that again, please.
It was for a series called The Truth About My Wife. Well, gee whiz, Liz, I thought you sent her over.
Call her back. Cancel it. Tell her you were lying. When is she going to print it?
Well, she thought it was so good, she rushed back to get it in tonight's paper.
Oh, I'll call him up. I'll threaten to sue. Goodbye, George. Oh, Katie, this is terrible.
What happened?
George told a news reporter some awful things about me.
Did he lie?
Worse than that, he told the truth.
Evening Bugle.
Hello, is tonight's paper out yet?
Yes, it is. It's being delivered now.
Oh, this is Mrs. George Cooper. Is there a story about me on the society page?
No, there isn't.
Oh, thank goodness.
They wouldn't waste that story. It's on the front page.
Oh,
Here's the paper now, Mrs.
Oh,
Cooper.
at last, let me see it. Oh, Katie, look! On the front page, The Truth About My Wife by George Cooper. Let's see, my wife, Liz, is a charming, beautiful, talented woman of 26.
Well, that's not bad.
She has been charming and beautiful ever since I can remember. She has been talented ever since I can remember. She has also been 26 ever since I can remember. My wife, Liz, is a natural beauty. She has naturally lovely skin, a naturally good figure, and naturally white teeth. She also has red hair. Katie, can I sue him for libel?
Well, you can if he's lying.
I'm dead.
What else does he say?
Oh, let's see. Some men complain about the way their wives look when they wake up in the morning. Luckily, I don't have this complaint, as my wife never gets up till the afternoon. And when she does, she's so full of cold cream, curlers, facial masks, and chin supports, I can't tell what she looks like anyway. Katie, I think I'm about to make myself a widow.
Liz, is it safe to come in?
George, darling, come in, honey. How's my little husband tonight, huh?
I don't like the sound of this. There's a booby trap someplace.
Why, George, you don't think I'd be mad about a little thing like that story now, do you? Come on in. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine.
Good evening, George.
Mr. Atterbury.
Yes, your boss. I was telling him about that silly little game we play called Telling the Truth. And he thought it would sort of be fun to come over and ask you some questions.
Yes, I love games. Let's play, George.
I don't feel much like playing.
Well, don't force it, Mr. Atterbury. I'll play it with you. You just asked me how George described you this morning.
All right, Liz. How did George describe me this morning?
Well, he said that you were a...
Wait, Liz, there's a hat I want to buy for you, all full of beautiful little vegetables.
He said you were a very nice boss.
What?
I couldn't do it to you, George.
Hey, what's going on here, anyway?
Oh, get that look on George's face. He thought I was going to say two-faced, baggy-eyed old skinflint.
What?
Oh, dear.
Oh, he did, eh? What else did he say?
Well, I'm in it this far. Might as well go ahead.
Oh, no, you don't. If it's going to come out, I'll have the pleasure of saying it myself. Mr. Atterbury, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. That's not an office you run down there. It's a sweatshop.
Why?
Punch the clock in the morning. Punch the clock for lunch. Punch the clock when you go home. Why, you don't even give your employees the dignity of being on their honor. No wonder they see your face on that clock every time they punch it, and I don't blame them.
Why, George.
Oh, who do you think you're talking to?
You baggy-eyed old skinflint. Go ahead, George, tell him.
I'm tired of having to turn in a stub every time I want a new pencil.
Yeah.
Yeah, and coming to you for the key every time I want to wash my hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, so this means my job. Well, you're not firing me. I quit.
Hooray, George Cooper, I'm proud of you.
I feel pretty good about it myself.
Well, so do I.
What?
George, that's the kind of courage I like, huh? There are a lot of things wrong down at the office. Maybe it is the fault of an old skinflint.
Baggy-eyed.
He's serious. George, I'd like you to keep your job and set up a new office system.
Yee-hoo! Liz, you can keep that hat and I'll pay for it.
Yahoo! Will you pay for it before tomorrow?
What's the rush?
Well, you might not feel like it after you see tomorrow's Evening Bugle. I wrote a little article for him.
Liz, not...
That's right, George. The truth about my husband.
Oh, no!
George, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Talk to me.
Talk? At 4 in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Did you wake me up just for that? I'll go to sleep.
I can't sleep. I want a glass of water.
Well, get up and get one.
I can't get up. I'm too sleepy.
Oh, Liz.
What's that?
What?
George, I heard a noise downstairs.
Oh, you're imagining things.
I am not. Get up and see. Maybe there's a burglar down there.
Okay. All burglars downstairs say aye. Nobody down there.
George, as long as you're up, will you get me a glass of water?
I thought so. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
I'll hate myself in the morning. Good night, George.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The part of Katie the Maid was played by Ruth Parrott. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts. J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree. And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers tonight, they've settled down for a quiet evening at home. Liz has discovered an intelligence quiz in a magazine, but she's having trouble getting George's attention because he is lost in a gripping, blood-curdling murder mystery.
George? George? Oh. Bang, bang, bang!
Got me, Liz.
Oh, stop clutching your heart. Nobody shot you.
Oh, what's the big idea?
Well, now maybe you'll listen to me. Look, there's a quiz in this magazine we should take.
Oh, wait a few minutes. I'm almost finished with this murder mystery.
Put it down, George. I'll tell you who committed the murder.
Don't tell me.
But it'll save time.
Liz!
All the time I thought it was the gardener, and then it turned out to be...
Now stop that, Liz.
All right, I won't tell you.
Thank you.
I bet you don't even suspect the butler.
Did the butler do it?
As long as you ask me, yes. Well, you didn't have to throw the book in the fireplace.
Ah, what's the difference? You ruined it for me.
I wonder how they got that title. The Man with the Square Eyeballs.
I don't know. Hey, that book wasn't The Man with the Square Eyeballs.
Oh, wasn't?
No, that was the mummy's tummy.
Did the butler commit that murder, too?
I don't know. I didn't read that one.
Oh, fine. And how'd you know there was a butler?
There always is. Well, now that you don't have anything to read, George, let's take the family quiz, huh?
What's that?
Well, every month they have a quiz in this magazine with questions for every member of the family. Father, mother, brother, and little sister.
Well, that lets me out. They don't have any for Grandpa.
Come on, George. I'll ask you the father question.
All right.
Here's your first question. What is the name for the chemical formula H2SO4?
H2SO4.
Mm-hmm.
Gee, I had that in chemistry class.
Shall I tell you?
No. H2SO4. I have it right on the end of my tongue.
Well, spit it out. It's sulfuric acid.
Oh, I knew it all the time.
Oh, sure. Well, that's one question wrong. The next question is, what does it say on the lid of a United States mailbox?
No, that's easy. United States Mail.
No.
Last pickup 5 minutes ago?
No.
All right. What does it say on the lid?
It says pull down.
Oh, well, that's not fair.
You got one more, Father. For what was Ma Ferguson noted?
Ma Ferguson? I ought to know that. Oh, I give up. What was Ma Ferguson noted for?
Carved legs and a cane seat.
What?
That's the answer to another question. Sorry. Here it is. Ma Ferguson was the first woman governor of Texas. You aren't very smart, are you?
You're pretty clever with all the answers in front of you. Give me that magazine and I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, first question. What is the poop deck of a ship?
You don't think I know that, do you? That is the deck where the sailors rest when they're pooped.
No, Liz. It's a raised deck on the stern of the vessel.
I like my answer better.
Well, never mind. Now, question 2. Does sound travel faster or slower in water than it does in air?
That's a very good question.
Well?
Next question.
All right. Chicle is the main ingredient of chewing gum. Where is the largest deposit located?
Under theater seats.
Oh, you're doing great.
Well, I guess the questions for Mother are just too hard for me. Try me on the ones for little sister.
I just did.
Oh. You know something? We're stupid and we ought to do something about it.
I'll get a gun. 2 bullets, one for each of us. It'll be better that way.
Oh, now stop that, George. I was never more serious. Dr. Guilfoyle, who made up this quiz, says if your score is under 50, you should improve yourself.
Well, what was our score?
-5.
I'll go get the gun.
George, you may be contented to live in a mental rut, but I'm not. I want to make you proud of me.
I don't want to be proud of you. I want you just the way you are. Now, what's the matter?
You don't have to be so obvious. You think I'm beautiful but dumb.
I do not. I didn't say you were beautiful. Oh, I don't know what I mean.
I'm going to send for Dr. Guilfoyle's book on how to improve yourself.
Don't forget it, Liz. That's just a racket. They write a hard quiz just so they can sell a book.
Is that so?
Sure.
Well, look at the people who recommend this book. Truman and Goldwyn.
Oh, yeah? What are their first names?
Harry and Sam.
Harry Truman and Sam Goldwyn?
Oh, Sam Truman and Harry Goldwyn.
Just forget Dr. Guilfoyle and his book, Liz.
Are you satisfied to stay stupid?
Duh.
Yep. Oh, George. Mrs. Cooper, you've had your nose in that book all day. What's so fascinating? Oh, it's a wonderful book called Improve Yourself by Dr. Guilfoyle. Oh, my first husband, Clarence, used to read that book. Listen to this. The human mind is like a delicate flower. Oh, Clarence must have read that part. He was always potted. Okay. Now, Dr. Guilfoyle has 3 wonderful rules to help you impress people and make them think you're well informed. What are they? Learn 10 new words a day, be a good listener, and have one subject down cold so you can always steer the conversation around to it. You know, that makes sense. I've learned my 10 new words for today, and I put them in a sentence. What is it? By assiduous application, I have promulgated a plethora of altruistic ubiquity and lugubrious perspicacity.
I hope you're not going to say that in mixed company.
Oh, Katie, you're so perspicacity.
I am.
Hello?
Hello, Liz. What's new?
Well, dear, by assiduous application, I have promulgated a plethora of altruistic ubiquity and lugubrious perspicacity.
Sorry, wrong number.
Oh, no. George, wait a minute. It's me.
You? What's with all these big words?
Oh, I just thought I'd improve my vocabulary as sort of a hobby. You know, an avocado.
That's avocation.
Oh. Well, what'd you call me about, dear?
Well, I just want to know if it's all right to bring someone home to dinner.
Why, certainly. How important is he, George? Sirloin, T-bone, meatloaf, or hash?
Strictly sirloin.
Okay.
His name is Barton, and he's in charge of those new open foreign meetings in the auditorium every week.
What do you want from him? Free tickets?
No. If I can get him to choose me as one of the speakers on the first meeting, it'll impress Mr. Atterbury, and I might get a raise out of it.
Oh, George, that's a wonderful idea. Yeah. I'll do everything I can to help.
Good.
He'll think you have the brightest, most educatedest, culturedest wife in town.
Now, look, Liz, just be your own sweet, natural self. Don't go out on a limb and try to prove to him how bright you are.
Oh, don't worry, George. I'll surprise you. Is there anything else you'd like me to have tonight?
Yes.
What?
Laryngitis. Well, see you later, dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye. How do you like that? George wants me to keep quiet. He's afraid I'll make a fool of myself. Well, I'll show him. Hand me that encyclopedia, Katie. I'm going to try Dr. Guilfoyle's system of being well informed on one subject and swinging the conversation around to it.
Here. What subject are you going to choose?
No, I don't know yet.
Well, what did you study in college?
Men. But that won't do. Oh, well, one subject is as good as another. I'll just close my eyes, and whatever page I open to, that's my subject. There. The subject I'm going to study is... Oh, dear. Well, I said I'd do it, and I'm going through with it.
What's the subject, Mrs. Cooper?
Beekeeping.
George is bringing Mr. Barton home to dinner with an eye to being invited to be one of the speakers on his forum. Liz is all set to surprise them with her new 3-point intellectual program. Use big words, be a good listener, and be well prepared on one subject. In Liz's case, the subject is bees. Well, unaware of all this, George is innocently walking up to the door with Mr. Barton.
Well, this is our little house, Mr. Barton.
Yes, very nice, very nice. I'm anxious to meet your wife, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, you like her. Liz is a swell gal. No brainstorm, but a real pal.
Yeah, good. It'll be refreshing to meet a woman who doesn't think she knows everything. Yeah, in the work I'm in, all I meet all day long are intellectual females.
Oh, then you'll love Liz. Liz, honey, we're here.
Oh, good evening, darling.
This is Mr. Barton, Liz. My wife, Mr. Barton.
Well, I've certainly been looking forward to meeting you, Mrs. Cooper.
The plethora is all mine.
Yes.
What did you do today, Liz?
Oh, the usual hypothetical altruisms.
Shall we all go into the living room?
Yes, that'll be very nice. Lovely place you have here, Cooper.
Oh, well, it really isn't much.
No, but it has a nice feeling of claustrophobia.
Claustrophobia?
Liz, how about a drink before dinner, Mr. Barton?
Now, there's a fine idea.
Yes, George, get Mr. Barton a libation. Oh, and if you're hungry, there's a dish of unicorns on the table.
Thanks. I never touch them. The horns stick in my teeth.
Oh, she's kidding. Great kidder, Liz. She's really just an old-fashioned girl.
It sounds like she's had too many old-fashions.
Come on, Liz. Help me get Mr. Barton his libation.
Well, George, you certainly can carry one.
Come on.
We'll be right back, Mr. Barton. Diversify yourself. Ouch! You didn't have to yank me off the floor, George.
What's the matter with you? What's with all those big words?
How do you like it? It's a new me.
Well, try to remember where you threw the old one and go get it.
But, George, I'm just being intellectualistic.
Oh, is that what it is? Well, Barton doesn't like intellectualistic women. You're ruining my chances.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, let's go back in and promise me no more big words.
I promise, George.
Good.
No more big words.
Yeah, now, come on. Here's your drink, Mr. Barton.
Oh, thank you.
Well, as long as you're about to start your forum programs, I think a toast is in order.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. I'll propose it.
No big words.
Don't worry. Gentlemen, a toast. Here's to one of nature's greatest beings.
Well,
The Queen Bee.
I beg your pardon.
I don't get the point, Liz.
Oh, that's just it. The poor Queen Bee goes through life without even a little stinger to protect herself.
Listen, you little stinger. Haven't you forgotten something? Mr. Barton's forum.
Well, I'm for 'em, too. You know, there's nothing as fascinating as bees. Those little creatures have a society that is...
Liz, why don't you go fix yourself a cyanide and soda? Mr. Barton and I want to talk about other things.
Well, go right ahead, George.
Thank you. Mr. Barton, I understand your group is going to sponsor a Shakespearean company this spring.
Yeah, that's right, if we can get the appropriation from the city council. They're a little reluctant, but I think we can egg them on.
Oh, speaking of that, Mr. Barton, did you know that the Queen Bee lays 3,000 eggs a day?
Bully for the Queen Bee.
Now, about this group of yours. I'm crazy about Shakespeare.
Oh, so am I. To be or not to be?
Pardon us a moment, Mr. Barton. Liz, I'd like to see you in the hall.
Ow, let go of my ear.
Now, where'd you get this crazy idea?
None of your beeswax.
What are you trying to do? You're acting like an idiot.
Not according to Dr. Guilfoyle. Oh.
Ah, so that's it. You bought the book after all.
Just wanted to make you proud of me, George. I thought after you saw how I'd improved
We'll discuss it later. Now behave yourself.
All right. I'll just listen attentively and agree with everything he says. Is that all right?
Yes. Now come on.
All right.
Well, now, Mr. Barton, where were we?
We were discussing the love life of the Queen Bee.
Oh, well, tell us more of your plans for the city.
Well, we want to make our city a cultural center.
I see.
And to do this, my office is a regular beehive of activity. In order to succeed, we need the support of every public-minded citizen.
Oh, Mr. Barton, you're so right.
You think so?
Well, I just can't tell you how much I agree with you.
Really? Well, that's very nice of you.
It isn't a question of being nice. Everything you said is exactly how I feel. Only you put it so perfectly.
Why, Mrs. Cooper, I had no idea you were so well versed on this subject.
Now, along the lines you were following, Mr. Barton.
Please. Now, what were you saying, Mrs. Cooper?
Well, I was merely waiting to hear more about your fascinating project.
Yes. Well, in addition to the Shakespearean group, we're going to agitate for playgrounds with swimming pools, tennis courts, and free art lessons for the youngsters.
Oh, you're so right.
Cooper, you didn't tell me your wife was such a stimulating conversationalist.
Well,
It's a pleasure to meet a woman who has something to say. Mrs. Cooper, I especially like your idea about free art lessons for the youngsters.
Oh, it was nothing.
Oh, no, it was a flash of inspiration. You're a very clever woman.
Oh, you're so right.
Oh, brother. Look, Mr. Barton, that particular idea is one I've had for a long time. Now, why
do you keep interrupting, Cooper? You're just making a pest of yourself.
Oh, you're so right.
As a matter of fact, Mrs. Cooper, I have a favor to ask of you. Our first forum meeting is this Saturday night. Will you do me the honor of being a speaker on the panel?
Why, Mr. Barton, you just know I will.
Oh, thank you. And with you on the stand, I have a feeling the evening will be one I'll never forget.
Oh, you're so right.
You've done nothing but grumble for the past 2 days.
Well, I wonder why. I bring Barton home, and he ends up asking you to appear on the forum.
You're just jealous.
I am not.
If your eyes get any greener, you can stuff them with pimentos.
Oh, Liz, be serious. You're not going through with this, are you?
Of course I am.
Well, do you know what the subject for discussion is?
Yes. The effect of jet propulsion flight on the future of aviation.
Well?
Now, don't worry about me. I've been preparing for the forum all day.
By studying aviation?
By buying a new dress.
But the audience will want to hear about planes and flying. You can't possibly hold their attention.
No? Wait till they see my new dress. Got a dive bomb neckline.
Now, why don't you let me take your place, Liz? I am an expert on the subject.
George, you are not an expert on aviation just because you were assistant air raid warden on our block.
That's not what I mean. You'll have to discuss aviation with Colonel Davis, one of the foremost authorities, in front of an audience. Now, you can't just sit there and say,
"Oh, you're so right." I know it. I've been in the public library all afternoon studying up on it. I have a little speech all memorized.
All right, let's hear it. I'll be Barton. Mrs. Cooper, what do you feel is the future of aviation since the inception of supersonic flight?
Mr. Barton, I'm glad you asked me that. Ladies and gentlemen, the first successful airplane was built by Wilbur and Orville Wright.
Now, there's a scoop.
Be quiet. Wilbur was born in Millville, Indiana in 1867, and Orville was born in Dayton, Ohio in 1871.
That should have the audience on their feet cheering. Now, Liz, you're not really going to talk about the Wright brothers, are you?
Certainly.
But what have they got to do with the subject?
Well, if they hadn't invented the plane, it'd be a lot harder to fly these days. Those boys would be up there hanging on to nothing but a hot jet.
I give up.
Ladies and gentlemen, the town forum will please come to order. There's been a slight change in tonight's program. Colonel Davis, our jet plane expert, will not be with us. He started here from Los Angeles, but he got slightly mixed up in a snowstorm and has just cabled us from Bombay, India. In Colonel Davis's place, we have that famous authority on Alaska, Mr. Scott Campbell. Now, this, of course, will change our subject for tonight's discussion to Alaska.
Oh, brother.
What's that, Mrs. Cooper?
Relative in the audience. Hello, brother.
Yes. Well, on with the forum, and let's see if we can't get a little heated discussion underway. We all know how Mr. Campbell feels on tonight's subject. Mrs. Cooper, how do you feel?
I don't feel so good.
Oh, come, Mrs. Cooper. Start the ball rolling.
All right. Mr. Barton, Mr. Campbell, ladies and gentlemen. In my opinion, the way I feel about this subject is, Wilbur and Orville Wright built the first successful airplane. Wilbur was born in Millville, Indiana.
Mrs. Cooper, pardon me. I think you're still on the old subject.
Oh, you're so right.
The subject is Alaska. Will you continue?
You want me to continue?
Yes.
While Orville was born in Dayton, Ohio.
No. When are you going to get to Alaska?
Let me get the plane invented and I'll fly up there.
I knew I shouldn't have asked a woman up here. Mrs. Cooper, would it be possible for you to continue without mentioning your friends, the Wright brothers?
It certainly would. Friends of Alaska, we must remember that the Queen Bee lays 3,000 eggs a day.
I knew it. Mr. Campbell, take over.
Yes, thank you. There are 72,000 people living, and 20,000 of these are children. What about their education, their future? Who will for these children, Mrs. Cooper?
Do you really want me to answer that?
You wouldn't dare.
Who is responsible for these children, Mrs. Cooper?
Wilbur and Orville Wright.
What's that noise?
What noise?
Liz, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Are you eating crackers in bed?
Certainly not.
Oh, no? Let's hear you whistle. I thought so.
Well, I was awfully hungry, so I got up and got a snack. What's wrong with that?
Give me those crackers, Liz.
No.
Give me those crackers.
Oh, now you got 'em all over the bed. You're mean.
Right. Now, there. Now, go to sleep. Liz?
What's the matter now?
Give me that apple.
No.
Give me that apple.
Oh.
Now, go to sleep. Are you eating again?
I'm not making any noise.
What are you eating?
I'm not making any noise. Now leave me alone.
Give it to me, Liz.
No.
I'll take it away from you.
You'll be sorry.
Give me that. What was that?
A glass of cold milk. Good night, George.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The part of Katie the maid was played by Ruth Parrott. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time for Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband. Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. And now, let's look in on the Coopers. It's 3 days before Valentine's Day. Well, she's been hinting about it all morning, but George doesn't seem to notice. And now at breakfast, Liz is making one last try by arranging her toast crusts in the form of a heart.
George. Hey, George. George, look at my plate.
Hmm? Oh, yeah, you should eat those crusts, Liz. They're good for your teeth.
That's my romantic husband. George, didn't you notice what shape they're in?
Oh, yeah, a triangle.
No.
A pumpkin?
No. George, when two people are in love and are going to get married, what does it affect the most?
Oh, don't tell me that's a pocketbook.
No, it's a heart. Doesn't that remind you of anything?
Oh, yes, I've got to take my liver pills.
Oh, why don't you go read your paper? I was trying to remind you that Valentine's Day is coming up.
Oh, that's it? Well, you didn't have to remind me.
I didn't?
No, every ad in the paper is full of it. What a racket.
It is not a racket. It's a wonderful romantic holiday, and I like it.
You know how it started?
Well, St. Valentine was a... No, I don't. Do you?
Well, it so happens I do. It seems that years ago there were two kindly old gentlemen who thought love was so wonderful that they set aside a day to honor all sweethearts and lovers. And they called it St. Valentine's Day.
Oh, isn't that sweet? Who were they?
A candy maker and a florist.
Oh, George, I suppose you think a department store owner invented Mother so they could have Mother's Day.
You know, you may be right.
Well, St. Valentine's Day doesn't mean just candy and flowers. It's the spirit of loving that counts. If you really love someone enough, they'll know it without any presents.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Liz, I love you.
You mean no presents?
No, I love you too much.
But, George, what's Valentine's Day without candy and flowers?
I thought so.
You know the real reason I like Valentine's Day? Because it's such a good excuse to be all mushy and gushy about you.
Yeah? Well, what's your excuse for the other 364 days? You're mushy all the time.
Yeah, but on Valentine's Day I can be mushy and loud. I love you, George!
Liz, keep quiet.
I love you, George!
Liz, stop. What about Katie?
Katie loves you too, George!
Oh, the lady next door.
What about the lady next door?
Well, she might hear you. Now, simmer down.
All right, I'll be quiet. I love you, George.
That's better.
You love me, George?
Yes, I do.
I'm glad to hear that, George. Anybody want more coffee? No thanks, Katie.
No, thanks.
What are we whispering for? Well, it was just a joke, Katie. We're kidding about Valentine's Day.
Kidding? Oh, you should never joke about Valentine's Day. Oh, it's a beautiful occasion.
Why, Katie, I think you've got a boyfriend.
Well, I have been working on a Valentine poem, and I'm going to give it to...
To whom?
I'm going to give it to...
Is that his first or last name?
Oh, Mrs. Cooper, it's for Mr. Dabney, the butcher.
Oh, old heavy thumb.
Is the butcher your boyfriend, Katie?
Well, sort of.
That explains why we've been able to cut the steaks lately.
Well, he isn't exactly my boyfriend, but I've always sort of liked him.
Well, you could do worse than Mr. Dabney. He's quite attractive and a very good butcher.
Well, some people may have better beef, but his liver is good. tail and pig's feet like his.
Say, what's it cost to see him?
I do have a problem, though, Mrs. Cooper. I haven't got the nerve to give Mr. Dabney the valentine I wrote to him. Would you go shopping with me today and give it to him for me?
Why, sure, Katie. Anything to help out romance.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Cooper. I'll go finish it.
Liz, are you going to start playing Cupid again? Now, you know what happens...
Now, George, what harm can come from handing him a valentine for Katie? I'll not only help their romance along, but he'll give us better meat. This isn't just an affair of the heart. There are a couple of stomachs mixed up in this, too.
There he is, Mrs. Cooper.
Well, give me the valentine. I'll hand it to him.
Here.
What have you got on this, Katie?
Well, I wanted it scented with an odor he'd like.
But it's all soggy. Would you didn't soak it in perfume?
No, bacon grease.
Well, that's romantic. Well, give it to me.
I'll be watching from the grocery department.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Dabney.
Hi, Miss Cooper.
How are things in the meat market?
Hi, Miss Cooper. What can I do for you today?
Well, I didn't come to buy anything today, Mr. Dabney. I'm here on sort of a personal matter. I happen to know that one of your customers thinks you're rather nice.
No.
Yes. She's been too bashful to tell you, but since this is almost Valentine's Day, she wants you to know she likes you a lot.
You know something, Miss Cooper?
What?
I like you a lot, too.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not the one.
Still bashful, eh? Oh, you little minx.
Just a second, Mr. Dabney. I happen to be speaking for someone else.
What's that you're hiding behind your back?
Oh, how did I get mixed up in this? Here, this will straighten things out. It's a valentine.
Oh, Miss Cooper, I feel like such a heel. I don't have one for you.
Now, stop this nonsense.
No, wait a minute. I'll cut your heart-shaped piece of salami.
Oh, no. Look, just read this valentine and you'll see what I'm trying to tell you.
All right, Liz. Oh, gee, it looks beautiful. And how did you know? My favorite aroma, Swift's Premium.
Read the valentine.
All right. If you'll be mine, then I'll be thine. You set my heart a quiver. Say you'll be my valentine and send 2 pounds of liver.
Well, that's a practical thought.
Oh, Miss Cooper, this is touching. Did you write this all by your little self?
For the last time, no. Look at the signature.
Well, it signs your bashful redhead.
Oh, no! Katie! Oh, she's gone.
Oh, don't try to pretend.
No. You stay there. You stay right behind that counter.
Oh, come here, you bashful redhead.
Now, you listen to me. Katie has red hair, too. We're both redheads. She's the one for you.
Listen, 2 houses may have red roofs, but you don't pick the one with the sagging foundation.
Well, it's too bad your fish isn't as fresh as you are.
Oh, don't try to fight this thing, my little tenderloin. It's bigger than both of us.
Now stop this, Mr. Dabney. What about Katie?
She's bigger than both of us, too. Oh, Miss Cooper, I've admired you for years. Each little lamb chop you bought, I personally put the pants on. I feel as though part of me belongs to you.
So do I.
You feel as though part of me belongs to you?
Yes, your thumb. I've paid for it often enough. Goodbye.
simply awful, Katie. He came right out of his store and followed me down the block. We'll just have to stop trading there. I could never face that Mr. Dabney again.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Cooper. I shouldn't have gotten panicky and run away.
Well, I'm sorry it ruined your romance.
Oh, I'll get over it in time. I have a date with the milkman tonight.
Well, that's good. Now that we're going to get tough meat again, it'll be nice to have fresh eggs.
I left his Valentine in an empty milk bottle.
Oh, that's romantic. What did you say?
I said, I love you, dear. Don't be surprised. Leave 2 quarts of homogenized.
Uh-huh. Well, listen, Edgar Guest, do me a favor, will you? I've made out a check for Mr. Dabney, and I wish you'd go out and mail it. The sooner I sever connections with that wolf, the better.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Here, mail this one, too. This is a Valentine.
Why, Mrs. Cooper, who are you sending a Valentine to?
To George, of course. I thought it would sort of be fun for him to get it at the bank. It's a copy of the first Valentine I ever sent to him when I was only 16 years old. Here you are, Katie. Better hurry. They pick up the mail soon.
All right. I'll get my coat and go right away.
Better wear your gloves. That Valentine's pretty hot.
Hi, Liz.
George, what are you doing home in the middle of the afternoon?
Well,
You've been fired.
No,
You quit. Oh, no. You're sick.
No, I feel fine.
The bank burned down?
No.
Isn't that just like a man comes home early and won't give you a word of explanation?
Well, give me a chance. Let me get in the house. You talk so much, the breeze keeps blowing me back out the door.
All right, come on in.
I'm going to Chicago for a couple of days on business, and I have to pack and catch the 4 o'clock train.
Oh, good. I'll go with you.
No, sorry, honey. Mr. Atterbury has a new rule. No wives along on business trips.
Well, he took his wife along on his last trip.
That's when he made the rule.
Well, I'll go pack for you. Oh, wait a minute, George. You'll be back by Monday, won't you?
No.
Oh, dear. I'll see you in a minute, George.
Hey, where are you going?
Down to the mailbox. I have to see a man about a letter.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper?
Did you mail those letters yet?
Yes.
Oh, darn it. Has the mailman collected them?
No, I don't. Oh, there. He's just opening the mailbox now.
You go home, Katie. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, Mrs. Cooper.
Hello.
Hey? Oh, hello.
How are you today?
Lot you care. Never seen you before in my life. If you really want to know, I feel rotten. My rheumatism's acting up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, sure.
Are you, picking up the mail?
No, I'm a Confederate soldier, and these are messages for General Lee.
Well, you don't have to get nasty about it.
What do you got on your mind, young lady?
It's very simple. There's a letter in that box I want.
Oh, tampering with the mail, eh?
No, I wrote it myself. There's my letter, that blue one on the top of the pile.
Take your hands off that letter.
But it's mine. See, it's addressed to my husband, and there's my name in the corner, Liz Cooper, see?
Prove it.
Well, look at the initials on my purse, LC.
You gotta have better proof than initials on a purse.
Oh, well, here's a snapshot.
What about it?
Well, see, it's me.
Let me see. By golly, it is you. Well, that's proof of... Now, wait a minute. You can't trick me like that.
Look, the flap isn't on very tight. Look inside. I'll tell you what's in it.
Well, I'll just peek in here and
see. It's a Valentine I sent to my husband.
It's a Valentine there.
Yes, uh-huh.
Don't look like... just as I thought. Trying to rob the United States mail. Young lady, you can go to the penitentiary for this.
What?
There's no Valentine in this envelope at all.
There isn't?
No, it's a check made out to Mr. Dabney, the butcher.
Oh, good heavens. That means Mr. Dabney's getting the Valentine I sent to George. Oh, quick, look for another letter made out to Dabney.
Oh, no. These letters are going on their way, legal.
Liz mailed a Valentine to George, but she got it in the wrong envelope. And it's going to Mr. Dabney, the butcher, who already mistakenly thinks that Liz is in love with him. Well, it's early the next morning, and Liz is at Mr. Dabney's waiting to intercept the letter when it comes.
In order to make it look like strictly business, Liz has been making purchases every few minutes.
Mr. Dabney, I think I better have 2 more pork chops, please.
Miss Cooper, you already bought a roast, 2 pounds of bacon, 3 steaks, 4 lamb chops, 5 veal cutlets, and some liverwurst. I got them right here.
What's that?
You now have more meat than I do. Why don't you start selling it back to me?
Never mind the attempt at humor, Mr. Dabney. By the way, when does your mailman get here?
Look, Miss Cooper. Red. You're not fooling anybody, pretending to buy me, making small talk about the mailman, all because you want to be near me. Come on, admit it.
Mr. Dabney, I don't like you. I don't like your looks, and I don't like your manner. And I think you're completely revolting.
That's right. Make love to me.
Oh, thank goodness. Here comes the mailman.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Dabney. Here's a letter for you.
I'll take that.
Oh, it's you again. Young lady, you must curb this impulse to grab every blue envelope you see. That letter's for me.
But it's mine. I wrote it. It's got my name on it. There's a valentine inside.
That's the same story she told me yesterday. Miss Cooper, you sent me another valentine.
I have not. It's all a mistake.
That's the same story she told me yesterday. I don't think she's got all her buttons. Mr. Dabney, here's your letter.
Over my dead body.
Hey, give me that letter. Come back here. Oh, my God. Help, police. He just held up the United States. Help,
Now, don't fret, Mrs. Cooper. Everything's going to be all right.
But, Katie, how will I ever be able to tell George I was arrested for robbing the United States mail and that he has to appear in court with me tomorrow?
It won't be easy.
Well, anyway, this is one time I'll have an answer when George says, "What's new?"
Here he comes now. Oh, luck.
Hi, Liz.
Hi, dear.
Well, what's new?
I'm glad you asked that. I'm being sent to Alcatraz.
Alcatraz? Liz, you joined a pyramid club.
No, let me explain, George. You see, I sent the butcher a valentine by mistake, and since it was already mailed, he wouldn't give it back to me.
The butcher?
No, the mailman. I waited at the butcher shop until he got there, and when I grabbed the valentine, he called the police.
The mailman?
No, the butcher. And I tried to explain how it was all a mistake, but he wouldn't listen.
The mailman or the butcher?
The policeman. Then we all had to go to police court, and he said it was a federal offense and I ought to be ashamed.
The mailman, the butcher, or the policeman?
The judge. Now, do you understand, George?
Perfectly. The butcher sent the mailman a mushy valentine, and the judge will send you to prison if I don't marry the policeman. What's going on here?
Keep calm, George. Look, they'll drop the charges if you and I will appear in domestic relations court tomorrow.
Domestic relations?
I'm a victim of circumstantial evidence, George. The judge wants to make up his mind.
About what?
Whether I should stay with you or marry Mr. Dabney.
Oh, no!
All right, the domestic relations court will come to order. Now, Mr. Cooper, if you and Mrs. Cooper will sit on this side of the table.
All right, Judge Skinner, but I tell you there
Please.
is no...
And you, Mr. Dabney, over here. Okay, Judge. Hiya, Red.
Oh, drop dead.
What does he mean, Red?
Oh.
Please, Mr. Cooper, we must control our feelings. Now, I have studied all the facts in this case kindly supplied to me by Mr. Dabney.
Oh, great.
And before we start, I want you all to realize that there's no problem too big to solve. Into every life a little rain must fall. Every cloud must have a silver lining, and it is always darkest before the dawn.
Well, now that we've had the weather report, let's get on with the case.
Please. Mrs. Cooper, I want to start this hearing with an open mind, bearing no prejudice towards either party.
Uh-huh.
Now, when did you first realize you were in love with Mr. Dabney?
Wait a minute. I'm not in love with Mr. Dabney.
Ha!
She finds me irresistible. She wrote me 2 valentines. She hung around the store all morning.
That wasn't because I was in love with you. I was waiting for the mailman.
Please. One grimy amour at a time.
Oh, look, Judge. This is all a mix-up. I know how the whole thing happened.
Please, Mr. Cooper, no tears. Don't talk if it hurts. Let me review it for you. I'll recreate the scene. You, Mrs. Cooper, the bored, indifferent housewife, tired of your drab, humdrum life, just waiting for an opportunity to break away from it all. And then one day your husband announces he must leave town, and you realize this is your chance, your opportunity to escape from this colorless, unimaginative man.
Now, just a minute.
Don't stop him, George. I want to see how this comes out.
Oh, this is a lot of nonsense. There's no basis for the whole business.
Are you forgetting this valentine your wife wrote to her lover?
No, she wrote that to me.
Oh, Mr. Cooper, you're a hard loser. Mrs. Cooper, I suggest you read the valentine.
All right. Dear sweetheart.
That's me. That's me.
Please. The way this woman operates, it could be me. Continue, Mrs. Cooper.
Thank you. Dear sweetheart, I'm under your spell. I love you more than tongue can tell.
Tongue. 59 cents a pound.
A good point, Mr. Dabney. Continue, Mrs. Cooper.
Thank you. My lover, I have this to say. I care for you in the very worst way.
That ought to prove it. Love or worse. Oh, that's just coincidence. She wrote this to her husband, not to her butcher.
I must say she writes a valentine with a lot of meat in it. Continue.
My love for you is not a phony. This valentine is no baloney.
That proves it.
It certainly does.
Well, George, it's been nice knowing you. If you ever need any meat, come and see us.
Now, just a minute. You're not going to get away with this. I love Liz. I've been married to her for 10 years. And no judge or butcher or anyone else in the world is going to take her away from me without a fight.
Why, George.
You understand?
I'll now hand down my decision. I award the custody of Mrs. Cooper to Mr. Cooper.
Hooray! You've got my custody.
Hey, what's the big idea, Judge?
Well, Mr. Dabney, I think Mrs. Cooper is in love with you. But we must think of Mr. Cooper. When I give a man a chance to get rid of his wife after 10 years of marriage and he doesn't take it, he's in bad shape. He needs someone to look after him. Case dismissed.
Liz, I hope this will be a lesson to you. Now, see what can happen when you start messing around in other people's affairs?
Yes, George.
Now, this might really have been nasty and gotten spread all over the papers.
Oh, wouldn't that have been terrible?
Quiet, please. I must have quiet. You have been listening to your daily radio session in kindly Judge Skinner's Domestic Relations Court. With us today...
Oh, no, George. This whole thing's been on the air.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.